Chapter 1. The Dice of Fate. Li Yin struggled to open his eyes, the blinding sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves above. Unsteadily, he rose from the ground, bewildered as he scanned his surroundings. Towering ancient trees loomed over him, their sturdy vines entwined around the trunks, while the earth was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves. The environment was primal and lush, brimming with untamed vitality. Where am I? He distinctly remembered being in his gaming chair at home, engrossed in the latest version of the fantasy MMORPG, Nine Heavens Ask the Way. The new expansion was exhilarating. He had played relentlessly for nearly 30 hours, his eyelids heavy with exhaustion, just contemplating a brief respite. How could he have suddenly awakened in this strange place? Had he traversed into another realm? Gritting his teeth, Li Yin forced himself to rise, striving to remain calm. As an ordinary modern recluse, finding himself cast into such a perilous primitive forest, devoid of any survival tools, he feared he might not last a mere few days. As Li Yin pondered his situation, a thunderous roar of a tiger reverberated from the depths of the dense thicket nearby. His body stiffened as he turned his head, where he beheld a massive tiger, its striking coat a kaleidoscope of colors, slowly emerging from the shadows of the trees. Its cold, predatory gaze fixed on him, revealing an unmistakable hunger. Run. That was the sole thought racing through Li Yin's mind. Yet, as he attempted to move, his legs felt as though they were laden with lead, weak and unresponsive. The combination of prolonged gaming and this abrupt upheaval had left him in a dire state. This is it. As the tiger approached, the pungent scent of blood filled the air, and the shadow of death swiftly enveloped Li Yin. Having grown up in a modern civilized society, he now faced a top predator, alone and vulnerable, his heart filled with helplessness, despair, and a touch of absurd bewilderment. He could never have imagined that the end of his life would culminate in becoming a mere snack for a tiger. Just as the tiger coiled its powerful hind legs, poised to pounce, two clear icons suddenly appeared in the upper right corner of Li Yin's vision. One was a six-sided die radiating a faint golden glow. The other depicted an ancient-looking package. Isn't this the random mount die and game package from Nine Heavens? Asked the way. Li Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, a wave of exhilaration washing over him, dispelling the fear that had gripped his heart. The random mount die was a whimsical addition the game developers had recently introduced, allowing players to temporarily summon a random mount for amusement. The game package served as a repository for players to store equipment, potions, materials, and costumes. How could they have followed him here? Could it be? There was no time for contemplation. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Almost instinctively, Li Yin focused his thoughts on the golden die icon, shouting internally, "Roll for me." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the die icon in his mind erupted with brilliant light, spinning rapidly, leaving behind trails of golden afterimages. Meanwhile, the ferocious tiger had leapt into the air, accompanied by a howling gale, its gaping maw lunging towards the paralyzed Li Yin, who sat helplessly on the ground. In a moment of dire urgency, a melodious chime resonated in Li Yin's mind as the spinning die abruptly came to rest, revealing a blazing lion emblem. In the next heartbeat, a blinding golden light erupted before Li Yin. Boom! From within the golden radiance emerged a magnificent lion, nearly 2 meters tall and over 4 meters long, its entire body enveloped in roaring crimson flames. Its mane resembled fire, each strand standing erect, as if flowing lava. Its powerful limbs were robust, with sharp claws gleaming like polished metal, and its regal eyes glimmered like molten gold. The mere sound of its deep roar emanating an aura of dread that sent shivers down one's spine. The Crimson Flame Demon Lion. This was a rare steed that Li Yin had painstakingly drawn from the game's lottery wheel, exuding an aura of dominance and boasting spectacular effects, the quintessential choice for flaunting on the streets. Roar. As soon as the Crimson Flame Demon Lion appeared, it let out a deep, intimidating roar, and the searing wave of heat radiated outward, igniting the dry leaves scattered on the ground. The tiger, which had been mid-leap, suddenly froze in the presence of the Crimson Flame Demon Lion, its fierce demeanor instantly replaced by overwhelming terror. It let out a howl of despair, its massive body awkwardly twisting in midair before crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner, scrambling away with its tail tucked, fleeing into the depths of the dense forest, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Was the crisis averted? Li Yin stared blankly at the imposing, heat-emitting crimson flame demon lion, then glanced in the direction the tiger had fled, his heart still racing, unable to discern whether it was out of fear or excitement from this sudden turn of events. The crimson flame demon lion let out a low growl, turned to face Li Yin, and gently lowered its massive head, nuzzling his arm with its fiery gaze. A peculiar sense of connection surged within Li Yin. He could distinctly feel the lion's affection and submission towards him. It's real, it's really happening. Li Yin murmured to himself, cautiously reaching out to stroke the lion's scorching mane. The palpable texture and warmth, along with the vivid imagery of the die and the inventory icon in his mind, all confirmed one undeniable truth. Not only had he traversed worlds, but he had also brought along his game-enhancing perks. If this random mount die was indeed linked to his vast repository filled with various mythical beasts, fierce creatures, celestial birds, mechanical beasts, and even a few conceptual mounts, his breath quickened with anticipation. His account had been painstakingly cultivated through relentless effort and substantial investment, a top-tier profile forged from countless hours of dedication. Any single mount from his collection could likely dominate in a world that seemed so primal. Self-preservation, it seemed, was truly within reach. A fierce desire for survival and aspirations for the future reignited the flickering flame of hope within Li Yan's heart. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and shifted his focus to another icon, the ancient-looking inventory. Chapter 2. The Celestial Emperor set focusing his thoughts upon the icon of the package. A familiar virtual interface unfolded within Li Yan's consciousness. Neatly arranged grids revealed a dazzling array of icons. Yet, the majority of these icons displayed a dull, unselectable state. Items categorized as equipment, elixirs, materials, skill books, and miscellaneous goods, regardless of whether they were the most basic white-quality items or resplendent artifacts radiating orange light, all appeared shrouded in a gray haze. As if sealed by an invisible force, Li Yan's heart sank. Indeed, even the golden finger was not omnipotent. Had he been able to transport the game's extraordinary equipment and elixirs, he could have soared to the heavens in an instant. However, he soon discovered a delightful surprise. Among the numerous gray categories, one label shone brightly: costumes. Upon accessing the costume section, he found an assortment of appearances he had collected. There were ethereal sect uniforms, dazzling premium outfits with special effects, commemorative costumes earned through unique achievements, and whimsical styles that were amusing in nature, an eclectic mix, truly. The icons of these costumes emanated a faint luster, indicating that they could be retrieved for use. Excitement surged within Li Yin. In the realm of Jiuxiaowinda, costumes not only offered aesthetic appeal but most notably, many, especially those acquired through monetary investment and special achievements, came with minor attribute enhancements. Though these enhancements might seem trivial compared to the tens of thousands of attributes in the later stages of the game, for someone as powerless as he was at present, they represented a golden opportunity. He eagerly selected the most extravagant and heavily invested costume from his collection, the Celestial Emperor set. Retrieve. As his thoughts willed it, a stream of light enveloped him, and a magnificent imperial robe adorned with grandeur and majesty enveloped his form. The primary hue was a deep, enigmatic black. Intricate starry patterns embroidered along the edges and cuffs shimmered, appearing as if real stars danced within their confines. At his waist, a purple-gold belt cinched the robe, featuring a gemstone at its center that seemed to pulse with the flow of nebulous energy. Even more captivating was the accompanying crown and its ethereal phenomena. A 12-leaf crown floated above the robe, with cascading bead curtains formed from countless minuscule, twinkling cosmic dust particles, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Moreover, suspended behind the robe was a colossal phantom composed of 9 concentric rings, each seemingly harboring a miniature world within, exuding an ancient and boundless aura. Suddenly, a wave of warmth surged through every limb and sinew of his body. The cold and rigidness born from fatigue and fear melted away, replaced by a comforting warmth akin to that of a soothing hot spring. Even more astonishingly, he could distinctly feel a surge of potent energy filling his being. The former aches and weakness vanished, supplanted by an unprecedented vitality. Instinctively, he took a few steps. His movements were light and steady with each footfall. A miniature cosmic scene briefly materialized beneath him. A small, rotating black hole at the center of his footprint, surrounded by twinkling points of light resembling distant stars. which swiftly faded away. Special effects. Even the effects had been flawlessly replicated. Of greater significance is this newfound power. Could it be that the attributes of the attire have been bestowed upon me as well? Li Yan's heart raced with anticipation. He distinctly recalled that the Nine Heavens Emperor set in the game granted attributes of Health 50, Defense 50, Spirit 100, All Attribute Resistance 5, and Damage Reduction 5. Although he could not currently view the specific attribute panel, the genuine feedback from his body was irrefutable. The warm sensation, the abundant vigor, and the noticeably lighter step were undoubtedly effects of the attribute enhancements. In the game, fashion attributes were typically considered mere embellishments. However, for Li Yan at this moment, they were of paramount importance. To confirm this, he swiftly retrieved another set of attire from his inventory. One that he remembered had attributes enhancing defense and health, the Xuan Wuzhen armor. This ensemble consisted of heavy, dark green armor with an archaic design, radiating a subtle earthy glow, reminiscent of majestic mountains. Upon donning the Xuan Wuzhen armor, the feeling of lightness vanished, replaced by a profound sense of solidity and strength, as if an invisible barrier enveloped his body, instilling a reassuring sense of safety. It truly works. The attributes of the attire are indeed effective. Li Yan was ecstatic. Though he could not utilize equipment or potions, the mere presence of these supplementary attributes from the attire had dramatically enhanced his survivability. He possessed no fewer than 100 sets of attire in his storage, each with varying attribute focuses. When speed was required, he could switch to acceleration-enhancing gear. When defense was needed, he could opt for defensive attire. When health was paramount, he could select gear that bolstered health. He was, in essence, a mobile humanoid mech capable of switching attribute tendencies at will. Calm down, calm down. Li Yan forced himself to regain composure. While the Nine Heavens Emperor set boasted commendable attributes and striking aesthetics, it was far too conspicuous. In this uncharted primordial forest, such ostentatious attire was akin to a firefly in the night. He had yet to comprehend the current situation. Being so ostentatious could indeed spell disaster. After some contemplation, he chose a more understated set of attire that still provided defensive attributes. This was a coarse grayish-blue garment known as the Xian Taichen Shani, which blended seamlessly into the forest environment, with its effect merely a faint, barely perceptible glow that occasionally coursed over it. Once clad in this outfit, Li Yan felt a significant increase in his sense of resilience. He glanced at the crimson flame demon lion, which lay quietly beside him, resembling a loyal guardian, and a surge of confidence welled within him. With a top-tier mount serving as his protector and the attributes of his attire enhancing his capabilities, perhaps this journey into the unknown was not as dire as it seemed. A sudden, untimely growl emanated from Li Yan's stomach. After the thrill of discovery, hunger surged upon him like a tidal wave, and he recollected that it had been quite some time since he last had a meal. The immediate priority was to find a source of water and sustenance before embarking on the exploration of this enigmatic world. He patted the head of the crimson flame demon lion, uncertain if it could comprehend, yet nonetheless attempted to issue a command. Let us go, my friend. Let us see what lies ahead. He gestured towards a direction in the forest. The crimson flame demon lion growled softly, rose to its feet, its imposing form brimming with strength. It strode ahead, parting the obstructive bushes and vines with its formidable body, actively forging a path for Li Yan. Together, man and lion basked in the dappled sunlight, taking the first step into the depths of the unknown jungle. Chapter 3. Flames and Vitality. The fiery lion led the way, its massive form resembling a moving wall of flames, crashing through the bothersome foliage. Li Yan followed closely, cautiously treading upon the soft carpet of fallen leaves, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. As they ventured further, his stamina waned, and he found himself breathless, gently patting the fiery lion. Can you carry me for a while? He ventured, unable to suppress the urge to speak, despite knowing it was merely a mount within the game. The fiery lion emitted a low growl, submissively lowering its body to signify that he could climb aboard. Taking a deep breath, Li Yan carefully ascended. However, as soon as he settled, an intense heat radiated from beneath him, nearly causing him to leap back in surprise. The flames enveloping the lion were not mere effects, they were genuinely scorching. He quickly adjusted his position, attempting to keep his thighs and the inner sides of his knees pressed against its body to mitigate the heat. It seemed that this luxurious steed was not as comfortable as he had imagined. With a bittersweet sense of humor, he thought. Yet having it was certainly better than having nothing at all. At present, locating a water source was of paramount importance. Li Yan licked his parched, cracked lips, glancing at the fiery lion before him. Can you find water? The fiery lion paused, tilting its massive head. Its burning eyes assessing Li Yin before it emitted a low growl, sniffing the air. Moments later, it altered its course, heading towards the left front. Not long after, the faint sound of flowing water reached their ears. A crystalline stream appeared before them. Water! Li Yin exclaimed with unrestrained joy, swiftly sliding down from the fiery lion and rushing to the stream's edge. Without hesitation, he cupped the cool water in his hands and drank deeply. The fiery lion approached the stream as well, lowering its head to drink, producing a contented gurgling sound. Its imposing presence dispersed any lurking small beasts in the vicinity, causing them to retreat silently into the underbrush. With the water source secured, the next challenge was finding food. Li Yin rubbed his empty stomach, glancing at the fiery lion beside him, feeling somewhat perplexed. Surely, he could not expect this magnificent creature to hunt rabbits? Moreover, even if it did catch something, he lacked the tools to prepare it. As if sensing Li Yin's predicament, the fiery lion suddenly raised its head and let out a low roar towards the depths of the jungle. It then charged forth on its four limbs like a streak of crimson lightning. Hey, where are you going? Li Yan's words trailed off as the fiery lion vanished into the thicket. He could hear commotion in the forest, mingled with the terrified cries of some wild beast. Soon, the turmoil subsided. The fiery lion returned, striding back with what appeared to be a wild boar in its jaws. The boar was sizable, its tusks protruding menacingly. Yet now its neck lay broken, limp in the lion's grasp, blood staining the lion's mane. Impressive, my friend, Li Yin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Although uncertain about the edibility of this creature, it was a relief to finally have meat. The next task was to kindle a fire. Li Yin gathered some relatively dry twigs and leaves, stacking them together. He glanced at the fire ember lion and gestured as if to indicate a fire-breathing action. Come on. Just a small flame will suffice. The fire ember lion tilted its head, seemingly attempting to comprehend his request. Then, it opened its mouth, releasing a flame that, while not overly fierce, possessed an extraordinarily high temperature. The fire accurately struck the twigs, igniting them instantly in a roaring blaze. Splendid, Li Yin exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement as he began to process the dead wild boar. He had never skinned or gutted an animal before, relying solely on faint memories from survival shows. Using a sharp stone he had found, he clumsily sliced through the beast's hide. The process was gruesome and chaotic. After considerable effort, he managed to cut off a few pieces of meat that appeared relatively clean. He found some long branches, sharpened one end, and skewered the meat, placing it over the fire to roast. Without any seasoning, he had no choice but to cook it plain. Soon, the aroma of meat mingled with a hint of char filled the air. Li Yin, disregarding all else, seized a skewer of meat that was half-cooked, crispy on the outside and tender within, and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat was coarse, with a faintly gamey flavor, and the texture left much to be desired. Yet, for a starving man, it was a culinary delight beyond compare. He devoured several pieces in a frenzied manner, feeling much more at ease in his stomach afterward. The fire ember lion seemed indifferent to the roasted meat, merely lying quietly beside the fire, with its flame-like mane glowing majestically in the flickering light. After satisfying his hunger, dusk began to settle in. The forest at night was undeniably far more terrifying than during the day. They needed to find a secure place to rest. Lion. We must find a spot to sleep, Li Yin said, patting the lion. The creature opened its eyes, rose, and led the way once more. This time, they discovered a dry, sheltered cave. The entrance was small, just large enough for the lion to enter and exit, while the interior was quite spacious. Li Yin cleared away some debris and weeds from inside. The fire ember lion instinctively positioned itself at the entrance, its massive form blocking most of the opening, leaving only a narrow gap for ventilation. It lay down, resembling a burning statue, exuding warmth and a reassuring aura of intimidation. Li Yin reclined at the back of the cave, leaning against the cool stone wall. The campfire burned at the entrance, dispelling the darkness and chill. Watching the flickering flames and feeling the warmth radiating from the lion, Li Yin let out a deep sigh. This day had been a roller coaster of emotions. From despair to unexpected fortune, and finally to mere survival, what an exhilarating experience. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, his eyelids growing heavier. He shifted his position to lean closer to the lion, almost nestling against its warm, thick fur. It was incredibly comforting, like a gigantic, fire-breathing, plush heating pad. With this absurd yet reassuring thought, Li Yin drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 4. Signs of civilization uncertain of how much time had passed. Li Yin was abruptly awakened by a chill in the air. He opened his eyes to find the cave shrouded in dim light. The campfire had long since extinguished, leaving only a few embers smoldering. Beside him lay an emptiness, the warm and reassuring massive form no longer in sight. Had the crimson flame lion vanished? A pang of anxiety gripped Li Yin's heart, jolting him to full awareness. He quickly focused his thoughts and glanced at the upper right corner of his vision. The package icon remained quietly in place. Meanwhile, the golden six-sided die icon now emitted a faint glow. No longer in the cooldown gray state that followed the summoning of the crimson flame lion the previous day. The die was usable again? Yet the lion was nowhere to be found. A thought flashed through Li Yin's mind like lightning. Was the summoned mount not permanent? He recalled the functionality description of the random mount die in Nine Heavens Inquiry. It indeed mentioned that the summon was temporary. However, he had never paid attention to the duration of this temporary state in the game, as it was merely a feature for entertainment. But what did this temporary status imply now? One day? It had been almost exactly a day since he had summoned the Crimson Flame Lion. Therefore, did the summoned mount exist for merely a day? Did he have to roll the die anew every day? Li Yin's heart sank and then soared again. This meant he would have to rely on fortune daily, uncertain of his safety. If luck were to abandon him, he might summon something of little use or a mount that was less than desirable. Would he be left in despair? Conversely, this also meant he had a chance every day to acquire a new ally. His mount collection included more than just the combat-oriented Crimson Flame Lion. It held celestial birds adept in flight, sturdy tortoises with tough shells, illusion-casting spirit foxes, and even some special mounts with healing or supportive abilities. If he could summon a flying mount, he would break free from the constraints of the ground and explore broader territories. Calm down. Let us test this hypothesis first. Li Yin took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves. He needed to verify his assumption and see what he could roll today. He concentrated his thoughts, locking onto the now glimmering golden die icon. Roll. Buzz. The die transformed into a golden blur, spinning rapidly. Li Yin's heart raced in tandem. Let it be something powerful. Please, not a water-dwelling creature. Ding. A clear prompt rang out as the die came to a stop. The image froze on a snow-white, elegantly poised crane. In the next instant, a soft white light illuminated the cave. A crane with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, its feathers pure as snow, a crimson crown atop its head, appeared gracefully before Li Yin. With a long neck and sparkling eyes, it gently preened its feathers, letting out a melodious crane call. The white cloud crane. This was a flying mount Li Yin had acquired early on through a quest. Its speed was not particularly swift, but it was free and aesthetically pleasing. Most importantly, it could fly. As Li Yin gazed at the white cloud crane before him, feeling the familiar connection between them, his suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, it was a daily exchange. He approached the white cloud crane, extending his hand to caress its smooth feathers, which felt cool and silky to the touch. Unlike the red flame demon lion, the crane did not exhibit a similar closeness. It merely lowered its head slightly in a gesture of submission. It appeared that different mounts possessed distinct temperaments, a thought that lingered in Li Yin's mind. In the ensuing days, Li Yin struggled to survive, relying on the randomly summoned mounts each day while exploring the laws of this world. He confirmed his suspicions. The dice indeed refreshed daily, and the summoned mounts could only exist for 24 hours. On the second day, he rolled a dark Qilin, entirely black, standing upon clouds, radiating an aura that deterred nearby beasts, thus sparing him considerable trouble. His luck waned on the third day when he summoned a treasure-seeking pangolin. Proficient in burrowing and mineral detection, yet of little utility in this primeval forest, forcing him to rely on it to dig up edible roots. On the fourth day, he encountered a golden-eyed beast of azure waters, resembling a lion but capable of controlling water, which facilitated his passage across a river. Through these experiences, Li Yin began to discern certain patterns. The summoned mounts seemed to retain only their most basic and prominent abilities from the game. The red flame demon lion could breathe fire and exert pressure, the crane could fly, the Qilin walked upon clouds, and the golden-eyed beast wielded water control. However, the complex skills that required active player engagement were absent. Each mount appeared to possess its own spirit, yet they all understood his simple commands and would actively protect him. This daily rotation of mounts was both a lifeline and a precarious situation. Li Yin understood that he could not rely solely on them and needed to learn to survive without formidable mounts. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered into the cave, Li Yin rolled the dice once more. Ding! The familiar image of the white cloud crane reappeared. Ah, you again. Old friend, Li Yin chuckled, realizing that it was indeed possible to summon the same mount again. Having flown with it the previous day, he skillfully climbed onto its back. Let us soar higher today and see what lies beyond. The white cloud crane emitted a clear call, flapping its wings as it lifted Li Yin from the cave. Ascending towards the azure sky, together they spiraled upward, the height increasing, with the forest below unfurling like an immense green carpet, endless in its expanse. The mountains undulated, and rivers snaked like silver ribbons. It was primal, magnificent, yet brimming with the unknown. Li Yin gazed intently into the distance, searching for any signs of difference. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a faint, almost imperceptible wisp of smoke on the horizon. Narrowing his eyes, he strained to discern its nature. Indeed, it was smoke. A slender gray-white line ascending vertically. Though distant and faint, it stood out starkly against the pure backdrop of nature. Was it smoke from a fire? Were there people nearby? Li Yan's heart raced. After struggling in this seemingly isolated primeval forest for several days, the sudden indication of human presence ignited an indescribable excitement within him. Yet, amidst the exhilaration, a sense of caution emerged. He was uncertain of what that smoke represented. Was it a friendly village? Or a primitive tribe? Is it still some form of a more perilous existence? Approaching recklessly poses a significant risk. He pondered for a moment before gently patting the crane's neck. Brother Crane, let us fly in that direction, a bit higher, but do not draw too close. Let us observe first. The crane understood and adjusted its course, gliding silently towards the direction from which the wisp of smoke ascended. Chapter 5. The ancient village. Li Yin lay flat upon the crane's back, his heartbeat quickening. He endeavored to lower his body to minimize wind resistance, squinting his eyes to fixate on the increasingly proximate target. As the distance diminished, the origin of the smoke gradually became discernible. It was neither a den of beasts nor an odd natural phenomenon. The smoke emanated from a quaint settlement nestled against the mountainside. The settlement was modest, concealed among the relatively gentle slopes adorned with greenery, beside which a small river meandered. Several dozen earthen and thatched houses were scattered unevenly, with an open area in the center resembling a diminutive square. A few indistinct figures were busily engaged in the fields outside the village, hunched over as if toiling in the earth. Li Yin held his breath, signaling the crane to draw nearer and to circle a few times. Now he could observe more closely. Those figures were clad in remarkably simple and archaic attire, wearing garments fashioned from coarse fabric, short jackets and long trousers, predominantly in shades of gray, brown, and blue, with styles reduced to the utmost simplicity. The fields appeared to cultivate some crops unfamiliar to him. A few children frolicked at the village entrance, while some women washed clothes by the riverbank. The entire village exuded an aura of tranquility and primitive agricultural charm. There were no high walls nor guards. It did not seem to be a place of stringent vigilance. Li Yan's heart began to settle slightly. At the very least, this place appeared non-threatening, resembling an ordinary village. Indeed, this was an ancient world, he murmured to himself, a perplexing mix of absurdity and complexity washing over him. What had once been mere speculation was now laid bare before his eyes. There were no telephone poles, no concrete roads, no automobiles, only thatched cottages, dirt paths, and people clad in ancient garb. He had truly entered a realm utterly distinct in time and space. Brother Crane, let us return. Li Yin gently tapped the crane's neck, his tone imbued with a complexity difficult to articulate. The white cloud crane emitted a soft coo, flapping its wings to turn back towards the mountains and forests they had come from. The wind howled by his ears, and the village receded into the distance, transforming once more into a small, inconspicuous black dot. Yet, Li Yan's mind remained in turmoil. Upon returning to the temporary shelter of the cave, twilight had begun to descend. The white cloud crane settled at the cave's entrance, quietly preening its feathers. Li Yin slid down from its back, his feet touching solid ground, which brought him a measure of comfort. He ventured deeper into the cave, familiar with the terrain, to rekindle a small fire. The flickering flames dispelled some of the cave's chill, casting shadows that mirrored the uncertainty etched on his face. Leaning against the stone wall, he retrieved the remnants of yesterday's roasted wild boar from his pack and nibbled at it with the stream water, though it tasted as bland as chewing wax. His mind incessantly replayed the scenes he had witnessed during the day. The villagers, without a doubt, have transformed him from a modern individual capable of ordering takeout and gaming at any moment into someone who finds himself cast into an ancient world with primitive living conditions and underdeveloped productivity. Here, it is likely that there is no internet, no electricity, and certainly none of the modern conveniences he once took for granted. However, is this world merely an ordinary ancient setting? Li Yin furrowed his brow, gazing at the remarkably elegant white cloud crane at the cave's entrance. This creature is not something one would expect to find in a typical ancient environment. Nine Heavens Inquiry is a fantasy role-playing game. And what mount does not possess an aura of the fantastical? If the game's mounts can traverse into this realm, what about the world itself? Might it also harbor extraordinary beings engaged in cultivation or martial arts? Were it merely a conventional ancient world? He might navigate his existence cautiously by relying on the mounts that refresh daily, perhaps managing to survive adequately. Yet, what if this world truly possesses extraordinary powers? His modest tricks might fool ordinary individuals, but a formidable figure capable of moving mountains and filling seas would surely see through him in an instant. The unknown brings immense uncertainty and instills fear. He glanced at the dice and the package icon in the upper right corner of his vision. These are his sole sources of support and his greatest secret. Should he approach the village? One voice urged him, "Go. You must go. You cannot remain a wild man in the woods for eternity. You need information. You must understand this world. You need to ascertain whether it is safe and if there is any possibility of returning." Conversely, another voice warned him, "Do not go. It is far too dangerous. What if you cannot communicate? What if they perceive you as a monster? What if they harbor ill intentions? What if your secret is revealed?" Staying in the mountains, relying on the mounts that appeared daily, would at least ensure survival. The two thoughts clashed in his mind, leaving him in a state of turmoil. He tugged at his hair and took a deep swig of water. Living as a wild man, constantly anxious about finding food, sleeping in a cold stone cave, with only a mount, who might vanish by morning, as his sole confidant? No, he does not wish to live such a life. Even with risks involved, he must venture forth. Information is paramount. Without understanding this world, he would remain forever blind, akin to a headless fly, perpetually at risk of colliding with perilous dangers. Engagement is essential. Yet it must be approached with caution. Li Yan's gaze gradually sharpened. He is no fool. Having resolved to make contact, he must devise a prudent strategy. First, language. What do they speak? Will he comprehend it? This is the greatest hurdle. Next, identity. Although he has donned understated attire, the demeanor and behavior of a modern individual cannot possibly align with those of ancient people. A careless slip could provoke suspicion. Furthermore, safety. How can he ensure his security when approaching the village? Should the locals prove hostile, does he possess the means to protect himself or escape? Additionally, how might he ascertain whether extraordinary powers exist in this world? One question after another emerged, overwhelming Li Yan. Yet he did not retreat. The instinct for survival and a flicker of hope for the future eclipsed his fear and hesitation. He must try. With a deep exhale, Li Yan gazed intently at the flickering flames, his resolve solidifying. The time for hesitation had passed. He needed to devise a plan swiftly. He contemplated meticulously how to observe, initiate contact, and navigate various situations, gradually outlining his strategy in his mind. Outside the cave, the night had completely enveloped the sky in darkness. Chapter 6. The beginning of destiny. The campfire at the cave's entrance had dwindled to mere embers. As dawn broke, Li Yan awoke, more alert than ever. The decision made the previous night lingered in his thoughts, banishing the last remnants of sleep. Remaining in the depths of this vast forest was tantamount to awaiting inevitable doom. He must draw closer and scrutinize with greater diligence. A direct approach was out of the question. He needed a location that allowed for prolonged observation without drawing attention. The mountain he had seen backing the village during the day appeared to be a promising option. Its steep slopes and dense foliage suggested the possibility of a suitable hiding place. Resolute, Li Yan no longer hesitated. At the break of dawn the next day, he eagerly utilized the dice for the day. He hoped for a creature capable of flight to aid in his quest for an ideal stronghold. Clink. The dice came to a halt, revealing a feathered avian depicted in a vibrant azure hue, its long, resplendent tail trailing elegantly. The Qing Yuan, another flying steed. Swifter and more agile than the Baiyun Xin'a. What fortuitous luck. Li Yan felt invigorated as he swiftly climbed onto the broad back of the Qing Yuan. The bird emitted a melodious call, unfurling its wings and lifting him gently from the cave, soaring towards the mountain he had observed the day prior. Circling high above, Li Yan meticulously scanned every contour of the mountainside. Below the midslope, the trees were too dense, obstructing visibility and posing a risk of exposure due to proximity to the village. Near the summit, the rocks were largely exposed, but the winds were fierce, compromising concealment. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a protruding rocky ledge, slightly above midslope. There appeared to be a naturally formed indentation, obscured by large stones and cascading vines. Its precarious position rendering it nearly inaccessible to ordinary individuals, a trivial challenge for his steed. That's the spot. Li Yin pointed in the direction. The Qing understood instantly, diving gracefully and landing precisely on the narrow platform beneath the rock face. Li Yin dismounted and parted the vines, revealing a surprisingly spacious cavern. It was dry and well ventilated, with a relatively flat floor, while the corners held a collection of dried leaves and weathered stones. Most splendidly, the fissure at the entrance provided an unobstructed view of the village below, the distance perfect for clarity without risk of detection. Perfect. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. In the days that followed, this concealed cavern became his new abode. Each morning, his first task was to cast the dice. Fortune varied. At times, he would roll a swift land steed such as the Gale Leopard or Shadow Wolf, forcing him to remain at the cave's entrance, observing from afar. At times, he would chance upon a spiritual eagle, a mount endowed with the keen vision of an eagle, allowing him to see with remarkable clarity. Conversely, on occasions of ill fortune, he might encounter a swamp giant crocodile or a deep-sea octopus, leaving him to stare blankly in the cave, silently praying for a turn of fortune the following day. Relying on these intermittently effective scouts and his own extraordinary caution, Li Yin gradually pieced together information about the village. The village was modest, comprising about 30 to 40 households, where the villagers toiled from dawn until dusk. The men predominantly farmed the land or ventured into the mountains to hunt in pairs, while the women remained at home, weaving, washing, and caring for the children. Their lives were simple and austere, bordering on the impoverished. He observed no signs of cultivators casting spells or warriors practicing martial arts. The tools employed by the villagers were rudimentary stone and wooden implements, with the occasional rough iron tool, such as the arrowheads of hunters and the axes used for chopping wood. Everything appeared to resemble an exceedingly ordinary ancient agrarian settlement. The most delightful revelation came after several days of eavesdropping. He was astonished to discover that he could comprehend the villagers' speech. It was a form of Mandarin imbued with a thick accent and somewhat archaic grammatical structures, reminiscent of the vernacular he had encountered in period dramas. Although some vocabulary differed, grasping the general meaning posed no challenge. The significant barrier of language, once a daunting obstacle, had unexpectedly been surmounted. A great weight lifted from Li Yan's heart. This undoubtedly heightened his chances of interacting with the villagers and integrating into their community. He tidied the cave modestly, laying down some dry grass, while in the corner, he stacked the firewood he had gathered along with a few pieces of barely edible game meat. At night, the campfire flickered in the cramped space, providing warmth and illumination. Leaning against the stone wall, Li Yin gazed at the dazzling array of costume icons within his interface, his thoughts becoming animated. Given that this world appeared so unremarkable, could his flamboyant costumes, each adorned with spectacular effects, serve an unexpected purpose? Approaching them outright and claiming to be a lost outsider was too risky. Any inability to clarify his origins might arouse suspicion. However, what if he orchestrated an encounter akin to a mortal stumbling upon celestial fortune? After all, he possessed an entire warehouse of celestial garments and mythical beasts. Selecting a particularly ostentatious ensemble, complemented by an ethereal mount, he could easily present himself as a transcendent sage or a terrestrial deity. The ancient folk, especially the humble denizens of such remote villages, had limited exposure and would likely harbor considerable reverence for matters of the supernatural. Introducing himself in this manner might significantly lower their guard, potentially earning their respect and assistance. Of course, risks lingered. If this world concealed genuine sages capable of seeing through his faade, the consequences could be dire. Yet, at present, the village did not seem to harbor such beings. It was a gamble worth taking. So, whom should he approach first? Li Yan's gaze instinctively fell upon the hunter, who almost daily returned from the forest, bow slung over his shoulder and game in tow. This hunter appeared to be around 30, with a sturdy build, steady gait, and piercing eyes. In contrast to the farmers who toil with their faces turned to the earth, the hunter traverses the mountains and forests throughout the year, gaining broader experiences, greater courage, and perhaps a heightened receptiveness to serendipitous encounters. Moreover, the hunter's paths are relatively fixed, facilitating unexpected meetings. Thus, he was the one. Li Yin resolutely made up his mind and began to meticulously select from the fashion offerings. The Nine Heavens Emperor ensemble was too ostentatious, while the Xuanwu Guardian armor felt excessively heavy, resembling a military general. His gaze soon fell upon a robe named the Celestial Cloud Immortal Garment. This ethereal, moon-white Daoist robe was crafted from a material that resembled clouds and mist, with flowing sleeves adorned with intricate silver-threaded patterns of drifting clouds. As he moved, a faint, Iridescent light danced around him, and a hazy halo subtly emerged behind him. It exuded an aura of celestial grace without being overly daunting. A suitable mount was also essential. He gazed at the still-warm dice icon, silently offering a prayer in his heart. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the cliffs, Li Yin took a deep breath and rolled the dice once again. Ding! The crisp sound of a notification rang out, and the dice came to a halt. On its face appeared a snow-white spirit deer, its antlers gleaming like jade, exuding an air of elegance, as if enveloped in a gentle chill. The snow-trampling plum deer. Li Yin nearly leapt for joy. This was nothing short of divine providence. The snow-trampling plum deer was a renowned mount in the game, cherished by players for its exquisite appearance and gentle temperament, radiating an otherworldly grace that perfectly complemented the celestial cloud immortal garment. The moment had arrived. He swiftly summoned the celestial cloud immortal garment and donned it. The original heavy armor vanished, replaced by the light and flowing moon-white robe. A refreshing, comfortable sensation enveloped him, as if he had shed several burdens. The soft glow surrounding him and the hazy halo behind transformed him into a figure reminiscent of an immortal stepping out from a painting. With a flash of white light, the snow-trampling plum deer materialized in the stone cave. It tilted its head, gazing at Li Yin with eyes as clear as water, then gently lowered its head, brushing its jade-like antlers against his sleeve. Good partner, today is our day. Li Yin gently patted its neck. He recalled the hunter's usual routes into the mountains and selected a specific location, a secluded, densely wooded bamboo grove situated halfway up the mountain. The terrain there was slightly flat, with swaying bamboo casting playful shadows as light filtered through the leaves, creating a dappled effect, perfect for cultivating an atmosphere of enchanting encounters. Riding the snow-trampling plum deer, Li Yin cautiously exited the stone cave, descending along the rugged mountain path until he reached the bamboo grove. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves. He found a moss-covered rock that appeared quite ancient and sat gracefully upon it, exuding an ethereal demeanor. The snow-trampling plum deer lay quietly beside him, its snow-white fur standing out against the lush bamboo backdrop, and the faint chill surrounding it seemed to refresh the air itself. Li Yin adjusted his posture, calming his breath, and fixed his gaze upon the path leading into the bamboo grove, awaiting the arrival of the hunter to step into the carefully arranged realm of enchantment he had envisioned. Chapter 7. The enigmatic celestial in the bamboo grove. Soon, a figure emerged at the edge of the bamboo forest. It was a man, approximately in his 30s, of medium stature yet remarkably robust. His bronze skin was clad in coarse, short garments, and a machete hung from his waist. He bore a freshly processed wild goat over his shoulder, while in his hand he gripped a rudimentary hunting bow. This was the hunter, Wangda, whom Li Yin had been observing for several days. Wangda lowered his gaze to the path beneath his feet, preparing to traverse the familiar bamboo grove down the mountain. Suddenly, he halted mid-step. Something felt amiss. It was too quiet. Though this bamboo forest was typically serene, it was usually accompanied by the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects. Now, even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Moreover, a subtle chill seemed to pervade the air. What startled him further was the glimmer of light emanating from the depths of the bamboo shadows. It was not sunlight filtering through the leaves, but rather a peculiar, iridescent glow. Wangda tightened his grip on the hunting bow, his demeanor shifting to one of heightened vigilance. The Qifeng Mountain, while not particularly perilous, was known to harbor rare beasts, and one must tread with caution. He eased his footsteps, carefully parting the obstructing bamboo leaves, gazing intently towards the source of the light. In an instant, Wangda froze in place, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, nearly forgetting to breathe. Deep within the bamboo grove, seated upon an ancient green stone, was an ethereal figure. This person donned a white robe unlike any he had ever encountered, seemingly woven from moonlight and clouds, with flowing sleeves and surrounded by a gentle, multicolored radiance. Behind them hovered a nebulous halo, rendering them akin to a celestial being from a painting, distinctly transcending the mundane world. What truly astonished him was the magnificent white deer lying at the figure's feet. The deer was pure snow white, devoid of any blemish, and its antlers appeared to be carved from exquisite jade, emitting a soft, radiant glow, while an aura of chill surrounded it. Wang Da's mind buzzed, engulfed in a void. Having grown up on Qifeng Mountain and hunted for over a decade, he had encountered countless birds and beasts, as well as extraordinary flora. Yet he had never witnessed such a spectacle. This was far beyond the realm of the earthly. Could it be a magical creature? No. Such an aura of divinity could not belong to any mere spirit. Was it, perhaps, a legendary immortal? Wang De recalled the ancient tales recounted by the village elders, stories of serendipitous encounters with immortals in the mountains, bestowing celestial teachings, and descending to greatness in a single step. His heart raced with a mixture of fear and an indescribable excitement. Just as Wang Da's thoughts swirled tumultuously, the seated immortal seemed to sense his presence. The figures slowly opened their eyes, exuding an air of tranquility and detachment, as if harboring the weight of countless ages. The extraordinary white deer also lifted its head, regarding him with crystalline eyes before gently lowering its gaze and nuzzling the immortal's sleeve. Wang De felt his legs weaken, and the goat he carried suddenly felt significantly heavier. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure. Regardless of the nature of this extraordinary being before him, it would be unwise to disturb it recklessly. Steeling his nerves, he carefully set the goat and bowed down on the ground and cautiously took a few steps forward. He halted several paces away from the azure stone. Bowing respectfully, I, Wang De, a humble dweller of the mountains, have come to pay my respects to your esteemed presence. He dared not directly address the immortal, opting instead for a more reverent title. I was unaware of your solitary retreat here and did not wish to intrude. I hope for your forgiveness. Li Yin silently acknowledged his arrival, maintaining an expression as calm as a still pond. No matter. These simple words brought a modicum of relief to Wang Da's heart. Li Yin refrained from hastily inquiring further, instead tilting his head slightly, a hint of bewilderment in his gaze, as if lost in distant reminiscences. I have merely been resting here, unaware that so much time has elapsed. He slowly redirected his gaze towards Wang De, his tone imbued with curiosity. What year is it beyond these mountains? Which emperor reigns? Such demeanor and inquiries only served to affirm Wang Da's suspicions. Indeed, the ancient immortal had awakened from an unfathomable slumber. With a deepened reverence, Wang De bowed his head and replied, As for your esteemed presence, there is currently no unifying emperor across the realm. Oh, pray, elaborate, Li Yin urged. Wang De, feeling compelled to reveal all that he knew, recounted the information in its entirety. It is a lengthy tale, and I can only provide a general overview. According to the elders, long ago, the world was indeed unified under the Xia dynasty, which held dominion over the four seas. However, for reasons unknown, the Xia dynasty fell, plunging the realm into chaos. With feudal lords rising and waging relentless wars for countless years, bringing untold suffering to the common folk. It was only about a century ago that the northern Yin state and the southern Chu state grew in strength, absorbing the smaller territories, ultimately leading to a standoff between north and south. The two nations engaged in battles for several decades, with victories alternating, neither able to triumph over the other. It was only around 20 or 30 years ago that they finally ceased hostilities, establishing the Tianhe River as a boundary, each claiming the title of emperor. We reside within the territory of the southern Chu state, North Yin and South Chu, governed by the river. Li Yin swiftly processed this information. This world was not a singular ancient dynasty as he had imagined, but rather a fragmented era characterized by rivalries. This reality could prove advantageous, as tumultuous times often herald greater opportunities, albeit with heightened risks. Maintaining the demeanor of an immortal, he inclined his head slightly, signaling Wang De to continue. I see. The Xia dynasty has perished, and the south and north stand divided. His tone carried a note of melancholy, as if lamenting the relentless passage of time. And what of this place? Wang De promptly responded, in answer to your esteemed presence, this region falls under the jurisdiction of Jiazhou in the southern Chu state, known as Qinghe County. This mountain is called Qingfeng Mountain, and the village below bears the same name. Not far north of Qinghe County lies the vast expanse of Yunming Marsh, said to be shrouded in miasma, teeming with dangerous beasts, making it perilous for even the most seasoned hunters to venture within. Jiangzhou City, Qinghe County, Qifeng Mountain, Qifeng Village, Yunming Marsh, each name etched indelibly in Li Yan's memory. The information was becoming increasingly lucid. His primary concern now revolved around the power dynamics of this world. Casually, he inquired, given the division between north and south, there must be valiant warriors devoted to safeguarding the nation. What disciplines do the people of this age pursue for their strength? Upon mentioning this, a glimmer of yearning and reverence appeared on Wang Da's face. Responding to your excellency, in this world, if one wishes to excel, most often they pursue martial arts, honing their internal energy. Those with profound internal strength can shatter stone and leap gracefully, capable of facing 10 or even 100 foes. In his youth, the commoner once accompanied his father to Jiangzhou City, where he was fortunate enough to catch a distant glimpse of a master at the true Qi realm. It is said that such masters have transformed their internal energy into true qi, which not only possesses greater power but can also be unleashed to harm enemies. In Jiangzhou City, they are figures of such stature that even the ground trembles beneath their feet. Martial arts? Internal energy? True qi realm? Li Yan's heart surged with tumultuous thoughts. Indeed, there exists extraordinary power. However, from Wang Daoist's description, the levels of martial prowess in this world seem less exaggerated than he had imagined. The true qi realm, capable of striding through the state capital, resembles the realms depicted in the martial arts novels he had read before his transmigration, far from the cataclysmic powers of celestial beings. Of course, this is merely the limited perspective of a hunter from a remote mountain village. The true pinnacle of combat prowess remains uncertain. Yet, at least for now, it appears that his celestial attire, coupled with a newly refreshed steed each day, should provide him with a certain degree of self-preservation, perhaps even a formidable one. Grasping these critical insights, Li Yan felt a sense of assurance. He slowly rose to his feet, his moon-white robe billowing without wind, radiating an even greater luminosity. And the halo behind him became clearer. He gazed upward at the sky, letting out a long sigh filled with the sentiments of time's passage and the changes of the world. Alas, awakening from a dream, my old friends are gone, and the landscapes have altered. His performance was a blend of truth and illusion, contemplating his inexplicable transmigration and the bleak hope of returning home. He indeed felt a genuine pang of melancholy. Li Yan turned to face Wang Da, who remained kneeling, his face expressing a desire to speak yet hesitating to voice his thoughts. A flicker of emotion stirred within Li Yan. This Wang Da was currently his only potential breakthrough, and he needed to maintain a connection. He offered a gentle smile. Our encounter today is indeed a matter of fate. The cycles of destiny are predetermined. Li Yan's voice was ethereal. Should fate allow, perhaps we shall meet again in this very place. With that, he no longer regarded Wang Da, turning instead to the snow-treading plum-seeking deer. The celestial deer, seemingly imbued with intelligence, gracefully rose and bowed its head. The snow-treading plum-seeking deer lightly tapped its hooves, as if stepping upon invisible cloud stairs, bearing Li Yan away, transforming into a stream of white light, silently vanishing into the depths of the dense bamboo forest, disappearing in an instant. Only a faint, refreshing chill lingered in the air. Wang Da stood dazedly in place, staring at the direction in which the celestial figure had vanished. And it took him a long while to regain his senses. The bamboo grove remained unchanged, the gentle breeze rustling through the leaves, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a dream. Yet, the forgotten wild goat on the ground and the lingering chill in the air served as reminders that everything that had occurred was indeed real. He had truly encountered a celestial being. Wang Da's heart continued to race, filled with excitement, reverence, and an indescribable thrill. What he had witnessed today was as real as it was surreal. This matter was far too significant to ignore. He must hasten back to the village to relay this extraordinary incident in its entirety to the village elder. Chapter 8. The elder's instruction. Wang Da practically sprinted down the mountain. The wild goat perched on his shoulder, which was not particularly light, felt as if it weighed nothing at all. As he neared the village entrance, he slightly slowed his pace, took a few deep breaths, and endeavored to calm his racing heart. He could not afford to lose composure. He must not allow the villagers to perceive any oddity. Carrying the goat, he tried to maintain an expression that mirrored the casual demeanor of a hunter returning from the woods, keeping his head down as he briskly made his way home. "You're back, dear? It seems you've had quite a successful hunt today," his wife exclaimed, her face lighting up at the sight of the goat on his shoulder. Wang Da absent-mindedly replied with a grunt, placing the goat in a corner of the courtyard. "Tend to this goat first. I need to visit my father-in-law." "To your father-in-law's? It's nearly noon. Aren't you going to rest and have a drink first?" his wife inquired, puzzled by her husband's unusual urgency. "There's something urgent. I'll explain later." Wang Da waved his hand dismissively, not looking back as he hurried toward the other end of the village, to the home of the village elder, Wang Zhan. His wife stood alone in the courtyard, watching his hurried departure with a perplexed expression. Wang Zhan's house was one of the few in the village constructed with a modest amount of blue bricks. Although old, it was much more orderly than the other thatched mud houses. Wang Da nearly pushed open the half-closed courtyard door. Elder! Elder! In the courtyard, an elderly man with graying hair, a gaunt face, and clad in a clean, coarse linen gown sat beneath an ancient locust tree, a cup of long cool tea resting on a stone table beside him. It was Wang Zhan, the village elder of Qingfeng village. Wang Zhan lifted his gaze, observing the breathless Wang Da with a furrowed brow. "Ah, it's Wang Da. What is you in such a flurry? Did you encounter a great beast in the mountains?" Wang Da rushed to the elder's side, disregarding formalities, lowering his voice in urgency. Elder, it's not a beast. It's a celestial being. Today, I encountered a deity in the mountains. A deity? Wang Zhan paused momentarily, his hand holding the teacup faltering. A flicker of surprise passing through his murky eyes before he regained his composure, even adopting a slightly scrutinizing gaze. He leisurely sipped the cold tea, his expression serene. My boy, have you perhaps grown weary from hunting and are seeing things? Or did you stumble upon some mountain spirit and frighten yourself? Wang Da, now flushed with urgency, retorted, No, Elder, it is absolutely true. Right in that bamboo grove halfway up the mountain. He hastily recounted his experiences in the bamboo forest, narrating every detail with precision. Wang Zhan listened attentively, his countenance remaining inscrutable, though he tightened his grip on the teacup slightly. When Wang Da finally finished, eagerly awaiting the elder's judgment, Wang Zhan set down the cup, the bottom making a soft sound against the stone table. Clad in white, radiant and resplendent, with a magnificent white deer. He squinted, as if reminiscing. It does indeed sound somewhat ethereal. Wang Da's eyes sparkled with hope. Isn't it true, Elder? You believe it as well? However, Wang Zhan shook his head, lifted the cup of cold tea once more, and took a sip. It's difficult to say. He set down his teacup and gazed at Wang Da. Ah, Wang Da, you are still young and inexperienced. In my youth, I traveled far and wide with merchants, encountering all manner of bizarre occurrences. I have witnessed numerous charlatans who, through cunning tricks or peculiar pets, could easily deceive those unacquainted with the world, especially the simple villagers. What if the person you mentioned is one of them? Wang Da was momentarily taken aback, and the excitement on his face diminished significantly. A fraud? Yet his demeanor, his bearing, and that deer hardly seemed counterfeit. Moreover, he inquired about the dynasty's era. Wang Shan waved his hand, interrupting him. Asking about the dynasty's era is more akin to the tactics of a con artist, making himself appear as if he has awakened from a long slumber, shrouded in mystery. As for that demeanor, some deceivers thrive on such airs. Perhaps that deer is merely a remarkable imitation, or it could be a bizarre breed nourished by some rare herbs. Wang Da fell silent, beginning to waver in his convictions. Could it be that he had truly been deceived? Yet, the sensation felt all too genuine. Observing the shifting expressions on Wang Da's face, Wang Shan recognized that the moment had arrived. He stood up, pacing a few steps in the courtyard. Hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he halted, his expression turning grave. Wang Da, regardless of the truth of this matter, it is of utmost importance. Wang Da nodded vigorously. Please, Elder, continue. Wang Shan spoke in a low voice. Consider this. If this is a fabrication, a ruse, and you shout it from the rooftops, what if it reaches the county officials? If they believe it to be an omen, they will surely send someone to investigate. When the truth is uncovered, what kind of transgression would that be? Deceiving those above us, and our entire Qifeng village would face dire consequences. Wang Da felt a chill run down his spine. As a mere hunter, he had never contemplated such intricate ramifications. But what if it is real? He could not help but whisper. Wang Shan regarded him with a serious gaze, his tone growing even more somber. If it is indeed true, then we are in deeper trouble. Can you imagine that a genuine deity would appreciate being disturbed by us mere mortals? Should we provoke their wrath? The repercussions could be dire. Wang Shan did not elaborate further, but the implication was unmistakable. Wang Da's face blanched as he grappled with the fear of impending doom. Elder, what shall we do? Wang Shan resumed his seat upon the stone bench, his fingers unconsciously tapping the stone table. After a brief silence, his voice resonated with an undeniable resolve. Therefore, this matter must remain solely between us. Not a word to a third party. Not even half a word. You must keep it from your wife as well. It must die with us. Do you understand? Wang Da nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grain. I understand. I want to say a word. Not even under duress. Very well, Wang Shan replied, nodding slightly, seemingly relieved. Seeing the matter settled, Wang Da felt a sense of assurance and prepared to take his leave. Elder, I shall return now. Wait, Wang Shan suddenly called out to him. Wang Da turned back in confusion. Wang Shan squinted as he gazed at him, the hint of an inscrutable smile playing upon his lips. Wang Da, did that esteemed guest not utter a phrase before departing, suggesting that if fate allows, we may meet again in this very place? Wang Da paused, reflecting carefully. Indeed, those words did ring true. Wang Shan nodded, gesturing towards the direction of the mountains. From this day forth, you shall traverse the forest, taking that very path. Particularly when descending the mountain, you must pass through that bamboo grove. Make it a daily pilgrimage. Wang Da was further perplexed. Elder, why is this necessary? Did you not advise against disturbing? Wang Shan chuckled softly, patting him on the shoulder. Foolish boy, I do not send you to seek. I send you to wait. That esteemed guest proclaimed that if there is fate, we shall meet again. How can you ascertain whether this destiny requires your own initiative to encounter? He lowered his voice, laced with a hint of allure. Consider this. You are the sole individual in the entire village who has encountered that esteemed guest. What does this signify? Divine destiny. The words echoed like thunder in Wang Da's mind, illuminating the elder's meaning. Indeed, if the immortal had spoken of a future meeting, how could he expect to encounter the divine again without venturing forth? The elder was guiding him, ensuring he did not squander this monumental opportunity. A surge of fervor coursed through him, and he could no longer conceal the excitement and elation on his face. He bowed deeply to Wang Shan. Elder, I comprehend now. I am grateful for your guidance. Such kindness is beyond words. You have truly considered all angles. I nearly let this chance slip away. Wang Shan waved his hand dismissively, adopting an expression of mentorship. Go now, and remember, keep your counsel close. Maintain the status quo. Yes, yes, Wang Da eagerly affirmed, turning on his heel and striding away from the elder's abode. As he observed Wang Da nearly bounding away, the smile on Wang Shan's face gradually faded. He lifted the now cool cup of tea and drained it in one gulp, gazing towards Qifeng Mountain with a complex expression. Whether this divine destiny was genuine or not, one must take a chance. What if it were true? This impoverished Qifeng village, which had languished for generations, might just alter its fate. Chapter 9. The Immortal's Reflection. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Qifeng Mountain, within a concealed cavern, Li Yin had shed his immortal guise, donning instead a humble suit of dark iron. The snow-stomping deer nestled at the cave's entrance, while a small pile of kindling crackled merrily within. Leaning against the stone wall, he toyed with a smooth pebble, swiftly replaying his recent encounter with Wang Da in his mind. It has succeeded, he exhaled, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. The hunter named Wang Da exhibited shock, reverence, and ultimately exhilaration, all indicating that he had fully accepted the fabricated tale of their serendipitous meeting. Moreover, the information gleaned from Wang Da was immensely valuable. North Yan, South Chu, governed by the river, Jiangzhou, Qinghe County. Martial arts, inner strength, true energy realm. The overarching contours of this world had become considerably clearer. Most crucially, the levels of martial prowess in this realm appeared less daunting than he had initially feared. In the realm of true qi, does one truly have the audacity to stride through a bustling metropolis? Li Yin pondered, stroking his chin. While he could not entirely place his faith in the insights of a mere hunter from a mountain village, it at least suggested that this level of mastery was commendable. And what of himself? He reflected upon the terrifying prowess and flames of the Crimson Flame Demon Lion, further considering the even more formidable divine beasts and fierce mounts residing in his repository. If it were merely a matter of contending with individuals of the true Qi realm, it seemed that the pressure would be manageable. Of course, this was contingent upon acquiring a powerful mount. It appeared that his charade of being a celestial being was, for the time being, a viable path. His heart settled considerably, at least within the jurisdiction of Qinghe County, as long as he exercised caution and refrained from excessive recklessness. His safety seemed assured. Thus, the forthcoming question arose: how to adeptly leverage this identity of a celestial being to traverse the forest with dignity, engage with the outside world, gather more information, and perhaps discover a means of establishing his existence within this realm? He could not remain hidden within a cave like a wild man, relying on hunting and foraging for sustenance, with only the prospect of a mount, which might be replaced the following day, as his solitary companion. Such a lifestyle might suffice for a few days, but over time, he feared it would drive him to madness, especially upon learning of the existence of human settlements, villages, and towns beyond. He needed to devise a strategy to forge a more stable connection with Wang Da or the denizens of Qifeng village. Should he seek Wang Da out directly? No, that would be too conspicuous and likely arouse suspicion. Moreover, a celestial being must maintain an air of dignity. It would be unbecoming to frequently seek conversation with a mere mortal hunter. Thus, he could only wait. Perhaps Wang Da would chance upon him again? This indeed seemed a feasible approach. Given Wang Da's enthusiastic demeanor during their last encounter, he would likely regard this serendipitous meeting as a grand opportunity. Perhaps making daily pilgrimages to that grove of bamboo. Li Yin need only periodically present himself, adorned with suitable mounts and clothing, to manifest his celestial presence, enhancing his impression. After a few such appearances, he might find an opportunity to engage in deeper discourse with Wang Da, perhaps offering him some guidance or bestowing a favor. His gaze fell upon the icon of his inventory. The clothing tab was illuminated. What of the gray icons representing equipment, elixirs, and materials? Were they truly beyond use? Or did they require specific conditions to be unlocked? Perhaps a certain energy unique to this world or a particular ritual? Li Yin attempted to reach out with his mind to those gray icons, yet met with no response, as if an insurmountable barrier lay between them. For now, he could only rely on his attire and mount. He sighed, yet even these two elements afforded him ample opportunity for creativity. Food and water were not presently an issue. With the attributes of his mount and clothing, he should be sufficiently secure in the vicinity of Qingfeng Mountain. Next came the pursuit of information and integration. Li Yin rose and paced within the confines of the narrow stone cavern. His gaze once again drifted toward the direction of the village below, where wisps of smoke curled into the air. Qingfeng Village. This would be his inaugural step into this unfamiliar world. The hunter named Wang De is the key he has chosen to access that world. It is essential to devise a meticulous plan for their next encounter. To orchestrate the performance, Li Yan's eyes sparkled with the light of contemplation as he began to envision scenes of celestial connections rekindling in his mind. Chapter 10. The gathering storm. On the following morning, Li Yan leaned against the cold stone wall, still savoring the initial revelation of celestial fate in the bamboo grove from the previous day. The astonished and reverent expression on Wang Da's face validated his strategic move, a promising beginning. Rubbing his still drowsy eyes, he instinctively directed his thoughts toward the golden dice icon in the upper right corner of his field of vision. It was time to discover what surprises today would bring. However, as soon as his thoughts brushed against it, a wave of unfamiliar energy surged into his consciousness, not as a spinning image, but as a clear stream of information. Daily dice rolls now offered the choice of a new summoning or a nostalgic pursuit. Opting for the new summoning would randomly call forth a steed from the host's complete steed repository. Choosing the nostalgic pursuit would randomly select a steed previously summoned successfully in this world. Under the nostalgic pursuit mode, if the same steed is summoned successfully 3 times, a specified summoning would be unlocked. Once unlocked, the host could consume their daily dice rolls to summon it directly. Li Yin sat up abruptly, his heart racing with excitement. What was happening? Had the rules changed? He could now choose randomly from previously summoned steeds, summoning a specified one after rolling 3 times? This was monumental news. He had previously fretted over the possibility of rolling a water steed when he needed a flying one, or a decorative mount when he required a battle companion. Now, as long as luck was not overly cruel, he could roll for several key types of steeds, flying, combat, stealth 3 times each. In the future, he would be able to summon the most suitable ally as needed. This enhancement was extraordinary. Once the initial thrill subsided, Li Yin quickly regained his composure. Why had such a transformation occurred suddenly? Until yesterday, the dice operated under a purely random mode. Strikingly, this optimization emerged after he made his first active contact with a native of this world. Could there be a correlation between the two? Engaging with local beings, or rather, fostering a deeper interaction with this world, might facilitate the refinement and unlocking of his abilities. This thought took root in his mind, proliferating like vines. If that were true, then his previous caution and concealment had likely hindered the development of his abilities. To illuminate the gray equipment, elixirs, and materials in his possession, would he also need to immerse himself more deeply in this world? It seemed that engaging with Qifeng Village was not only inevitable but also urgent. Li Yan's gaze flickered. What had initially been a plan to gather information and improve his living conditions now bore a more significant meaning, unlocking the full potential of his abilities. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his excitement and decided to test the new rules. Nostalgic pursuit, he silently intoned. The dice icon before him quivered gently, not spinning, but instead revealing faint phantoms of the red flame lion, the white cloud crane, and the ink chelan, those very mounts he had summoned before. The apparitions flickered rapidly before finally stabilizing. The white cloud crane. For the 3rd time, Li Yan's spirit surged. The detection indicated that the cumulative summoning count of the white cloud crane had reached 3, unlocking a specified summoning. A soft white light flashed, and the elegant white cloud crane reappeared in the cavern, its demeanor as composed as ever. Excellent. Truly splendid. Li Yin could not help but clench his fists. This signified that starting tomorrow, as long as he desired, he could possess a flying mount every day. This bore unparalleled strategic significance for reconnaissance, travel, and even escape. His next objective was to swiftly summon the powerful combat mount, the red flame lion, as well as the swift and stealthy wind leopard 3 times. With a stable flying and combat assurance, his confidence in undertaking tasks would be entirely transformed. In the following days, the sky seemed to have sprung a leak. with incessant rain cascading down without cease. The mountains and forests were shrouded in damp mist, rendering visibility quite low. Each day, Li Yan opted to reminisce and pursue his goals, and fortune smiled upon him. The Red Flame Lion was successfully summoned for the second time. The Azure Phoenix was also summoned for the second time. The Ink Qilin, however, proved to be quite accommodating, reaching the requisite 3 summons and successfully unlocking the specified summoning. This meant he now possessed 2 mounts that could be summoned at will: the White Cloud Crane, flying, and the Ink Qilin, auspicious deterrence, land. Due to the heavy rain, he had not encountered Wanged by the bamboo forest in recent days. Firstly, the inclement weather was unsuitable for celestial beings to venture out. Secondly, he needed time to solidify his collection of mounts. Most of the time, he remained within the stone cavern or rode the Ink Qilin cautiously through the nearby forest, gathering food and familiarizing himself with the surroundings. The innate pressure emitted by the Ink Qilin was quite advantageous, as ordinary wild beasts dared not approach, thereby alleviating much trouble. Inside the cavern, Li Yan wrapped himself in a snow mountain traveler-esque cloak, which bore a faint warmth property, listening to the relentless sound of the rain outside. His brow slightly furrowed. Ink Qilin, today you shall accompany me for a stroll. He glanced at the Ink Qilin resting in the corner. The dark-scaled armor of the Ink Qilin shimmered with a ghostly glow in the dim cavern. Upon hearing him, it stood up, gently tossing its mane, sending droplets flying. Man and mount once again stepped into the vast curtain of rain. The deluge showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified. The mountain path was treacherous and muddy. Yet the Ink Qilin's hooves remained steady upon the slippery ground. Li Yan, perched upon its back, scanned his surroundings with keen eyes, searching for edible wild herbs or small creatures forced from their burrows by the rain. Suddenly, the Ink Qilin halted. It restlessly pawed at the ground, exhaling sharply through its nostrils, a low growl rumbling from its throat. A sense of agitation and vigilance clearly transmitted into Li Yan's mind. What is it? A chill ran through Li Yan's heart, and he swiftly entered a state of readiness. The Ink Qilin, a creature of auspicious omen, possesses an innate sensitivity to calamity and fortune. Its current reaction is anything but ordinary. Suddenly, the Ink Qilin turned its head sharply, gazing toward the village below. Its eyes filled with gravity. There, something ominous lurked, heralding disaster. Fragmented thoughts, laden with a strong sense of forewarning, surged into Li Yan's consciousness. Disaster? Li Yan furrowed his brow. The calamity that could provoke such a response from the Ink Qilin was surely no trivial matter. Take me to see, he commanded decisively. The Ink Qilin let out a low growl, no longer hesitating, and changed direction, racing toward the source of its warning with Li Yan aboard. The rain blurred their vision, and the mountain wind, imbued with chill, stung their cheeks. The Ink Qilin moved with astonishing speed, navigating the rugged mountain path as if it were level ground, swiftly bringing Li Yan to the foothills of Qifeng Mountain, near the village. Not far ahead, a wide river surged past. The water was murky, mixed with silt and broken branches, roaring with a deafening ferocity. This was the Qing River, the namesake of Qinghe County. In the past, Li Yan had gazed at this river from afar. Though its flow had been swift, it had never been as violent as it was today. At this moment, the Qing River resembled an enraged dragon, wildly churning and roaring. The river's surface appeared significantly wider than during Li Yan's aerial observation days prior. The water level was visibly rising, threatening to overflow the low-lying banks on either side. Li Yan's expression grew serious. He was no hydrology expert, yet he possessed basic geographical knowledge. The location of Qingfeng Village was nestled against the mountains and water. Behind the village loomed the steep Qingfeng Mountain, while the now flooding Qing River lay just ahead. He recalled Wang Da's mention of the vast and boundless Yunming Marsh not far to the north of Qinghe County. The incessant torrential rain, the rising river waters, and the complex water systems of the nearby Yunming Marsh all pointed to potential flash floods and mudslides. These two phrases struck Li Yan's mind like twin lightning bolts. Should the upstream land succumb to the relentless downpour, a large-scale collapse and mudslide could ensue, sweeping boulders and trees into the already overflowing Qing River. The river would backflow, and the mountain flood would erupt. Qifeng Village, at the foot of the mountain, would be the first to bear the brunt, engulfed in an instant. The consequences were unimaginable. Ink Qilin, when will the disaster you sensed occur? Li Yan urgently inquired through thought. The Ink Qilin raised its head, gazing at the overcast sky, faint runes swirling upon its dark-scaled body. After a moment, a clear thought was conveyed. 3 days. Li Yan's heart sank. The few dozen households of Qifeng Village now hung by a thread. They were most likely unaware of the impending peril. Moreover, Qifeng Village was the only civilized outpost accessible to him, crucial for acquiring information and integrating into this world. If Qifeng Village were to perish, he would be thrust back into the solitary struggle for survival in the wilderness. He even sensed that the further unlocking of his hidden potential might be intricately linked to deeper interactions with the beings of this world. Rescue was imperative. However, the question of how to save them remains a significant dilemma. It is essential to instill belief in the villagers and prompt them to take timely precautions, all while concealing one's own secrets. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Li Yan's gaze. Furthermore, this crisis must be transformed into an opportunity, a splendid chance to solidify his identity as a celestial being and earn the villagers' trust and admiration. Was he not already pondering how to further engage with Qifeng Village and integrate himself more naturally into the community? This impending natural disaster could be the perfect stepping stone bestowed upon him by fate. A bold plan rapidly took shape in his mind. The tempest is brewing, and the winds are stirring. Li Yan murmured to himself, a meaningful smile curving his lips. He patted the neck of the ink Qilin. Let us return. This grand performance requires thorough preparation. The ink Qilin seemed to sense the gravity of the moment, letting out a low roar before turning and trotting through the mud toward the direction of the stone cave. The rain continued to fall. Yet Li Yan's heart had already cleared the clouds. He understood that in 3 days, the fate of Qifeng Village would shift because of him. Moreover, he would seize this opportunity to take the crucial first step towards truly integrating into this world. Chapter 11. The Trial of the Dragon. The following day, the rain had finally diminished somewhat. Within the stone cave, Li Yan had made all necessary preparations. He had donned a new outfit today, a garment known as the Misty Rain Carefree Robe. The azure robe, crafted from a lightweight material, radiated an unusual luminescence. When delicate raindrops fell upon it, they glided off like droplets on a lotus leaf, leaving no trace of dampness. The cuffs and hem were embroidered with silver thread, depicting ethereal landscapes and cloud patterns, which added an otherworldly elegance amidst the misty atmosphere. The ink Qilin lay quietly beside him, exuding a comforting aura of authority. Li Yan stepped out of the stone cave at a measured pace, with the ink Qilin following closely behind. He did not head directly to the bamboo grove, but instead ascended a cliff with a broad view, gazing down at the mountainside. The relentless rain had made the river at the foot of Qifeng Mountain surge fiercely. Time was of the essence. Li Yan spoke softly to himself, his expression calm. He turned and mounted the ink Qilin, setting off towards the familiar bamboo grove. In the bamboo grove, the extended days of rain rendered the place even more profound. The bamboo leaves, washed by the rain, glistened with freshness, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of soil and bamboo. Li Yan chose the same moss-covered rock as before, settling down with ease, while the ink Qilin lay quietly beside him. He did not wait long. A rustling of footsteps, accompanied by the faint sound of a raincoat brushing against itself, emerged from the other end of the bamboo path. A figure, wearing a conical hat and draped in a raincoat, cautiously parted the drooping bamboo leaves and entered. It was Wangda, the hunter. Habitually, he would come to this bamboo grove for a stroll whenever the rain eased. He had kept the village elder's words in mind, believing that celestial fortune might lie within these moments of unassuming waiting. The instant Wangda lifted his head and beheld the scene deep within the bamboo grove, he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Beneath the conical hat, the eyes widened in astonishment, suddenly round as saucers. Once again, the familiar aura appeared. This time, it was more subdued, yet exuded an even greater air of mystery. Within the halo sat the same immortal figure, now adorned in a robe of azure blue, seemingly untouched by the falling rain, which appeared to avoid him altogether. Beside the immortal was no longer the wondrous white deer, but rather an extraordinary beast, entirely black and resembling a mythical creature of great majesty, the likes of which he had never seen before. The creature lay quietly, emanating an aura of formidable pressure that made one's heart race. Immortal, Wang Da's voice trembled, a blend of joy and reverence. He hastily discarded the wooden knife he had held for protection and took several steps forward, kneeling in the mud with a thud, disregarding the filth beneath him. I, the humble commoner Wangda, pay my respects to the immortal. The immortal had descended once more, and Wangda felt a rush of emotions, his words tumbling out in excitement. Li Yan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze settling on Wangda, his expression remaining aloof yet tinged with a hint of elusive compassion. Rise, he commanded, his voice soft yet resonant enough for Wangda to hear. Wangda stood as instructed, though he remained bent over, too timid to raise his head. Between us, there exists an unfinished bond, Li Yan spoke, his tone ethereal. Wangda's heart trembled, The immortal remembered him. Today, I shall grant you a tremendous opportunity, as well as a perilous trial. Opportunity? Trial? Wang De felt bewildered, struggling to comprehend the immortal's words. Li Yin gently raised his hand, gesturing towards the verdant river below and the distant expanse of Yuming Marsh. Do you know the reason behind this incessant rain? Wang De shook his head in confusion. I am but a simpleton, unaware. This is the unfolding of destiny, a trial for all living beings. Li Yin's gaze grew profound. Deep within Yuming Marsh lurks a malevolent flood dragon, having cultivated for centuries, sensing that the time is ripe to enact its emergence. Seeking a fleeting chance to transform into a dragon. Flood dragon, Wang De exclaimed, his complexion turning ashen. As a native of the southern Chu kingdom, living not far from Yuming Marsh, he was well aware of what the emergence of a flood dragon signified. When the dragon rises from the waters, it will unleash cataclysmic floods, destroying villages and claiming lives, leaving devastation in its wake. Immortal, what shall we do? Wang De's voice quivered with despair, his legs giving way as he knelt once more, pleading for the immortal's compassion to save the lives of the 100 souls in Qingfeng village. He repeatedly bowed his head, pressing it against the damp earth. Li Yin regarded him with a gentle sigh, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. This has already been decreed, an unstoppable tide of fate, not easily altered. Wang Da's heart plummeted at these words. If even the immortal claimed it was unchangeable, what fate awaited Qingfeng village? He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly losing consciousness. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Li Yin shifted the conversation. All things are bound by fate. Our encounter today is no mere coincidence. How could I stand idly by while you face the wrath of the floods? Wang De lifted his head suddenly, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes. Immortal Li Yin continued, though fate cannot be easily altered, there exists a thread of possibility within it. Today, I shall unveil the secrets of heaven, guiding you to evade calamity and seek survival. As for seizing this fleeting opportunity, it ultimately depends on your own fortune. His words were shrouded in mystery yet offered ample hints. Wang Da's mind raced. The implication of the immortal's message was clear. He would not directly vanquish the dragon or halt the flood. However, he had revealed to me when the calamity would strike and what would transpire. This was indeed the slender chance. Foreknowledge allows for preemptive evasion. Wang De suddenly comprehended. The common folk understood. The common folk understood. He bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for illuminating the path. This life-saving grace shall be eternally remembered by all in Qingfeng village. Li Yin nodded slightly. The discussion had reached its conclusion. It was time for you to act wisely. He was apprehensive that excessive words might betray his utter ignorance of the world's mystical arts. His purpose had been fulfilled. It was time to withdraw. He stood, his robes sweeping elegantly. The inked Qilin rose in tandem, emitting a low growl, as if urging him onward. Li Yin calmly mounted the broad back of the inked Qilin, casting a final glance at Wang De from his elevated position. Remember, 2 days. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the inked Qilin leapt into the air. Its form enveloped in a dark glow, carrying Li Yin away like a shadow, seamlessly merging into the curtain of rain in the depths of the bamboo grove, vanishing in an instant. Immortal! Immortal! Wang De wished to bow once more, to inquire further, but all he beheld was the receding silhouette of the celestial being. He yearned to pursue, yet recalled the elder's words. To send you away was not to seek, but to wait. This was your destined encounter. The immortal had already indicated the path to survival. If he persisted in entangling himself, would he not be oblivious to his own good fortune? He retracted his outstretched hand and struck his head heavily. Foolish. The immortal had articulated clearly, the fate cannot be altered, and merely being warned was an immense blessing. Wang De rose from the ground, disregarding the blood and mud staining his face. The dragon had escaped. The dragon would rise. In 2 days, a great flood would come. These words echoed like thunder in his mind. He dared not delay for a moment, turning to stumble and scramble out of the bamboo grove, racing towards the foot of the mountain and Qingfeng village. He must convey this earth-shattering news to old Wang, to the entire village. Qingfeng village was on the brink of disaster. Chapter 12. A threat of survival. Wang De tumbled into old Wang's courtyard. Elder! Elder! He crashed through the rickety gate of Wang Shan's home, his voice hoarse from shouting. Wang Shan was seated at the entrance of the main hall, gazing vacantly at the rain-soaked stone mill in the yard when he heard the commotion and furrowed his brow. Wakda? What is the matter? Surely you haven't encountered. His words trailed off as Wang De collapsed before him, covered in mud and blood, appearing utterly disheveled. Elder, a grave matter has arisen, a matter of utmost importance. The immortal has manifested once more. Wang Shan's eyes widened in shock, his murky gaze suddenly alight. He grasped Wang Da's wrist tightly. Lowering his voice, "Speak slowly. Do not panic." What did the immortal say? The immortal spoke of a malevolent dragon in the Yunmings, and it is destined to transform into a dragon. In the coming days, the Qinghe River will flood. Our village will be submerged. Wang Da struggled to articulate his words. The flood dragon? Wang Shan inhaled sharply, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. Having traversed the land for most of his life, he had certainly heard the legends of the flood dragon. It was a genuine calamity. Once it occurred, it would engulf the land, leaving devastation in its wake. Is there a way to counter this, venerable one? Wang Shan's voice trembled slightly. Wang Da shook his head vehemently. Despair etched across his face. The immortal has stated that this is fate, immutable and unalterable. To receive an early warning is already a monumental blessing. Wang Shan released Wang Da's hand and paced slowly at the entrance of the hall. Was the destiny of Qifeng village truly about to change? He murmured softly. Suddenly, he halted, determination igniting in his eyes. Wang Da, go immediately to the village entrance and ring the bell. Gather everyone in the ancestral hall for a discussion. Yes, elder. Wang Da sprang to his feet as though clutching a lifeline, turning and rushing outside. Wait, Wang Shan called after him. Wipe the mud and blood from your face. We must not frighten the villagers. Wang Da hastily smeared his face, acknowledged with a nod, and darted out. Wang Shan looked up at the overcast sky. The flood dragon was approaching the Qing River. He turned and retrieved an oil paper umbrella from the corner, grasping his usual walking stick. Juzi. Sure too. He shouted into the inner room. Two robust young men in their 20s emerged, his grandsons. Grandfather, what is it? Come with me to the riverbank. Wang Shan's tone brooked no dissent. Grandfather, the rain is falling so heavily. The riverbank is perilous. Wang Zhu, the elder grandson, expressed concern. Enough chatter. Quickly. The three of them, umbrellas in hand, made their way to the Qing River, stepping cautiously through the puddles. The village bell tolled ominously, its sound urgent and heavy, carrying an air of foreboding. Many villagers poked their heads out of their homes, bewildered. What is happening? That bell sounds unusual. Could it be the mountain beast has descended again? Wang Shan disregarded the villagers' murmurs, resolutely guiding his grandsons to the riverbank. The once crystal-clear waters were now murky, choked with silt and broken branches. The river was significantly wider, and the water level had risen considerably. Wang Zhu and Wang Shi, having grown up by the river, immediately sensed something amiss. Grandfather, the water is rising too quickly. Wang Zhu's face paled. Indeed, Wang Shi added, it wasn't this high just a few days ago. Though the rain is heavy, the Qing River hasn't overflowed like this in years. Wang Shan squinted, meticulously observing the direction and speed of the current. The water level was indeed high, yet to claim the entire village, it seemed to lack a certain urgency. The terrain of Qingfeng village was still considerably elevated compared to the riverbank. Unless, he recalled the immortal's words relayed by Wang Da, the flood dragon. This was no ordinary flood. It heralded a dragon's fury, imbued with immense power. Old wisdom would prove futile. The immortal's words were infallible, and Wang Shan resolved firmly in his heart. He preferred to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. The lives of over 100 villagers were at stake. Let us return to the ancestral hall. Wang Shan turned on his heel, setting off with purpose. In the ancestral hall of Qifeng village, the most spacious and robust structure in the village, a throng of people gathered, their faces betraying a mixture of anxiety and uncertainty. Wang Shan stood at the center of the hall, his expression grave, while Wang Da, by his side, appeared somewhat dazed yet imbued with a solemnity that suggested he had been enlightened by the celestial beings. Villagers, Wang Shan's resonant voice cut through the sound of the rain outside. I have summoned you all today to discuss a matter of utmost significance that pertains to the very survival of Qifeng village. A ripple of murmurs swept through the crowd, the villagers exchanging glances and whispers. Silence, Wang Shan commanded, his tone firm. Once the clamor subsided, he recounted, word for word, the two encounters Wang Da had with the celestial beings, detailing the ominous warning of a malevolent flood that was imminent. Inside the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. As the villagers processed the shocking revelation, their faces a tapestry of disbelief. Celestial beings? Malevolent floods? Such notions were relegated to folklore and elder tales. How could they suddenly manifest in their humble village? Is this true, elder? A young man stammered, his voice quivering with trepidation. The words of the celestial beings cannot be false. Wang Da stepped forward, his voice rising with conviction. I, Wang Da, have witnessed it twice with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. The celestial being radiated with divine light, accompanied by a formidable divine beast, surely not of this world. Were it not for their compassion, we would still be in ignorance, perhaps unaware of our impending doom. The crowd erupted once more, voices rising in panic and skepticism, some bewildered, others frightened. But the waters of the Qing River have risen before, one villager argued. Is it not possible that this is but another instance? Wang Shan raised his hand, beckoning for calm. I understand your doubts. However, I must pose a question. What if the words of the celestial being are indeed true? Can we afford to gamble our lives against such a possibility? Our very existence hangs in the balance. His gaze swept across the assembly. I, Wang Shan, have lived a good portion of my life without betraying the trust of my fellow villagers. Today, whether you choose to believe or not is entirely up to you. Yet, I, Wang Shan, choose to place my faith in the celestial being. I have made my decision, tonight. The entirety of Qifeng village must relocate to the highest ground at the back of the mountain. Those willing to follow me should return home to gather provisions and livestock. We must leave before nightfall. If anyone chooses not to come, I will not compel you, but the consequences will be yours to bear. Silence fell once again in the ancestral hall, the villagers exchanging glances, their expressions shifting like the wind. Suddenly, an elderly woman with silver hair stood trembling. Elder, I believe you. I believe in the celestial being. At my age, to receive guidance towards salvation from the celestial realm is an immense blessing for our village. I shall return home to prepare. Her declaration sparked a wave of agreement, others quickly echoing her sentiments. I believe, too, the celestial being would not deceive us. Simple folk of the mountains, let us hurry back and prepare. Time is of the essence. Fear and the instinct to survive overpowered doubt. After all, this was a warning from a divine source. Soon, the people in the ancestral hall dispersed in a flurry, each hurrying back to their homes, deeply engrossed in their tasks. Wang Shan observed this scene, exhaling a long sigh of relief, yet the heaviness in his heart remained. He approached Wang De and patted him on the shoulder. Wang De, you have done remarkably well. He then turned to Wang Zhu and Wan Shi, instructing, you too, immediately go to the county to deliver the news, alert the immortal, and inform the county magistrate about the imminent flood in Qinghe. Remember, you must be swift. Perhaps the county can send some assistance. Yes, sir. The two responded before hastily departing. After a while, the villagers were seen herding cattle, driving sheep, carrying grain, and cradling children, navigating the narrow path towards the back mountains with great care. Wang Shan led the procession, leaning on a wooden staff, taking each step with steady resolve. Occasionally, he glanced back at the familiar village below, his heart a medley of emotions. The fate of Qifeng village, from this moment onward, would likely be irrevocably altered. One could only hope it would shift towards a favorable direction. Chapter 13. The turmoil at the county office in the back hall of the Qinghe County office. County Magistrate Zhaojun was lost in thought, gazing at an ancient, yellowed manuscript titled On the Water Conservancy of Southern Chu. Outside, raindrops pelted down, accompanied by the hurried footsteps approaching from afar. A constable burst in, drenched from the rain, and bowed to report, Sir, the two grandsons of Wang Laozhong from Qifeng village, Wang Zhu and Wang Shi, are waiting outside, claiming they have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Qifeng village? Zhaojun pondered for a moment before instructing them to be brought in. Before long, Wang Zhu and Wan Shi were ushered into the hall, their clothes soaked through, their faces reflecting a mix of urgency and fatigue. We are Wang Zhu and Wang Shi, humbly greeting the esteemed magistrate. The brothers promptly knelt before him. Rise and speak. Zhaojun replied in a calm tone. What brings you here in such haste? Wang Zhu caught his breath and recounted his grandfather Wang Laozhong's instructions, meticulously detailing the warning from the immortal about the impending transformation of the malevolent dragon and the imminent flood in Qinghe, omitting not a single word. As he spoke, his throat became dry, and Wan Shi occasionally interjected with clarifications. Zhaojun listened intently, his expression transitioning from initial tranquility to gradual surprise, culminating in a tense demeanor. The immortal? The dragon's transformation? In his youth, Zhaojun had spent time in the capital, and although he had been relegated to this remote locale, he prided himself on his extensive education, maintaining a respectful distance from matters of the supernatural. However, he had heard of Wang Laozhong, a dignified elder of considerable repute in Qifeng village, and deemed it unlikely he would resort to such fantastical tales to deceive the authorities. The constables present exchanged glances, each suspecting that the brothers had perhaps been muddled by the rain. Zhaojun remained silent for a moment, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. Bring forth the attendants, he commanded. Present. Two constables stepped forward in response. Take these two to a safe place to rest, and summon a physician to examine them. Ensure they do not catch a chill. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Wang Zhu and Wan Shi bowed repeatedly, led away by the attendants. Zhao Jun paced back and forth in the hall, his brow furrowed in deep concern. If this matter were a mere fabrication, it would amount to nothing more than the naivety of country folk, a false alarm. However, should it prove to be a genuine calamity involving the flood dragon, the implications would be dire. Qinghe County lies on the fringes of the Yunming Marsh. Should the waters surge forth, the consequences would be unfathomable. Master Feng, he called out, raising his voice. Before long, a middle-aged scholar with a goatee and shrewd eyes hurried out from the rear hall. It was Feng Yong, the county office's advisor. Esteemed sir, you summoned me. What is your command? Feng bowed respectfully. Zhao Jun briefly recounted the earlier events and finally inquired, what do you believe should be done about this matter? Feng Yong, taken aback at first, displayed a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. Yet that disbelief quickly morphed into an insuppressible joy. Rubbing his hands together, he lowered his voice, though his tone quivered with excitement. Esteemed sir, this is a momentous omen. It heralds your fortunes. Omen? Zhao Jun was momentarily stunned. In the face of a deluge, how could one speak of auspicious signs? Your words are misguided. Feng Yong leaned closer, lowering his voice further. Consider. If this is indeed true, a celestial being has descended to enlighten the mundane and forewarn of disaster. Is this not a divine blessing bestowed upon Qinghe County? Furthermore, this omen must surely pertain to you, esteemed sir. If this situation can be deftly managed and the celestial being's deeds reported to the court, the emperor will be pleased, and your return to the capital will be imminent. At these words, Zhao Jun's heart raced. The notion of returning to the capital struck him like a bolt of lightning, igniting a deep-seated longing within. He, Zhao Jun, a scholar well-versed in literature, prided himself on his intellect, yet had been relegated to this remote Qinghe County due to the machinations of the political arena. The pent-up frustration had simmered for years. He yearned to return to the capital and fulfill his aspirations. Might this extraordinary celestial encounter truly be a twist of fate bestowed upon him by the heavens? Yet, why did the celestial being merely issue a warning without intervening? A sliver of rational thought lingered in Zhao Jun's mind. Feng Yong, with a glint in his eye, replied, Esteemed sir, the affairs of celestial beings are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. Perhaps the celestial being adheres to the heavenly principles and refrains from direct intervention. Or it may be that the celestial being possesses boundless powers, and within the Yuming Marsh, there is not just one malevolent dragon. Perhaps the immortal has already subdued the others, allowing this one to escape, merely warning us so that we may save ourselves, a test of our resolve. In my humble opinion, this celestial being is undoubtedly the guardian spirit of Qinghe County, perhaps even of the surrounding hundreds of miles. The bountiful weather and the well-being of the people are surely due to the immortal's clandestine protection. As Feng Yong spoke with increasing fervor, Zhao Jun envisioned himself ascending to higher ranks and Feng's fortunes rising alongside him. Listening intently, Zhao Jun felt his ambition for fame and fortune ignite like dry tinder catching a spark. He exhaled deeply, the uncertainty in his gaze gradually transforming into a resolute determination. What you say bears some merit, he declared, striking the table with conviction. Summon the county magistrate, the chief clerk, and the county lieutenant to convene here immediately. Before long, County Magistrate Lu Mao, Chief Clerk Sun Ming, and County Officer Qin Hu hurriedly arrived. Zhao Jun sat solemnly at the hall, his expression grave, recounting the events of Chi Feng Village and the auspicious discourse of Master Feng. Lu Mao, a seasoned man in his 50s, was initially taken aback but soon stroked his beard with a smile, exclaiming, Congratulations, County Magistrate. This is indeed a blessing from the heavens for our Qinghe, manifesting your benevolent governance and compassionate heart, which has moved the divine. Chief Clerk Sun Ming quickly chimed in, Indeed. The celestial being's descent surely signifies that the county magistrate is diligent in affairs of state and cares for the common people, coming forth to assist us. Only County Officer Qin Hu, after hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow and clasped his fists, stating, My lord, I believe matters concerning celestial beings are rather ethereal. The most pressing concern at present is to promptly dispatch someone to investigate the water conditions of the Qinghe, just in case. Qin Hu, a martial artist of internal strength, possessed formidable skills, capable of shattering stones. He often guided the county's constables in martial training, embodying a pragmatic disposition that typically dismissed such supernatural notions. Zhao Jun regarded him with a tinge of displeasure, yet recognizing the urgency of the situation, He refrained from expressing his dissatisfaction. Chinhu's reasoning held merit. He turned to Master Feng. Master, considering the celestial being's assertion that the flood will arrive within 2 days, and with half a day already passed, tomorrow is indeed crucial. Master Feng immediately grasped the implication. Your wisdom shines, my lord. I propose a dual approach. Firstly, since the villagers of Chi Feng have received guidance from the celestial being and begun their evacuation, it is only fitting that our county office extends assistance, showcasing our benevolence and paying homage to the celestial being. County officer, you should take capable constables with ropes and tools to Qingfeng village to aid the villagers while closely monitoring the water levels of Qinghe. Should anything seem amiss, return forthwith with news. Secondly, county magistrate and chief clerk, I suggest you inventory the supplies in the treasury and erect temporary shelters and higher ground outside the county town, preparing provisions, warm clothing, and medicinal supplies so that we may promptly aid any victims should a deluge truly occur. Zhaozhen nodded slowly in agreement. Let us proceed as Master Feng advises. He turned to Qinhu, county officer. This task is entrusted to you. Your constables are capable. Their assistance in relocating the villagers will be invaluable. You must ensure their safety and act swiftly. I shall obey. Qinhu responded with a salute, refraining from further words as he strode out purposefully. Zhao Zhen then addressed Lu Mao and Sun Ming, County Magistrate Lu and Chief Clerk Sun. I appreciate your efforts in disaster relief. This matter pertains to the lives of our Qinghe populace, and we cannot afford any negligence. Understood. Lu Mao and Sun Ming replied in unison, hastily departing to make arrangements. In the hall, only Zhao Zhen and Master Feng remained. Zhao Zhen slowly approached the window, gazing out at the persistent drizzle, his expression contemplative. Master, what do you envision this celestial being to be like? And why has he chosen to manifest his presence in our Qinghe County? Master Feng chuckled softly. Your Excellency, the grandeur of celestial beings is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. Perhaps with silver hair and a youthful visage, or perhaps with the ethereal grace of a celestial being. As for the choice of Qinghe County, need it be said? It is, of course, because of you. Esteemed Elder Dong, you are an official of the court, the paternal figure of this land. And the celestial presence here must surely rely on your hand to aid the populace and manifest the benevolence of heavenly principles. Hearing such flattery, Zhao Zhen felt the pent-up frustration within him dissipate considerably. He stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the vast curtain of rain with distant thoughts. Chi Feng Mountain, celestial beings, and dragons of fortune. If the situation were handled appropriately, not only could the safety of this region be preserved, but it could also pave a path to ascendance. The continuous rain, in his eyes, seemed less bothersome, transforming instead into a cleansing force, heralding an extraordinary baptism. Chapter 14. The turmoil of Qinhu, having received his orders, dared not delay for a moment. He assembled 20 capable officers, each clad in raincoats and straw hats, equipped with simple blades, ropes, torches, and provisions, and set forth through the wind and rain towards Qingfeng village. The downpour was relentless, rendering the official road a quagmire. The officers trudged forward, each step a struggle. Qinhu, protected by his inner strength, moved through the mud as if it were solid ground, leading the group and frequently turning to urge them onward. Everyone, keep your spirits up. The county magistrate has commanded us to ensure the safety of the citizens of Qifeng village. A young officer, wiping the rain from his face, leaned closer, gasping for breath as he asked, Sir, this rain is quite ominous. Is there truly a dragon causing trouble in Qifeng village? Qinhu shot him a stern glance. Do not ask what you ought not to. We must focus on our mission. Saving lives is paramount. Yes, yes. The young officer shrank back, refraining from further inquiries. The group continued to advance, each step a challenge, until they finally reached the rear mountains of Qifeng village as dusk approached. On the hillside, they could see a flicker of flames and hear the clamor of voices. Wang Shan was directing the village's able-bodied men, instructing them to erect makeshift shelters to secure the women, children, and elderly. Upon seeing Qinhu and his men arrive, Wang Shan's murky old eyes brightened with relief as he hurried forward. County Lieutenant Qin, you have finally arrived. Qinhu clasped his fist in greeting. Elder Wang, the county magistrate has heard of the celestial warnings and has dispatched me to assist the villagers in their evacuation to avoid the impending flood. The benevolence of the county magistrate, the might of the celestial being. Wang Shan bowed repeatedly, expressing gratitude to the officials. Qinhu, not wishing for further pleasantries, immediately commanded his officers, do not dawdle. Help the villagers move their belongings to higher ground and reinforce the shelters. Quickly. Yes. The officers responded in unison, scattering to assist. Qinhu, guided by Wang Shan, approached the edge of the hillside, looking down at the Qing River. Amidst the rain, the river surged like an enraged earth dragon. Turbulent waves churning, and the water level appeared significantly wider than what Wang Shan had observed the previous day, its current growing more ferocious. Lieutenant Chun, look at the water. Wang Shan spoke, his tone laced with deep concern. Qinhu furrowed his brow, though he voiced no doubts about the celestial dragon story. He could not deny the river's alarming rise. Do not worry, Elder. I will investigate the riverbank thoroughly, Qinhu replied in a grave tone. Sir. The rain is becoming increasingly torrential, and the mountain path is perilously slippery. It is far too dangerous for you to patrol the river alone. An elderly constable expressed his concerns. Qinhu grinned widely, patting the sword at his waist. What is there to fear? I am, after all, a practitioner of inner strength. Once my internal energy surges, I can outrun a rabbit. Should a flood arise, I shall make my escape, while you lot, with your less agile legs, should take care of yourselves. With a surge of internal power, he darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly traversing the muddy mountain trail, leaving the group behind in mere moments, vanishing into the rain. The remaining constables stared in astonishment. The master truly has become increasingly adept. Indeed, he was a master of internal energy, a rarity in the entire county. Wang Shan observed the direction Qinhu had taken, feeling a sense of reassurance. With such a formidable county magistrate overseeing matters, their resolve was somewhat bolstered. By the afternoon of the following day, with the assistance of the constables, most of the villagers and their belongings from Qifeng village had been relocated to the higher ground on the back mountain. The hastily erected shelters stood unevenly but provided a semblance of protection against the wind and rain. Qinhu periodically returned from inspecting the riverbank, assessing the villagers' situation and soothing their anxious hearts. As night descended, the makeshift shelters on the back mountain formed a connected cluster. Though rudimentary, they offered some shelter from the elements. The inhabitants of Qingfeng village, numbering over 100, along with the 20 constables, gathered in this place. A bonfire crackled in the center of several larger shelters, dispelling a modicum of the cold and darkness, yet failing to alleviate the pervasive fear that gripped their hearts. The rain continued to pour down relentlessly. Fierce winds howled, accompanied by ominous thunder, as jagged flashes of lightning tore through the night sky, momentarily illuminating the desolate landscape. The villagers within the shelter turned pale with fear, huddling together, trembling. Many peered through the gaps in the shelter towards the direction of the Qing River below. What once was a gentle stream had transformed into a roaring beast. The murky waves surged and crashed against the riverbanks, creating a deafening roar. The surface of the river, illuminated by lightning, glimmered with a despairing white light. Heaven above! When will this rain cease? One exclaimed. The celestial being spoke of a calamity. It seems it is upon us. Do you hear that sound? It is as if the mountain is about to collapse. Inside the shelter, the villagers huddled together, their discussions rife with anxiety. Even the bravest among them wore serious expressions, occasionally glancing towards the mountain with worry in their eyes. Wang Laozhong sat at the entrance of one shelter, gripping his well-worn cane tightly, gazing at the tempestuous weather outside, his demeanor grave. The celestial being's warnings are never mistaken. Fear not, for our elevation protects us. As long as the mountain stands, the waters shall not reach us. Qinhu stood at the edge of the elevated ground, surveying the Qing River below. The water level was rising at a visible pace, with muddy waves crashing against the stones of the bank with tremendous force. Areas that were once significantly above the water's surface had already succumbed to the flood. This is not good. Qinhu's heart sank. The rising water level suggested that a grave situation was imminent. Without a moment's hesitation, he bellowed at a nearby constable. You stay here and reassure the villagers. I shall report to the county magistrate. Before his words could fully resonate, he summoned his inner strength, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the county town. In the Qinghe County office, Zhaozhen paced restlessly in his study, his mind in turmoil. Outside the window, the tempest raged, accompanied by a relentless chorus of thunder, deepening his unease. Standing beside him, Feng Yong appeared somewhat inexplicably exhilarated. Elder Dong, with such torrential rain and thunder, could it be that the immortal's words have indeed come to pass? Is this a portent of the malevolent serpent's return? Zhaozhen halted, casting a sharp glance at him. Cease such foolish talk. This matter remains unproven. We must not leap to conclusions. Yet, despite his words, he could not suppress the images conjured by Wang Da's descriptions of celestial beings. At that moment, a constable stumbled in, his countenance awash with panic. My lord, this is dire. County Lieutenant Qin has returned. Qinhu? Wasn't he assisting the villagers in Qifeng village? What calamity had transpired? Zhaojun felt a tightening in his chest. Before he could voice his thoughts, Qinhu burst in like a gust of wind, drenched in mud, breathless, his expression more grave than ever. My lord, the water levels in Qinghe have surged alarmingly. The force of the current is extraordinary. I fear the immortal's words may indeed be true. The calamity of the serpent's return is upon us. What? Zhaojun exclaimed, his face paling as the teacup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. Feng Yang's expression shifted too, yet his excitement intensified. Elder Dong, the immortal's warning proves accurate. This is surely a sign of auspiciousness. At that moment, Zhaojun was in no mood to entertain Feng Yang's notions of auspicious signs. He urgently inquired, what of the villagers in Qifeng? Have they all been safely evacuated? My lord, the villagers have all been moved to the high ground at the back of the mountain, and they are currently safe, Qinhu replied hastily. Cold sweat beaded on Zhaojun's forehead as he paced a few steps before abruptly coming to a halt. Having lived most of his life, he had only encountered such extraordinary events in ancient texts. Could it be that he would witness one today? A mixture of curiosity and impulse surged within him. He turned to Qinhu. Lieutenant Qin, did you glimpse what the serpent looks like? Qinhu offered a wry smile. My lord, I heard its roar but did not see its form. Such heavenly might is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Zhaojun steadied himself, as if making a momentous decision. Prepare the horses. I shall go and see for myself. Elder Dong, think twice. Feng Yong urged urgently. In such perilous circumstances, what if never mind? Zhaojun interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. This legendary scene is unfolding in Qinghe County. To miss witnessing it would be a regret. He turned to Qinhu. Lieutenant Qin, you know the way. Lead us swiftly. Gather a few elite guards as well. My lord, the riverbank is far too perilous. Qinhu exclaimed. Simply find a location that is elevated and secure. Zhaojun spoke with unwavering determination, asserting that he would witness the legendary dragon of calamity and its earth-shattering prowess. Qinhu, unable to dissuade him, reluctantly acquiesced. Soon, Zhaojun donned a fitted outfit, and alongside Qinhu and a dozen guards brandishing crude blades and torches. They ventured through the tumultuous wind and rain towards the banks of the Qing River. Feng Yong hesitated for a moment, but gritted his teeth and followed, unwilling to miss such an auspicious event. The group finally arrived at a high slope by the Qing River during the darkest hour before dawn. Below them, the river churned like an enraged black serpent, roaring and thrashing, its turbulent waves surging violently. Chapter 15. The Malevolent Dragon's Passage Within the Stone Cavern Deep in Qinshan Mountain. Li Yin listened to the increasingly ferocious tempest outside, feeling the subtle tremors of the mountain, and knew the time had come. He had prophesied the emergence of the malevolent dragon, and now he would bring this prophecy to life in the most astonishing manner. Taking a deep breath, he focused his thoughts, locking onto the golden six-sided die. Dice Mother, grant me favor. Activate the random steed die. The die glowed brilliantly, spinning wildly before abruptly halting with a deep, resonant dragon's roar. The image that appeared was that of a fearsome and majestic dragon, entirely cloaked in dark scales. Its eyes burned crimson, its horns formidable, and its body entwined with ominous black waters and thunderous light. The abyssal water dragon. A grand fortune indeed. The words of the immortal could now be substantiated. Go forth and show them what a dragon truly is. With a mere thought, the summoned abyssal water dragon unleashed a soul-stirring roar, its massive form transforming into a shadowy streak as it pierced through the stone wall, racing towards the Qing River below. Almost instantaneously, as the abyssal water dragon departed, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, overpowering the raging storm and lightning erupting from the depths of Qinshan Mountain. The sound resembled the thundering of 1,000 galloping steeds and the cataclysm of landslides, sending tremors through the earth. On the flat ground behind the mountain, all present were paralyzed with fear, their faces drained of color. What happened? Was that thunder? A woman clutched her child, her voice trembling. Wang Shan suddenly rose, his cane tapping against the ground, his aged face etched with terror. No, this is no thunder. Villagers gasped in alarm, panic spreading like wildfire. Look, what is that? Wang screamed, pointing towards the direction of the village below. A ghastly flash of light cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the valley. They beheld a dark, ominous glow emanating from where Qifeng village once stood, as if a colossal malevolent dragon, awakening from the depths of the abyss, surged forth with incredible might. Roaring as it flooded out, the torrent spanned dozens of yards wide, carrying silt, boulders, and splintered trees. Terrifyingly, beneath the murky waves, immense and sinister shadows darted swiftly, stirring a vortex of destruction, echoing earth-shattering roars. Everything in its path was devoured and torn asunder. Water. It's a deluge. The dragon. It is the malevolent dragon spoken of by the immortal. A desperate cry erupted from the crowd, illuminated by the flashes of lightning. They beheld the familiar thatched cottage and earthen walls, as fragile as paper, being instantly swept away by the ferocious flood, leaving not a trace behind. Qifeng Village. The ancestral home of their forebears was obliterated in an instant. The village. Our village. Curse calamity. The cries and screams mingled with the howling wind and the roar of thunder, resonating throughout the mountains and fields. The officials, pale as ghosts, trembled with their knives clutched tightly in their hands. They had encountered bandits and witnessed heinous crimes, yet they had never faced such terrifying wrath of nature. The yellow-brown flood did not pause. It continued to roar downstream, charging directly into the former channel of the Qing River. The surging waters, caught in the grip of this monstrous force, seemed to pale in comparison, tumbling and raging alongside the debris-laden torrent. At that moment, a heart-wrenching roar of a beast pierced through the curtain of rain, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Following the sound, they saw not far downstream a massive black bear, trapped on a boulder in the middle of the river, roaring towards the heavens, desperately clawing at the air in an attempt to escape. However, the torrent, imbued with the malevolence of the water dragon, approached swiftly. The bear's vast form appeared insignificant before the oncoming deluge, akin to an ant. Under the illumination of lightning, a long, pitch-black dragon with formidable scales, a singular horn atop its head, and 4 claws upon its belly emerged from the undulating, muddy waters. The black bear let out a desperate cry before being wholly consumed by the dragon, vanishing without a trace, without even a chance to struggle. As the dragon swallowed the bear, it let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, plunging fiercely into the raging waters. Just like that, the mighty bear was gone? A young hunter muttered to himself, his eyes wide with terror. That creature was the sovereign of the mountains, a force that even 7 or 8 robust men could not subdue. Yet now, it had failed to even stir a ripple before the dragon. Oh, divine beings! It must be the immortal who has saved us. Unbeknownst to whom, the first voice cried out, and soon all the villagers, including the officials, knelt in unison, bowing fervently towards the depths of Qifeng Mountain, in the direction of the bamboo grove where Li Yin manifested his divine presence. Thank you, Immortal, for saving our lives. Immortal, you are benevolent. Immortal, you are awe-inspiring. Had it not been for your warning, we would have long since perished in the jaws of the dragon. At this moment, their reverence and gratitude towards the immortal reached its zenith. Having witnessed the destruction of their home and the effortless consumption of such a fierce beast, they truly grasped the terror of this dragon calamity and understood the profound meaning behind the immortal's words that fate cannot be altered, and a glimmer of hope resides within. Old Wang, tears streaming down his face, knelt upon the ground, bowing repeatedly towards the sky. The immortal shall never be forgotten by the people of Qifeng Village. Simultaneously, on a high hill beside the Qing River, Zhao Zhan, Feng Yong, Chen Hu, and a dozen guards stood in stunned silence, gazing at the apocalyptic scene before them, reminiscent of tales from mythology. Is this the dragon calamity? Zhao Zhan's voice was dry, and he nearly lost grip of the reins in his hands. The steed beneath him was already restlessly pawing the ground, emitting a series of anxious whinnies. The torrent of mud and stones surging from the valley was far more ferocious and formidable than he had imagined. He witnessed firsthand as the deluge engulfed the distant Qifeng village, and he beheld, with his own eyes, the once mighty black bear, renowned for its ferocity, succumb effortlessly to the malevolent serpent, swallowed whole without a hint of resistance, while he distinctly heard the serpent's earth-shattering roar. Eastern Elder. Auspicious signs. Truly, a magnificent omen. Feng Yong exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he pointed at the tumultuous waters, his voice sharp. Look, though the malevolent serpent passes through with great might, it has not harmed us in the slightest. Is this not the protection of deities, the heavens safeguarding our Qinghe? He rubbed his hands together in fervor. The immortal has forewarned us, and you, Eastern Elder, believed it and led the people to avoid disaster. This is indeed a remarkable achievement. Once the flood recedes, we shall report this matter to the provincial government, and the court. His Majesty will surely be greatly pleased. Zhao Zhan paid no heed to Feng Yong's incessant chatter. His gaze remained fixated on the roaring torrent, his heart tumultuous. The immortal's warning was indeed genuine. Moreover, the calamity brought by the serpent was utterly terrifying. Had he not received prior knowledge of this natural disaster, the 100 souls of Qifeng village would have already perished as mere wraiths within the belly of the serpent, their remains obliterated. Yet, By heeding the immortal's words and taking timely action, he had not only averted catastrophe, but also secured tangible political merit. Shenhu stood beside Zhao Zhan, his countenance grave, his eyes filled with astonishment. Having trained in martial arts for many years, he considered himself well acquainted with various spectacles. Yet the scene before him, akin to a mythological tale, filled him with a profound sense of helplessness. Before such overwhelming celestial power, humanity appeared exceedingly small and fragile. What manner of being was this immortal, whom he had yet to encounter? How could they foresee such calamities, even offering a glimmer of hope? The malevolent serpent surged forth, collapsing riverbanks and submerging fields, ultimately breaking through a narrow mountain pass several miles downstream, roaring as it merged into a broader river, stirring tumultuous waves before gradually receding. In the valley, only chaos remained, along with the fading echoes of its thunderous roar. The rain seemed to lighten as well. Higher up the mountains behind Qingfeng village, in a concealed grotto, Li Yin stood at the entrance, surveying all below, from the onset of the flood to the destruction of the village. And the terrified prostration of villagers before the officials, he observed everything with clarity. The plan had come to fruition. Li Yin remained unperturbed within, feeling only a subtle satisfaction as he withdrew the ethereal water serpent. The villagers' faith in the immortal, having been solidified through the baptism of this calamity, was now deeply rooted. Though Qingfeng village was no more, the people remained. These individuals would serve as the foundational cornerstone for his emergence from these mountains into this unfamiliar world. Furthermore, the presence of those officials signified the government's involvement. It also indicated that the immortal's name, along with the tale of forewarning disasters and aiding the masses, would soon be disseminated through official channels. From the mouth of a hunter in a remote mountain village to the ears of a county magistrate, then to the provincial government, and eventually to the imperial court. Excellent. This celestial warning, which has saved countless lives, has proven more successful than anticipated, thanks to the presence of a genuine dragon as its performer. Chapter 16. The divine sign revealed the following morning, the rain had finally ceased. The sky remained overcast, resembling a canvas smeared with dense ink, suffocating to breathe under its weight. Zhao Zhan had spent the night in restless wakefulness. His eyes darkened, yet his spirit was remarkably invigorated. He, accompanied by Feng Yong, Shenhu, and a contingent of officials, once again made their way to Qifeng Mountain. The harrowing scene from the previous night continued to swirl in his mind. The more he reflected, the more he perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. East Elder, look! Feng Yong exclaimed, his tone laced with feigned astonishment. Once vibrant Qifeng village now lay in utter ruin. Before them stretched a harrowing sight of devastation. The ground was inundated with mud up to their ankles. Broken beams, shattered jars, and tattered garments, torn and strewn about, lay ensnared in the mire, exuding an odd stench of decay mingled with dampness. A few trees, miraculously untoppled, stood crookedly, their branches draped with weeds and rags, resembling specters beckoning from the shadows. In the distance, the mountainside bore deep gashes, stark reminders of the savage flood from the night before. Even Shenhu, accustomed to the grim realities of life, could not suppress a gasp of horror. Is this the might of the dragon? Truly, it is terrifying. Zhao Zhan's expression was grave, yet his heart burned with fervor. He walked slowly, meticulously observing every detail. Had it not been for the benevolence of the immortal warning us, Qifeng County would likely have faced calamity of monumental proportions. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly among those nearby. Feng Yong immediately bowed, stating, "It is all thanks to East Elder's boundless fortune and virtuous governance that the immortal descended to protect us." Zhao Zhan did not respond, his gaze drawn to the faint glow of fire visible on the back mountain. Come, let us see the villagers. On the flat ground of the back mountain, the survivors huddled in makeshift shelters, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear. Their homes were lost, their fields destroyed, and the future loomed uncertain. Upon seeing Zhao Zhan and his entourage approach, the villagers momentarily displayed trepidation, which quickly transformed into a flicker of hope. Wang Shan, leaning on a cane, was supported by several sturdy villagers as he trembled forward to greet them. Commoner Wang Shan pays respects to the county lord. His voice was hoarse. No need for such formalities, Elder, Zhao Zhan replied, stepping forward to steady him. I have heard of the calamity that has befallen Qingfeng village, and my heart aches for you. His gaze swept over the emaciated villagers, and he proclaimed loudly, "You have suffered greatly, my fellow countrymen. The immortal has manifested for warning us of this disaster, allowing us to preserve our lives. I have meticulously recorded this matter and shall report it to the provincial government, advocating for the reduction of this year's taxes and the swift allocation of funds and resources to aid you in rebuilding your homes and overcoming this adversity." Upon hearing these words, the previously despondent villagers erupted with renewed hope. Thank you, County Lord. The County Lord is benevolent. Blessings upon the immortal. Blessings upon the County Lord. Shouts of gratitude filled the air, with many women moved to tears. Wang Shan, with tearful eyes, repeatedly bowed. The grace of the County Lord will forever be remembered by the people of Qifeng Village. Zhao Jun felt a quiet satisfaction within himself. This demeanor had effectively stabilized the hearts of the people. After a moment of gentle reassurance, he shifted the conversation. Old Wang, I have heard that the immortal once manifested in the mountains, enlightening Wang De and thus providing this forewarning. Might I inquire where the site of the immortal's manifestation is? I wish to pay my respects for the salvation bestowed upon us. Upon hearing this, Wang Shan's expression shifted ever so slightly. He glanced at the equally stirred Wang De beside him, then looked back at Zhao Jun's unyielding countenance, ultimately letting out a barely audible sigh. Does he? Since the county magistrate wishes to go, you should accompany him, he said. Yes, village elder. Wang De replied with newfound vigor. He had long revered the immortal as a deity, and guiding the county magistrate was indeed an honor. Zhao Jun nodded appreciatively, saying, I appreciate your efforts. He left Chenhu and a portion of the officers behind to assist in calming the villagers and took with him Feng Yong and several attendants. Guided by Wang De towards the bamboo grove, the mountain path, battered by the recent torrential rains, had become increasingly treacherous. Nonetheless, Wang De led the way with remarkable lightness, as if imbued with boundless energy. Sir, the bamboo grove ahead is where the immortal manifested, he announced, gesturing towards the lush green expanse with a tone filled with reverence. Zhao Jun adjusted his attire, his expression growing solemn. Feng Yong also set aside his usual levity, adopting a grave demeanor. As they passed through clusters of emerald bamboo, a small clearing emerged before them, adorned with scattered azure stones. One particular stone, the size of a grinding wheel, stood out prominently. Sir. It was upon this stone that the immortal sat that day, Wang De remarked, his voice trembling slightly as he pointed to the stone. The immortal, clad in robes as white as snow, radiated a gentle aura, and beside him lay an extraordinary white deer. That demeanor is something I shall never forget. Zhao Jun gazed intently at the stone, as if he could envision the immortal's descent to the mortal realm. Drawing a deep breath, he solemnly bowed before the stone. I, Zhao Jun, magistrate of Qinghe County, express my gratitude for the immortal's compassion. His voice rang out, echoing through the bamboo grove. The immortal has forewarned us of calamities, rescuing countless lives from peril. His merits are immeasurable. On behalf of the citizens of Qinghe County, I am profoundly grateful for the immortal's great kindness. He bowed once more. I shall ensure that the immortal's noble deeds are presented to the heavens, and that a temple is erected here with a monument to commemorate his grace, so that his benevolence may be revered for generations to come. After 3 bows, Zhao Jun rose, his expression solemn. Feng Yong observed with a quiet nod, recognizing that this act not only demonstrated respect for the immortal, but also paved the way for his own future in governance. Wang De, overwhelmed with emotion, bowed repeatedly, tears welling in his eyes. Surely, the immortal can sense the sincerity of the county magistrate. Zhao Jun lingered in the bamboo grove for a moment longer, meticulously inquiring about the immortal's appearance and mannerisms as described by Wang De, committing every detail to memory. Satisfied, he then departed with his entourage. In the following days, the Qinghe County office dedicated itself wholeheartedly to disaster relief efforts. Supplies of food, clothing, and medicine were continually dispatched to Qifeng Mountain, temporary shelters were constructed, and the spirits of the disaster-stricken were tended to with care. Regarding the miraculous appearance of the immortal on Qifeng Mountain, who forewarned of the impending calamity, the county magistrate Zhao Jun, demonstrating commendable wisdom, led the populace to safety, and this tale spread like wildfire throughout Qinghe County. In the tea houses and taverns of the county town, conversations abounded, with nearly everyone discussing the event. Have you heard? An immortal has emerged from Qifeng Mountain. Indeed, it is said that the immortal forewarned the villagers of a great flood, otherwise, none in Qifeng village would have survived. Oh, is that true? How extraordinary. Absolutely. My second cousin from my maternal uncle's side works at the county office and witnessed Officer Chen return from Qifeng Mountain to deliver the news, his face ashen with fright. Allegedly, the immortal was dressed in garments as white as snow, riding a divine deer, surrounded by an ethereal aura, resembling a figure from a painting. Moreover, some claimed the immortal was accompanied by a majestic black chelan, exuding an air of authority. The various renditions of the legend grew increasingly fantastical, with the immortal's image becoming more vivid and the details more bizarre. Some suggested the immortal was a wandering Taoist sage, while others believed he was the mountain god of Qingfeng Mountain manifesting his spirit. Even more audaciously, some proclaimed that the immortal was a celestial deity descended from the heavens. In no time, Qinghe County buzzed with excitement over this enigmatic figure. County Magistrate Zhao Zhan was hailed as a benevolent official, revered by the people and favored by the heavens. Consequently, the hearts of the populace were stirred and discussions flourished. Curious souls attempted to venture to Qingfeng Mountain to seek the truth, yet most were thwarted by the constables stationed at the mountain's base. After all, the disaster zone had yet to be fully stabilized, and outsiders were prohibited from entering. This only added to the aura of mystery surrounding the event. Qifeng Mountain, bamboo groves, and immortals. These words became the most talked about subjects throughout Qinghe County. Chapter 17. The enigma of the name in the back office of the Qinghe County Yamen. Zhao Zhan sat behind his desk, a pristine sheet of rice paper spread before him, ink and brush prepared, yet the pen in his hand remained stubbornly still. Before him lay a more pressing dilemma. The memorial he was drafting, detailing the immortal's warning, the impending calamity, and how he successfully guided the people to safety, had already filled several thousand characters. He had faith in the literary prowess of Clerkfeng, as each word radiated an auspicious essence. However, a critical gap remained in one crucial area: the immortal's name. The immortal's surname and given name, as well as his title, were entirely unknown. When Wang Du encountered the immortal in the bamboo grove, the immortal merely inquired about worldly matters and left no name behind. What was to be done? Reporting to the court could not merely state an unnamed immortal, as that would be utterly absurd. Furthermore, he had resolved to construct a temple on Qifeng Mountain to honor the immortal and erect a monument to commemorate him. Without knowledge of the immortal's name, to whom would the temple be dedicated? How would the inscription be composed? Should he err in this matter and offend the immortal, incurring divine wrath, Zhao Zhan would bear the consequences. Are you still troubled by the immortal's name, esteemed magistrate? Feng Yang entered softly, carrying a cup of freshly brewed tea. Zhao Zhan rubbed his temples. Indeed, clerk, Wang Du only described the immortal as clothed in white as snow, possessing an ethereal presence. Yet he too is utterly ignorant of the specific identity of this divine being. In this memorial, there must be a statement. The temple's plaque and the inscription cannot remain blank. Feng Yang's eyes glimmered as he set down his teacup and smilingly remarked, Dong Wang, if you ask me, immortals often act without concern for trifles. Perhaps the celestial being is indifferent to fame and fortune, unwilling to reveal their true name. However, we mortals must always remember to be grateful and maintain our decorum. In Qinghe County, if one were to speak of who knows the most about celestial matters, it would undoubtedly be the Taoist priest from the Qingyan Temple in the east of the city. The temple's master, Daoist Lingyun, is said to possess some degree of Taoist cultivation. Shall we invite him to discuss this further? Zhao Zhan's eyes lit up at these words. Indeed, how could I have forgotten them? Qingyan Temple is the only Taoist establishment in Qinghe County recognized by the imperial court. He had met Master Lingyun a few times, and his ethereal demeanor certainly bore the hallmarks of a transcendent being. Your suggestion is most astute, Zhao Zhan exclaimed. Prepare the sedan. I shall personally visit Qingyan Temple to pay my respects to Master Lingyun. Yes, Dong Wang. Qingyan Temple is nestled in a secluded area to the east of Qinghe County, backed by low mountains and facing a clear stream, exuding a serene and elegant aura. Zhao Zhan's official sedan came to a halt at the temple gate, where a young acolyte promptly entered to announce their arrival. Shortly thereafter, an elderly Taoist priest in a gray robe, with a slender visage, swiftly emerged to greet them. It was indeed Master Lingyun. I was unaware of the esteemed county magistrate's arrival. Forgive my failure to welcome you properly, he said, bowing respectfully with a serene voice. Master, you are too courteous, Zhao Zhan replied as he dismounted the sedan and returned the gesture. I apologize for this sudden intrusion. I have a pressing matter I wish to consult with you about. Please do not hesitate, esteemed sir. I shall do my utmost to provide an answer. Master Lingyun assured as he led Zhao Zhan and Feng Yang into a tranquil room within the temple. A young acolyte presented them with fragrant tea before bowing and retreating. The chamber was adorned with sandalwood incense, the smoke swirling gracefully, filling the space with an air of subtle elegance. Zhao Zhan wasted no time and candidly recounted the miraculous manifestation of the immortal on Qingfeng Mountain, the warning of the dragon, and his desire to report to the court regarding the temple's restoration, lamenting his ignorance of the immortal's name. As he spoke, he attentively observed Master Lingyun's expression. The master listened quietly, his face betraying no emotion, though a fleeting glimmer of insight occasionally flickered in his eyes. After Zhaojun finished, Master Lingyun slowly responded, "Esteemed magistrate, I have indeed heard whispers of the matter you speak of. The townsfolk are abuzz with tales of the immortal descending to bless Qinghe." Zhaojun's heart stirred. "Oh, so you have heard of it as well?" "Though I do not concern myself with worldly affairs," Master Lingyun replied nonchalantly, "I'm not entirely oblivious to matters beyond these walls. Some disciples within the temple have mentioned this occurrence. However, I have cautioned them. Matters of the immortal are deeply profound and should not be spoken of lightly, lest we disturb their presence or propagate falsehoods, which would be most unbecoming." Upon hearing this, Zhaojun regarded Master Lingyun with newfound respect. This man possessed discernment unlike those simple folk who blindly followed rumors. "Your words ring true," Zhaojun nodded. "And it is for this very reason that I sought your counsel." The immortal appeared on that day, clad in garments as white as snow, riding an extraordinary white deer, accompanied by a black qilin. As a practitioner of the Tao, with your vast experience, could you deduce the immortal's origins or title from these characteristics? Upon hearing these words, Daoist Lingyun furrowed his brow. The imagery of white garments, a white deer, and a black qilin was not entirely unfamiliar within the Daoist scriptures. However, to deduce the identity of a celestial being from such vague symbols seemed rather presumptuous. As one of the few practitioners of inner strength in Qinghe County, aside from County Officer Chun Hu, Daoist Lingyun had devoted decades to his cultivation of Daoist principles. In his youth, he had traveled extensively, visiting many esteemed Daoist elders, and had the fortune to partake in the grand ceremonies presided over by the true master of the Tao, exchanging insights with practitioners from across the realm. Yet, he had never encountered anyone who had witnessed a true immortal descend to the mortal realm. He had observed the profound and inscrutable cultivation of the current true master, rumored to have transcended the threshold of innate existence, wielding immense power with merely a gesture. Nevertheless, he had never witnessed the master ascend in broad daylight to join the ranks of the immortals. In such a remote place as Qinghe County, could an immortal truly manifest? Doubt lingered in his heart. County Officer, Daoist Lingyun pondered for a moment. Matters of the celestial realm are enigmatic. My humble skills do not permit me to speak with certainty. It is challenging to ascertain the origins of an immortal based solely on attire and mount. The manifestation of immortals may sometimes leave a name, while at other times, it remains concealed, depending on the fates involved. If the immortal chooses not to reveal themselves, we mere mortals cannot compel them. Hearing a hint of reluctance in his words, Zhaojun felt a twinge of disappointment. "I understand what the Daoist is conveying," he paused. Then continued, "However, the matter of the memorial and temple construction is pressing. Without a name, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. I believe that since the immortal has manifested in our Qinghe County, saving so many lives, there must be some connection to this place. As the local leader of the Tao, perhaps you could sense something?" Daoist Lingyun gazed into Zhaojun's hopeful eyes and sighed internally. It seemed this county magistrate regarded the immortal as a stepping stone for his own advancement. He replied slowly, "County Officer, I cannot guarantee anything. However, within my temple, I possess ancient texts that recount the deeds of many ancient immortals, along with their names and characteristics. I can certainly help you search through them to see if we can uncover any clues. This, however, will require some time, and I cannot promise when we might achieve results." Upon hearing this, Zhaojun's face brightened with a glimmer of joy. "In that case, I would be most grateful for your assistance. Should we discover the immortal's name, I shall be sure to reward you handsomely." Daoist Lingyun smiled gently. "You are too kind, County Officer. Assisting the locality is my duty. However, until we have definitive results, I must request that you refrain from making this matter public, to avoid unnecessary speculation." I understand, Zhaojun nodded repeatedly. "This matter is known only to us." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhaojun noted that Daoist Lingyun had little more to express, and thus took his leave. Daoist Lingyun personally escorted him to the temple entrance. As he watched Zhaojun's official carriage depart, the polite smile on Daoist Lingyun's face gradually faded, and his brow furrowed once more. He turned and returned to his quiet chamber, instructing the acolytes to withdraw. Alone, he stood before the window, gazing at the ancient pine tree in the courtyard. Lost in contemplation for an extended period, he dedicated his entire life to the pursuit of the Tao, delving into the Tao Te Ching and practicing inner alchemy, with the singular aim of transcending life and death and glimpsing the great way. Yet, the deeper he delved into his practice, the more he comprehended the ethereal nature of the term immortal. Within the Daoist tradition, throughout the ages, the masters who managed to transcend the innate and reach the legendary realm of terrestrial immortals are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Such individuals have long since transcended the mundane, elusive as a dragon that is seen only in part. As for those who truly ride the clouds to the heavens, leisurely traversing the nine skies, they exist solely within the most ancient of legends. Although he had not witnessed the events at Chifeng Mountain, the flood unleashed by the dragon's descent was all too real. Had it not been for prior warnings, the annihilation of Qingfeng village and the suffering of countless souls would have been inevitable. To predict natural disasters is no ordinary feat, however, the immortal mentioned by Wang De, despite his celestial attire and steed, inquired about the current dynasty's era name. This struck him as akin to a hermit long removed from the world, rather than a true immortal who has transcended earthly concerns. Daoist Lingyun took a few steps, retrieving a thick, yellowed tome from the shelf, its cover inscribed with collection of immortal treasures. He slowly opened it, his gaze wandering over the familiar yet unfamiliar names within. His mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, yet he could not untangle a single thread. Could it be a wild immortal from the mountains, or perhaps an extraordinary being that had seized an opportunity? White garments, a white deer, a black qilin. His confusion deepened with each contemplation. The matter was steeped in peculiarities, yet undeniably imbued with an inexplicable mystique. He decided to first examine the texts, hoping to unearth a clue to provide an explanation to the county magistrate. Taking a deep breath, he pushed aside his distractions and began to meticulously peruse the ancient tome. Chapter 18. True Monarch of Cloud and Marsh in the quiet chamber of Qingyun Temple. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, illuminating Lingyun Daoist's lean face in a dance of light and dark. Before him lay a collection of yellowed ancient texts, some pages tattered, while others bore faded inscriptions. Over the past few days, he had scoured nearly all the texts related to immortals and the supernatural within the temple's library. Yet he remained unable to find a deity that matched Wang Da's description. White garments, a white deer, a black qilin. Lingyun Daoist massaged his temples, murmuring to himself. The combination of these images lacked clarity. The pantheon of Daoist deities is vast and intricate, should one seek diligently. There are indeed a few deities that fit such a description, yet they all felt somewhat forced. With the county magistrate pressing for answers, he feared he would struggle to provide a satisfactory account. Could it truly be as he suspected, that it was a wild immortal playing games among mortals? He sighed, picking up a dust-laden pamphlet, its edges darkened by age. This pamphlet was titled The Jade Register of Rainfall from Chu, and judging by its material and binding, it was likely far older than many texts within the temple. He had stumbled upon it during his travels in Chu, within a dilapidated ancient temple, as it chronicled tales of water deities and spirits in the Yuming Marsh, diverging significantly from the mainstream Daoist canon. It had remained untouched on his shelf until now. Ah well, he thought, perhaps a dying horse could serve as a living one. With a gentle sweep of his hand, he brushed away the dust from the cover and began to leaf through its pages. The script within the volume possesses an ancient charm, predominantly utilizing the archaic seal script of the Chu region, which renders it somewhat laborious to decipher. The opening passages recount the geographical transformations of Yunmings and the mythological tales of flood control throughout the ages. As Daoist priest Lingyun began to feel drowsy and contemplated abandoning his reading, a particular segment of text abruptly captured his attention. The Lord of Yuming, known as Yunzi. In ancient times, King Yu governed the waters, and Lord Yunzi assisted him in dredging the 9 rivers and directing the myriad streams, his achievements renowned throughout Chu. Subsequently, he ascended to immortality, and the people, moved by his virtue, erected shrines in his honor. The deity is often depicted clad in pure white, riding a celestial deer across the vast expanses, commanding a black qilin to subdue the flood dragons, governing clouds and rain, and presiding over fortune and calamity. Daoist priest Lingyun abruptly straightened his posture, his eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on those few lines. The description bore an uncanny resemblance to what Wang De had witnessed. He hastily continued to read. The text recorded that this Lord Yunzi was a local water deity of Yunmings during antiquity, deeply revered by the local populace. Later, as Taoism spread to the Chu region, many indigenous deities were incorporated into the Daoist pantheon to attract followers. Due to his achievements in flood control and dragon subjugation, Lord Yunzi was venerated as Xuanqiong Yunzi Jinjuan, residing in the palace of Xuanqiong Yunzi. The Daoist canon also contains references. The Jinjuan was originally a water deity under the command of King Yu, assisting in alleviating the water disasters of Yunmings. And upon his death, was deified, tasked with overseeing the winds, rains, thunder, and lightning of Yunmings, suppressing malevolent entities of the waters. Lingyun Daoist murmured this title to himself. Qifeng Mountain lies on the periphery of the ancient Yunmengs. The recent serpent sightings might indeed be related to the excessive moisture of Yunmengs. If this immortal had manifested, predicting the serpent's movement, and if his identity were connected to the deity of Yunmengs, it would indeed be plausible. Moreover, the term scorching is indeed found in Daoist texts, often employed to describe the celestial palaces or the esteemed titles of high-ranking deities. It could not be mistaken. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of its likelihood. Clad in garments as white as snow, perhaps a reflection of the celestial being's purity, riding a divine deer and commanding the Qilin to vanquish evil. These are all ceremonial symbols associated with ancient deities. The inquiry into the current dynasty's reign title also aligns. For such ancient gods, having long remained hidden from the world, would be unaware of the passage of time among mortals. Finally, the weight upon his heart lifted as he hastily rose to adjust his attire. This matter must be communicated promptly to the county magistrate. In the back hall of the county office, Zhao Zhun was fretting over a half-written memorial when he perked up upon hearing that Daoist Ling Yun had arrived. "Quickly, please." Daoist Ling Yun swiftly entered the room, a barely concealed expression of joy upon his face. "County magistrate, I am fortunate not to have failed my mission. I may have uncovered some clues regarding that immortal being." Zhao Zhun, upon hearing this, was filled with delight. "Oh, Daoist, please elaborate." Feng Yong also approached. Curiosity etched upon his face. Daoist Ling Yun recounted his discoveries within the Chuling Jiashui use in the records concerning Lord Yunzi and Xuanqiang Yunzi Jinjuan in detail. "In my humble opinion, this manifesting immortal is very likely the Xuanqiang Yunzi Jinjuan." Zhao Zhun listened, utterly astounded. Xuanqiang Yunzi Jinjuan? The water deity under King Yu's command? The one who governs the winds and rains of Yumeng? These titles exude an air of majesty and gravitas, far surpassing that of ordinary woodland spirits. Is the Daoist assertion true? Zhao Zhun's voice trembled slightly. Feng Yong interjected. "Dong Wang. I have heard from the elders that the vast expanse of Yunmengs is steeped in the legends of water deities since ancient times. If this true sovereign has indeed manifested, it would be a divine blessing for our Qinghe. So, does this imply that the Xuanqiang Yunzi true monarch is a deity native to our Chu region?" Zhao Zhun inquired. Daoist Ling Yun nodded. "Exactly. The Lord of Yunzi is indeed an ancient deity from our Chu land, later revered by our Daoist sect, with offerings continuing uninterrupted to this day. This manifestation coincides perfectly with the emergence of the dragons in Yunmengs, aligning with the duties of the true monarch." Zhao Zhun responded with a thoughtful hum. "Yet still harbored doubts. Daoist, while there are texts to support this, it remains mere speculation. If we end up venerating the wrong deity, would that not be a sign of disrespect? This is a matter of great significance regarding my career, and I cannot afford any mistakes." Daoist Ling Yun smiled slightly, clearly anticipating such a question. "Your concerns are valid, County Magistrate. Matters of the celestial realm are inherently enigmatic, and we mortals cannot perceive them with absolute clarity. My deductions are based solely on texts. I cannot claim complete accuracy." He shifted his tone. "However, I do possess a method that may appease both sides." "Oh? What ingenious plan does the Daoist propose?" Zhao Zhun pressed on. Daoist Ling Yun stroked his beard, explaining unhurriedly. "We know that the site of the celestial manifestation is within the bamboo grove on Qingfeng Mountain. The county magistrate should prepare offerings such as incense, candles, fruits, and livestock, and conduct a ritual of gratitude in that grove. The ceremony need not be extravagant. Sincerity is what matters most. As for the prayer, it should be personally penned by you, expressing gratitude for the celestial warning and beseeching continued blessings for Qinghe, ensuring favorable weather and the well-being of the populace. The final step is crucial." Daoist Ling Yun looked at Zhao Zhun. "You may have the hunter Wang Da, who has a connection with the celestial being, personally incinerate the prayer, sending it heavenward. This way, even if our speculation proves incorrect, the celestial being will not take offense, for we are sincerely expressing our gratitude, not intentionally offending. Should it indeed be the Xuanqiang Yunzi true monarch, he will surely sense our sincerity and be pleased. If not, with celestial powers, he can undoubtedly relay our gratitude to the true deity who has manifested." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhun clapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Brilliant. Daoist, your plan is truly exceptional. It conveys our respect while avoiding the awkwardness of venerating the wrong deity, and it allows Wang Da to share in some celestial favor, an all-encompassing triumph." His earlier unease dissipated, replaced by a smile. "We shall proceed as you suggest, Daoist. Feng Shuya, prepare the offerings immediately, ensuring they are abundant and pristine." "Yes, Dong Wang." Feng Yong bowed in response. Zhao Zhun then clasped his hands towards Daoist Ling Yun. I am immensely grateful for your guidance in uncovering such a vital clue. Once this matter is resolved, I shall reward you handsomely. Daoist Lingyun performed a respectful bow. You honor me, County Magistrate. It is my duty to alleviate your worries and pray for the local welfare. He added, however, regarding the title of the Xuanqiong Yunzi True Monarch. I kindly ask that you keep it confidential until the ritual is completed and a clear response is received to prevent any unnecessary complications. Zhao Zhen found this reasoning sound. Your consideration is thorough, Daoist. I understand. After the ceremony of gratitude, he would observe if there were any further indications from the celestial beings before making a final decision. In his heart, he had already resolved that this ceremony must be conducted with utmost solemnity and devotion. If he could garner even the slightest favor from the divine beings, then Zhao Zhen's path to ascension would indeed be secured. This matter required prompt action. Zhao Zhen glanced out the window. The day was still young. I propose we hold it tomorrow, he suggested. Daoist Lingyun nodded in agreement. It is better to be early than late. Sincerity begets divinity. Tomorrow is splendid. Excellent. Zhao Zhen rose, invigorated. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany the Daoist to Qifeng Mountain to oversee the ceremony of gratitude. He could already envision that when the name of the celestial being resonated throughout Qinghe and reached the heavens, his own name would likewise be etched into the annals of history, becoming a cherished tale. The celestial destiny of Qifeng Mountain was firmly within his grasp. Chapter 19. The Bamboo Grove of Gratitude. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Zhen and Daoist Lingyun, accompanied by a group, arrived at the foot of Qifeng Mountain. The once serene village entrance was now bustling with activity. Survivors of the calamity, led by Wang Shan, were laboring in small groups to clear the mud, attempting to salvage whatever remnants could still be of use. Women and children were gathered by makeshift shelters in the rear mountain, kindling fires to prepare thin porridge. The county magistrate has arrived. A keen-eyed villager spotted Zhao Zhen's official sedan and called out loudly. Instantly, all work ceased, and everyone gathered around. Greetings, county magistrate. The Daoist has come as well. The villagers bore the weariness of survival in their expressions, yet their eyes reflected a newfound sense of stability. Zhao Zhen dismounted from the sedan, taking in the scene before him with a heavy heart. Clearing his throat, he spoke aloud. Dear villagers, I have come today for a momentous occasion. The celestial being has manifested, forewarning us of disaster and saving the lives of all in Qifeng village. Such grace cannot go unacknowledged. I have conferred with Daoist Lingyun, and today we shall set up an altar in the bamboo grove where the celestial being revealed itself, to express our gratitude and beseech continued blessings for favorable weather and the well-being of our people. Upon hearing this, the villagers were momentarily taken aback before erupting into thunderous cheers. What the county magistrate says is true. We must not forget the celestial being's life-saving grace. Indeed, we must go and thank the celestial being. Wang Shan, leaning on his cane, trembled with excitement. On behalf of all Qifeng village, I offer my heartfelt thanks, dear magistrate. Yes, I too wish to bow before the celestial being. Wangda was particularly exhilarated, feeling a connection with the celestial being. He felt compelled to attend the ceremony of gratitude. Zhao Zhen raised his hand to signal for silence. I understand the villagers' sentiments. The offerings have already been prepared by the county, so there is no need to worry. Before he could finish, a woman clutching a clay pot pushed her way forward. Sir, this is the last of my pickled vegetables. Though humble, I hope the county magistrate will accept it. I have half a bag of millet. My family has a few pieces of dried meat. The villagers clamored, eager to present their finest offerings to the celestial being. These enthusiastic villagers nearly surrounded Zhao Zhen, leaving him with little room to maneuver. Feng Yong stood nearby, utterly astonished by the overwhelming charisma of the celestial being. Zhao Zhen, caught between laughter and tears, persistently waved his hands, urging, Villagers, please listen to me. The deity can surely sense your heartfelt intentions. However, you have recently endured a calamity. It is a trying time, and it would be wise to reserve these provisions for your families. The offerings for the ritual have already been prepared by the county, which sufficiently demonstrates our sincerity. Yet the villagers were unwilling to relent. Sir, this is our heartfelt offering. They protested. Indeed, the celestial being saved our lives. If we do not contribute something, we shall feel uneasy. As the situation began to spiral out of control, Daoist Lingyun stepped forward, proclaiming in a loud voice, Dear villagers, what the county magistrate has said holds great merit. The deity values sincerity. The quantity of offerings is of little consequence. Your heartfelt intentions are surely understood by the celestial being. Wang Shan, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly addressed the villagers. Let us heed the magistrate's words. The celestial being has saved us. We must not create further trouble for them or the magistrate. After some contemplation, Zhaozhen decided that Elder Wang, along with Wang De and a few other respected elders, would prepare a modest offering to represent the collective sentiment of Qingfeng village. Though the villagers were somewhat reluctant, they acknowledged the magistrate's reasoning and gradually fell silent. Ultimately, Wang Shan contributed a small bag of fine rice, Wang De offered a freshly prepared wild chicken, and several elderly villagers pooled together some dried fruits and wild vegetables. Though meager, these were the best they could provide at the moment. Zhaozhen nodded in satisfaction and instructed the officers to set out the incense, candles, and other ritual offerings they had brought, along with the modest contributions from Wang Shan and the others. Led by Wang De, the group made their way to the bamboo grove halfway up the mountain. Upon arriving at the familiar bamboo grove, they found it still lush and vibrant, made even more refreshing by the recent rains. There lay the size of a grinding stone, resting quietly, seemingly unchanged by time. The officers quickly set to work, clearing a space and assembling a makeshift altar. Wang Shan, Wang De, and the others respectfully arranged the offerings upon it. Zhaozhen personally lit 3 incense sticks, his demeanor solemn. Daoist Lingyun took out a peachwood sword and several yellow talismans, reciting incantations as he began to set up the ritual altar. Unknown to all, just beneath several feet deep in the earth, another scene unfolded. Li Yin sat cross-legged in a newly excavated stone chamber, directly beneath the where Wang De had mentioned the celestial being once sat. In recent days, he had been far from idle. Through the daily random mount dice, he had finally obtained a steed known as the Earth God Bear. This creature resembled a brown bear, adorned with a thick hide of rocky scales, its claws exceedingly sharp, adept at burrowing through the earth and even manipulating rock and soil. Li Yin had noticed Zhaozhen and his companions when they first visited the bamboo grove, kneeling and bowing before the murmuring incantations. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to devise a plan to dig a tunnel for eavesdropping, as well as to prepare for future divine manifestations. Thus, directing the earth spirit bear, he commenced from its rocky lair, silently excavating a tunnel that extended beneath the verdant bamboo grove, subsequently employing the bear's ability to manipulate earth and stone to reinforce the cavern. Unexpectedly, shortly after the passage was completed, the sounds of today's sacrificial ceremony reached his ears. At this moment, he strained to catch the murmurs from the surface through several minuscule ventilation holes at the apex of the stone chamber. The rhythmic incantations of Daoist Lingyun resonated within him. Xuanqiang Yunzai Zhenjuan? Li Yin stroked his chin, a peculiar smile gracing his features. He hadn't anticipated that the county magistrate and the Daoist would bestow upon him such a precise identity. Virtuous as heaven and earth, the Tao transcends time, he mused, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the flattery. The performance was increasingly taking on a semblance of authenticity. Daoist Lingyun's eloquent prayers were merely a litany of praises and supplications for protection, prominently featuring the immortal's warning against the dragon and how Magistrate Zhaozhen led the populace to avert disaster, calming their hearts. Li Yin listened with amusement, recognizing that the magistrate was indeed adept at crafting narratives. Once the prayers concluded, Daoist Lingyun graciously handed over the yellowed parchment to Wang De. This is a document to be sent to the heavens. You must burn it with utmost reverence. Yes, Daoist, Wang De replied, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the document. Kneeling before the azure stone, he raised the parchment high, reciting, Villager Wang De, humbly thanking the immortal for the gift of life. May the immortal partake of the offerings and bless Qingfeng village with swift restoration, and may Qinghe County enjoy favorable weather. Having spoken, he took the firebrand from the constable and ignited the parchment. Flames surged forth, quickly curling the document, turning it black, and transforming it into a wisp of azure smoke that floated gracefully into the sky, merging with the mist above the bamboo grove. Zhaozhen and Feng Yong nodded approvingly from the side. Although the ceremony was simple, all the necessary steps were observed, and the intention was conveyed. Now, it remained to be seen whether the esteemed Xuanqing Yunzai Zhenjuan would respond. Within the bamboo grove, after the worship, Zhaozhen and the others did not depart immediately. Zhaozhen turned to Wang De, inquiring amicably, Wang De, since you share a bond with the immortal, did he leave any words or tokens before departing? Wang De scratched his head, recalling with care. In reply to the magistrate, the immortal only inquired about the current era and the state of the world. Nothing else was mentioned. As for tokens, there were none. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhaozhen's eyes. Daoist Ling Yun interjected, esteemed magistrate. The actions of immortals are often unpredictable. Perhaps the Jinjuan merely passed through this place, offering mercy without the desire to leave a significant trace. Zhao Zhan nodded, resigning himself to this interpretation. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, Wang De, since the immortal has manifested here twice, it is evident that there is a deep connection to this place. You must frequently come here to keep it clean. Perhaps there will be another opportunity to meet the immortal. Yes, my lord. I understand. Wang De responded hastily, his face alight with joy. To guard the sacred ground of the immortal was, in his eyes, a tremendous honor. Zhao Zhan offered a few more instructions before leading the group to depart from the bamboo grove. Li Yin, positioned below, listened intently to their conversation. The title of Xuanxiong Yunzhi Jinjuan certainly sounded imposing. Since they had all come to this conclusion, why not go with the flow? A resounding name would undoubtedly facilitate actions far better than remaining an obscure immortal. Moreover, this title came with attributes of controlling water and subduing serpents, harmonizing perfectly with his previous actions, truly a bespoke fit. Thus, he resolved to adopt this name for his next display of divine presence. Chapter 20. The Jinjuan accepts offerings. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding Qingfeng Mountain in an eerie silence. Within the bamboo grove, a shadow stealthily emerged from the subterranean tunnel. Li Yin's summoned earth spirit bear. With a gentle swipe of its massive paw, the soil beneath the bluestone tiles loosened as if it were tofu. Cautiously, it poked its head out, confirming the absence of onlookers. With a flicker of thought, Li Yin summoned the offerings laid upon the altar, 3 sacrificial animals, fruits, pastries, and the modest contributions of rice and wild chickens from Wang Shan and the others, into the storage compartment of his game bag. This compartment could not retrieve game items, but was quite convenient for storing worldly possessions. Having completed this task, Li Yin instructed the Earth Spirit Bear to restore the entrance to its original state, leaving no trace behind. He mounted the bear and followed the subterranean path back to his stone cave situated halfway up the mountain. The cave was no longer the rudimentary shelter it once was. The ground had been flattened by the bear's innate powers, and the stone walls polished to a smooth finish. A stone table, several stone stools, and even a makeshift stone bed adorned with thick hay and unknown animal pelts were present, with a small shelf woven from vines crafted at the head of the bed. On the walls, Li Yin had chiseled several grooves with the bear, into which he placed luminous stones. These were enchanted with the powers of a luminous bet he had recently acquired, serving as lamps within the cave. Though simple, the entire cave exuded an oddly comforting warmth. Li Yin took the offerings from his bag, carefully arranging them on the stone table. The oil paper-wrapped roast chicken emitted an enticing aroma. The pastries, while not exquisite, were at least edible, alongside the rustic fruits and the rice and wild chickens provided by Wang Shan and the others. He picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and took a gentle bite. The sweet, glutinous flavor spread across his palate, evoking a wave of nostalgia. Since arriving in this strange land, his diet had consisted solely of unseasoned roasted beast meat or sour wild fruits. This food, imbued with the essence of human life, nearly brought tears to his eyes. Finally, he was able to savor something fit for human consumption. He devoured the food voraciously, his eyes misting with emotion. With a gusty belch, he leaned against the stone wall, deep in thought. Zhao Zhan and the others' reactions had been entirely within his expectations. The esteemed lord of Xiankong Yunzi murmured this title softly to himself. Since you have all thoughtfully crafted it for me, it would be a disservice not to embrace it. Wouldn't he? This identity seems tailor-made for him. It not only provides a plausible reason for his appearance, but also accounts for his knowledge of calamities. Most importantly, the title of this true lord is sufficiently resounding and imposing. Henceforth, he shall employ the name of Xiankong Yunzi Jinjuan in his endeavors. However, having acquired this title, how might he maximize its benefits? He requires a stable stronghold, a wealth of information, and ultimately, the means to find his way back home. Or perhaps to establish his existence in this world. Qifeng Village, or more accurately, Qinghe County, will serve as his initial step into this realm. Clearly, County Magistrate Zhao Zhan is a person of utility. He must cultivate Zhao's belief in the existence of the true Lord. Early the next morning, Wang De, filled with profound devotion, returned to the bamboo grove. He diligently remembered the county magistrate's instructions to clean the area daily, hoping to catch another glimpse of the celestial being. However, upon entering the bamboo grove and observing the offering table, he was utterly stunned. It was completely bare. The abundant offerings of meat, fruits, and pastries, along with the meager contributions from the villagers, had vanished without a trace. Wang De rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. He rushed forward, inspecting the table meticulously. It was spotless, devoid of even a trace of grease. The ground showed no signs of wild animals having gnawed at the offerings, and the vessels that held the sacrificial items had also disappeared without a trace. A sudden thought exploded in his mind. Could it be the immortal? Surely, the immortal had enjoyed the offerings. Wangda trembled with excitement, his face flushed crimson. The immortal had truly manifested. The immortal had indeed accepted our offerings. He fell to his knees with a thud, bowing fervently before the slab of green stone. Thank you, immortal. Thank you, immortal. After completing his reverent bows, he sprang to his feet, abandoning his broom, and dashed downhill in a frenzy. Village elder. Village elder. A momentous occasion. A grand event. Wangda raced back to the village, heading straight for Wang Shan's humble abode. Wang Shan, sipping rice porridge, was startled by his impulsive entrance. Dazi, what on earth are you shouting about so early? Wangda, breathless, exclaimed, the village elder, the immortal, he took all the offerings. What? Wang Shan's bowl clattered to the ground, spilling porridge everywhere. Ignoring the mess, he seized Wangda by the arm. Repeat that. What happened? Wangda recounted his discovery in the bamboo grove in its entirety. Upon hearing this, Wang Shan's face flushed with excitement, and he repeatedly exclaimed, Excellent! 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 The immortal has accepted the offerings. This is an immense blessing. He made a swift decision. Dazi, you must immediately go to the county town and report this to the county magistrate. Hurry. Yes, I shall go at once. Wangda responded, turning and sprinting toward the county town. In the back hall of the county office, Zhaojun and Feng Yong were deliberating on how to phrase the memorial regarding the immortal's deeds. At that moment, a court attendant rushed in to report, Your Honor. The hunter Wangda from Qingfeng village requests an audience, claiming he has momentous news to convey. Wangda? Zhaojun's spirit soared as he exclaimed, Quickly, let him in. Wangda was ushered inside, and upon seeing Zhaojun, he immediately knelt and declared, Greetings, esteemed county lord. I bear monumental news to share. Speak swiftly. What is the matter that causes such alarm? Zhaojun feigned composure, though he had already surmised part of it. My lord, the venerable immortal has taken all the offerings we presented yesterday. Not a single item remains. Wangda exclaimed with fervor. What? Zhaojun sprang to his feet, unable to conceal his delight. Is this truly the case? Absolutely. I went early this morning to clean the bamboo grove and found the altar completely bare. Not even a fruit pit was left. It must be that the immortal has manifested and enjoyed our offerings. Excellent. Wonderful. Zhaojun clapped his hands in laughter. The immortal accepting our offerings signifies the acknowledgement of our sincerity. Feng Yong, standing by, also beamed with joy. Congratulations, esteemed Dong. Congratulations. In high spirits. Zhaojun turned to Wangda and remarked, You have done well. I shall commend you for this. He then ordered, You may take your leave and rest. Thank you. My lord. Wangda replied joyfully as he exited. Zhaojun then directed Feng Yong, his eyes sparkling with excitement, hasten to Qingyan Temple and invite Daoist Lingyun here. I have important matters to discuss. Yes, esteemed Dong. Feng Yong did not dare to delay and hurried away. Before long, Daoist Lingyun arrived at the county office. Zhaojun relayed Wang Da's discovery, and upon hearing it, Lingyun stroked his beard and smiled. Esteemed county lord, I have long asserted that sincerity begets spiritual responses. The immortal has taken all the offerings without leaving a trace, which is indicative of the celestial's methods, distinctly different from ordinary spirits. This demonstrates that the immortal not only acknowledges our worship but also tacitly confirms our suspicions. Zhaojun inquired eagerly. Does this mean that the immortal is indeed the true monarch Xuanqiang Yunza? Lingyun nodded solemnly. It is highly probable. Common deities may leave traces after partaking of offerings or only take a portion of the essence. However, to completely dissolve the offerings along with their vessels, untouched by mortal filth, is a feat beyond ordinary celestial beings, coupled with the true monarch's role in subduing calamities and bestowing blessings. This manifestation and joyful acceptance of offerings leads me to believe that venerating the true monarch Xuanqiang Yunza is undoubtedly the right course. Splendid. Truly splendid. Zhaojun struck the table, his last shred of doubt dissipating. Now that we have confirmed the true monarch's name, I can submit my memorial with proper justification. He turned to Feng Yong and commanded, immediately amend the memorial to include the name of true monarch Xuanqiang Yunza. Make certain to detail the merits of the true monarch and the efforts I undertook to avert disaster. At once, esteemed Dong. Feng Yong responded, invigorated, knowing his writing would soon earn great acclaim. Zhaojun continued, convey my orders. Gather all skilled artisans in the county, stonemasons, carpenters, Painters, none shall be omitted. I shall construct a temple at the base of Qifeng Mountain for true monarch Xuanqiang Yunzi, erect a stone tablet to proclaim the true monarch's grace, so that all may revere. The temple's plaque shall read, Temple of True Monarch Xuanqiang Yunzi. The merit tablet shall be inscribed, Tablet of the True Monarch's Manifestation and Salvation of the People. Regarding the inscription, I must trouble Daoist Lingyun to take great care, ensuring that the virtues of the true monarch and the admiration of the officials and citizens of Qinghe County are duly inscribed. Daoist Lingyun, bowing respectfully, replied, Rest assured, County Magistrate, I shall do my utmost. In his heart, he felt a surge of joy. To compose an inscription for a true monarch would greatly enhance the reputation of his Qingyan temple. Furthermore, through this task, he could glean more about the true monarch. Should the legends prove true, his long-held aspirations of transcending life and death to attain immortality would no longer seem a distant fantasy. Zhao Zhen stood by the window, gazing toward the direction of Qingfeng Mountain, his eyes brimming with hopes for the future. The true monarch of Xuanqiang Yunzi, with the favor of this esteemed figure, Zhao Zhen's career would undoubtedly shine brightly. Qinghe County would also gain renown in the southern realm due to the celestial traces of this true monarch. Zhao Zhen, with resolute determination, promptly dispatched a memorial by swift horse on the same day. Simultaneously, a public notice was posted by the county office, announcing the construction of a temple for the true monarch of Xuanqiang Yunzi at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain and calling for artisans to join the endeavor. In an instant, all of Qinghe County was abuzz with excitement. The immortal not only manifested divine warnings but also partook of offerings. There was no longer any doubt. The true monarch of Qifeng Mountain had firmly established his name. Chapter 21. Turmoil in the Prefecture in the Study of the Qinghe County Office. Beneath the glow of the moonlight that poured into the courtyard, Zhao Zhen sat by the window, holding a scroll, yet his thoughts drifted into the night sky outside. He found himself restless, unable to absorb a single word from the text. With a soft sound, the door creaked open. Zhao Zhen returned to his senses, realizing it was his wife, Lin, who entered delicately, carrying a bowl of lotus seed porridge. Lin placed the porridge down and said, Husband, it is late. Have some to warm yourself. Zhao Zhen accepted the bowl, a wave of warmth and sweetness wafting towards him. Have the children gone to sleep? He inquired. Yes. They are all sound asleep, Lin replied, moving behind Zhao Zhen to gently massage his shoulders. He sighed contentedly, leaning back. These years, having you accompany me from the capital to this remote place has truly been a hardship for you, he expressed with a hint of regret. Lin paused in her ministrations but soon resumed her gentle kneading. Husband, what you say is unnecessary. When one marries a chicken, one follows the chicken. When one marries a dog, one follows the dog. As long as we are a family, wherever we are is home. Besides, Qinghe County is blessed with clear mountains and pure waters, and the people are simple and honest, far more tranquil than the intrigues of the capital. Zhao Zhen grasped his wife's hand. Your thoughts bring me great comfort. He turned to gaze at the moon outside, fell into silence for a moment, then suddenly asked, My dear, do you believe there are indeed immortals in this world? Lin was briefly taken aback, then smiled. What has prompted you to ponder this today? If there were indeed immortals, would that not imply the existence of the underworld and celestial palaces in the heavens? Zhao Zhen's tone carried a hint of hesitation, laced with curiosity. Lin, perceptive as ever, quickly understood her husband's thoughts. She spoke softly, as an official, you serve the emperor above and do not betray the people below. If there were indeed deities, they should surely protect a person of your integrity. What truly warrants concern are those individuals in the capital and provincial seats of power, who merely occupy their positions while exploiting the common folk. They are the ones who awaken in the dead of night in fear of spectral retribution. Zhao Zhen, listening to his wife's words, felt a surge of warmth within. Indeed, his actions have always been characterized by integrity and transparency. During his tenure in the capital, he refused to engage in corrupt practices and consequently incurred the ire of the powerful, leading to his exile to this remote place. Upon arriving in Qinghe, he devoted himself wholeheartedly, not daring to show the slightest negligence. This time, when the celestial being issued a warning, he led the populace to safety, saving hundreds of lives, a tremendous achievement. His wife was right. Zhao Zhen nodded, noting that he had already dispatched his memorial to the provincial government. Uncertain of what procedures they would follow, Lin adjusted his attire, stating, As long as you act without guilt before your conscience, leave the outcome to the heavens. I firmly believe that the virtuous will always find divine favor. In Jiangzhou City, the residence of the Jiangzhou governor, the city serves as the administrative center of Jiangzhou. Strategically located at the northern frontier of southern Chu, facing northern Yin across the river. Since the establishment of southern Chu, it has been a crucial military stronghold, radiating influence to the surrounding regions. Thus, the court appointed a military commissioner to oversee Jiangzhou and its neighboring states, with the commissioner's office situated in Jiangzhou City. These commissioners are often trusted confidants of the emperor, wielding considerable power and command over significant military forces. Although the governor of Jiangzhou oversees local affairs, in such a military stronghold, governance often depends on military authority, particularly in the vicinity of the commissioner's office, where the governor must proceed with utmost caution, seeking the commissioner's counsel on major issues. At this moment, within the Jiangzhou governor's office, the lights burned brightly. Lu Xin, the governor of Jiangzhou, furrowed his brow as he perused an urgent memorial from Qinghe County. Zhao Zhan, the county magistrate, was a figure he recalled. Years ago, he had offended certain influential individuals in the capital, resulting in his demotion to that impoverished region. Lu Xin picked up the memorial and read it once more. The celestial being had issued a warning regarding a calamity caused by a dragon, and the magistrate had rallied the people to avert disaster, subsequently offering sacrifices to the celestial being. A faint smirk appeared at the corners of Lu Xun's mouth. Such auspicious occurrences were often the fabrications of wandering sorcerers or local officials seeking fame through deception. However, it was well known that the current sovereign favored such matters. Could it be that Zhao Zhan sought to regain the emperor's attention through this incident? If true, it would indeed be a monumental achievement, worthy of reporting to the court, ensuring the emperor's delight. As his superior, Lu Xun could also bask in the glory. Yet, if this were proven false, it would constitute treachery against the emperor. Zhao Zhan would face dire consequences, and Lu Xun too would find it difficult to evade the repercussions of negligence. His official cap would be precarious indeed. Having navigated the treacherous waters of court politics for decades, Lu Xun understood that the concept of auspice could serve both as a ladder to ascend and a death knell. The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. Zhao Zhan, while possessing a degree of integrity as a straightforward official, lacked the cunning necessary for survival, leading to his current plight. Would he be foolish enough to gamble his life and fortune on such matters? Lu Xun murmured the name of the celestial being, Xuanqiong Yunzi Xinjiuan, feeling a touch of ethereal grandeur, though uncertain of its authenticity. A staff member observed his fluctuating expression and approached him softly, saying, "My lord, from my perspective, it seems that Zhao Zhan, the magistrate of Qinghe County, may indeed have encountered some extraordinary events. Since he dares to report it, he must possess a degree of confidence. However, this matter bears significant ramifications, and its authenticity is difficult to discern. If you were to approve it directly or suppress the report, it may not be advisable." Lu Xun glanced at him and asked, "What do you propose we should do?" The staff member bowed and replied, "My lord, Jiangzhou is a military stronghold, with Governor Yang stationed here, overseeing the military affairs of several provinces and enjoying the trust of His Majesty. This matter involves divine omens and is of utmost importance. It would be prudent to forward this memorial to Governor Yang for his judgment. Governor Yang is a pillar of the nation and a favored confidant of the emperor. Should there be any discrepancies, he will certainly reject it. If it proves to be a genuine omen, his endorsement would carry significant weight." Upon hearing this, Lu Xun's eyes brightened. Indeed, Governor Yang Lai, who had been a trusted subordinate during the emperor's time in the palace, now commands formidable troops in Jiangzhou, exerting considerable influence over the region's military affairs. If this matter concerning divine signs were true, the credit would undoubtedly belong to the governor. If false, having such an esteemed figure as a shield would alleviate many of Lu Xun's troubles. "Your reasoning is sound," Lu Xun exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "This matter is indeed of great consequence and should be decided by the governor." He immediately took up his brush and appended a brief note to Zhao Zhan's memorial, stating the gravity of the situation and requesting Governor Yang's guidance. "Bring it here," Lu Xun called out. A trusted aide responded and entered. "Take this memorial, along with my note, and deliver it immediately to the governor's office." "As you command." The aide took the sealed documents and hurried away. Lu Xun let out a long sigh, feeling a considerable weight lifted from his shoulders. He walked to the window, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky. Pondering to himself, "Zhao Zhan, what exactly are you concealing? Whether it brings fortune or misfortune depends on your own fate, as well as the governor's perspective." He merely hoped that this matter would not implicate him. The truth of the celestial being in Qinghe County rests entirely upon the governor's judgment. Chapter 22. Mixed feelings. The official correspondence from Jiangzhou arrived even more swiftly than Zhao Zhan had anticipated. When the document bearing the great seal of the Jiangzhou governor was placed before him, Zhao Zhan's heart leapt into his throat. The Governor Yang himself had personally responded? He found this hard to believe and hastily tore it open. Feng Yang stood beside him, holding his breath, even more anxious than Zhao Zhan. This was Governor Yang Lai, a cornerstone of the current regime, enjoying the emperor's favor and overseeing military affairs in Jiangzhou and surrounding provinces. He rarely concerned himself with trivial local civil matters. Now, he had issued a decree regarding a celestial matter concerning Qinghe County, which significantly elevated its importance. Zhao Zhan read through the document rapidly, his expression becoming increasingly complex. What does it say, Elder? Feng Yang, unable to contain himself, whispered after Zhao Zhan finished reading. Zhao Zhan exhaled deeply, handed the document to Feng Yang, and rubbed his temples, saying, "You read it for yourself." Feng Yang took it and studied it carefully. The opening of the document eased his concerns. The military governor Yang Lai first commended the magistrate of Qinghe County, Zhao Zhan, for his adept handling of the recent calamity caused by the flooding of the Jiao River, praising his composure in the face of danger and his proper management that preserved the lives of the villagers, thus earning significant merit. He stated that the disaster affecting Qingfeng village had been duly recorded by the governor's office and would be presented to the court during the year-end evaluations to seek commendation for Zhao Zhan. Furthermore, Zhao Zhan's request for tax relief for Qingfeng village had been approved. The provincial government would also promptly allocate additional funds and provisions for the post-disaster reconstruction and relief for the victims. Esteemed Elder Dong, this is indeed good news. Feng Yang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. The military governor has recognized your achievements, which is worth more than anything else. The taxes for Qingfeng village are waived, and resources are on the way. The people's hearts can be at ease. Zhao Zhan nodded, yet his expression remained far from relaxed. Continue reading, he urged. Feng Yang felt a chill run down his spine and hastily resumed his reading. The latter half of the document shifted its focus to the matter of the manifestation of the Xuanqiang Yunzi true lord. Regarding the reported divine warning by the immortal, the appearance of the Xuanqiang Yunzi true lord was a grave issue that warranted careful scrutiny and should not be taken lightly. It was imperative to conduct further investigations to ascertain the truth, should there be substantial evidence, distinct from the mere fabrications of ignorant villagers. This official would dispatch personnel to verify the claims before making any determinations. One must not chase shadows or disturb the locality, lest it lead to chaos and harm the nation and its people. In just a few sentences, the weight of his words was palpable. After finishing, Feng Yang felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead. Esteemed Elder Dong, it seems the military governor is indeed quite cautious regarding this matter. His wording is very deliberate. Zhao Zhan let out a bitter laugh. Cautious is an understatement. It is practically a warning. What sort of figure is military governor Yang? He has faced more tempests than we have had grains of salt. In recent years, the so-called auspicious omens reported by various provincial offices are often found to be fabrications, either local officials seeking credit or charlatans concocting nonsense. In the end, who has not emerged with a tarnished reputation? Minor cases may result in demotion, while severe ones lead to dismissal and exile. The fact that military governor Yang did not outright refute the claims is already a concession, taking into account the effectiveness of my disaster relief efforts. Listening to this, Feng Yang felt a shiver down his spine. What you say is entirely true. A few years ago, I heard that in the neighboring Huzhou, a so-called auspicious sign of a fire phoenix descending was later revealed to be a ruse concocted by a wealthy family to evade taxes, bribing the magistrate to create a spectacle with lanterns and dyed wild chickens. That magistrate is now serving in the northern military. Indeed, Zhao Zhan sighed. I was somewhat hasty this time. Upon hearing of the immortal's offerings, I mistakenly assumed all was well and rushed to submit my memorial. He paused, turning to Feng Yang. However, my dear advisor, have you not noticed that the military governor's response is not entirely negative? Feng Yang was taken aback, then picked up the document to scrutinize it more closely, pondering deeply. Are you suggesting that the phrases about verifying substantial evidence imply something more? Precisely. Zhao Zhan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Military Governor Yang did not categorically dismiss this as false, nor did he prohibit us from continuing our investigations. He merely seeks tangible evidence. What does this imply? It suggests that he harbors some belief in the matter, albeit not wholly. Consider this. Had he truly deemed it nonsense, he could have easily dispatched a direct edict to silence us, or even send an inspector to investigate us for sowing discord among the populace. However, he did not hesitate. He merely urged us to exercise caution and to present our evidence. Upon being prompted by Zhao Zhan, Feng Yang experienced a moment of clarity, Indeed, esteemed elder, the governor is granting us an opportunity. As long as we can provide compelling evidence to persuade the governor, this matter holds great potential. Absolutely, Zhao Jin exclaimed with vigor. The manifestation of the Xuanxiong Yunjia true monarch occurred not once, but twice, and he accepted our offerings. Is that not sufficient proof? Since he is willing to intervene on behalf of Qingfeng village and accepts our incense, he will undoubtedly reveal himself a third and fourth time. Should the true monarch continue to display his divine signs, the provincial government will surely dispatch representatives. At that point, with both human witnesses and physical evidence at hand, they would have no choice but to believe. The doubts and anxieties that once lingered in his heart had now transformed into a powerful driving force. The governor's prudence ignited his fighting spirit. Esteemed advisor, this matter has already been registered with the provincial government. My duty now is to ensure that these divine manifestations appear even more genuine and credible. He turned abruptly, his gaze sharp and resolute. Feng Shiye, you must attend to several tasks at once. Your command, esteemed elder. Feng Yong replied, bowing respectfully. First, transcribe the governor's reply and post it prominently at the county office. Particularly regarding tax reductions and the allocation of funds, the entire populace must be made aware that this is the governor's grace, and also a testament to the true monarch's protection. Understood. Second, summon County Vice Lu Mao, Chief Clerk Sun Ming, and County Lieutenant Chen Hu at once. Zhao Jin emphasized. The construction of a temple for the Xuanxiong Yunjia, true monarch, and the erection of a stone tablet is of utmost importance for our county. And there must be no negligence whatsoever. If we lack sufficient craftsmen, we shall requisition from the villages. If we are short on stone and timber, we shall mobilize local gentry for donations. We must complete the true monarch's temple and the merit tablet in the shortest time possible. I want everyone in Qinghe County to witness our reverence for the true monarch. Feng Yong felt a surge of passion. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall keep a close watch on this matter. Zhao Jin approached the window, gazing towards the direction of Qifeng Mountain, where mist swirled, faint outlines of the peaks discernible. True monarch, he silently implored, if you truly possess divine power, please reveal your miraculous signs once more. The trajectory of Zhao Jun's future and the fate of Qinghe may very well hinge upon this moment. He understood that this intricate game extended beyond the confines of Qinghe County. The governor's gaze had already turned towards them. He must seize this opportunity and transform this divine connection into tangible political achievements. Moreover, Zhao Jin suddenly recalled something and added, that piece of blue stone where the immortal revealed his presence, as well as that bamboo grove, must be closely guarded. No one should approach or desecrate them. Daily maintenance is essential, and incense offerings must be made. Let that lad Wang oversee this. He shares a connection with the immortal, making him the most suitable choice. Understood. Feng Yong noted each instruction diligently. Zhao Jin waved his hand. Go now. This matter should not be delayed. Feng Yong departed swiftly, leaving Zhao Jin alone in the room. He picked up the official document once more, caressing the characters of the Jiangzhou governor's seal, his gaze deepening with contemplation. The tumult sparked by this divine manifestation had exceeded his expectations. Yet, the arrow is on the string. It must be released. Zhao Jin found himself at a crossroads, poised to either ascend to great heights or languish in this remote county, squandering his life. Xuanxiong Yunzijinjuan, he murmured softly, his eyes shimmering with a blend of hope and determination. I shall take this gamble with you. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a serene glow upon his resolute visage, adding an air of solemnity to the moment. Chapter 23. The first glimmer of incense at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. The incessant clanging of tools echoed through the air. Under the watchful gaze of officials, dozens of craftsmen fervently labored to construct the temple dedicated to Xuanxiong Yunzijinjuan. The foundation had been laid, and several imposing beams had been erected, hinting at a burgeoning sense of grandeur. Upon hearing tales of the divine and witnessing the government's ambitious endeavors, the local populace flocked to the site, lighting incense and bowing in reverence at a makeshift altar, seeking blessings for their safety. In no time, the foot of Qifeng Mountain was alive with a vibrant display of incense offerings and bustling voices. Li Yin sat cross-legged within a stone cavern, taking a keen interest in the unfolding scene below. Goodness. The number of worshippers rivals the players vying for victory in my games, he mused. The efficiency of the authorities is quite commendable. In just a few days, the temple structure has begun to take form. I wonder, though, whether this fervent devotion will yield any tangible benefits for me, he pondered. Redirecting his attention to the game icons before him, he noted that the random mount dice refreshed daily. The game inventory icon seemed to shimmer with an unusual brightness. Suddenly intrigued, Li Yin concentrated on the inventory. In the next moment, he was taken aback. The inventory interface, once shrouded in dullness, exhibited a remarkable transformation. Beneath the various categories, certain previously dim icons now glowed, indicating their newfound availability for collection. Can I actually use these? Li Yin's breath hitched, and his fingers quivered with anticipation. He hastily opened the elixir section. Indeed, several icons radiated with light. Would you like to retrieve a small chi recovery pill? Yes. As the thought crossed his mind, a delicate porcelain vial materialized in his hand. Upon uncorking it, a faint, fragrant aroma wafted into the air. He poured out a pill. Its azure hue identical to that depicted in the game. At last, the lowest tier of white-quality items could be retrieved. Suppressing his excitement, Li Yin's gaze swiftly traversed the newly unlocked white items. Most were low-tier elixirs, such as the small chi recovery pill, along with some basic materials from lesser beasts and low-level props, although their quality was modest. This signified that he had finally acquired some extraordinary powers that could be utilized beyond mere costumes and mounts. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Li Yin chuckled to himself, directing his gaze to the final category that had undergone a transformation. Within the miscellaneous section lay numerous items he had long forgotten. The game Jiuxia Wenda, in an effort to engage its players, frequently hosted various festive events and bestowed upon them tokens that, while lacking in practical utility, possessed unique aesthetics and sentimental value. These trinkets varied widely, including special fireworks, amusing headgear, and unique furnishings meant solely for use within the home system. The official gifts and souvenirs bestowed upon players are classified according to their in-game quality, and they fall into the lowest tier, represented by the color white. Li Yin casually activated one of the mysterious blessings. Upon use, it grants a trivial temporary status enhancement lasting 10 minutes. The corners of Li Yin's mouth twitched as he recalled how this notorious item had been ridiculed by players in the past, a so-called prank that was now surprisingly usable. He then opened another item, the grand firework tube of the 10-year celebration, which, when activated, would unleash a magnificent and splendid fireworks display at a designated location. As Li Yin surveyed the eclectic array of white trash, a wave of delight surged within him. "Oh, you clever planners, I adore you," he silently cheered. While these items might hold no value in the game, in this unfamiliar world, they could prove immensely useful. He eagerly browsed through the illuminated icons of furniture, the flowing cloud white jade couch, the cloud pattern white jade lampstand, the millennium agarwood cushion, and the purple bamboo windscreen. These items, which might merely serve as decorations in the game, transformed into treasures that seemed fit for deities within this strange world. Particularly in this humble stone cavern. My den can finally be upgraded, Li Yin exclaimed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. He swiftly took action, focusing his thoughts on the item known as the flowing cloud white jade couch. Upon retrieval, a white jade bed quietly materialized within the cavern, its surface smooth and reflective, emanating a gentle coolness that starkly contrasted with the simplicity of the cave. Li Yin cautiously reached out to touch it, finding it warm and undeniably real. My goodness, he marveled. This was far more comfortable than the stone bed adorned with animal skins that he had previously used. He continued to extract several other white-quality furnishings. The cloud pattern white jade lamp stand immediately dispelled the dimness of the cave with its soft white light. He placed it beside the stone table to serve as a stool. Next, he retrieved the millennium agarwood cushion and set it by the stone bed where he usually meditated. The purple bamboo windscreen was positioned not far from the entrance of the cavern, adding a touch of privacy and elegance. There was even a set of pure snow-white silk bedding, delightfully soft to the touch. In mere moments, the formerly crude and bare stone cavern transformed into a serene abode adorned with these ethereal furnishings, exuding an entirely different ambience. It lost some of its primal essence while gaining an air of tranquility, subtly hinting at the charm of a celestial dwelling. Li Yin reclined contentedly on the flowing cloud white jade couch, savoring the coolness of the jade and the softness of the silk bedding, utterly at ease. At last, my den has ascended to a heavenly retreat, he thought joyfully. Li Yin surveyed his new home with satisfaction. It appeared that the incense offerings made at the temple below were indeed effective. Having navigated the internet for many years and read countless web novels, he couldn't help but notice the synchronicity between the changes brought about by this newfound power and the construction of the temple below, along with the worshippers' pilgrimages. To claim that there was no connection between the two would be utterly implausible. Was it the power of belief, or some other similar force at play? Could it be that the unlocking and upgrading of my golden finger relies on the perception or belief that the people of this world have in me? This conjecture ignited a fervor within him. If this were indeed the case, then his path of embodying an immortal was undoubtedly correct. As long as he amplified the renown of the Xuanqiang Yunjia, true monarch, and garnered more followers. Would not the treasures contained within his game package be unlocked in a ceaseless stream? The more Li Yin contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Clearly, he had to persist in his role as the Xuanqiang Yunjia true monarch, and moreover, he needed to portray it with greater authenticity. He recalled the Daoist priest who had been frequently wandering near the bamboo grove these past few days. It was he who presided over the last offering ceremony. Li Yin held a rather profound impression of him. This priest seemed to saunter near the bamboo grove almost daily, sometimes in the early morning, other times at dusk. He engaged in no particular activity, merely pacing within and around the bamboo, occasionally gazing skyward, sometimes lost in thought, and at times. He would meticulously observe the blue stone regarded by Zhao Zhun and others as a divine relic. This Daoist priest appeared to harbor considerable interest in me. The Xuanqiang Yunjia true monarch, mused Li Yin, a hint of amusement playing on his face. If he sought to delve deeper into this world, especially its cultivation system, and perhaps even investigate whether true immortals existed here, this Lingyun Daoist was indeed a promising avenue to explore. Li Yin pondered. Although he had acquired some means of self-preservation, his understanding of this world remained woefully insufficient. Concepts such as martial arts, internal energy, and the realm of true qi were merely superficial insights gleaned from Wangda. This world was profoundly intricate. He needed to proceed with caution, to convincingly portray the Xuanqiang Yunjia true monarch without revealing any flaws. A more profound comprehension of the local religious and immortal systems was imperative. He needed to devise a method to extract some information from this Daoist priest. His gaze returned to the newly unlocked white items within his game package. With a few more trump cards in hand, the performance could indeed be rendered more captivating. He required a plan that would not only gauge the depth of Lingyun Daoist's knowledge, but also further solidify his identity as a true monarch, while simultaneously acquiring intelligence. Chapter 24. The immortal fate knocks in the bamboo grove of Qifeng Mountain. The morning mist had yet to dissipate. As was his custom, Lingyun Daoist stepped into this realm, safeguarded by the county magistrate Zhao Zhen's decree. Each day, he came under the pretense of seeking inspiration for the merit inscription of the true monarch temple, experiencing the essence of the immortals. Naturally, Magistrate Zhao permitted this, advising him not to linger too long so as not to disturb the true monarch's tranquility. He approached the blue stone, revered by countless as a divine relic, and noticed it was devoid of dust, evidently cleaned diligently by that lad Wangda. Wisps of blue smoke rose gracefully from the makeshift incense altar, infused with the piety of the faithful. Today, the bamboo grove seemed somewhat different from usual. Having cultivated for decades, Lingyun Daoist's internal energy coursed through him, granting him senses far beyond the ordinary. In the air lingered a subtle crispness and an ineffable vitality. The birdsong, too, appeared less frequent than on other days. He furrowed his brow, a flicker of vigilance rising within him. Could it be that at this very moment, the shadows of the bamboo ahead began to sway? A striking flash of purest white unexpectedly caught his eye. It was a deer, completely snow-white, untainted by any blemish. Its antlers sparkled with a crystalline luster, akin to finely carved jade, radiating a soft glow in the morning light. It seemed to carry a hint of chill, making the surrounding air feel noticeably cooler. It was the snow-searching plum deer. The Daoist Lingyun's pupils suddenly constricted, his breath momentarily stilled. This ethereal white deer resembled precisely the celestial steed described by the hunter King Da. The celestial deer of the celestial deer true monarch. He murmured to himself, his heart racing uncontrollably. After a lifetime of seeking the Tao and pursuing immortals, what was his ultimate desire? Was it not to one day behold a true immortal and perceive the profound mysteries of the Great Way? The white deer seemed to sense his presence, turning its head to gaze at him with eyes as clear as crystal. In that singular glance, Lingyun Daoist felt an indescribable aura wash over him, purifying his spirit. Then, the white deer gracefully turned its head and, with unhurried steps, ventured deeper into the bamboo grove. It appeared to move slowly, yet in mere moments. It was vanishing into the dense shadows of the bamboo. Celestial destiny. This was an extraordinary celestial fortune. The only thought that remained in Lingyun Daoist's mind was this. He could no longer heed the prohibitions against disturbing the true monarch. Summoning his inner strength, he pursued it with the swiftness of the wind. Celestial deer, wait. Celestial deer, halt. He called out, yet his feet dared not falter for an instant. This was a living celestial steed, and should he miss this opportunity, he would surely regret it for a lifetime. The celestial deer led the way, seemingly strolling at leisure. Yet Lingyun Daoist had to exert all his energy just to keep pace. The deeper they ventured into the bamboo grove, the thicker the mist became, and the chill in the air grew increasingly palpable. He could not tell how many turns he had taken or how many patches of bamboo he had traversed. Suddenly, the celestial deer came to a halt in front of a clearing. It paused before a small, exquisite pavilion, casting a glance back at the breathless Lingyun Daoist, then elegantly stepped forward a few paces and lay down before the structure. In the center of the clearing stood a delicate pavilion, seemingly constructed entirely of white jade. The four columns were intricately carved with swirling cloud patterns, and the roof was adorned with azure-green glazed tiles, its eaves gently curling, with small jade bells that swayed in the breeze, producing no sound at all. Beside the pavilion, a faintly discernible miniature rockery could be seen, from which the gentle sound of flowing water emerged, a delightful tinkling. A few purple bamboos were artfully planted on one side of the pavilion, forming a natural screen, adding an air of elegance. Lingyun Daoist stood in stunned silence. This pavilion, he was certain it had not been there when he visited yesterday. Although he had not always traversed the deepest parts of the bamboo grove, such a conspicuous structure could not have gone unnoticed. Could it be the handiwork of celestial beings, manifesting something from nothing? His mind reeled, and his steps felt unsteady. The white deer lay outside the pavilion, gently resting its head on its forelegs, eyes closed, as if in slumber. Lingyun Daozhong suppressed the tumultuous waves of emotion within his heart, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there rested a low table of white jade, adorned with an exquisite tea set from which gentle wisps of steam ascended. A man clad in a moon-white Daoist robe sat gracefully by the window, his demeanor tranquil. The fabric of his robe resembled clouds and mist, flowing elegantly. Intricate silver threads embroidered swirling cloud patterns at the cuffs and hem, casting a faint, iridescent glow as he moved, while a hazy halo subtly manifested behind him. He exuded an ethereal presence, utterly unearthly, resembling the celestial being described by Wang De on that fateful day. Such a scene, such a personage, Lingyun Daozhong had only encountered in the most ancient scrolls of his Daoist temple. Since you are here, young friend, why not enter the pavilion and share a cup? A clear and gentle voice emanated from within, resonating distinctly in Lingyun Daozhong's ears. He trembled all over, as if struck by a thunderbolt. The immortal was speaking to me. His legs weakened, nearly buckling beneath him. Forcing himself to regain composure, he straightened his slightly disheveled robe, inhaled deeply, and respectfully approached to a few steps from the pavilion. Bowing deeply in a traditional Daoist salute, I am Lingyun from Qingyan Temple, paying my respects to the esteemed Xuanqingyan Zaishenjuan. His voice quivered with uncontrollable excitement. I am unworthy and have disturbed your tranquil cultivation, a crime deserving of death. I humbly beseech your forgiveness, esteemed Zhenjuan. Inside the pavilion, Li Yin set down the cold jade Lingquan teacup, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Inwardly, he mused, at last, the fish is caught. He slowly turned his head, his gaze falling upon Lingyun Daozhong. Young friend, there is no need for such formalities, he spoke in a calm tone. This place is tranquil. I happen to have some leisure time to sit here for a while. Your presence is indeed a stroke of fate. Upon hearing this, Lingyun Daozhong felt a surge of excitement. The immortal addressed him as young friend, with no hint of reproach in his words. What extraordinary celestial fortune this was. Chapter 25. Celestial and mortal dialogue. As dawn broke, Li Yin awakened. The stone cave, once resembling a primitive cavern, was now adorned with celestial jade artifacts. He stretched languidly, rising from the flowing white jade couch, his thoughts turning to the golden dye. Today, he decided against randomness. He had already devised a plan, a designated summoning of the snow-treading plum-seeking deer. In a flash of white light, the elegant deer, entirely snow-white with crystalline antlers, materialized in the cave, surrounded by a chilling aura. You truly complement today's atmosphere, Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. He donned the ethereal robe of the celestial monarch. The moon-white fabric billowing without wind, iridescent light swirling around him, and a hazy halo shimmering behind. Once properly attired, Li Yin mounted the snow-treading plum-seeking deer and gracefully exited the cave, heading straight for the bamboo grove. Deep within the grove, he discovered a secluded clearing, tranquil and undisturbed. With a thought, several white-quality home furnishings from his game bag materialized before him. A brilliant flash heralded the emergence of a small, exquisite white jade pavilion. Its four pillars intricately carved with swirling cloud patterns, while the azure and green glazed tiles shimmered brilliantly in the morning light. Inside the pavilion were a low white jade table and 2 round white jade stools. What else is lacking? Li Yin pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He retrieved a tea set named Cold Jade's Spiritual Spring, crafted from smooth jade and exuding an ancient charm. As for the tea, Li Yin rummaged through a miscellaneous section and unearthed an unassuming little paper packet. The herbal essence, single-use and official event gift. Concocted from 100 types of spiritual herbs and morning dew. It could provide a slight invigorating effect for a brief period and randomly bestow a minor enhancement lasting 10 minutes. This is it. In the game. Aside from its melodious name, it was essentially a consolation prize, more a token than a boon. Yet here, it served perfectly as a means of deception. Li Yin settled comfortably on a jade stool in the pavilion, leisurely pouring himself a cup of celestial tea and savoring a sip. The taste was quite pleasant, reminiscent of a certain herbal beverage. Go ahead, invite that Daoist priest here, he instructed the nearby snow-treading deer. The spiritual deer, demonstrating its intelligence, nodded and gracefully vanished into the misty bamboo grove. The scene shifted to the moment when Daoist Lingyun stepped into the bamboo forest, breathless and utterly astonished. He followed the ethereal deer to this clearing, where he beheld the suddenly materialized jade pavilion and the celestial being seated within. He was momentarily taken aback. The arts of the immortals are indeed unfathomable. Since you are here, my young friend, why not enter the pavilion and share a cup? Li Yin's voice, gentle and ethereal, shattered the tranquility of the bamboo grove. Startled, Daoist Lingyun regained his composure, hastily adjusting his attire, and took several respectful steps towards the pavilion before bowing deeply. Junior, Lingyun of the Qingyun Temple, pays respects to the esteemed Xuanqiong Yunzhi Jinjuan. I am most unworthy to disturb your serene cultivation, and I beg your forgiveness. Li Yin inclined his head slightly, a mysterious smile gracing his features. There is no need for such formalities, my young friend. This place is tranquil, and I find myself with some leisure. Your presence is indeed fortuitous. Please, have a seat. He gestured towards another jade stool within the pavilion. Daoist Lingyun, overwhelmed by the honor, felt his heart race, nearly leaping from his throat. The exalted being had invited him to share a drink. What an extraordinary privilege. He moved cautiously into the jade pavilion, his movements tinged with a degree of stiffness. Upon observing the exquisite furnishings inside, particularly the jade table exuding gentle steam and a subtle fragrance, he was further astounded. The jade pavilion, jade table, and jade stools were all rare treasures of the mortal realm, imbued with an otherworldly essence. Thank you, Jinjuan, for the seat. Daoist Lingyun perched on the edge of the jade stool opposite Li Yin, sitting upright and maintaining an air of utmost reverence. Li Yin picked up the jade teapot and poured him a cup of tea. The tea was crystal clear, emanating an extraordinary fragrance that invigorated the senses. Please indulge. Thank you, Jinjuan, for the tea. Daoist Lingyun cradled the teacup with both hands, feeling the jade's warmth, as if it contained some mystical power. He cautiously inhaled its refreshing aroma, which penetrated his heart, instantly revitalizing him. Taking a small sip, the tea initially tasted slightly astringent but swiftly transformed into a sweet essence that flowed smoothly down his throat. In the next moment, an indescribable warmth surged from his dantian, swiftly coursing through his limbs and body. The once chaotic internal energy, disrupted by haste, has become more refined and pure under the nourishment of this warm current. Remarkably, he even perceives his senses sharpening significantly. This is celestial tea. The Daoist Lingyun's heart surged tumultuously, yet he dared not reveal his emotions. Even as his hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. After decades of cultivation, he had tasted the sacred springs of renowned mountains and consumed rare herbs. But never had he encountered anything with such immediate, gentle, and nourishing effects. A mere sip surpassed days of arduous practice. Indeed, what the true monarch drinks is extraordinary. Li Yin observed Lingyun Daoist's changing expressions with amusement, realizing that the random enhancement effect of the herbal elixir had evidently triggered something. For a mortal cultivator of Lingyun's caliber, this enhancement was an unparalleled experience. What do you think of this tea, my young friend? Li Yin inquired casually. Lingyun Daoist quickly set down the teacup and bowed deeply. The celestial brew bestowed by the true monarch is pure and refreshing, imbued with profound mysteries of the Tao. Partaking in it is akin to savoring sweet rain, illuminating my understanding. I am immensely grateful. The flattery nearly made Li Yin lose his composure. You flatter me. He waved his hand, signaling Lingyun to sit down. It is merely an ordinary tea. Enjoy it if you like. The more nonchalantly Yin appeared. The greater Ling Yun's reverence grew. In his eyes, these were surely the humble words of a true monarch. Such a divine substance, referred to as mere tea by the true monarch, highlighted the vast chasm between the celestial and the mundane. Noticing the moment was ripe, Li Yin decided to forego pleasantries and commenced his examination. His gaze fell upon Ling Yun Daoist, scrutinizing him with a hint of inquiry. You are the head of the Qingmen sect. You must possess unique insights into the ways of the celestial and divine. Pray, what do you perceive as the essence of the immortal? What defines the divine? At these words, Ling Yun Daoist's spirit stirred. The true monarch was testing him. He promptly sat upright, responding with utmost respect. In response to the true monarch, I am but a dullard, having gleaned but fragments of the distinction between the celestial and the divine from ancient texts and my sect's teachings. To me, the divine is one who receives the decree of heaven and earth, holding dominion over a realm, governing fortune and calamity, and enjoying the incense of the multitude, akin to the gods of mountains and rivers, or the deities of cities and lands, all possessing divine offices in harmony with the cosmic order. Yet, there exists a hierarchy among gods. The ancient righteous deities and the myriad gods of the heavenly court are beyond the comprehension of the mundane. As for immortals, they often transcend the ordinary, living freely and unbound, evading reincarnation, wielding vast powers. Whether founding sects to impart teachings or retreating to the mountains to diligently pursue the Tao of transcendence, Li Yin listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Ling Yun Daoist's words resonated closely with his own understanding of the celestial hierarchy from his previous life. It seems the perception of deities in this world shares significant commonalities with the ancient myths of Earth. Oh, Li Yin feigned contemplation, then, according to your perspective, what is the current landscape of faith and incense in the world? At this query, Ling Yun Daoist's expression dimmed slightly. In response to the true monarch, the present state of faith and incense can be broadly categorized as a northern Buddhist and southern Daoist division. In our southern Shu region, we have traditionally revered the celestial beings of the Daoist sect, with temples flourishing across various states and counties, and the incense offerings abundant. However, he suddenly shifted his tone, a hint of concern creeping in. In recent years, Buddhism has flourished in northern Yin, with its doctrines beginning to infiltrate the south, particularly in several bustling trading ports and newly established prefectures. The number of Buddhist temples has increased, and the followers have multiplied, subtly encroaching upon the foundations of our Daoist sect. Those Buddhist monks often cloak their ambitions under the guise of compassion, erecting resplendent temples to sway the hearts of the people, while the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas they venerate starkly contrast with the deities of our Daoist pantheon. Li Yin perceptively detected a trace of disdain and vigilance in Daoist Ling Yun's words regarding Buddhism. A thought stirred within him, as the locally enshrined Xuanqing Yunzi Zhenjuan, a Daoist water deity, he naturally aligned himself with the local Daoist community. Humph! Li Yin let out a cold snort, tinged with skepticism. My young friend need not worry, he said, placing his teacup down lightly. Can the light of a firefly ever compete with the brilliance of the full moon? The fringe paths are ultimately unworthy of the grand stage. That cold snort, resonating in Daoist Ling Yun's ears, was akin to celestial music. The Zhenjuan indeed looked down upon the Buddhist sect. The last flicker of doubt in his heart dissipated entirely. Anyone who could maintain such a stance towards Buddhism must undoubtedly be a true immortal of the Daoist order. The Zhenjuan's teachings were indeed enlightening. Daoist Ling Yun felt invigorated, as if he had found a pillar of support, and he vowed to remember the Zhenjuan's admonitions. Li Yin secretly chuckled. It seemed that the rivalry between Taoism and Buddhism was an eternal theme across all realms. This was precisely the effect he desired, as it drew him closer to Daoist Ling Yun psychologically, paving the way for more crucial inquiries. With the atmosphere suitably heightened, Daoist Ling Yun gazed upon the ethereal figure of the Zhenjuan before him and recalled the mystical celestial deer and the lingering sweetness of the immortal tea. A certain thought could no longer be suppressed. He abruptly rose from his seat and knelt before Li Yin once more, his expression earnest to the utmost degree. Younger disciple has a matter that has perplexed me for many years. Today, having the fortune to see the Zhenjuan's visage, I dare to implore your guidance. Li Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly, feigning calmness. Daoist Ling Yun took a deep breath, his voice trembling with boundless yearning. May I ask, Zhenjuan, can we, the mundane practitioners, truly glimpse the path of the Tao, attain transcendence, and share longevity with heaven and earth? Li Yin felt a tightening in his heart. Here it was. This was the very question he had yearned to understand today. Does this world truly harbor the secrets of eternal life? Is it indeed possible to cultivate oneself into an immortal? Chapter 26. The true and false paths of Taoism. Li Yan's gaze deepened as he observed the elderly Daoist before him, whose white hair trembled with excitement at the mere mention of the ethereal concept of immortality. He did not answer immediately. The pavilion fell into a momentary silence, with only the tea upon the white jade table continuing to emit wisps of celestial aura. Li Yan lifted the tea and took a gentle sip. The crisp tea flowed smoothly down his throat, and only then did he begin to speak, his voice remaining gentle. I observe that your inner breath is steady, and your foundation is commendable. Pray tell, how does the contemporary Daoist community inquire into the path of the Tao? Hearing this, Daoist Ling Yun, not daring to be negligent, promptly recounted all that he knew in detail. In the present age, practitioners of various disciplines, be they Daoist, Buddhist, or other marginal paths, primarily base their cultivation on inner strength techniques, refining their physical forms and condensing their internal energy. This constitutes the realm of body tempering. Once the muscles and bones are fortified, and the vital energy and blood are abundant, one may attempt to sense the primordial qi of heaven and earth, guiding it into the body to cultivate internal power. This is known as internal energy. Those who have achieved a modest level of internal energy can shatter stones and soar with grace. Upon reaching a profound mastery of internal energy, one may endeavor to transform it into a pure form of true qi, circulating through the myriad meridians of the body. Once the true qi in the dantian is abundant and flows freely, one enters the realm of true qi. Practitioners in this realm can project their true qi outward, effortlessly harming others from a distance. At this stage, they are regarded as formidable masters in the eyes of ordinary people, capable of founding sects or dominating a region. Li Yan listened intently, his fingers softly tapping on the jade table. This information resonated with what he had learned from Wang Da. What comes after true qi? He inquired. Daoist Ling Yun's expression grew serious. After true qi lies the realm of the innate. To enter this realm, one must break through the mysterious barrier, bridging heaven and earth, allowing one's true qi to merge with the primordial qi of the cosmos, perpetually flourishing. Upon achieving this, one can greatly extend their lifespan, remain unscathed by the seasons, walk upon water, and possess nearly inexhaustible true qi, transcending the means of the mundane world. There was a hint of melancholy in his tone. Above the innate realm lies the legendary master realm. Masters can initially harness a portion of the powers of heaven and earth, wielding tremendous might with each gesture, their divine intent causing even spirits to retreat. Such individuals are revered as terrestrial immortals, each capable of commanding a region's fortune. However, Daoist Ling Yun sighed, stating that the master realm is exceedingly elusive. From what he knew, in the present-day South Chu and North Yen, the combined number of publicly recognized masters is likely no more than a mere handful. Our sect's contemporary leader, a prodigious talent, has only recently begun to grasp the innate realm and touch the threshold of mastery, still far from the true transcendence of ascension. As for what lies beyond mastery, ancient texts occasionally mention the breaking of the void and ascending to the sun, but they do so vaguely, resembling myth rather than verifiable truth. Upon finishing, he cautiously glanced at Li Yan. Li Yan understood. Body tempering, internal energy, true qi, innate, mastery. This cultivation system indeed aligned with his expectations. This was not a world of celestial heroes. It was clearly a low martial world. The so-called terrestrial immortals, in his view, would likely falter against even the minor gatekeepers of nine skies questioning the Tao. As for becoming an immortal, transcending, and sharing longevity with the cosmos, such notions were utterly absurd. Thus, his identity as the celestial sovereign of the Xiankong Yunjia offered boundless possibilities. In this realm, there was no clear recognition of deities or an established celestial system. He could easily construct a comprehensive system of immortal cultivation, leveraging his knowledge that was millennia ahead of this world, without fear of being exposed. Who would dare question him? Who could he ask about other deities? Oh, it seemed there were no genuine immortals to consult. How splendid! Moreover, the temple of the true Lord, currently under construction at the foot of the mountain, along with the pilgrim's devout worship, seemingly possesses the ability to unlock items from his game inventory. Is this not the path to divine faith? Although presently only trivial white-quality items are being unlocked, one cannot help but ponder that with an increase in devoted followers and fervent belief, might it not lead to the unlocking of superior equipment, elixirs, or even those extraordinary artifacts and supernatural abilities? The more Li Yan thought, the more fervent his heart became. If he were to create several more identities, such as the Jade Emperor, King Yama, the Three Pure Ones, and the Four Heavenly Kings, essentially transplanting the entire mythological framework, would the treasures within his golden finger not overflow? The more Li Yan envisioned, the more exhilarated he became. Casting a gaze towards Daoist Lingyun that bore a hint of mentorship. This Daoist, indeed, was an essential element in his divine creation plan. He steadied his mind, maintaining the serene visage of an immortal, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. His voice carried an ethereal quality, as if it emanated from the heavens above. Young friend, are you aware that the path you currently cultivate has long strayed from the true immortal way? What? Daoist Lingyun appeared as if struck by lightning, abruptly raising his head, disbelief filling his eyes. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting his own stagnation at the master realm. Yet now this true lord was asserting that their sect's centuries-old practices were erroneous. How could this be possible? His lips trembled, struggling to articulate a coherent response. What do you mean by this? The methods of cultivation in our sect have been painstakingly derived by countless ancestors from ancient texts. How could they be wrong? Li Yin slowly shook his head, his expression grave. Do you believe that by honing your vital energy, refining your sinews, and regulating your internal breath, you may glimpse the great way and ascend to immortality? This is merely a technique for strengthening the body, a path for mundane warriors, even if perfected. It remains within the realm of mortal flesh. How can one, bound by the limitations of the physical form, hope to coexist with the cosmos, soaring freely amidst the heavens? Daoist Lingyun, as if struck again, turned pale in an instant. The path of mundane warriors, the technique for strengthening the body, he murmured, lost and despondent. The heritage of the Daoist sect, the dedication of countless predecessors, reduced to such insignificance by the words of the true Lord? What then? Does the genuine immortal path truly resemble? His voice was dry, tinged with the last remnants of hope. Li Yin rose, standing at the pavilion's edge, gazing towards the mist-shrouded peaks in the distance. His voice became ethereal and distant, imbued with an ineffable profundity. The true immortal path is one that seizes the spirit of the universe, appropriates the creations of sun and moon, comprehends the subtleties of yin and yang, and grasps the mysteries of life and death. An immortal cultivator refines essence into energy, energy into spirit, spirit into void, and void into unity with the Tao, each step a celestial transformation. They inhale the starlight and feast upon the dawn's mist, condensing their magical power and tempering their primordial spirit, allowing supernatural abilities to arise and spells to manifest. Furthermore, some may even forge paradises and traverse the cosmic void. Aligning with the true essence of the Tao, such beings are the genuine immortals. This discourse was a collage of the countless Xianxia novels Li Yin had perused in his past life. Concepts like refining essence into energy and the primordial spirit were somewhat nebulous to him. Yet, this did not hinder his earnestness in employing them to deceive in this moment. In any case, the people of this world are oblivious. Whatever he says is accepted as truth. Daoist Lingyun listened, dumbfounded, his heart shaken. Every word spoken by the true monarch struck him like a heavy hammer, forcefully landing upon his heart. Refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, yuanshen, aligning with the Tao. These terms he had encountered only as fragmented records and obscure texts within the temple, all vague and unclear. Compared to the celestial path described by the true monarch, the internal cultivation methods they practiced were like the stark contrast between a firefly and the bright moon. So, this is how it is. Daoist Lingyun's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground once more, tears streaming down his aged face. How could it be that our Daoist lineage, spanning thousands of years, has strayed onto a misguided path? No wonder no one has ever truly ascended to immortality. His heart was filled with regret, unwillingness, and an unprecedented yearning. If what the true monarch said were true, then were they, the diligent seekers, not the subjects of mockery. True monarch, save me. Daoist Lingyun suddenly prostrated himself, his forehead striking the cold jade floor with a dull thud. I am but a foolish disciple, unwittingly treading a wrong path. Today, upon hearing the true monarch's profound teachings, I realize the road to immortality is indeed elusive, and we have been but frogs in a well. I earnestly beseech the true monarch for compassion, for all the practitioners of the Tao. For those of us who have tirelessly sought the truth, illuminate a clear path for us. Grant us the authentic methods of immortality. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a sob, filled with the last flicker of hope amidst despair. The bamboo grove was silent, save for the occasional soft grunt of a celestial deer and the heavy breaths of Daoist Lingyun. Li Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the prostrate elder with a sense of secret satisfaction. The effect was remarkable. It seemed that the theories of immortality learned from novels indeed held considerable value in this world. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Chapter 27. The law must not be lightly transmitted. After successfully impressing Li Yin found himself contemplating the elder's request. Immortal methods? What did he know of genuine immortal techniques? If he could draw out skill books from his game package and casually toss one aside, it would likely astonish this elder as if it were a divine text. For now, he could only continue to feign profundity. He gently shook his head, his voice imbued with a hint of detachment and authority. My young friend. The law must not be lightly transmitted. Those 5 short words fell upon Daoist Ling Yun's fervent heart like a bucket of icy water. He suddenly lifted his head. His eyes filled with despair and confusion. True monarch, Li Yin continued, you and I are not yet destined. You are not worthy to enter my tutelage and receive the true methods. This statement struck Daoist Ling Yun like a heavy hammer, rendering his vision momentarily dark. Indeed, how could the genuine methods of the immortals be easily imparted? His meager understanding of the Tao was likely viewed by the true monarch as no more significant than that of an ant. Li Yin shifted his tone, adding a note of consolation. However, for you to unravel this age-old mystery today and glimpse the path of immortality is already a tremendous fortune. How many practitioners in this world, throughout their lives, merely wander in confusion, unaware of the direction of the immortal road? To realize today that your current practices are misguided surpasses the understanding of countless others. Upon hearing this, Daoist Ling Yun felt a sense of calm return to his heart. Yes, the true monarch had unveiled the centuries-old obscurities of their Daoist teachings. Such a kindness was immeasurable. How could he dare to wish for more? However, the true celestial art. Li Yin observed the shifting expressions on his face, understood that the moment was ripe, and decided to offer a hint of sweetness, leaving a lingering thought. After all, this Daoist Ling Yun would prove invaluable in the future. I perceive within you a flicker of aspiration towards the Tao. And your innate talent may just be deemed worthy of cultivation. Li Yin took a few steps, softening his tone. Our fortuitous encounter today holds some significance. If you can uphold sincerity and earnestly seek the truth, then in due course, all that transpires will be noted by me. When the time is ripe and the fates align, I shall contemplate whether to guide you on the celestial path. These words shone like a ray of dawn, illuminating Daoist Ling Yun's heart, which had nearly succumbed to despair. The true monarch had not closed the door entirely. There remains a chance. Disciple understands. Ling Yun's voice quivered as he bowed deeply, vowing to heed the true monarch's teachings, serve with utmost sincerity, and fervently pray for a celestial connection. Seeing his expression, Li Yin felt a sense of satisfaction. Our discourse concludes here for today, he stated calmly, rising to his feet, with a gentle sweep of his flowing sleeves. The exquisitely crafted white jade pavilion, along with the jade table, jade stools, celestial tea, and the purple bamboo stream adorning the pavilion, all transformed into shimmering lights, vanishing into thin air as if they had never existed. Daoist Ling Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. His mind erupted in a thunderous realization. The sleeves contained the universe. This must be the legendary technique of the celestial beings. It was said that great adepts could encompass all things of heaven and earth within their sleeves. Today, he had witnessed it firsthand. His faith in Li Yan's celestial identity solidified, and his awe deepened. Yet, Li Yin appeared to regard it as a trivial matter, his demeanor unruffled. He approached the snow-treading, plum-seeking deer that had been quietly lying nearby. The celestial deer, resonating with spiritual energy, emitted a melodious low call, its chilling aura intensifying. Young friend, take care. Came the faint utterance, dissipating like the wind. In the next moment, the snow-treading, plum-seeking deer gracefully lifted its hooves, enveloped in a hazy brilliance of snow-like radiance. It leapt suddenly, carrying Li Yin as a streak of snow-colored light, disappearing into the depths of the bamboo forest shrouded in morning mist, leaving no trace behind. Only a fleeting, crisp chill lingered in the air, along with the awestruck figure of Daoist Ling Yun. After a prolonged silence, Daoist Ling Yun slowly emerged from the depths of profound shock. His mind swirled in confusion, buzzing with thoughts. The true monarch had departed, arriving without a trace and leaving without a sign. Were it not for his personal experience, who would dare believe such celestial beings truly existed in this world? He gazed down at the spot where he had previously bowed, then at the empty expanse of grass. The true monarch's words echoed in his ears. The law should not be lightly imparted, for the fates have yet to align. With genuine sincerity, guidance on the celestial path will be granted. Daoist Ling Yun's eyes flickered as he mulled over these phrases repeatedly. Suddenly, he was jolted, an unprecedented brilliance igniting within his gaze. Indeed, it is a test. He slapped his thigh in sudden realization. Of course, it must be so. How precious is the celestial art. It cannot be easily imparted to others. The true monarch expressed that my fateful connection had yet to arrive, not implying a lack of celestial affinity, but rather indicating that my current sincerity had not reached a level satisfactory to him. Should you maintain genuine intent and earnestly seek, all that transpires henceforth shall be observed by me. This clearly suggests that I must demonstrate my dedication to the path through tangible actions. When the time is ripe and the conditions are fulfilled, I shall contemplate whether to guide you on the celestial journey. Does this not mean that if I pass the trials, I shall have the opportunity to receive the true teachings of the celestial path? The Daoist Ling Yun pondered this increasingly, finding profound sense in it, and with each thought became more exhilarated. The prior feelings of disappointment and confusion dissipated in an instant, replaced by boundless excitement and fervor. The teachings must not be disseminated lightly. Indeed, they must not be shared carelessly. He nodded repeatedly, as if he had attained a great enlightenment. The true monarch's awakening of our misguided cultivation today is a tremendous grace. If the celestial teachings were to be easily imparted, would it not render the celestial path too trivial? I understand now. I am completely enlightened. The Daoist Ling Yun trembled with excitement, eager to rush after the true monarch to declare his resolve. Yet, he knew that since the true monarch had departed, he would not easily reappear. What he must do now is to manifest his sincerity and earnestness as suggested by the true monarch. How to manifest it? A flash of inspiration struck the Daoist Ling Yun. The true monarch has unveiled my errors in the Daoist practice, a matter of great significance concerning the transmission of the Dao across the world. How could I monopolize such heavenly insight? I must promptly return to Qingyin Temple and record the true monarch's words verbatim, proclaiming them to the world of fellow practitioners. Let all Daoist cultivators know where the true celestial path lies. This, indeed, is my sincerity. This is the utmost reverence I hold for the true monarch. With this thought, the Daoist Ling Yun could no longer contain himself. He stumbled to his feet, disregarding the disheveled state of his Daoist robes, and hurriedly made his way towards the bamboo grove. He must return to the temple at once. He must spread this earth-shattering news throughout southern Shu and beyond, to the entire world. The Shuaqiang Yunjia true monarch is not only a water deity capable of forewarning calamities and protecting sentient beings, but he is also the supreme ancestral master who guides the celestial path and illuminates the way. The Qingfeng Mountain is on the verge of transformation. The entire Daoist community is poised for a change. The Daoist Ling Yun felt a surge of wind beneath his feet, his heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of mission and excitement. He could almost envision a future where all Daoist practitioners would abandon the old ways to embrace the righteous path, heralding a grand resurgence of the celestial way. And he, Ling Yun, would be the beacon leading into this new era. This merit, this celestial affinity, is enough to etch his name into the annals of history. True monarch, I understand. I shall set forth to act. He ran while shouting in his heart. The bamboo grove returned to its previous tranquility, with only the morning breeze rustling through the bamboo leaves, creating a soft sound. It was as if the earlier celestial conversation had merely been a fleeting dream. But the Daoist Ling Yun knew it was no dream. It was a genuine celestial affinity, real and tangible, capable of altering the course of his life and the destiny of the entire Daoist order. Chapter 28. Crafting Myths Within the Stone Chamber. Li Yin slumped onto the flowing cloud-white jade couch, exhaling a long sigh. Damn, that was a close call. He patted his chest, still feeling a lingering fear. The old Taoist's final gaze upon him was as if he intended to devour him whole, or perhaps it was a reverence so profound that he wished to be instantly transformed into an immortal and take him as a disciple. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, adeptly steering the conversation away while feigning an air of profound mystery. However, this Ling Yun Taoist was more gullible than he had anticipated. After a few subtle prompts, it seemed he had already elevated himself to the status of a true deity, firmly believing in the so-called righteous path of immortality. Body tempering, inner strength, true energy, innate talent, Master Li Yin murmured softly, echoing the martial realms extracted from Ling Yun's words. Indeed, this was a world of low martial arts. The so-called masters could summon a mere wisp of celestial power? It sounded impressive, but it was likely just the culmination of inner strength, augmented by a touch of mental influence, barely qualifying as mid-tier martial arts. As for shattering the void or ascending in broad daylight, such notions were absurd. This was far from a world of immortal heroes. It was merely an ancient realm with a somewhat peculiar power system. This realization eased the tension in Li Yan's heart completely. His eyes sparkled with excitement as his thoughts began to whirl. This meant that the patchwork of immortal theories he had cobbled together from his previous life as novels possessed unparalleled advancement and authority in this world. It meant that his identity as the celestial sovereign of the profound abyss could scarcely be unraveled. Who could question it? With what could they challenge it? In this realm, true immortals did not exist. Li Yin abruptly sat up, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. He gazed at the two distinctly visible icons of the random mount dice and game package in his view, particularly the game package. The temple of the true sovereign under construction at the foot of the mountain, the offerings from the common folk, could genuinely unlock items within the package. Although at present, he could only retrieve some white-quality home decor and low-grade consumables, this undoubtedly proved that a viable path lay ahead. Faith, or rather, the recognition and belief of the beings in this world towards him, the false deity, were transforming into some form of energy influencing his golden finger. What if there were more followers? What if their faith were even more fervent? Would he then be able to unlock higher-tier items? Those blue, purple, orange, or even golden gear, elixirs, materials, skill tomes, and those legendary artifacts and divine powers? Li Yan's heart raced with excitement. Relying solely on the identity of the celestial sovereign of the profound abyss seemed insufficient. This identity only held some renown in Qinghe County and was too closely bound to water, clouds, and marshes, imposing great limitations. He needed more deities, more personas. Li Yan's gaze fell upon the golden random mount dice. His mount collection contained not merely celestial birds and auspicious beasts. There were also numerous demons, monsters, and fierce aberrations. The 9 nether demonic tiger, the abyssal spider, the hellish Cerberus. If he could unleash these creatures to create a stir, and then don a different guise. Riding a more impressive mount to subdue demons and vanquish evil, the plan seemed increasingly feasible. On one side lay the rampant demons, instilling fear in the populace, who prayed for divine protection. On the other side stood the deities descending from the heavens, alleviating suffering and reaping the faith of the masses. Is this not the essence of duality in combat? The flourishing of faith in two realms? He could even fabricate an entire mythological system. Concepts of celestial courts, underworlds, and the genealogies of various deities, drawn from the novels and television dramas of yore, could be effortlessly woven together to establish a brand new, officially sanctioned belief system in this world, shrouded in ignorance. The celestial sovereign of the Azure Abyss is merely the beginning. In the future, there could be deities of battle, slayers of demons, and compassionate bodhisattvas who liberate all beings, as well as the Emperor of the Netherworld who governs reincarnation. Li Yin's excitement grew as he envisioned countless devotees kneeling in reverence, an overwhelming tide of faith surging forth. Marvelous. It was akin to a whimsical adventure, akin to a delightful encounter in a magical realm. Unable to contain his exuberance, Li Yin slapped his thigh. Furthermore, could he not introduce regionally specific deities based on the geopolitical landscape of the Northern Yin and Southern Chu? The Southern Chu may embrace the way, while the Northern Yin adheres to Buddhism. Indeed. He too could partake in this theological rivalry, adeptly navigating both sides. The more Li Yin contemplated, the more he felt a golden path unfurling before him. The identity of the celestial sovereign of the Azure Abyss was merely a prologue, a launchpad. He aspired to be the creator of this realm, weaving an expansive web of belief that enveloped the entire world. The unlocking of more potent equipment, elixirs, magical artifacts, and divine powers within the game package served as his unwavering motivation to progress. Rising from his cushion, he paced the limited confines of the stone cave, his heart ablaze with ambition. Qinghe County was merely the inception. Jiangzhou, Southern Chu, and indeed the entire realm, the celestial sovereign of the Azure Abyss was but his first guise. He gazed outside the cave, where Qifeng Mountain appeared particularly serene in the dawnlight. Who would be the next demon to emerge, and which deity would confront them? Li Yin stroked his chin, delightfully plotting his course. He needed to meticulously orchestrate this inaugural grand performance of demon slaying, ensuring it resonated with explosive success, thus establishing the foundation of his divine pantheon. Meanwhile, at Qingyin Temple, Daoist Lingyun rushed back to his secluded chamber in a state of fervent urgency. Close the door. Close the door. From this day forth, no visitors shall be admitted. His voice was tinged with unprecedented urgency and exhilaration as he instructed the disciples who had come in response to his summons. Several young acolytes exchanged puzzled glances. Bewildered by their master's uncharacteristic demeanor, yet they hastily complied and secured the temple doors. Inside the chamber, Daoist Lingyun gasped for breath, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He spread his hands, observing his slightly trembling fingertips, while the ethereal voice of the sovereign echoed in his mind, alongside the miraculous sight of the Jade Pavilion, the celestial deer, and the wondrous phenomena that had vanished in a flash. A celestial opportunity. A monumental celestial opportunity. He murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with fervent zeal. The sovereign had illuminated his path, revealing the misdirection of the Daoist sect for a millennium, while subtly hinting at the existence of the true celestial way. Such profound truths must not be shared lightly. This must surely be the sovereign's test for him. He abruptly rose, pacing within his chamber, his emotion surging. This matter was of paramount importance, concerning the future of the Daoist sect across the realm. How could he monopolize such revelations? He must immediately convey the sovereign's words to the elders of his sect. He strode briskly to the writing desk, inhaling deeply to compel himself to calmness. He summoned his most trusted disciple, a composed man of about 30 years, known as Qi Feng. Master, the Daoist named Qi Feng bowed respectfully, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Today, I have encountered a celestial opportunity, witnessing the manifestation of the Xuanqing Yun's true monarch. The Daoist Ling Yun whispered, his voice barely concealing his excitement. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng's pupils dilated, disbelief etched across his face. Master, are you saying that it is the true monarch who forewarned of the impending calamity and saved the people of Qifeng village? Indeed, Ling Yun Daoist nodded emphatically. The true monarch not only possesses immense powers, but has also awakened me, as well as our entire Daoist lineage's centuries-old confusions in cultivation. He succinctly recounted his encounter in the bamboo forest today, in the true monarch's discourse on the path of the mortal martial artist versus the true celestial path to Qifeng. Qing Feng listened in astonishment, his heart quaking. Is it possible that the cultivation methods passed down through our lineage for a millennium are misguided? The true celestial path involves refining essence into qi and transforming qi into spirit? These assertions are nothing short of revolutionary. The true monarch stated that the teachings should not be disseminated lightly, as they must test our sincerity in pursuing the Tao. Ling Yun Daoist's expression turned solemn. I believe that to prove our sincerity, we must report this heavenly secret to our sect and encourage fellow practitioners across the world. He swiftly took up a pen, fervently inscribing on a sheet of pristine white paper. The characters, hastily written due to his excitement, bore a resolute determination. He included the crux of the true monarch's words and his own conjectures in the letter. Once completed, he carefully folded the paper, placing it into a specially prepared bamboo tube, sealing it with wax. Qing Feng, you must set off immediately and deliver this letter personally to the Dao Registry Office in Jiangzhou City, presenting it to your Shibo Lingxiu. Lingxiu Jinren is a senior disciple of Ling Yun Daoist, a foremost expert within the Jiangzhou Daoist sect, holding a significant position and currently managing affairs at the Dao Registry Office. This office, established by the court, oversees the Daoist matters of the province, serving somewhat as the central hub of the Daoist sect. Remember, this matter is of utmost secrecy. Do not disclose the contents of the letter to anyone. Travel swiftly and without error. Ling Yun Daoist admonished earnestly. The disciple understood. Qi Feng accepted the bamboo tube, feeling the weight of immense significance within it, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. He dared not delay. Bowing in acceptance of the task and swiftly exiting the quiet chamber, preparing to depart at once. After sending off his disciple, Ling Yun Daoist finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Disseminating this message was merely the first step. Next, he must devote himself wholeheartedly to fulfilling the mundane affairs of the true monarch as a testament to his sincerity. What act best demonstrates such sincerity? Naturally, it is to construct a temple for the true monarch and inscribe a monument of merit. He approached another writing desk, where fine rice paper was already laid out, accompanied by a row of brushes of varying sizes and an ancient inkstone. This was the inscription for the monument of the Xuanqing Yunzi, true monarch salvation of the people, commissioned by County Magistrate Zhao Zhen. Previously, he had exerted himself, but more out of reverence for the divine traces and in cooperation with the government. However, his mindset had transformed entirely. This is not merely an opportunity to extol the virtues of the true monarch, but also a sincere moment to express heartfelt devotion. He aims to employ the most exquisite language and the most earnest spirit to proclaim the unparalleled merits of the true monarch to the world. Daoist Ling Yun took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions, and grasped a large brush made of purple hair. He focused intently, recalling the extraordinary figure of the true monarch, the mystical celestial deer, and the profound mysteries contained within the heavenly tea. An abundance of reverence and devotion surged within him. With the brush tip saturated in rich ink, he slowly let it descend upon the paper. In the 3rd year of the reign of Chu Tianyu, as the Qing River flooded, a malevolent serpent emerged from Yunmeng's. His strokes flowed as if guided by divine intervention, each word and phrase emanating from the depths of his heart, brimming with boundless respect for the true monarch. In the quiet room, Only the soft sound of the brush gliding across the paper remained. Outside the window, the light of dawn gradually brightened, a dialogue between the celestial and mortal realms. Meticulously orchestrated by Li Yin, was quietly stirring a great commotion within the Daoist sect. Chapter 29, The Winds of Jiangzhou. In Jiangzhou City, not far from the governor's residence, lies the Daoist record office. This place, lacking the tranquility of Qingyan Temple, exudes a solemn grandeur, with its blue bricks, dark tiles, and elegantly curved eaves. The passing Daoists all exhibit hurried expressions and steady strides. In a secluded room at the back, the fragrant incense wafted through the air. As the real person Lingshu held a weathered Daoist scripture, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly contemplating profound truths. He was over 50 years old, with a lean visage, and his 3 strands of long beard were meticulously groomed. Clad in a faded bagua robe, his gaze was deep, occasionally sparkling with light, indicating his considerable mastery in internal cultivation. Real person, an urgent missive from Qinghe County. A young Daoist boy stood respectfully outside the door, holding a bamboo tube sealed with wax. The real person Lingshu lifted his eyelids slightly. Qinghe County? From my junior brother Lingyun? This junior brother of his was known for his composure and rarely exhibited such urgency. Unless, of course, something of great importance had transpired. He broke the wax seal and poured out the letter within. The note was brief, yet the handwriting was somewhat chaotic, conveying an indescribable sense of urgency and excitement. The true monarch of Xuanqiong Yunza has manifested, guiding the lost. The opening words tightened Lingshu's brow further. He was not entirely unfamiliar with this true monarch of Xuanqiong Yunza. A month prior, the governor of Jiangzhou, Yang Lai, had summoned him discreetly. This was in response to a report from Qinghe County, stating that a celestial being had manifested. Forewarning of the serpent calamity, thus saving an entire village of citizens. The honored title of that celestial being was indeed the true monarch of Xuanqiong Yunza. At that time, Governor Yang had sought his opinion. Lingshu remembered how he had replied. Esteemed governor, this humble Daoist has practiced for decades. Yet my understanding of celestial matters is but a glimpse through a narrow window. However, the magistrate of Qinghe County, Zhaozhen, is known for his integrity and is not a person given to exaggeration. His report was thorough, corroborated by numerous villagers and officials, suggesting it is not mere rumor. Moreover, my junior brother Lingyun resides in Qinghe County. His demeanor is steady, and he does not speak lightly. This matter warrants further investigation before drawing any conclusions. Yang Lai heeded his advice, replying to Zhaozhen, instructing him to seek the truth diligently and not to chase after shadows. He understood Lingyun's character well. Though his junior brother possessed average talent and had been confined to the realm of internal vigor for many years, he excelled in purity of heart and diligence. Never one to speak without careful consideration. This matter shall be temporarily subdued. The esteemed Lingshu Jinren initially believed that this was merely an exaggerated tale spun by local officials seeking to enhance their political achievements. Perhaps it was a rare natural phenomenon, misconstrued by the ignorant villagers as a celestial occurrence. His disciple, Lingyun, caught in the midst of this, must also find himself in a quandary. However, at this moment, the letter in his hand began to shake the foundations of his previous judgments. The descriptions of the esteemed Xuanqiong Yunzai within the letter far exceeded his imagination. The sudden appearance of a white jade pavilion, a celestial deer guiding the way, and the essence of divine tea all resonated with the essence of celestial arts. Yet, what truly caused Lingshu Jinren's pupils to constrict and his heart to tremble was the latter part of the letter. The Jinjuan declared that our cultivation merely pertains to the mundane path of martial practitioners, refining vital energy and honing internal strength, even to the level of a grandmaster. Remains distinctly different from the celestial path. A lifetime spent in pursuit is but a fleeting illusion, hardly grasping the true essence of the Tao. The genuine path to immortality lies in the refinement of essence into energy, the transformation of energy into spirit, the return of spirit to emptiness, and the merging of emptiness with the Tao, achieving supreme magical power and condensing an indestructible primordial spirit. Lingshu Jinren felt as though a thunderous roar echoed in his mind, as if something deeply entrenched within him suddenly collapsed. The mundane path of martial practitioners? The internal power techniques he had cultivated for nearly 40 years were, in the words of the Jinjuan, merely a mundane pursuit. The rigorous path of body refining, internal strength, true qi, innate talent, and masterhood, revered by practitioners across the world, had it all been misguided from the very beginning? The phrases refining essence into energy and transforming energy into spirit struck him like a bolt of lightning, sending turbulent waves through the lake of his heart. He had encountered similar phrases in certain fragmented ancient texts, but those records were often vague and dismissed as absurd conjectures. The mainstream of the Tao still prioritized the honing of internal power and the pursuit of grand mastery. Never had he contemplated that there could exist such a clear and systematic celestial realm above that. Lingshu Jinren exhaled a long, murky breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. This matter was of profound significance. If what Ling Yun claimed was true, no. If what the esteemed Xuanxun Yunzai Jinjuan proclaimed was indeed accurate, then the entire Dao sect, along with all practitioners seeking extraordinary power, would have strayed onto a misguided path? A millennium of inheritance, all based on fallacies? This thought sent chills coursing through him. Yet an uncontrollable fervor began to rise from the depths of his heart. The law must not be lightly transmitted. Sincerity must be tested. At the end of the letter, Ling Yun mentioned the Jinjuan's trial and expressed his intention to report this celestial secret to their sect for verification of sincerity. Lingshu Jinren closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. He could envision the excitement and trepidation that must have engulfed Ling Yun as he penned this letter. He could more profoundly appreciate the boundless yearning for the true celestial path embedded within the words. Disciple, O disciple, you have presented me with an insurmountable dilemma. Lingshu Jinren murmured softly, his voice hoarse. This matter was colossal, so immense that he dared not easily believe it, yet equally dared not dismiss it without consideration. The esteemed Xuanxiong Yunzai Jinjuan. If such a formidable being truly existed, why would he choose this moment, in the small locale of Qinghe County, Jiang'o of South Chu, to manifest his presence? And why unveil this so-called illusion of cultivation? What was his purpose? Lingshu Jinren opened his eyes, his gaze lingering on the letter. Fixated on the phrases returning spirit to emptiness and merging emptiness with the Tao, rendered momentarily speechless. He dedicated his life to arduous cultivation and has now reached the pinnacle of true Qi, standing merely a step away from the realm of pre-Evan. In the Daoist sect of Jiangzhou, he is regarded as a pillar of strength. Yet, he is acutely aware of the formidable challenge that this step entails. Countless prodigies have expended their entire lives without ever breaching the gates of pre-Evan. Even those who fortuitously enter the pre-Heaven realm find their lifespan limited to a mere 150 years. The Master Realm is a rarity, as elusive as a dragon that is seen only in glimpses. As for the realms beyond the Master, they exist only in legend, ethereal and unattainable. Immortality? Ascending to the heavens? Such aspirations are the dreams of fools. But now, someone has informed him that all of this is erroneous. There exists a true path to transcendence laid before him. With a deep exhale, the Daoist master Lingshu released a breath of turbid air, his gaze sharpening with newfound clarity. He rose and began to pace within the tranquil chamber. This matter cannot be treated lightly. Should it prove false, his disciple Ling Yun may have been led astray by deceitful influences, or perhaps his cultivation has gone awry. He must rush to guide him back to the correct path. Conversely, if it is indeed true, the master Lingshu halted in his steps, his heart racing uncontrollably. If a celestial opportunity truly presents itself, how could he allow it to slip through his fingers? Qinghe County, I must personally pay a visit, he resolved firmly. Motivated solely by the 8 characters from the letter, refine essence into Qi, refine Qi into spirit. He must hear it with his own ears and witness it with his own eyes. Come in, Master Lingshu called out. Immediately, a young acolyte outside responded. What is your command, Master? Summon the 2 stewards, Lingxian and Qingyi, to me. Yes. Shortly thereafter, 2 middle-aged Daoists, clad in azure robes and aged around 30 to 40, entered the tranquil chamber with haste. Senior brother or uncle, why have you summoned us? They inquired in unison, bowing respectfully. Lingxian, Master Lingshu's junior brother, managed the daily affairs of the Daoist records office, while Qingyi, his eldest disciple, assisted in handling documents and records. I intend to visit Qingyun Temple in Qinghe County to meet with my disciple Ling Yun and discuss the profound principles of Tao, Master Lingshu replied, his expression calm, betraying no hint of unusualness. Lingxian felt a flicker of curiosity. Senior brother, you wish to travel to Qinghe County at this moment? Has something occurred with Ling Yun? He recalled that Ling Yun had just sent an urgent letter. Not at all, Master Lingshu waved his hand. I have recently gained some insights from the Daoist scriptures and wish to verify them with Ling Yun. Moreover, it has been a while since we last met, and I am somewhat concerned. He paused and looked at the 2 men. After my departure, Lingxian, you will temporarily oversee all matters of the Daoist records office, with Qingyi assisting you. Discuss matters thoroughly and do not act unilaterally. Rest assured, we shall devote ourselves to ensuring the smooth operation of the Daoist records office. Lingxian responded immediately. Qingyi also bowed, saying, May Master have a safe journey. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to send word. Master Lingshu nodded slightly. This journey may take no less than 3 to 5 days, and at most, 10 days to half a month. If the governor's office or any other official office seeks my presence, inform them that I am in seclusion, engaged in quiet cultivation, and cannot receive visitors. For urgent matters, they may send someone to Qingyan Temple in Qinghe County to find me. His mention of urgent matters was a deliberate allowance. He wished to avoid causing delays in the affairs of the Daoist Records Office due to his unapproved absence and did not want to raise any suspicions with Governor Yang. We understand, Qin Xian and Qingyi replied in unison. Very well, you may go. The humble monk made a brief preparation and set forth immediately. Master Lingshu waved his hand. Once the two departed, tranquility returned to the quiet chamber. Master Lingshu approached the window, gazing towards the direction of Qinghe County, his eyes filled with distant thoughts. He embarked on this journey unaccompanied, clad in simple attire, riding a swift steed with minimal provisions. His purpose was not only to seek celestial affinities but also to uncover the truth. An uncanny premonition lingered in his heart. This expedition to Qinghe County might irrevocably alter the course of his life, perhaps even reshape the future of the entire Daoist sect. The true monarch of the profound vault and cloud abyss, he murmured softly, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, anticipation, trepidation, reverence, and a hint of resolute desperation. He retrieved an ancient peachwood sword from the wall and pulled out a small cloth pouch from his bosom, containing talismans he had accumulated over the years, along with some emergency elixirs. Once prepared, he cast a final glance at the chamber he had inhabited for decades, inhaled deeply, and stepped out the door. The sunlight outside was just right, and the clusters of emerald bamboo in the courtyard swayed gently in the breeze, rustling softly. Everything seemed as usual. Yet, Master Lingshu understood that from the moment he crossed that threshold, certain things might never return to their former state. Outside Jianggo City, along the official road, a lone rider galloped forth, racing towards the southeast, towards Qinghe County. Chapter 30. The Temple of the True Monarch at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. The cacophony of day and night gradually subsided. A brand new temple rose rapidly, astonishingly. While modest in size and lacking opulence, it boasted azure tiles and crimson walls, with eaves and corners that conveyed a newly established solemnity. Above the main entrance hung a plaque with golden characters on a black background, inscribed with the 7 grand words, Temple of the True Monarch of the Profound Vault and Cloud Abyss, penned in bold strokes by County Magistrate Zhao Zhun. Exuding an extraordinary vigor, on the day of the temple's consecration, nearly all notable figures from Qinghe County gathered, clad in a fresh official robe. County Magistrate Zhao Zhun personally lit the first incense stick at the newly erected altar for the true monarch of the profound vault and cloud abyss. The altar was crafted from premium sandalwood, with the characters for the consecration of the true monarch inscribed in ancient script, exuding an air of mystery amid simplicity. Zhao Zhun offered his prayers with sincerity, beseeching the true monarch for favorable weather and the safety of the populace. Subsequently, Wang Shan, representing the villagers of Qifeng, along with Deputy County Lu Mao, Chief Scribe Sun Ming, County Lieutenant Chen Hu, and other officials, as well as local gentry who had come upon hearing the news, approached in succession to pay their respects. In an instant, the modest temple was filled with the fragrance of incense and throngs of people. Wang Laozhong. Zhao Zhun turned to Wang Shan after finishing his prayers. The upkeep and offerings of this true monarch temple will henceforth be entrusted to your people of Qingfeng Village. The county office will allocate a sum of silver each month for the maintenance of the temple and the purchase of incense and candles. You must serve diligently and not grow negligent. Wang Shan, tears streaming down his face, repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed county magistrate. The old man and all of Qifeng Village shall certainly honor the true monarch and fulfill your entrusted duty. It is a tremendous honor to oversee the temple of our Savior, the true monarch of the profound vault and cloud abyss. Beside the temple stood a tall stone stele, nearly 10 feet high, inscribed densely with characters. It is indeed the result of several days of arduous effort by Daoist Lingyun, who meticulously composed the monument dedicated to the manifestation of the exalted Lord of the celestial abyss and cloudy marsh, intended to rescue the populace. The inscription elaborately details the Lord's foresight in averting calamity and saving lives, adorned with eloquent prose that praises his virtues to the utmost, compelling many literate individuals to pause and marvel at its beauty. However, the bamboo grove where the immortal first revealed himself has undergone a significant transformation. The county office has deployed enforcers to barricade all entrances to the grove with fences, guarding it day and night, prohibiting any unauthorized individuals from approaching. This once sacred grove has now become a forbidden place. The only exception to this rule is the hunter, Wang De, ever since the day the immortal accepted offerings. Zhaozhen recruited Wang De, relieving him of his hunting duties, granting him a monthly stipend from the county office, and assigning him the responsibility of guarding the traces of the immortal in the bamboo grove. Each morning, he is permitted to enter the grove, clean the azure stone, and offer a stick of incense. Wang De is deeply grateful for this honor, rising at dawn to diligently clean the area with utmost care. As he walks through the village, he stands tall, and the villagers regard him with a mixture of envy and reverence. Who does not know that Wang De has encountered a true immortal and conversed with the Exalted One? On this particular day, outside Qinghe County, dust swirled along the official road. A swift horse galloped forth. Its rider, though weary from travel, exuded an ethereal demeanor. It was none other than the true man Lingxiu, who had hastened from Jiang'o. Within the Qingyun temple, upon hearing of his elder brother's arrival, Daoist Lingyun was both surprised and delighted, quickly rushing out to greet him. "Elder brother, what brings you here in person?" he exclaimed, ushering Lingxiu into the quiet chamber and personally serving him tea. Lingxiu waved his hand dismissively, signaling that no formalities were necessary, and in a straightforward manner, he inquired, "Junior brother, is it true what you mentioned in your letter regarding the exalted lord of the celestial abyss and cloudy marsh, and his enlightening of the celestial path?" His tone was grave, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Lingyun. Daoist Lingyun's expression turned serious, and he nodded earnestly. "Elder brother, it is absolutely true. How could I possibly utter a single falsehood?" He then recounted in detail his encounter with the immortal in the bamboo grove, relaying the astonishing words spoken by the Lord regarding mundane martial artists and the true celestial path, presenting every detail with fervor that left no room for doubt. Lingxiu listened intently, occasionally frowning or nodding, while tumultuous thoughts surged within him. The revelations shared by Lingyun were even more intricate and incredulous than those conveyed in the letter. The ethereal jade pavilion, the tea imbued with the essence of the Tao, the seemingly boundless methods of storage, and the resonant theories of immortality, elder brother. The words of the Lord were like a divine awakening, illuminating my understanding. Daoist Lingyun exclaimed with excitement. Our Daoist lineage, steeped in tradition for a millennium, has been wandering astray. If not for the Lord's guidance, we might never have glimpsed the true path. Lingxiu remained silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "Junior brother, this matter is of great significance and cannot be taken lightly. Can you ascertain the identity and origins of that exalted Lord?" Daoist Lingyun shook his head. The Lord's presence is elusive, having never revealed his origins, yet his demeanor and capabilities are beyond the imagination of mere mortals. I firmly believe he must undoubtedly be a true immortal from the higher realms. He pondered how he might deduce the title of the esteemed Xiankong Yunzi, and recounted the matter of the offerings made to the sage. Upon hearing this, the venerable Lingxiu felt an increase in his perplexity, yet simultaneously, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. "Junior brother, I wish to visit the bamboo grove where the immortal once manifested," he stated in a hushed tone. The Daoist Lingyun displayed a look of concern. "Brother, that grove has been designated a forbidden area by the county office. No unauthorized individuals are permitted to approach." "It matters not," replied Lingxiu. "I shall personally speak with County Magistrate Zhao. I have come in the capacity of an envoy from the Jiangzhou Dao recording office, and he must grant me some consideration." Upon hearing of Lingxiu's arrival, Zhaozhen did not dare to be negligent and personally came to receive him. When Lingxiu expressed his desire to observe the immortal's traces in the bamboo grove, Zhaozhen pondered for a moment before nodding in acquiescence. "As a distinguished figure of the Dao, it is entirely fitting for you to seek to pay your respects to the immortal's legacy," he remarked with a smile. "However, please be mindful that this is a sacred site of the sage's manifestation. I kindly ask that you observe from outside the grove and do not linger too long, lest you disturb the immortal's tranquil cultivation." "Rest assured, I shall exercise caution," Lingxiu replied, bowing in gratitude. His intention was not to intrude but merely to experience the ethereal ambience that surrounded the so-called traces of the immortal. The two then set forth towards Qinfeng Mountain. Along the way, Daoist Lingyun incessantly recounted the sage's numerous extraordinary feats and the boundless gratitude expressed by the villagers of Qingfeng. Lingxiu remained quietly attentive, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement, but spoke little. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove, which was guarded by officials, Lingxiu came to a halt. He focused his gaze inward. The grove was profound and verdant, the hues so rich they seemed to glisten with dew. As the wind rustled through the bamboo leaves, a gentle sound filled the air. The atmosphere was refreshing. Yet nothing particularly remarkable seemed to present itself. Brother, the site of the sage's manifestation lies just beyond the depths of that grove, beside a slab of azure stone. Ling Yun whispered, gesturing towards the interior. Ling Xiu squinted slightly, channeling his inner energy to sense the surroundings more acutely. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of something unusual that even he was unaware of. It seemed that a faint yet exceedingly pure essence lingered in the air, entirely distinct from his usual cultivation energy. Could it be that what his junior brother spoke of was indeed true? Junior brother, has the sage left behind anything? Even the slightest trace of a technique? Ling Xiu inquired. Ling Yun shook his head with a wry smile. The sage has stated that teachings should not be imparted lightly. The time for such knowledge has not yet arrived, hence he left no concrete methods. However, he did mention that those who passed the trials and possessed the requisite fate would have the opportunity to receive the true teachings of the immortal path. Ling Xiu remained silent. Trials? By what means would they be assessed? What constituted sufficient fate? Everything appeared so nebulous. He lingered outside the grove for nearly the span of an incense stick, ultimately departing with Ling Yun, having found nothing of significance. At that moment, in the stone cave, Li Yin also sensed the stirrings within the bamboo grove. Today, he had summoned a mount known as the Shadow Spirit Cat, a unique creature of modest size, yet capable of cloaking itself and possessing acute sensing abilities. Since the establishment of the Temple of the Celestial Abyss and Cloud Marshals, the incense offerings have been incessant. Li Yin discovered that he could share sensory experiences with his steed to a certain extent, even remotely controlling it. This further reinforced his belief that the enhancement of his unique abilities was undoubtedly linked to matters of faith. Through the vision shared by the Shadow Spirit Cat, Li Yin clearly observed two figures within the bamboo grove. One was the venerable Daoist Ling Yun, while the other was an unfamiliar, slender-faced stranger exuding a profound aura. The deference displayed by Ling Yun before this stranger indicated that the newcomer held a significant position. Oh, another venerable Daoist? Li Yin stroked his chin, taking a keen interest in the demeanor of the real person Ling Xiu. This elder appeared far more composed than Daoist Ling Yun, exuding an air befitting a sage. Ling Yun, in his presence, was notably respectful, mirroring his steps closely. It seemed that the old rascal Ling Yun had summoned an elder from his sect. Li Yin chuckled softly. It appeared that his theories on celestial Taoism had genuinely captivated Ling Yun, even stirring the attention of his sect. This was indeed an unexpected delight. The greater the influence, the more renowned his title of the Celestial Abyss and Cloud Marshal would become, consequently increasing his potential faith value. However, the newly arrived elder did not seem as easily swayed as Ling Yun. It was time to expedite his plans. Li Yin's gaze sharpened. His motivations extended beyond merely unlocking more treasures within the game package or acquiring stronger self-defense capabilities. It was also about thriving, feeling secure, and gaining prestige in this unfamiliar world. He had no desire to spend his life secluded in the depths of these ancient mountains, relying solely on the roll of dice for survival. Qinghe County was merely his starting point. The title of Celestial Abyss and Cloud Marshal was but his first identity. Chapter 31. The Celestial Night Demon Within the Cave. Li Yin sat cross-legged upon a white jade couch resembling flowing clouds. He sensed that his connection with the summoned steed had deepened over the past few days. The intricate nuances of their sensory sharing had become increasingly vivid. The benefits stemmed, of course, from the power of faith. Yet, he still had a long way to go. Li Yin narrowed his eyes. To evoke greater faith, a more substantial display was necessary, requiring the invocation of numerous deities alongside their corresponding demons. He turned his gaze to the upper right corner of his vision, where a golden die refreshed daily. Today, he wondered what remarkable entity he would summon. With a focused breath and a concentrated thought, he commanded the die to roll. The golden die transformed into a fleeting shadow, spinning rapidly. Li Yin's heart raced with anticipation. Ideally, he hoped for a fierce character suitable for a villainous role. A crisp notification echoed in his mind as the die gradually came to a halt. The image fixed upon a pitch-black humanoid creature, adorned with wings and a menacing visage. In the next moment, a surge of dark energy erupted within the cave. A figure nearly 10 feet tall emerged. Its body muscular and its skin an eerie shade of blue-black, reminiscent of withered tree bark. Its features were grotesque, with protruding fangs and blood-red eyes, while the massive wings on its back were tightly folded, with sharp, obsidian claws glinting ominously in the dim light. An aura of chilling malevolence and ferocity instantly enveloped the space. The Celestial Night Demon. Li Yin surveyed the fearsome creature before him, initially taken aback, only to be quickly enveloped in delight. This flying night demon, Introduced later in the game, Nine Heavens Inquiry represents a unique type of humanoid mount to stimulate consumer spending. The game developers have unleashed an array of bizarre mounts. The design of this flying night demon draws inspiration from ancient texts depicting flying corpses and drought demons. Its lore narrates that it possesses immense strength, is impervious to blades and bullets, can soar through the skies, and moves with incredible swiftness. As for the peculiar riding method of a humanoid mount, a smirk involuntarily crossed Li Yan's lips as he recalled the amusing riding styles depicted in the game. Some would carry players on their backs, others would bear them, while a few even came equipped with palanquins or seats, allowing players to sit grandly as the monsters transported them. This flying night demon, however, clutched players in its sharp claws as it flew. It had an imposing appearance, fierce and menacing. Li Yan nodded in satisfaction. With a flicker of thought, he endeavored to establish a sensory link with the flying night demon. In an instant, a chilling, bloodthirsty intent surged into his mind, and his vision shifted to the creature's crimson eyes. Everything around him was shrouded in a faint hue of blood. Indeed, different mounts provided a distinct perception of the world. Li Yan attempted to maneuver the flying night demon, stretching its limbs. The sound of cracking joints resonated, filled with explosive power. He concentrated again, aiming to activate the demon's skills within the game. In Nine Heavens Inquiry, the flying night demon possesses a skill known as Catastrophe's Descent, capable of unleashing a localized disaster that inflicts continuous damage upon enemies. With Li Yan's will, a sudden gust of ominous wind swept through the realm outside the stone cavern, stirring the withered leaves on the ground. The sky dimmed slightly in response. Though subtle, it was a tangible success. To think he could genuinely manipulate a disaster on a small scale, Li Yan felt both astonished and elated. This was infinitely more useful than mere physical attacks. Next, he envisioned the spectacle of securing the flying night demon as his partner in vanquishing evil. A glimmer of ambition flickered in his eyes. The Qingfeng Mountain stretched for dozens of miles. Aside from the sunny side where Qingfeng Village lay, the rest of the mountain's shadowy areas, along with the more distant ranges, were vast, untamed primeval forest rarely tread by human feet. At the foot of the mountain, a few inconspicuous small villages were scattered. Daoist village was one of them. The village was modest, housing only 20 to 30 families, with the villagers primarily relying on a few acres of meager farmland and hunting in the mountains for sustenance. On this particular day, the sky appeared overcast, hinting at impending rain. A group of hunters from Daoist village, led by the most seasoned tracker, Old Zhao, ventured into the dense woods at the periphery of Qifeng Mountain. This hillside boasted relatively gentle terrain, where wild rabbits and mountain chickens were commonly spotted. On fortunate days, they might even encounter larger game, such as wild boars or roe deer. Bringing one down would suffice to feed the village for several days. Third brother, do you think we'll catch something big today? Daoist exclaimed with excitement. Zhao Laosan gently patted the dog's head, chuckling. You little rascal, always dreaming of good fortune. It would be quite impressive if you managed to catch a few hares or wild chickens for your mother to stew. Beside him, Li Si added, Daoist, the mountains are perilous. Stay close to your third brother and don't wander off. Got it, fourth uncle, Daoist replied, his voice bright and clear. Their objective this time was a wild fruit grove deep within the mountains, where wild boars and roe deer often roamed. The five of them were seasoned hunters, well-versed in the art of tracking, and they proceeded with utmost caution, attuned to the sounds of the forest. Hush! Zhao Laosan, leading the group, suddenly lowered his voice and gestured for silence. The others immediately halted, holding their breath in anticipation. Not far ahead, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket. A flicker of excitement crossed Zhao Laosan's eyes as he whispered, by the sound of it, it must be a wild boar, and a sizable one at that. He slowly unstrapped his bow and knocked a razor-sharp arrow. The other hunters tightened their grips on their weapons and fanned out into a small encirclement, ready for action. The rustling intensified, and then came a deep, menacing roar that erupted from behind the bushes. This was no mere wild boar. Zhao Laosan's expression shifted, a chill of foreboding creeping into his heart. Suddenly, a beast far larger than any tiger leapt from the underbrush. Its body was cloaked in a dark, steely hide, resembling forged iron. A massive, grotesque head, with gaping jaws lined with jagged teeth, dripped saliva ominously. Its eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty crimson glare. What manner of creature is this? Daoist's legs turned to jelly, and he let out a terrified scream. Zhao Laosan gasped, having hunted all his life. He had never encountered such a malevolent beast. This creature was much larger than the fiercest black bear of the mountains. exuding an aura of dread that chilled the very marrow of their bones. Run! Run! Zhao Laosan reacted swiftly, shouting as he grabbed Dogsy, intent on fleeing. The other three, equally terrified, turned to escape. However, the beast was astonishingly swift. With powerful limbs, it launched itself with the force of an arrow, hurtling towards them. The last hunter, Wang Er, felt a sudden chill at the nape of his neck, an overwhelming stench of blood filling the air. He had no time to turn around before the beast clamped its jaws onto his shoulder. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered. Wang Er let out a piercing scream, collapsing under the brute force. Blood instantly soaked his shoulder. "Help me!" Wang Er cried out in terror, reaching desperately for something to grasp. The beast merely growled, its massive fangs sinking deeper into his flesh, and with a violent shake of its head, it lifted Wang Er like a rag doll, turning to drag him into the depths of the jungle. "Brother Wan!" Dogsy, pale with fear, screamed in horror. Zhao Laosan's eyes widened in despair. Yet he knew that rushing in would be tantamount to suicide. The ferocity of the creature surpassed their wildest imaginings. "Run! Split up!" Zhao Laosan bellowed, forcefully shoving Dogsy away. The four survivors, gripped by fear and uncertainty, hastily chose their respective paths and scrambled away from the treacherous forest. Behind them, Wang Er's anguished cries gradually faded, ultimately consumed by the silence of the woods. Chapter 32. Undercurrents at the entrance of Xiaxi village. Zhao Laosan and his companions rushed in, disheveled and terror-stricken, as though they had encountered a specter. "Quick! Summon the village chief. A calamity has struck!" Zhao Laosan shouted, his voice hoarse, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. His companion, Guzi, trembled uncontrollably, stammering incoherently, "There are monsters in the mountains, monsters that devour people." A group of elderly villagers who were threshing grain at the village entrance gathered around, clamoring with questions. "Laosan, what happened? What transpired in the mountains?" "Guzi, what sort of monster are you speaking of? Where are Wang Er and the others?" After regaining his composure, Zhao Laosan's voice quivered as he spoke. "Wang Er. Wang Er has perished in the mountains. He was taken away by a creature of unknown origin." Upon hearing this, the gathered villagers erupted in shock, their faces etched with fear. "What? Wang Er was taken? Was it a tiger or a bear?" boldly queried one man. Zhao Laosan shook his head vigorously, his eyes wide with dread. "Neither. That creature is larger than a bear. Its entire body is covered in red fur with a bluish-black hue, and its eyes are as crimson as blood. It devoured him in one bite." He gestured animatedly, his voice contorted by terror. Before long, the village chief arrived, drawn by the commotion. "Laosan, clarify the situation. What exactly transpired?" he demanded in a grave tone. Zhao Laosan steadied himself and recounted the harrowing encounter with the ferocious beast and the tragic fate of Wang Er. Nearby, a hunter lamented, "Village chief, Wang Er met a gruesome end. That creature is too ferocious. We scarcely glimpsed what it was. Wang Er's family. Wang Er's family." Some had already dashed off to inform Wang Er's wife. Moments later, a disheveled woman arrived, wailing as she fell at Zhao Laosan's feet. "Where is my Wang Er? Where is my husband? Bring him back to me." Even Zhao Laosan, a robust man, felt his eyes welling with tears, unable to respond. The village chief sighed, helping the woman to her feet. "Sister-in-law, do not despair. This matter cannot go unaddressed in the village." He turned to the able-bodied men surrounding him. "Arm yourselves. We shall venture into the mountains. If he is alive, we shall see him. If he is dead, we shall find his remains." I refuse to believe that a beast can wreak havoc in broad daylight. The villagers, stirred by indignation, rallied in agreement. "Yes, we shall accompany the village chief into the mountains. We must avenge Wang Er." Soon, over 20 men armed with machetes, hunting forks, and hoes, led by Zhao Xuan and Zhao Laosan, marched resolutely toward the forest where the beast had been sighted. However, after an entire afternoon of searching, they scoured the area thoroughly. Finding nothing but a few pools of congealed, dark blood and some bloodied rags, no trace of Wang Er, nor any sign of the malevolent creature. Not even a single hair was discovered. As the sun began its descent, the light in the forest dimmed. "Village chief, darkness approaches. If we continue searching..." One man spoke with concern. Zhao Xuanju's countenance turned ashen as he gazed into the shadowy depths of the forest, a chill creeping into his heart. Zhao Laosan, even paler, murmured, "That creature is no ordinary beast. Split up and search," he commanded, clenching his teeth in frustration. Yet, as night fully descended, they remained empty-handed. The group returned to the village, heads bowed in disappointment, bearing unsettling news to the anxious villagers waiting for their return. Wang Er's wife fainted on the spot. The entire Xiaxi village was engulfed in fear. Once darkness fell, no one dared to venture outside, and even during the day. Fewer villagers braved the mountains for firewood and herbs. Zhao Laosan and the remaining hunters, though terrified, pressed on cautiously along the forest's edge for the sake of their livelihood. They no longer dared to delve into the previously familiar area, opting instead to watch from a distance. Old San, do you think that creature has become sentient? Guzi whispered conspiratorially. Zhao Laosan pursed his lips, furrowing his brow. It's hard to say. Despite our numbers that day, it never showed itself, almost as if it possessed a cunning awareness to evade us. Another hunter chimed in. Indeed. What ordinary beast exhibits such craftiness? It may very well be an ancient spirit of the mountains. The more they speculated, the deeper their reverence for that forest grew. We must inform the village chief and have him invite a Daoist priest from Qinyan Temple to dispel the malevolent energy, Zhao Laosan pondered. Meanwhile, as the villagers of Xiaxi lived in perpetual anxiety over the malevolent beast, deep within a cave in Qifeng Mountain, Li Yin wore a tense expression. The flying night demon had already been summoned twice through his recollections. If he could successfully call it forth one more time, he would be able to solidify its presence, allowing him to summon it at will thereafter. He took a deep breath, his thoughts focused. Turn. The golden dice began to spin, emanating a radiant glow. Li Yan's gaze remained fixed on the dice as he silently invoked the name of the flying night demon. The spinning gradually slowed, and his heart raced. At last, the dice came to a halt, revealing a menacing, pitch-black image adorned with twin wings atop its surface. Success, next to the random mount icon in his vision. The flying night demon's visage illuminated, accompanied by 3 assignable characters. Li Yan exhaled in relief, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent. He now possessed a formidable and reliably summoned antagonist. In future narratives involving a true king vanquishing demons, he would no longer need to worry about failing to roll the appropriate creature at crucial moments. With malevolent spirits haunting the mountains and the people suffering, the Xuanqiang Yunjia true monarch would once again manifest to rescue the distressed. Li Yan's mind began to weave the subsequent chapters of this unfolding tale. This way, not only would his identity as a true monarch be further solidified, but he would also reap a significant harvest of faith power, unlocking even more treasures from his game package. In due time, what elixirs and divine weapons would not be within his grasp? The more he contemplated, the more delightful the prospects became. He rose from his seat and walked to the entrance of the stone cave, gazing towards the direction of Qinghe County below. The night was as dark as ink, and the mountain winds howled fiercely. The actors were in position, the script was ready. All that remained was for the opportune moment to draw back the curtain. A meaningful smile played upon Li Yan's lips. He turned and returned to the white jade couch, sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, while meticulously rehearsing each subsequent step in his mind, striving for perfection. Chapter 33. A disturbed night that night. The moon was obscured, and the winds roared. Every household in Shi Creek village had their doors and windows tightly shut. Even the dogs, known for their nightly howls, tucked their tails and whimpered in corners, too frightened to make a sound. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes flickered silently among the woods outside the village. The ferocious beast, which had been startled by Zhao Laosan and his companions, had returned. It was bolder and hungrier than the day before. A suppressed growl erupted, echoing like distant thunder. The beast's enormous body stealthily infiltrated the village. Under the moonlight, its dark red fur revealed glimpses of its bluish-black skin, exuding a nauseating stench. With a crash, a wooden fence of a household was easily breached. The chickens and ducks in the pen awoke in a frenzy, squawking in terror as they flapped their wings and scattered. The beast, indifferent to their commotion, fixated its crimson gaze on the soul-plump sow in the pen. With a swift motion, its claws tore through the air, accompanied by the sow's brief, pitiful cry, plunging everything back into silence. The scent of blood quickly permeated the night air. The villagers, hiding indoors, trembled at the sounds outside, covering their mouths in fear of making the slightest noise that might summon the malevolent creature. Some shivered beneath their blankets, while others gripped their axes and hoes, leaning against the door, drenched in cold sweat. For the villagers of Shi Creek, this night felt interminable, like an inferno. The beast rampaged through the village for nearly half an hour, devouring 3 pigs and 7 or 8 chickens and ducks, even demolishing the walls of several homes before finally dragging away a half-carcass of pork, disappearing into the vast darkness. As dawn broke, revealing the first light that pierced through the shadows, the villagers cautiously emerged, trembling. "Has that beast left?" An old man asked, his voice quivering. It seems quiet now," another replied. The villagers stepped outside, and the scene before them drew gasps of horror. The village path lay in disarray, stained with blood. Remnants of livestock strewn about, and the air thick with the acrid scent of death. "My pig!" A woman wailed, collapsing beside her collapsed pig pen, sobbing uncontrollably. "Cursed beast! Will we ever live in peace again?" Fear and despair spread like a plague among the villagers. In the ensuing days, the mysterious beast appeared relentlessly in the neighboring villages around Qifeng Mountain. Shanxi Village, Xiaoko River, and Sanjiazi were all equally afflicted. Initially, it merely stole livestock, but soon it escalated to attacking solitary villagers. In the village of Sanjiazi, a young man who had gone up the mountain to gather firewood was discovered. His body gruesomely mutilated, leaving only half of him intact. An elderly herbalist from Zyakaku had vanished without a trace. In no time, the vicinity of Qifeng Mountain was engulfed in fear, as villagers spoke of the beast in hushed tones. During the day, no one dared to venture into the mountains alone. And at night, every household locked its doors, each village consumed by trepidation. The once bustling mountain paths had fallen silent. On this day, the elder of Xiaxi village, leaning on his cane, summoned the village heads and clan elders from nearby afflicted villages to convene in the village shrine. "Esteemed gentlemen, that ferocious beast has been wreaking havoc for days, disturbing our peace. If we do not devise a plan, we who depend on the mountains for sustenance may very well starve to death," croaked the elder of Xiaxi village. The village head of Shangxi, tears streaming down his face, lamented, "It is not that we lack resolution, but that vile creature appears and disappears like a specter. What can we, mere farmers, use to combat it? Indeed, just yesterday, our village mustered a dozen strong men, intending to hunt that beast, yet we scarcely caught sight of it, and one of our brothers even had his leg broken," lamented the village head of Zyakaku, pounding his chest in despair. A cacophony of voices erupted, each recounting the tragedies of their own villages, their words laden with powerlessness and hopelessness. "Are we to merely stand by and watch as that creature devours us one by one?" A younger clan elder voiced in discontent. The shrine fell into a heavy silence. At that moment, the previously silent hunter, Zhao Laosan, abruptly rose. "We must report to the authorities," Zhao Laosan shouted, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Let us go to the county seat. We must appeal to the county magistrate to take action and send troops to exterminate that beast." His declaration stunned the crowd momentarily, but soon a flicker of hope ignited in their eyes. "Yes, we must report it. The county magistrate is benevolent, and with the protection of the celestial lord Shinkong Yunza, he will surely rid us of this creature." Indeed, the folks from Qifeng village have said that the celestial lord has shown signs of his presence, even warning us of calamities like the dragon-s flood in advance. How could this beast be fiercer than a dragon? The mention of the celestial lord Shinkong Yunza instilled a sense of confidence, dissipating much of their previous dread. "Indeed, we are under the watchful guidance of the immortal," exclaimed the elder of Xiaxi village, slapping his thigh in resolve. "At dawn tomorrow, we shall gather our strength, beat drums, and march to the county seat to voice our grievances. We shall not allow the county magistrate to overlook our plight. Let every village contribute people to amplify our presence." "Agreed. Let us proceed thus." In an instant, the atmosphere within the shrine transformed from despair to fervent determination, the desire for survival overpowering their fear. On the following morning, as dawn broke, the villagers from various hamlets surrounding Qifeng Mountain, carrying their elderly and young alike, wielding hoes and carrying burdens, converged into a formidable throng. They banged on makeshift drums and waved rudimentary banners, upon which were hastily scrawled messages imploring for the eradication of the beast, the preservation of peace, and a plea for the county magistrate's intervention, as well as for the celestial lord's divine assistance. The procession stretched for miles along the rugged mountain path, heading towards the county seat of Qinghe. Their cries, filled with righteous indignation and a hint of hope, echoed through the valleys. Meanwhile, within a stone cave, Li Yin was meditating, attuning himself to the state of the flying celestial beings. Li Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. Through the shared senses of the flying celestial demon, he beheld a vast procession winding its way down the mountain path. The demon's acute hearing allowed it to catch the distant cries of the villagers and the intermittent sounds of gongs and drums. Are they calling for the magistrate to vanquish the beast and beseech the deity for aid? A faint smile curved upon Li Yan's lips. It seemed that fortune had delivered an unexpected boon. He had been contemplating how to propagate the fearsome reputation of the celestial demon to pave the way for his grand endeavors in subduing malevolent spirits. Little did he anticipate that the villagers would present themselves so readily. This fortuitous turn of events spared him considerable effort in laying the groundwork. Li Yan had initially planned for the celestial demon to remain concealed for a time, gradually instilling terror. However, it appeared that this wild beast was inadvertently aiding him significantly. Now, he could leverage its notoriety. A scheme rapidly crystallized in his mind. With a mere thought, he communicated with the celestial demon, issuing his command. Go. Eliminate that troublesome creature with discretion, ensuring the villagers remain oblivious. Then, you shall assume its role, becoming the new embodiment of fear in these woods. When the reinforcements summoned by the villagers arrive, you shall entertain them thoroughly. They must come to understand what true malevolence entails. In the depths of the dense forest, the celestial demon's crimson eyes glinted with a fierce light. With a silent roar, its immense wings unfurled, and it vanished soundlessly into the thicket. Moments later, from an unknown corner of the Qifeng mountain range, a brief and chilling roar echoed, only to be abruptly silenced. All returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, the formidable procession of villagers remained oblivious, trudging onward towards Qinga County, filled with grief and hope. Chapter 34. The mobilization of officials in the back hall of the Qinga County office. County Magistrate Zhao Zhen savored a steaming cup of fragrant tea, relishing its aroma. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and County Lieutenant Qinhu entered, appearing disheveled and breathless. Sir. Qinhu clasped his hands in a bow. His voice tinged with urgency. Zhao Zhen raised an eyebrow slightly. What is the cause of such agitation? Sir. A large number of mountain villagers have arrived from outside the city, numbering in the hundreds. They wail and lament, claiming that a ferocious beast is preying upon them, beseeching the county office for justice. A beast preying upon humans? Zhao Zhen set down his teacup, his expression growing serious. What exactly has transpired? Sir. I have already dispatched men to investigate, Qinhu replied, bowing again. Several villages near Qifeng Mountain, such as Shashi and Shanxi, have recently suffered from attacks by this beast. Initially, it merely snatched livestock, but it has escalated to harming humans. Zhao Zhen furrowed his brow. Oh, is it a common tiger or leopard? Or perhaps a pack of wolves? Qinhu shook his head. According to the villagers, the beast is enormous, with dark red fur tinged with blue, and crimson eyes that exude an extraordinary ferocity, far from an ordinary tiger or wolf. They report that a young man from Sanjiaza was found only half devoured after going to gather firewood, and an elderly herbalist from Xiakou has vanished without a trace. Master Feng interjected, County Lieutenant Qin, could it be that the villagers are exaggerating? It is not uncommon for wild beasts to injure humans in the mountains. Qinhu's expression grew solemn. Master Feng, I too had contemplated this notion. However, according to Zhao Laosan, a hunter from Xiaxi village, he witnessed the ferocious beast effortlessly take the life of a companion in a most gruesome manner. The villagers are now in a state of panic, afraid to venture into the mountains by day and locking their doors at night. Their livelihoods hanging by a thread. Zhao Zhen listened, his countenance gradually darkening. He recalled the recent divine manifestation of the Xuanqiang Yunzijinjuan, who had warned of the serpent and saved Qifeng village. Could it be that something sinister lurked within the Qifeng mountain territory? My lord, the villagers are now incensed, kneeling at the yamen, beseeching you to dispatch troops to eradicate the beast and relieve them of their suffering. Qinhu added. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zhen turned to Qinhu, Lieutenant Qin, this matter is of great significance. Given the heavy casualties among the villagers and the peculiar nature of the beast, I command you to assemble a contingent of 20 capable soldiers, armed adequately, and proceed to Qifeng Mountain for an investigation. If it turns out to be a typical wild beast, devise a means to capture it to restore the villagers' peace of mind. However, should the villagers' claims prove accurate, and the beast be of an extraordinary nature, exercise caution. First ascertain its lair. Then report back to me for further deliberation on our strategy. Qinhu resolutely accepted the command. I shall obey. I will not fail in my mission. Zhao Zhen continued, you represent the county and the court. It is imperative that you reassure the populace, informing them that both I and the Xuanqiang Yunzijinjuan shall not turn a blind eye to their plight. Yes. Qinhu replied, bowing once more. Outside the yamen, a sea of anxious villagers awaited, their faces etched with worry and hope, when they saw County Lieutenant Qinhu emerge, flanked by 20 soldiers clad in leather armor. With short swords at their waists and bows slung across their backs, the crowd fell silent before erupting into thunderous cheers. The esteemed magistrate has sent troops. County Lieutenant Qin, you must advocate for us. We are saved. We are saved. The villagers, tears of joy welling in their eyes, surged forward, nearly overwhelming Qinhu and his men. Had it not been for the soldiers' restraint, Zhao Laosan and the village head of Shashi pushed to the front, their faces brimming with anticipation. Dear villagers, please remain calm. Chinhu called from a raised position, channeling his inner strength to project his voice above the clamor. I am here on the authority of the county magistrate to investigate this matter. Rest assured, with my presence, the truth will be revealed. Should there truly be a malevolent beast at work, my comrades and I will vanquish it, restoring peace to you all. His piercing gaze swept across the hopeful faces before him. Lead the way swiftly. I wish to uncover which fiend dares to wreak havoc within the bounds of Qinghe County. Yes, the county lieutenant is formidable. The villagers, emboldened by his words, felt their spirits lift, especially as they beheld the soldiers, each exuding vigor, their short swords glinting in the sunlight, with an air of deadly intent emanating from their bows. Their fears diminished significantly. The county lieutenant is a martial artist. With the strength to shatter stone, he can surely handle any vile beast. My lord, this way. Please. The ferocious beast first emerged in the mountain forest near our village of Shaka. Zhao Laosan hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way. Yes, indeed. Our village of Shangwan has also suffered greatly from its rampage. In an instant, the crowd grew animated, clamoring to guide the officials. Chinhu pondered briefly before selecting representatives from several villages to lead the way, and thus, the grand procession set forth towards Qinfeng Mountain. The officials forged ahead, with villagers closely following, creating an impressive spectacle. As the sun began its descent in the west, Chinhu and his entourage, guided by the villagers, arrived at Shaka village just as dusk approached. The village appeared desolate, with every household's doors and windows tightly shut. A faint lingering scent of blood and the stench of livestock permeated the air. The village elder pointed towards the distant, shadowy forest, his voice trembling. Master Qin, that beast is likely lurking in that very thicket. It emerged from there yesterday and dragged away our pigs. Chinhu reined in his horse, intently scrutinizing the depths of the dark woods. As twilight enveloped the land, a chilling breeze swept through, and eerie sounds echoed from the forest, resembling ghostly wails. One soldier whispered, Chief, it's nearly dark. Shall we not venture into the woods tomorrow morning instead? Chinhu furrowed his brow and replied sternly, Wait until tomorrow? By then, it will be too late. That beast has been on the prowl for days and is likely weary. It may very well be resting in its lair at this moment. If we catch it off guard, we can strike decisively. As darkness threatened to engulf the landscape, obscuring visibility within the woods and favoring the beast, Chinhu turned to the villagers, instructing, Stay in the village and do not approach. If anything happens, remain calm. The villagers responded in unison, their hearts filled with both hope and trepidation. Chinhu ceased further discourse, grasped his short blade, and boldly led 20 officials into the ominous and mysterious thicket. The forest was dimly lit, with towering ancient trees and entwined vines. The soldiers, armed with weapons, cautiously cleared the thorns, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The wind rustled through the treetops, producing a haunting sound akin to ghostly lamentations. The atmosphere felt particularly oppressive. Within a cave, Li Yin, through the shared vision of the flying night demon, clearly observed the arrival of this contingent of officials. When his gaze settled upon the leading county lieutenant, a playful smile crept upon his lips. The authorities have arrived. He had previously gleaned some insights about the martial forces of Qinghe County from the villagers' discussions and the cryptic words of the old Daoist Lingyun. This Chinhu, as rumored, was among the most formidable in the county, having reached the realm of internal strength. An internal strength martial artist? Li Yin stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. He had long sought an opportunity to gauge the true caliber of these so-called martial arts masters of this world. This was crucial for his subsequent plans. Before him, Chinhu undoubtedly served as an excellent litmus test. Flying night demon, prepare to stretch your limbs, Li Yin thought with a hint of amusement. Let me see how many moves this world's so-called master can withstand before you. As his thoughts shifted, the elusive flying night demon, which had long since exchanged roles with the unfortunate native beast deep within the dense forest, abruptly opened its blood-red eyes, gleaming with a savage and bloodthirsty light. He was eager to ascertain whether the inner strength of the martial artists in this world was superior, or if the summoned beast he had conjured would prevail. Chapter 35. The beast unleashed within the depths of the forest, the light grew increasingly dim. Stay alert, Chinhu whispered, gripping his short blade tightly at his waist. His piercing gaze scanned the surroundings, each swaying shadow of the trees, and every subtle chirp of insects heightened his tension. The 20 soldiers trailing behind him held their breath, cautiously parting the hanging vines and obstructive shrubs, their formation tightly knit, unwilling to show even a hint of complacency. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible sound emanated from above. What was that? A young soldier asked, his voice trembling with anxiety as he looked up. Chinhu abruptly lifted his gaze, his pupils constricting. There, amidst the dense foliage. A colossal shadow hung silently, with a pair of blood-red eyes, akin to two lanterns of death, fixated on them in the gloom. Defensive positions. Shenhu barked sharply, drawing his short blade with a flash of glimmering steel that vanished into the dimness of the forest. The shadow moved with a speed beyond imagination. With a whoosh, a foul wind descended upon them, the shadow plummeting like a massive meteor, carrying an overwhelming aura of menace, aimed directly at the foremost Shenhu. Loose arrows. A few quick-thinking archers hastily drew their bows, releasing a volley of arrows that screamed through the air towards the descending shadow. Yet, upon striking the beast, the arrows produced a dull thud, as if they had hit tough leather, then fell uselessly to the ground. Some arrows failed to penetrate its hide, shattering instead against an unseen force. What? The arrows won't penetrate. The soldiers were struck with horror, watching helplessly as the creature disregarded the hail of arrows. Its claws, sharp as scythes, sliced through the air, targeting Shenhu's head. Beast, seeking death. Shenhu's eyes widened in fury. He advanced rather than retreating, his short blade carving a fierce arc from below, unleashing his inner strength, a faint azure light swirling around the blade's edge. Mountain-cleaving strike. Clang. The jarring sound of metal striking metal reverberated through the forest. Shenhu felt an overwhelming force surge through the blade, causing his hands to tingle and his arms to tremble, involuntarily stepping back 3 paces, each footstep leaving deep impressions in the earth. The flying night demon was momentarily halted by the strike, its massive form spiraling in midair, releasing a furious roar before landing with stability several paces away. Only then did the onlookers finally discern the full visage of the creature. Towering nearly 10 feet, with a green face and protruding fangs, its muscles coiled like vines. Skin bearing an eerie shade of dark greenish-black, a pair of folded flesh wings fluttered slightly, stirring the air with a sinister breeze. Its blood-red eyes were filled with brutality and a thirst for blood. What sort of monster is this? A soldier stammered, his teeth chattering in fear. Stay calm. Form ranks. Steady yourselves. Shenhu Qiang suppressed the soreness and numbness in his arm, shouting fiercely. Yet within him, a tempest raged. The blow he had delivered moments ago had employed 70% of his strength against an ordinary ferocious tiger or mighty bear. It would have surely resulted in grievous injury or even death. However, striking this creature merely slowed its offensive, leaving its skin unbroken. The strength of this beast's physique was beyond comprehension. Roar. The flying night demon seemed to be incensed, emitting a deafening roar as it forcefully propelled itself off the ground, its massive form transforming into a fleeting shadow, charging towards the soldiers. Kill. Shenhu bellowed, raising his blade to meet it. He understood that if they failed to slay this monster today, none of them would escape this forest alive. The other soldiers quickly regained their senses, raising their weapons to form a rudimentary, circular formation in an attempt to resist. Yet, the flying night demon was too swift, moving as if it occupied an uninhabited realm. With a casual swipe of its razor-sharp claws, a soldier who failed to evade was struck in the chest. His leather armor torn asunder like mere paper, blood splattering as he was hurled backward with a scream. Shalu, hold your ground. Stand firm. Shenhu's eyes were bloodshot as he wielded his short blade with fervor, the glint of steel flashing as he desperately sought to intercept the demon's attacks. However, the creature's agility was astonishing. Its colossal form navigated the narrow forest with ease, wholly unaffected. Its lethal claws, fangs, and even the edges of its fleshly wings became deadly instruments. Clang, clang, clang. Shenhu engaged in a fierce struggle with the flying night demon, their weapons clashing. Sparks flying. He unleashed his inner strength to its utmost, each strike imbued with tremendous force, whipping up fierce winds. Yet, these blows, potent enough to split stone, proved to be of little consequence against the demon. At times, they left only faint white marks that quickly vanished, failing to inflict any real harm. Conversely, each counterattack from the demon brought him perilously close to death. The immense force contained within its claws sent his blood surging, and his arms grew increasingly heavy. My lord, be careful. Another soldier was swept away by the demon's wing, spewing blood as he flew like a severed kite, crashing into a great tree, his fate uncertain. The cries of agony echoed relentlessly. In just a short span, nearly half of the 20 soldiers had fallen. Those who were struck lay broken and battered, utterly devoid of combat capability, writhing on the ground in relentless anguish. How could this be? How could it be so powerful? A chill spread through Shenhu's heart. The inner strength he prided himself on felt as futile as a child's feeble strikes before this monster. This was not a battle of the same caliber. Was the heavens truly intent on extinguishing Shenhu? A profound despair surged within him like a tidal wave. He glanced at the few remaining brothers beside him, each wounded and bearing expressions of terror, and clenched his teeth resolutely. "Beast, I shall fight you to the death." A flash of determination ignited in Chunhu's eyes as he took a deep breath, his inner strength surging with unrestrained ferocity. The leather armor upon his body swelled as the inner force coursed through him, emanating a fierce and violent aura. Upon the blade of the short dagger in his hand, a pale azure radiance surged violently, solidifying as if it were tangible. The onlooker, a surviving soldier, gasped in astonishment at the transformation of Chunhu. The 5 tigers break the door blade. Chunhu let out a roar akin to that of a wounded beast, his feet crashing against the ground, propelling himself skyward like a cannonball. With the dagger held firmly in both hands, he unleashed a devastating strike, imbued with a relentless and fierce intent, aimed squarely at the head of the flying night demon. This strike consolidated all his vitality and spirit, representing his ultimate skill. Before the blade reached its target, the fierce wind generated by it stirred up a layer of dust from the ground surrounding the flying night demon, the air itself groaning under the burden. In the face of this earth-shattering blow, a trace of seriousness flickered in the demon's blood-red eyes. It emitted a low growl, standing firm, puffing out its chest, its sinewy muscles tightening in an instant, as if magma flowed beneath its dark, rocky skin. With a fearsome roar, the blade's brilliance flashed, crashing down upon the demon's chest. Crack! A sound akin to grinding teeth echoed through the air. However, it was not the bones of the flying night demon that shattered, but rather the dagger in Chunhu's grasp. The finely crafted short dagger, forged from tempered steel, disintegrated upon contact with the demon's chest, splintering into countless shards that scattered in all directions. With a thunderous impact, Chunhu was struck as if by lightning, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, flung away by an overwhelming force. The flying night demon glanced down at its chest, where only a faint white mark remained, nearly imperceptible, with not even a scratch on its skin. Shaking its head, it seemed displeased by the insignificant attack. It then raised its gaze, its blood-red eyes gleaming with ferocity, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the mountains and forests. Having braved Chunhu's ultimate technique unscathed, it only served to awaken its primal fury. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this scene, were utterly dumbfounded, paralyzed on the ground with ashen faces, devoid of any thought of escape. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Chapter 36. The collapse of martial arts within the cavern. Li Yin observed the carnage in the dense forest through the eyes of the flying night demon. Chunhu's earth-shattering strike indeed possessed a degree of power. Had it been an ordinary ferocious beast, it would have likely been cleaved in two on the spot. The inner strength realm held some merit, Li Yin mused. Regrettably, he faced the flying night demon. Li Yin gained further clarity regarding the limits of martial prowess in this world. It was indeed a lowly martial realm, one purely defined by the honing of physical form and internal energy. Chunhu's performance had been commendable. A county lieutenant, with 20 elite soldiers, reduced to such a dire predicament. This news, upon reaching Qinghe County, would surely leave the local officials in a state of unrest. In that eventuality, invoking the gods and seeking blessings might be their only recourse. The reputation of the Xuanqiong Yun's a true monarch would undoubtedly rise as a result. However, merely relying on a single demon's chaos was insufficient. Li Yin narrowed his eyes. It was imperative that the forces under the true monarch's command reveal themselves as well. For instance, dispatch a divine general to descend and subdue this monstrous fiend? A scheme gradually took shape in his mind. He decided to allow this flying night demon to revel in its arrogance for a few more days, spreading terror to its zenith, even causing the venerable Lingyun Daoist and his fellow disciple from Jiangzhou to appear utterly defeated. The entire government and the Daoist sect would find themselves powerless. Then, he would don a different guise, masquerading as a divine general under the true monarch's command, staging a splendid performance of vanquishing demons and subduing evil. In this way, the prestige of the true monarch of Xuanqiong Yunzhou would be solidified. Brother Yasha, the performance has been commendable. It is time to take your bow. With a thought, Li Yin reminded himself to depart gracefully. In the dense forest, the flying night demon withstood Chunhu's desperate strike, the faint white mark upon its chest swiftly fading away. It seemed somewhat reluctant to depart, casting a glance at the several soldiers beneath its feet, sprawled like ants, and then glancing at the distant Chunhu, who lay motionless, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. A glimmer of mockery flashed in its crimson eyes. With a prolonged roar, filled with provocation and disdain, it erupted from its throat, causing leaves to tremble and fall. Immediately after, it beat its wings fiercely, stirring up a tempest, and the massive, dark figure ascended, spiraling until it vanished into the shadowy canopy, leaving no trace. The foul wind gradually subsided. In the forest, only a deathly silence remained, accompanied by the suppressed groans of the injured. Shinhu struggled to rise from the ground, but the movement exacerbated his internal injuries, and he vomited another mouthful of blood, staining the decaying leaves beneath him. The short blade in his hand had been reduced to a mere hilt. The well-forged steel knife that had accompanied him for years lay shattered, akin to his heart at that moment. It was over. All was lost. He gazed in the direction where the flying night demon had vanished, his eyes vacant, filled with disbelief and despair. Years of arduous cultivation. The inner strength he had taken pride in felt as fragile as paper before that abominable creature. Could he shatter stone? Could he bear great burdens? In the face of such inhuman strength, those notions became laughable. The martial path he had steadfastly believed in crumbled within him. What was that thing? A demon? A ghost? It was beyond the realm of human strength. With a thud, Chunhu's knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The chill of the earth seeped through his tattered trousers into his skin, yet it paled in comparison to the coldness in his heart. He coughed violently, each breath laced with blood, his chest feeling as though it had been torn asunder. My lord, how are you?" A surviving soldier, dragging a wounded leg, crawled to Chunhu's side, his voice tinged with a sob. His face was smeared with blood and dirt, eyes filled with terror. Quickly, Chunhu struggled to lift his head, his voice hoarse and barely recognizable. "Help me up. We must report to the county magistrate immediately. This is a calamity of epic proportions. A calamity beyond measure." His voice was a wail, laden with boundless fear and despair. The soldier was taken aback by Chunhu's current appearance, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his leg, and exerted himself to assist Chunhu in standing. Chunhu surveyed his surroundings, his gaze falling upon his comrades sprawled on the ground, some groaning in agony, others lifeless. And his eyes were bloodshot. Out of the 20 brothers who had come, fewer than 5 remained standing. The others were either lifeless or writhing in pain on the ground. Alive and able to move. "Quick, go find the villagers of Shashi village. Have them help us carry the injured and the fallen brothers down the mountain. Hurry," he shouted with all his might, his voice resonating helplessly through the vast forest. The surviving soldiers, though all injured and shaken, still mustered the strength to rise upon hearing Chunhu's command. They supported one another, orienting themselves before trudging towards Shashi village, each step imbued with dread of the terrifying beast. The scent of blood in the forest was overwhelmingly thick. The dying rays of the setting sun filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting mottled patches of light, yet failing to dispel the gloom in everyone's hearts. At Shashi village, the villagers were anxiously awaiting at the entrance, their hearts filled with trepidation. Zhao Laosan and the village head were particularly restless, glancing frequently towards the dense woods on the back mountain. "Why is there still no news?" A young woman fretted, wringing her hands. "What if something has happened?" "Don't speak such nonsense." An old man shot her a stern glance. "County Lieutenant Chun is highly skilled, and his soldiers are all elite. That fierce beast will surely be no match for them." Despite his words, a subtle worry lingered in the old man's eyes. Time slowly slipped away, and the sky gradually darkened. Just as everyone was on edge with anticipation, several figures finally stumbled out from the edge of the distant woods. "Someone is coming," a sharp-eyed youth exclaimed. The villagers perked up and rushed forward. However, as they discerned the appearance of the newcomers, a collective gasp escaped their lips, and the joy on their faces instantly froze. The soldiers who emerged were clad in tattered garments, smeared with blood, their faces reflecting lingering terror, as if they had just escaped from the depths of hell. One of them clutched a blood-soaked arm, stumbling with each step. Sir, what happened?" Zhao Laosan was the first to rush forward, his voice urgent. "Where is County Lieutenant Chun? What about the beast? Quick!" The soldier with the severed arm panted, struggling for breath. Lord Chun, he is still in the forest, and many brothers are injured. That monster is too powerful. We are no match for it. Hurry, call for help. Go into the woods and save them." These words struck the villagers like a thunderclap, leaving their minds blank. If even the county lieutenant and his soldiers were no match for it, how formidable could that beast truly be? The village head's face turned ashen, his lips trembling. What shall we do? What shall we do? Don't panic." Zhao Laosan gritted his teeth fiercely, a glint of ruthlessness flashing across his face. The officials had endured hardships for the sake of their village. We cannot stand idly by in the face of death. He turned to the stunned villagers behind him and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Young and strong, come with me. Grab the ropes. Get the doorboards. Hurry. Saving lives is of utmost importance." Fear was palpable, yet the simplicity and valor of the mountain folk surged forth at that moment. Indeed, The soldiers had come to aid them. Now that the soldiers were in peril, how could they remain indifferent? Let us go. Let us save them. We'll fight that beast. A dozen brave men responded in unison, rushing home to fetch tools. Some women spontaneously went to boil water and prepare bandages. Soon, a makeshift rescue team, led by Zhao Laosan and a few soldiers who could still move, cautiously ventured into the treacherous forest, torches in hand. The mountain woods under the night sky exuded an even more sinister aura than during the day. The wind rustled the leaves, producing a haunting sound. Each person felt their heart leap into their throat. When they arrived at the site of the earlier battle, the sight before them sent chills down their spines. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Scattered on the ground lay several soldiers, some groaning in agony, while others had already succumbed to death. County Lieutenant Chun, who was propped against a tree, his face as pale as paper, his clothing soaked in blood, breath faint. "Sir, Master Chun." The guiding soldiers cried out in despair, rushing towards him. The villagers, witnessing this gruesome scene, felt their hands and feet turn cold. This was no hunt. It was a massacre. "Quick, carry the injured officials out," Zhao Laosan urged, suppressing his fear as he directed the villagers. They began to spring into action, using the doorboards to fashion makeshift stretchers, carefully lifting the wounded soldiers. Chinhu, supported by two villagers, forced his eyes open, gazing at the bustling villagers. His lips moved, attempting to speak, yet no sound emerged. His heart was filled with guilt and gratitude. The rescue process was fraught with difficulty. The mountain path was treacherous, and the number of injured was considerable. Each individual remained on high alert, fearing the terrifying beast might reappear. Fortunately, until they managed to escort all the soldiers out of the forest and return to She Creek Village, that flying nightmarish creature did not show itself again. The night in She Creek Village was destined to be sleepless. The groans of the injured, the cries of women and children, and the hushed discussions of the villagers intermingled. Chun, who was settled in the home of the village head, where an elderly man with some medical knowledge was tending to his wounds. "Sir, your injuries are grave. Your internal organs are damaged, and several ribs are broken," the old man said with a sigh as he bandaged Chun-Hu's wounds. "I can barely staunch the bleeding. To heal, I fear." Chun-Hu waved his hand, indicating he was fine. At this moment, his concern was not for his own injuries. "Old man." His voice was weak yet tinged with an undeniable urgency. "Please, I implore you, send someone immediately to prepare a swift horse. I must return to the county town tonight. This matter must be reported to the esteemed county magistrate at once. That beast is no ordinary creature. A great calamity is looming over Qinghe County." With every word he uttered, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze remained steadfast. The village chief, witnessing this disconcerting sight, felt a weight settle in his heart. What manner of terrifying creature could provoke such a loss of composure from a master of internal strength? "My lord, your injuries are grave. How can you ride?" The village chief expressed his concern. "Time is of the essence." Chinhu suddenly grasped the village chief's hand with astonishing strength. "If we delay, countless innocent lives may be at stake. I implore you, hurry." Seeing the urgency and determination in Chinhu's eyes, the village chief sighed in resignation. "Very well, Zhao Laosan." He called towards the door. "Yes, village chief." Zhao Laosan promptly entered. "Go fetch your fastest mule and bring along provisions and fresh water. The esteemed Qin must return to the county town tonight," the village chief instructed. Zhao Laosan glanced at Chinhu, nodded earnestly, and replied, "Understood. I shall do it at once." Before long, a sturdy mule was led forth. With the aid of two villagers, Chinhu struggled to mount the mule. He cast one last look at the brightly lit yet anxious and fearful village of Xiaoxi, and then at the Qifeng mountain looming ominously in the darkness behind him. "Go." He fiercely squeezed the mule's belly, disregarding the searing pain, and set off towards Qinghe County, disappearing into the oppressive night. His frail yet resolute silhouette seemed on the brink of being engulfed by the encroaching darkness. Change was surely on the horizon for Qinghe County. Chapter 37. Urgent news. As dawn approached, a pale light struggled to break through the eastern sky. At the entrance of Qinghe County, the night watchman leaned against the doorpost, his head nodding as he battled sleep. Suddenly, a series of urgent, heavy knocks jolted him awake. "Who is it? It's too early for this," he grumbled, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he reluctantly unlatched the door. As the door cracked open, a blood-soaked figure stumbled in, nearly knocking him over. Qin County Lieutenant. The watchman was struck with terror upon recognizing the visitor. Before him stood Chun-Hu, drenched in blood, his once-fitted leather armor in tatters, wounds covering his body, and his face smeared with blood, his breathing faint as if he were on the verge of collapse. "Quick, summon the county magistrate." Before long, the back hall of the county office was ablaze with light. Zhao Zhun, wrapped in an outer robe, wore a grave expression as he beheld the nearly unrecognizable figure of Qin Hu being supported by 2 watchmen. Qin Hu? Zhao Zhun's voice quivered with disbelief. How could this happen? Where are the others? Qin Hu opened his mouth, a stream of dark blood spilling forth as he broke into a violent cough. The others, they are all gone. What do you mean gone? Zhao Zhun's heart tightened as he stepped closer. The creature. It is too powerful, Qin Hu gasped, each word seemingly exhausting his last reserves of strength. My brothers, they. Tears, muddy with blood, streamed down his face. Our weapons, they were ineffective. We were no match at all. As Zhao Zhun listened to Qin Hu's fragmented account, his complexion gradually turned ashen. 20 soldiers, the most formidable contingent from the Qinghe County office, were personally led by the skilled Qin Hu. Yet, astonishingly, they suffered a complete annihilation? Even Qin Hu nearly lost his life? A chill surged from the soles of Zhao Zhun's feet, racing to the crown of his head. Quick, summon the physician. Use the finest medicines. No matter what, we must bring the county lieutenant back to life. Zhao Zhun's voice trembled as he pointed at Qin Hu, shouting at the nearby servant who stood frozen in shock. Gazing at Qin Hu's face, pale and bloodless as parchment, his heart was filled with both sorrow and dread. A grave calamity was looming over Qinghe County. Moments later, in a secluded chamber of the county office's rear hall, the flickering candlelight illuminated Zhao Zhun's ashen face. The Daoist priest Lingyun and the Daoist master Lingshu sat opposite one another, both wearing expressions of unprecedented solemnity. They had been urgently summoned by Zhao Zhun from Qingyan Temple, even before completing their morning rituals. Esteemed Daoists, the situation is far more dire than I had anticipated, Zhao Zhun spoke hoarsely, recounting Qin Hu's ordeal and the chilling description of the malevolent entity in meticulous detail. A green-faced monster with sharp fangs, wings sprouting from its back, impervious to blades and arrows, possessing immense strength and astonishing speed. Listening intently, Daoist Lingyun's brow furrowed, his expression growing increasingly grave. Upon the conclusion of Zhao Zhun's account, Lingyun and Lingshu exchanged a glance, both reflecting a look of horror. Brother, Lingyun's voice was thick with apprehension. Lingshu's face was as somber as water as he slowly uttered 2 words. Flying corpse. Flying corpse? Zhao Zhun paused, bewildered. What exactly is a flying corpse, Daoist? Lingshu inhaled deeply and replied in a low voice. I once encountered a mention of it in the ancient Daoist text records of subduing demons. The flying corpse is a sinister creature born from the malevolent energies of the earth, possessing a body of bronze and iron, impervious to ordinary weaponry. It is inherently brutal and bloodthirsty, and when it manifests in the world, it often heralds a calamity that brings suffering to all living beings. The ancient texts state that in its juvenile stage, the flying corpse bears resemblance to ferocious beasts, but once it consumes sufficient blood, it can gradually transform, growing to the level of true Qi practitioners or even innate masters. Zhao Zhun's heart raced in terror. Daoist, is there a method to counter this flying corpse? Lingshu shook his head. The texts are vague, merely stating that this creature is exceedingly obstinate, and only a great adept can subdue it. Zhao Zhun felt his heart plummet, his limbs growing cold. Did this mean that if left unchecked, the entire Qinghe County could be ravaged by this monster? Lingshu turned to the now conscious, but still weak and pallid Qin Hu. County Lieutenant Shun, aside from its appearance, does this creature possess any other peculiar traits? Leaning against the back of his chair, Qin Hu struggled to recall. Daoist, it seems that this monster is impervious to my internal energy attacks. I exerted all my strength and struck its chest with my ultimate technique, yet it remained unscathed, instead shattering my sword. Furthermore, it appears capable of manipulating a sinister wind, moving with incredible agility, and can even hover momentarily in the air. Common arrows barely harm it. Hitting it is akin to striking metal or stone. Moreover, it seems rather intelligent, unlike ordinary beasts that only know to charge and strike. As Lingshu Jinren listened intently, his brow furrowed deeper with each word. The descriptions resonated profoundly with the ancient texts regarding the flying corpse, aligning almost perfectly in 7 or 8 aspects. Yet, a subtle sense of unease lingered within him. The flying corpse documented in the ancient records, while indeed ferocious, did not appear to possess such impenetrable defenses, impervious even to internal energy. Furthermore, its intellect seemed rudimentary, akin to that of a wild beast. Could it be that this particular flying corpse had transcended the ordinary, evolving into a different breed altogether? Suppressing a flicker of doubt, Lingshu Jinren addressed Zhao Zhun, saying, Lord Zhao, judging by the account provided by County Constable Qin, this malevolent creature is most likely the fierce flying corpse. Moreover, given its formidable presence, It seems to have already reached a dangerous threshold, one that ordinary means cannot hope to subdue. Ordinary means, Zhao Zhan murmured to himself, his expression darkening further. His most capable general, Chen Hu, had been reduced to such a state. Sending other officers and soldiers from the county office would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. At this juncture, Daoist Ling Yun interjected, "My lord, Mao Qifeng is under the protection of the Xuanqiang Yunzi Zhenjuan. Previously, during the calamity of the dragon, the Zhenjuan manifested to provide warnings and save the entire village of Qifeng. Now that a demon is wreaking havoc, why not beseech the Zhenjuan to intervene once more and subdue this malevolent force?" Upon hearing this, a bitter and troubled expression crossed Zhao Zhan's face. He sighed, "Daoist Ling Yun, it is not that I am unwilling. However, the Zhenjuan is an immortal from the upper realms. Even a fleeting manifestation of his presence is a tremendous blessing. To disturb such a celestial being again for a mere creature of this ilk, I truly cannot dare to do so. What if, perchance, the Zhenjuan were to take offense? Thinking that the people of Qinghe County rely solely on deities and lack the will to stand strong? Would that not be counterproductive, leading to a greater loss?" Zhao Zhan's words surprised both Ling Yun and Ling Xiu. They had anticipated that he would seize this lifeline without hesitation. Instead, this county magistrate, even on the brink of life and death, exhibited such deliberation. "I believe," Zhao Zhan asserted with newfound determination, "that the protection of the celestial is indeed a blessing. Yet, as subjects, it is our duty to serve our sovereign, to safeguard our lands and people. Should we possess the strength to eradicate this demon ourselves, we would not only stabilize the hearts of the populace but also uphold the dignity of the Qinghe County government. Unless absolutely necessary, I am reluctant to disturb the Zhenjuan lightly." His earnest words conveyed a sense of responsibility befitting a local official. Indeed, if one were to depend entirely on divine beings for every matter, what purpose would there be for us mortal officials? Thus, Zhao Zhan turned to Ling Xiu Zhenren and Daoist Ling Yun, bowing solemnly, "I earnestly implore both of you to lend your aid in subduing this demon, to rescue the people of Qinghe from peril." Daoist Ling Yun promptly assisted Zhao Zhan to his feet, declaring, "Lord Zhao, you overstate the matter. Exorcising demons is indeed our responsibility." Ling Xiu Zhenren also bowed in acknowledgement, saying, "Your concern for the populace is commendable, Lord Zhao. I feel it is my duty to subdue this flying corpse. However," he added, shifting his tone, "this creature is exceptionally fierce. Though my disciple Ling Yun and I possess certain abilities, confronting such a formidable being necessitates thorough preparation. I require Lord Zhao to dispatch capable soldiers to escort us into the mountains and assist in evacuating the villagers from the various settlements, to prevent the flying corpse from erupting once more and causing further casualties." Zhao Zhan's face brightened at this, naturally. "What commands do you have, my lord?" "I shall comply without hesitation. As long as we can rid ourselves of that vile creature, I am willing to expend all the resources of the county office. I now hope that these two Daoist priests truly possess the means to combat that terrifying flying corpse. Otherwise, it seems my tenure as the magistrate of Qinghe County may soon come to an end." Chapter 38. The Oath to Exterminate the Demon Within the County Office. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of urgency. Zhao Zhan stood at the forefront, his voice resolute and filled with determination. "Send the orders forth. Retrieve all usable armor and weapons from the county armory. Aside from the essential personnel required to defend the city, the remaining soldiers from the patrol camp shall assemble immediately." With this command, the entire county office sprang into action like a well-oiled machine. The sounds of clashing armor, unsheathing weapons, and the commanding shouts of officers echoed through the air. Jiangzhou was a military stronghold, and the armaments of the subordinate counties were also commendable. Even after leaving behind the necessary personnel for city defense and local suppression, Zhao Zhan managed to muster 150 field soldiers from the county armory and patrol teams. Within half an hour, the open ground in front of the county office was densely packed with soldiers. Each soldier donned gleaming iron armor or sturdy leather gear, firmly gripping polished long spears and broadswords, with bows and quivers slung across their backs. They formed several formations in the open space and under the faint morning light. The iron armor reflected a chilling gleam, exuding an aura of deadly intent. Ling Xiu Zhenren and Ling Yun Daoist stood shoulder to shoulder at the forefront of the military formation. Beside them stood a robust man in his early 30s, his face marked by resolve, Zhang Wu, the county inspector, and Chun Hu's deputy. Clad in thick leather armor with a hand resting on his waist knife, his gaze was steady. As a warrior who had mastered body refinement, he was on the cusp of entering the realm of internal energy, although he felt a tinge of apprehension at this critical moment. The innate courage of a soldier surged within him. "Gentlemen," Zhao Zhen stepped forward, his voice booming. "The monsters of Qingfeng Mountain wreak havoc, harming the common people and disturbing the land. County Lieutenant Chun has been gravely injured while protecting the citizens, and his valiant warriors have suffered heavy losses. If this fiend is not eliminated, our Qingya County shall never know peace." His gaze swept across the faces of every soldier. "Today, I have summoned the elite of the county to engage in a decisive battle against this demon. With the assistance of Daoist Lingshu and Lingyun, we shall surely vanquish the malevolence and restore the clarity of our Qingya skies." As the soldiers listened to the magistrate's impassioned address, their hearts swelled with fervor. Yet the thought of the creature's ferocity flickered a hint of fear in their eyes. Lingshu Zhenren stepped forward, retrieving several yellow paper talismans from his sleeve. He softly chanted incantations incomprehensible to the average ear, his fingers lightly gesturing over the talismans. Suddenly, the talismans ignited without flame, transforming into wisps of azure smoke that drifted gracefully into the ranks ahead. "These are the talismans I have drawn for your journey to vanquish evil." Lingshu Zhenren's voice rose sharply, resonating throughout the formation. "They will slightly enhance your masculine energy and ward off the usual mountain and forest malevolence." Most of the soldiers, witnessing such Daoist techniques for the first time, felt a mixture of trepidation and excitement as they recalled the tales of the fearsome creatures lurking in the mountains. At this moment, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle and hearing the words of the Taoist priest, although the reasons remained unclear, the fear in his heart diminished significantly, and the morale of the army was somewhat stabilized. "Thank you, Taoist priest, for your blessings. Your powers are boundless." A chorus of gratitude resonated throughout the ranks, lifting the spirits of the soldiers. Zhao Zhen, observing this, felt a slight comfort in his heart. He understood that these talismans were perhaps more about soothing the hearts of the people, yet at this moment, the morale of the troops was of utmost importance. "Bring forth the wine," Zhao Zhen commanded. Soon, an official presented a tray bearing 3 large earthen bowls and a sealed jar of aged rice wine. Zhao Zhen personally broke the clay seal, and the rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air. He filled 3 bowls and approached the esteemed Taoist Lingshu, Taoist Lingyun, and a robust vice-captain with a resolute countenance. He raised the first bowl with both hands, offering it to the Taoist Lingshu. "Esteemed priest, this journey is fraught with peril, and the safety of the tens of thousands of citizens in Qinghe County rests upon you." The priest accepted the bowl and bowed his head, replying, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall do my utmost." Next, Zhao Zhen lifted the second bowl and presented it to Taoist Lingyun. "Thank you for your efforts, Taoist." Lingyun received it with both hands, his expression solemn. "It is my duty to rid the world of harm." Finally, Zhao Zhen handed the third bowl to Zhang Wu. "Inspector Zhang, the weight of Qing County now rests upon your shoulders. Proceed with utmost caution. I shall await your triumphant return at the county office." Zhang Wu accepted the bowl, kneeling on one knee, his voice resolute. "Rest assured, my lord. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that the demon is vanquished." "Excellent." Zhao Zhen helped Zhang Wu to his feet, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. He raised the wine jar and addressed the 150 soldiers below. "Brave warriors, this cup is for you. May your journey be victorious and your endeavors fruitful." With that, he tilted his head back and drank deeply. "May we follow our Lord and eradicate the evil. Kill, kill, kill." The 150 soldiers roared in unison, their voices echoing across the land. Taoist Lingshu, Taoist Lingyun, and Zhang Wu also drank from their bowls and smashed the earthenware against the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The shattered pottery fragments resembled the impending bloodshed. "Depart," Zhao Zhen commanded with a vigorous wave of his hand. "Yes." Zhang Wu drew his waist knife and pointed forward. Destination, Xiaxi village. "March." The drums sounded, and the 150 armored soldiers marched in unison, escorting the 2 Taoists and several officials familiar with the route, making their grand exit from the county office. The townsfolk, already stirred by this commotion, rushed into the streets. Are the soldiers from the county office going to war? It seems they're heading to eradicate the ferocious beasts in the mountains. Heaven above, may they succeed. Otherwise, how shall we live? With the Taoists accompanying them, it surely will be fine. Discussions arose in waves, the faces of the citizens displaying both concern and a glimmer of hope. The terrifying beast loomed like a heavy stone upon each heart. At last, the authorities were employing decisive measures. Hope was within reach. Within the secret cavern of Qifeng Mountain, Li Yin sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed. His consciousness had already merged with the flying night demon, soaring high above the county town through an invisible link. Everything that transpired before the county office unfolded before his eyes. The 150 armored soldiers exhibited a commendable military bearing, particularly the leading general. Though not quite matching the county lieutenant, appeared to possess some commendable skills. Additionally, there were the two Daoist priests. The elder, Lingshu, seemed to exude a sense of calmness, skillfully performing his talismanic tricks. This display, while sufficient to confront ordinary mountain bandits, was regrettably inadequate for the formidable flying night demon. He sensed that, with the terror instigated by the flying night demon in the Qingfeng mountain region spreading, the newly constructed Xiankong Yunjia temple at the foot of the mountain was rapidly flourishing with incense offerings. Daily, villagers arrived, trembling as they burned incense and bowed in prayer, beseeching the deity for manifestations and the subjugation of evil spirits. Although the collective faith gathered was feeble, it flowed like a gentle stream, nurturing the progress of his game-like encapsulation. Indeed, he was quite satisfied. Once this troop of officials was thoroughly vanquished by the demon, leaving them in utter despair. The entire Qinghe County, from officials to common folk, would place their solitary hope in him. At that juncture, he would dispatch divine generals to descend upon the mortal realm, decisively vanquishing the malevolent entities, thereby solidifying his divine status at the Xiankong Yunjia temple. He withdrew his gaze from the soldiers below and turned his attention to the flying night demon. Brother demon, the next wave of guests is en route. Please extend them a warm welcome. Chapter 39. Whispers of Wind and Crane. Zhaozhen watched as the 150 armored soldiers escorted the two Daoist priests, the procession grandly disappearing at the end of the street, yet the weight in his heart remained undiminished. Only when their figures vanished completely did he slowly retract his gaze and turn to Feng Shiya beside him, saying, Feng Shiya, accompany me. In the study, Zhaozhen's expression was grave as he prepared ink and paper. My lord, is something troubling you? Feng Shiya inquired softly. Zhaozhen nodded. Indeed. The ferocity of the monsters on Qingfeng Mountain is formidable. With the limited manpower at the county office, it appears we cannot eradicate them. The cautionary tale of Qin Hu looms large in my mind. He dipped his brush in ink, the tip gliding steadily across the pristine rice paper. Each character firm, yet imbued with urgency. I must pen an urgent letter, to be expedited 800 li, directed to Lord Lu Sun, the governor. Observing from the side, Feng Shiya saw the letter detail the savage nature of the beasts on Qingfeng Mountain, the heavy losses suffered by the soldiers, and the county's precarious military situation. It implored the governor to consider the well-being of the tens of thousands of residents of Qinghe and to swiftly dispatch elite troops for support to eliminate this menace and restore local peace. At this point, Zhaozhen paused, lifting his gaze to the window where the clouds shrouding Qingfeng Mountain added an ominous air. He sighed deeply. The outcomes for Daoist priests Lingshu and Lingyun remain uncertain. Should they succeed in subduing the monsters, it would indeed be a tremendous blessing. Yet, what if they too were to fail? Feng Shiya's heart tightened. My lord, are you concerned? One must always be vigilant, Zhaozhen replied, setting down his brush and rubbing his temples. The demon was capable of withstanding even Qin Hu's inner strength, revealing its viciousness. While the two priests possessed Daoist arts, they were still vulnerable. Thus, this letter for aid was a precautionary measure. Zhaozhen continued, in the event that trouble truly arises on Qingfeng Mountain, the reinforcements from the provincial government would be our last hope for Qinghe County. He picked up his pen once more, adding a few lines to the end of the letter, subtly referencing the warning of the celestial Lord Zhuangkangyan's divine manifestation, as well as the current plight of the people, ravaged by malevolent creatures who all yearn for the Lord's benevolence once more. Mr. Feng's eyes gleamed with understanding. He grasped Zhaozhen's profound intention. Your wisdom is remarkable. My lord, he bowed and remarked. If the Lord were to manifest again, and a high official sent by the provincial government were to witness it firsthand, then a formal report to Governor Yang would be incontrovertible evidence, leaving no room for dispute. Zhaozhen nodded slightly, a subtle glimmer of calculation gracing his expression. This was a strategy that served two purposes. It could secure tangible military support, while simultaneously legitimizing the divine presence of the Lord, benefiting both myself and Qinghe. He meticulously sealed the prepared letter and affixed the official stamp. Come in. A constable promptly entered. Deliver this letter immediately to the post station with utmost urgency. To Master Lu Sun, the inspector of Jiangzhou. There must be no delay. Zhaozhen's tone was stern. As you command. The constable took the letter and hurried away. As the sound of hooves faded into the distance, Zhaozhen stood before the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the direction of Qingfeng Mountain. Lost in contemplation for a long while. I shall do all that I can and leave the rest to fate. This was all he could do at present. He could only hope that Daoist Lingshu and his companions would bring good tidings. Should it come to the point of desperation, he would have no choice but to shamelessly venture to Qingfeng Mountain once more, beseeching the Lord for protection. News of the ferocious beast with a green face and sharp fangs, sprouting wings, emerged from Qinghe County, spreading rapidly like wildfire. The first to hear the news were the itinerant merchants traveling between Qinghe County and the surrounding prefectures. They were already well informed and had witnessed firsthand the devastation in places like Xiaxi Village, or had heard rumors of Qin Hu's failed campaign against the bandits. In no time, embellished accounts circulated through tea houses and taverns. Have you heard? A great demon has appeared in Qinghe County. Not just a great demon. I've heard it's a malevolent spirit that crawled up from the depths of the earth, with a green face and sharp fangs, and it can fly. Oh dear, that's dire indeed. It is said that even the county soldiers were defeated, suffering heavy casualties. Is that true? Has Qinghe County become a hell on earth? Panic spread like an epidemic. Wealthy landowners and merchants with interests in Qinghe County became restless. They did not wish for their hard-earned fortunes to be consumed by that beast or to become its prey. Quick, pack your belongings. We must flee to the provincial city to avoid the storm. We cannot stay in Qinghe County any longer. In an instant, the official road leading to Jiangzhou was filled with families, laden with their possessions, traveling in carts and ox-drawn carriages. The nearby villages, having heard of the horrors in Qinghe County, closed their doors tightly. The able-bodied young men spontaneously organized night patrols, and a tense atmosphere pervaded the air as the rustle of leaves and the cries of birds heightened the sense of dread. Even the neighboring counties heightened their vigilance, fearing that the ferocious beast might wander into their midst. The monster of Qinghe County became a terrifying legend, provoking fear among the populace of the surrounding regions. Jiangzhou City, a vital stronghold in the southern Chu kingdom, bustled with life and noise. In a secluded alley deep within the southern part of the city, there lies an unremarkable courtyard. The gate is tightly shut, the walls are weathered, resembling the ordinary residences surrounding it. However, to those adept in the art of divination, a faint azure halo hovers above the courtyard, interwoven with barely perceptible crimson threads. Inside the courtyard, there exists a tranquil chamber. An enigmatic fragrance wafts from an incense burner, the smoke curling gracefully, imbued with an unusual sweetness and a chilling undertone. A middle-aged man, clad in a moon-white gauzy robe, sits cross-legged upon a mat. At his waist hangs a delicately carved jade pill furnace, gently swaying with his breath. This man is Wei He, the master of the feathered robe alchemy sects branch in Jiazhou, known to the common folk by his sobriquet, Yuchenzi. The feathered robe alchemy sect professes to uphold the ancient alchemical traditions, aspiring for transcendence and ascension. With its followers donning gauzy robes and adorning themselves with jade pill furnaces as symbols. Yet, internally, they refer to themselves as the Blood Feather Sect, operating in secrecy with ruthless methods, having long been designated a forbidden cult by the Southern Chu court. Their core secret technique involves the alchemical transformation of living beings, creating formidable corpse puppets, nurturing them with corpse poison, and controlling the dead through such means. The jade pill furnace pendants they wear, seemingly elegant, actually conceal meticulously cultivated corpse poisons. The master is approached by a young disciple, similarly attired in a gauzy robe but bearing a somewhat somber demeanor, who humbly enters the tranquil chamber, cradling a scroll of confidential reports. Yuchenzi slightly lifts his gaze, his voice remaining calm and unperturbed. What is it? Respected master. News has arrived from Qinghe County. The young disciple respectfully presents the report. Qinghe County? Yuchenzi takes the report, slowly unfolding it, a flicker of subtle surprise crossing his eyes. What could be of significance in such a remote county? He scrutinizes the fine script on the report, his brow gradually furrowing. Green-faced, with sharp fangs, wings sprouting from its back, impervious to blades, immensely powerful. Yuchenzi mutters softly, his fingers gently tapping the armrest. The report elaborates on the attacks by a ferocious beast in places like Shi Village in Qinghe County, detailing how the county's officer, Qin Hu, led a military campaign that ended in heavy losses, with a particularly thorough description of the beast. Is this truly the case? A glimmer of sharp insight flashes in Yuchenzi's eyes. He places the report down, lost in contemplation. His first thought is not of demons or monsters, but whether this creature could be of use to the Bloodfeather sect. Master is currently engaged in the ritual preparation of the corpse dissolution immortal array. This array requires 49 powerful corpse puppets to be effective. Once formed, any who fall into it, barring innate masters, would find no escape. If the ferocious beast of Qinghe County is indeed as formidable as described, impervious to weapons and capable of flight, would it not serve as excellent material for corpse refinement? Capturing it and offering it to the master for the creation of a powerful corpse puppet could greatly aid in the master's endeavors. Should the master be pleased, perhaps he would promote me, allowing me to leave this Jianggo branch and enter the main sect, leading to boundless prospects. With this thought, a surge of fervor ignites within Yuchinzi. Is this creature truly as fearsome as claimed? He glances at the young disciple, his voice tinged with caution. In response to the master, the information was gleaned from a merchant who fled Qinghe County, with several scouts confirming the reports consistently. It is said that the county constable, Chun Hu, is a master of the internal strength realm, yet he was nearly met with his demise. Oh, can even the internal strength realm be so easily subdued? The interest in Yuchinzi's eyes deepened. He rose from his seat and paced a few steps within the quiet chamber. In rural areas, there are often those who exaggerate. However, rumors do not arise without cause. This matter must be investigated. He halted, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Dispatch the orders. Yuchinzi's tone turned cold. Immediately summon all the elite scouts from the subtemple, disguising themselves as itinerant merchants or wandering Daoists, to swiftly head to Qinghe County. It is imperative to ascertain the true nature of that ferocious beast. Is it alive or dead? What powers does it possess? What is its level of cultivation? Where is it hiding? What are its weaknesses? Our sect must know everything concerning it. Remember, the investigation must remain covert. Do not alarm the beast. If it proves to be extraordinary, I shall intervene personally. Understood. The young disciple bowed in acknowledgement, a flicker of excitement and ruthlessness glimmering in his eyes. The Blood Feather sect has always employed any means necessary. Furthermore, Yuchinzi added, investigate if there are any other unusual occurrences in Qinghe County of late. A remote little county experiencing consecutive incidents seems rather suspicious. As you command. The young disciple accepted his orders and bowed as he exited the quiet chamber. Silence enveloped the room once more. Yuchinzi resumed his seat on the meditation cushion, picking up the confidential report regarding the beast of Qinghe County, scrutinizing it once more. A cold smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. A flying ferocious beast, if it truly exists, then it is indeed the opportune moment for our sect's leader. The celestial formation for the decomposition of the master requires a flying beast capable of subduing all. He toyed with the jade pill furnace pendant at his waist. Sensing the stirrings of the corpse insect within, and the smile upon his lips grew increasingly sinister. As if envisioning himself triumphantly presenting the beast to the leader and ascending to greater heights thereafter. The rich sweetness and chilling aura thickened within the quiet chamber. Meanwhile, far away in the stone caves of Qingfeng Mountain, Li Yin was keenly observing the imminent spectacle of the second act, where the officials would engage in battle with the Yiksha. Chapter 40. Seeking demons in the valley. The dawn shattered the thin mist. Golden light spilling onto the dirt road leading from Qinghe County to Xiaoqiye village. 150 armored soldiers marched with steady steps, their iron armor glinting coldly in the morning sun. Their long spears stood like a forest, shields and swords forming an impenetrable wall. At the forefront of the procession, the real man Lingshu donned a blue robe, wielding a treasured sword, his expression serene. Following closely was Daoist Lingyun, his demeanor considerably more serious. Zhang Wu, with a long knife at his side, remained vigilant, casting wary glances at the dense thickets on either side. We are nearly there. A leading officer pointed towards the mountain pass ahead, declaring, beyond that pass lies Xiaoqiye village. The procession quickened its pace slightly. As the imposing troops appeared at the entrance of Xiaoqiye village, the previously silent village sprang to life. The officials have arrived. And the Daoist. It is the Daoist from Qingyan Temple. The first villagers to notice cried out with voices tinged with desperation, their calls hoarse and frantic. Following suit, ragged and terrified villagers surged forth from their low-thatched huts. They rushed towards the procession like drowning individuals grasping for a life-saving straw. Officials, please help us. Daoist, we beseech you to take action on our behalf. Zhao Laosan and the village elder, accompanied by several young men, staggered forward to greet them. Zhang Xuanqian, esteemed Daoists. Zhao Laosan's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse. At last, you have arrived. The village elder was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. That ferocious beast. It is too dreadful. Qin County Lieutenant. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wu felt a surge of warmth in his eyes and declared solemnly, do not worry, my elder. We have come under the orders of the county magistrate to eradicate the monstrous fiend and avenge our fallen brothers and fellow villagers. Ling Xiu Jinren stepped forward. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of every villager. Dear villagers, I am Ling Xiu from the Jiangzhou Dao recording office. And this is Daoist Ling Yun from Qinyan Temple. We have been dispatched to ensure the eradication of this evil, restoring peace to Cici village. Please find solace. For the officials will protect you all. His demeanor was calm, and his tone steady, exuding an aura of persuasive authority. The initially restless and panicked villagers gradually quieted, though the fear and hope in their eyes remained palpable. Thank you, Daoist. Thank you, esteemed officials. We rely entirely on you. Zhang Wu immediately commanded, send the order down. All brothers, assist the villagers in fortifying the village defenses. Archers, take positions on high ground and remain vigilant. The accompanying medical officers commenced the treatment of the wounded. 150 soldiers sprang into action, some aiding villagers in transporting timber and stones to repair damaged fences and homes, while others set up lookout posts around the village, bows drawn and swords unsheathed. The two medical officers were swiftly taken to tend to the injured men under Chen Hu, beginning their urgent care. Observing the orderly actions of the officials, the villagers' despair began to wane, giving rise to a flicker of hope. Zhang Xuanqian. Ling Xiu Jinren turned to Zhang Wu. My apprentice Ling Yun and I intend to enter the mountains immediately to search for the traces of that fiend. The defense of the village. We entrust to you. Zhang Wu clasped his fists, assuring, rest assured, Daoist. I shall remain with the majority of my brothers to safeguard Cici village. However, the ferocity of the beast demands utmost caution as you both venture into the mountains. Ling Xiu Jinren nodded slightly. I will exercise discretion. He selected 30 of the most elite and agile soldiers, all adept with bows and horses. You shall accompany me and Daoist Ling Yun into the mountains. Yes. The 30 soldiers responded in unison. Daoist Ling Yun produced several talismans from his robe, handing one each to Zhang Wu and the officers remaining behind. These are protective talismans to ward off evil spirits. They can be affixed to crucial points in the village or worn on your person to fend off some malevolent influences. Thank you, Daoist. Zhang Wu and the others carefully accepted and secured the talismans. With preparations complete, Ling Xiu Jinren and Daoist Ling Yun set forth with the 30 elite soldiers. Guided by Zhao Laosan and a few hunters familiar with the mountain paths, venturing into the treacherous depths of Qifeng Mountain. The mountain path was rugged, ancient trees towered overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sunlight. The forest was dimly lit, with a thick layer of decaying leaves underfoot that rustled softly with each step. The 30 soldiers formed two lines, maintaining distance, bows drawn and swords unsheathed, their gazes sharp as hawks, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The atmosphere was stifling, heavy with tension, aside from the occasional faint sound of the leaf collision and the varied footsteps of the group. The only other sound was the eerie calls of unknown insects and birds in the forest. The esteemed Master Ling Xiu led the way, his eyes intermittently scanning the dark woods on either side. Following closely behind was Daoist Ling Yun, whose forehead had begun to bead with sweat, evidently feeling the invisible pressure of the mountain forest. Daoist, the valley ahead is where the fierce beast most frequently appears, Zhao Laosan whispered, pointing to a narrow gorge flanked by two mountains. It was near this very spot that Chun County officer and his companions had been ambushed. Master Ling Xiu nodded slightly, signaling the group to slow their pace and proceed with greater caution. The party cautiously entered the valley, where grotesque rocks jutted out and vines hung low, heightening the foreboding atmosphere. The steep walls on either side were densely forested, making it exceedingly difficult to detect any lurking monsters. All the soldiers held their breath, gripping their weapons tighter. Within a stone cavern, Li Yan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Through the eyes of the flying night demon, he could clearly see the cautious party entering the valley. They have arrived. A thought crossed his mind. Brother demon, it is time for your entrance. Remember, make a grand noise, but do not scare off all the guests at once. Just as the party reached the midpoint of the valley, at its narrowest point, a roar erupted. A sound that was inhuman, like thunder, suddenly burst forth from the dense forest on the left side. The noise was filled with ferocity and savagery, causing the ears to ring and the stones to tremble. Enemy attack! Prepare yourselves! Master Ling Xiu shouted fiercely, almost simultaneously with the roar. However, the speed of the beast was far beyond what anyone could have anticipated. A massive, dark green shadow, akin to a bolt of black lightning, lunged out from the forest. A nauseating stench of blood and decay assaulted their senses. Be careful. Several soldiers on the left flank had no time to react. They merely saw a blur before an overwhelming force slammed into them. Clang, clang. The jarring sound of metal grinding rang out. The flying night demon's claws, as tough as steel, viciously struck two soldiers' armor. Sparks flew. Though the armor was of superior quality from the county armory, it was still marked with deep claw marks. The armor crumpled and deformed instantly, the tremendous impact sending the two men flying, blood spurting from their mouths as they crashed against the mountain wall several yards away. Their fates uncertain. Another soldier reacted slightly quicker, raising his shield to block. Yet, the claws of the flying night demon pierced through the thick, iron-reinforced leather shield as if it were mere tofu, tearing through the arm that held it and leaving a gaping wound. Blood gushed forth. My hand. Ah! The soldier screamed in agony, staggering backward. In a mere moment, 3 elite soldiers had lost their combat effectiveness. The flying night demon, having struck successfully, did not pause. Its massive body moved with astonishing agility in the narrow valley, and with a powerful flap of its wings. A gust of wind surged as it charged toward the center of the group. Fire! Fire! The archers from the rear finally reacted, hastily drawing their bows to shoot. Whoosh! 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 A volley of arrows, accompanied by the sound of whistling through the air, was unleashed upon the flying night demon. Clang! Clang! The arrows struck the demon's dark, leathery skin, only to ricochet off as if they had hit solid rock, leaving not a trace behind. What? The arrows cannot pierce. The soldiers were struck with horror. The creature's defenses were even more fearsome than the rumors had suggested. The demon's sudden assault instantly disrupted the formation of the troops. Cries of alarm, screams of anguish, and the sound of clashing weapons resonated throughout the narrow valley. Steady. Form ranks. Do not panic. The expression of the real master Lingshu darkened, and he drew his 3-foot-long sword with a swift motion. Abominable beast. Do not act so arrogantly. Chapter 41. Escalation of the duel with a commanding shout. The real master Lingshu unleashed a blinding azure light from his sword. The blade hummed, reminiscent of a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl. Behold the sword. With a flick of his wrist, the tip quivered. A series of azure sword energies, condensed as if solid, shot forth from the blade's edge. The sound of the air being sliced was sharp and piercing, tearing through the atmosphere, aiming directly for the vital points of the flying night demon. The demoness blood-red eyes glinted with ferocity, yet it did not flinch or evade, crossing its claws protectively over its chest. The azure sword energies struck true against the demon. The resilient hide that had previously resisted the soldier's arrows now yielded under the sword's force, emitting a dull tearing sound akin to leather being sliced by a blade. Sparks flew. The demon roared in pain, its massive form faltering slightly from the force contained within the sword energies. Clear white marks appeared on its claws, which had shielded its chest and abdomen, though not deep. They had breached its tough, dark, keratinous skin. Excellent. The master is formidable. Slay this vile beast. The soldiers, witnessing this, felt a surge of morale and began to cheer. They had heard that the valiant officer Chun had left only shallow scratches after exhausting his strength with a single blow against this monster. Yet, this old Daoist priest, with a mere flick of his sword, had demonstrated such power. Within the stone cavern, Li Yin sensed through the flying night demon's perception the sharpness of that sword strike. His brow furrowed slightly. This sword energy can actually breach the demon's skin defenses? The externalized vital energy is fearsome indeed. A chill ran through Li Yin's heart. This old Daoist was indeed a master of the vital energy realm. He had initially presumed that the Daoist from this remote county was merely at the inner strength level, stronger than Chun Hu, yet still limited. To his astonishment, he was a genuine master of the vital energy realm. Brother Night Demon, be cautious. Li Yin immediately conveyed a warning to the flying night demon through their mental link. This old fellow possesses some skills. Do not let your guard down. In the valley, although the real master Lingshu had successfully struck a blow, he felt no joy. Instead, his expression grew more solemn. He sensed that although he had wounded the creature, it was merely superficial. The demon's ferocity far exceeded his expectations. Brother, this demon's hide is thick and tough. It is no trivial matter. Daoist Lingyun rushed to the side of the real master Lingshu, his sword also aimed at the flying night demon, urgency in his tone, provoked by the sword energies. The demon's ferocity intensified. It flapped its massive wings vigorously, stirring up a whirlwind of debris and withered leaves, transforming its colossal form into a dark whirlwind as it lunged forward once more. You vile beast, seeking death. The ethereal master, Ling Su, advanced rather than retreated, wielding his long sword with the grace of a dragon. Streams of azure sword energy interwove like a tapestry, cleaving towards the vital points of the flying night demon. Clang, clang. The sword energy incessantly struck the demon's body, igniting a flurry of sparks. Fresh white scars adorned the demon's form, eliciting anguished roars that grew increasingly frenzied. Its claws slashed through the air, leaving behind phantoms. Each assault compelled Ling Su to momentarily evade their lethal edge. "Brother, this cannot continue," the anxious Daoist Ling Yun exclaimed. "Its strength is boundless, and we cannot afford to exhaust our vital energy." Ling Su, pushing the night demon back with a powerful thrust of his sword, replied solemnly. "This beast is ferocious. Ordinary attacks cannot harm its essence." A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he commanded, "Ling Yun, arrange the two instruments sword formation." "Yes, brother." Ling Yun responded with renewed vigor. The two figures intertwined, swiftly establishing their positions of yin and yang. Ling Su took the position of Qian, the primary attacker, unleashing a brilliant azure light from his sword. His offensive surged with an explosive ferocity, each strike aimed directly at the demon's crucial points. Ling Yun, in the position of Kuan, played a supportive role, his sword glimmering with an intricate dance of moves, sealing off the demon's flanks and potential escape routes. This formation, a secretive sword technique of the Daoist sect of Southern Shu, the two instruments swordplay, was not to be imparted to those below the inner energy realm. Once their synergy was unleashed, the interplay of yin and yang became an unstoppable force, far surpassing the might of a single practitioner. "Attack!" Ling Su commanded in a low voice. The sword light cascaded like a waterfall. The flying night demon roared in fury, launching both claws in an attempt to clash with the sword's edge. Clang! Sparks erupted. Ling Su's long sword was momentarily deflected by the demon's claws. Yet the overwhelming vital energy sent a tremor through the demon's arm. "Brother, the left flank!" Ling Su bellowed. Without needing further words, Ling Yun's sword darted forth like a venomous serpent, silently targeting the junction of the demon's left flank and ribcage. The demon, feeling the sting, shrieked and quickly turned to block. But Ling Su's assault followed swiftly, the sword light flickering relentlessly, denying the demon any respite. In that moment, the valley was awash with intertwining sword energy, flashes of azure illuminating the scene. The two Daoists exhibited flawless cooperation. One pressed the attack while the other restrained the foe. Together, their sword lights wove an impenetrable net, ensnaring the flying night demon at its core. The onslaught was relentless, akin to a tempest crashing upon the shore, with one wave rising as another fell. The accompanying soldiers stood in awe, their mouths agape. They had never witnessed such a divine spectacle of combat. The once ferocious beast, which had wreaked havoc upon them, was now being subdued by the two Daoists, rendered desperate and disoriented. Daoists are mighty. Slay this vile creature. Several audacious soldiers could not restrain their vocal encouragement, yet they hesitated to release their arrows, fearful of harming the Daoists. Under the relentless pressure of the two instruments sword formation, the flying night demon found its movements severely constrained. Despite its immense strength, it struggled to unleash its full potential. Its claws swirled, conjuring fierce winds, yet they were repeatedly thwarted by Ling Su's formidable sword strikes or expertly sidestepped by Ling Yun's cunning footwork. It attempted to take flight several times, striving to escape the vexatious sword net. Yet, the sword techniques of Daoist Ling Yun consistently thwarted its ascent at critical junctures, compelling it to retreat defensively. Roar! 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 The celestial night demon, consumed by rage, unleashed thunderous roars that reverberated through the valley, causing stones to tumble and trees to sway. Its crimson eyes blazed with ferocity, yet it remained unable to breach the seemingly fragile, yet remarkably resilient, sword net. Though not lethal, the situation left it utterly frustrated, its innate ferocity firmly suppressed and unable to be unleashed. Within the stone cavern, Li Yan's brow furrowed increasingly. Through the perspective of the celestial night demon, he witnessed the battle in the valley with utmost clarity. Truly, the Daoist tradition, passed down through countless generations, wielded sword techniques that far surpassed the mere brute strength of Qinhu. This old Daoist was proving to be more formidable than he had anticipated. He had initially thought that with the night demon's ferocity, it would at least be able to match the two Daoists evenly, if not gain the upper hand. To his astonishment, the adversary swiftly discerned the demon's capabilities in their first encounter, decisively altering their strategy to ensnare it within their combined sword formation. This old Daoist not only possessed true chi cultivation but also exhibited a wealth of combat experience. Li Yan stroked his chin contemplatively. It seemed that unless he compelled the night demon to reveal its true prowess, he might indeed find himself in dire straits today, potentially succumbing to the relentless assault of these two seasoned Daoists. The true Chi realm's two-element sword formation, his eyes shimmered with resolve. Very well. Let them witness what true despair entails. Night Demon, cease your games. Deliver them something truly exhilarating. Chapter 42, The Might of Calamity in the Valley, the Celestial Night Demon. Firmly constrained by the two-element sword formation, suddenly halted its movements. Within the depths of its crimson eyes, it seemed as though two sinister flames surged forth. An aura far more ferocious and violent than before erupted from within it. Roar. This roar transcended mere bestial growls, imbued with an eerie cadence. Reminiscent of an ancient and malevolent incantation, the sound waves surged like tumultuous tides, sweeping through the surroundings. The mountain walls trembled, and countless stones cascaded down. Daoist Lingshu and Daoist Lingyun felt an overwhelming force accompany the piercing demonic sound, violently impacting the sword formation. This is bad. Daoist Lingshu's expression changed dramatically. Be careful. Senior brother, Daoist Lingyun cried out in alarm. The long swords in their hands, which had previously operated smoothly, now felt as though they were piercing through impenetrable leather. Mired in a quagmire, becoming exceedingly sluggish. The night demon's dark, muscular form suddenly swelled, and each bone spur upon its wings glimmered with a sinister chill. It forcefully extended its claws outward. Crack! A sound that sent shivers through the teeth echoed. The two-element sword formation, meticulously crafted by the two masters, which appeared impenetrable, was violently forced open by the demon in the most brute and unreasonable manner, creating a massive breach. The sword beams shattered inch by inch, their azure glow dimming. Uft! Both Daoist Lingshu and Daoist Lingyun stifled groans, staggering backward, feeling their chests surge with blood and chi, nearly losing control. How could this be possible? Daoist Lingyun gasped in disbelief. It could actually break through the sword formation. The lips of the ethereal being curled as a trickle of blood escaped. Disbelief etched in its eyes. The creature's power surged dramatically, elevating it beyond mere levels. The flying nightmarish fiend vigorously flapped its colossal wings, defying the residual pressure of the sword array, and ascended into the air. It soared several feet into the sky, spiraling above the valley, its expansive wings casting a shadow over a small patch of daylight. A deep, provocative roar erupted from its throat, reverberating through the valley. Its crimson gaze, looking down upon the minuscule Taoist and soldiers below, brimmed with mockery and cruelty. A chilling aura of terror descended like ominous clouds, enveloping the entire valley in an instant. What does it intend to do? A soldier trembled, his voice quaking as he gazed up at the circling menace. The air around them seemed to freeze. Suddenly, it began to whirl fiercely. The valley was beset by a tempest without warning. Initially a mere whimper, it swiftly transformed into a piercing wail. Dust and debris flew as dry leaves danced chaotically. The soldiers were tossed about, squinting against the blustering winds, struggling to see. Within the stone cave, Li Yan's lips curved into a cold smirk. It is time for you to witness what true despair entails. The flying nightmarish fiend let out an even more piercing and sinister shriek from the skies. The frequency of its wing beats accelerated abruptly, a palpable layer of dark, demonic energy enveloping its form. This malevolent essence, as if alive, frantically converged beneath it, compressing and swirling. What is that? Zhao Laosan pointed towards the sky, his voice pitched with fear. Below the flying fiend, a colossal, funnel-shaped black vortex was rapidly taking shape. It reached into the demonic clouds above and plunged towards the valley floor, emitting a terrifying wail reminiscent of countless tormented souls. Within the eye of the storm, electric serpents danced, faintly revealing the fiend's grotesque silhouette. A tornado! An experienced soldier exclaimed in horror, his face drained of color. This is no natural disaster that can be resisted by mere mortals. The fiend can manipulate the very elements. In an instant, a terrifying tornado, connecting heaven and earth, fully formed within the narrow valley. It resembled an awakened black dragon, thrashing its massive body as it unleashed a deafening roar, sweeping down towards the ground. Run! Take cover! The soldiers were utterly shattered. Faced with this cataclysmic force of nature, their meager valor was but a jest. They screamed and cried, scattering in panic, regretting not having been born with an extra pair of legs. Yet, in this confined valley, where could they possibly flee? Wherever the tornado passed, destruction followed. Trees as thick as a bowl were uprooted, tossed into the sky like mere straw. Massive boulders, weighing thousands of pounds, were effortlessly drawn in and hurled away. A soldier caught off guard let out a chilling scream. His body was swept up by the gale, akin to a helpless leaf, vanishing in an instant within the dark core of the vortex. Soon thereafter, A second, a third scream echoed. Yet they were swiftly drowned by the howling winds. Shattered weapons, broken armor, and dismembered limbs lay intermixed with mud, trees, and stones, ruthlessly hurled into the sky by the merciless tornado, only to crash down violently. The formation of the two instruments' sword array had long been scattered by the raging winds, leaving no trace. Both the celestial void master and Daoist Ling Yun were utterly taken aback by this sudden natural calamity, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. They desperately channeled their vital energy to protect themselves, striving to maintain their balance. Yet, the force of the tornado's pull was terrifyingly overwhelming, as if it sought to wrench their very organs from within. "Master, what kind of sorcery is this?" Daoist Ling Yun gasped, his voice hoarse and distorted by the howling winds. He had never imagined that a creature could provoke such a frightful atmospheric phenomenon. This surpassed the limits of his understanding of demons and monsters. The celestial void master's face turned as pale as paper, his eyes filled with horror and despair. He stared fixedly at the flying nightmarish creature. Barely visible within the tornado, his heart tumultuous. This is no mere sorcery. It is the wrath of a natural disaster. This vile beast can summon the very forces of heaven and earth. Having cultivated for decades, he prided himself on his extensive experience and had subdued many spirits. Yet, such a terrifying spectacle and such a formidable entity were shadows he had glimpsed only in the most ancient texts of the Daoist canon. In scattered records that spoke of primordial, malevolent deities. Could it be that a creature comparable to those ancient fiends had appeared in Qinghe County? With a sudden cough, blood erupted from the celestial void master's mouth, unable to be suppressed any longer. His protective aura, under the relentless tearing of the tornado, was on the verge of collapse. His treasured sword was struck by a massive boulder, flying from his grasp and vanishing into the whirlwind. "Master!" Daoist Ling Yun cried out in alarm, attempting to rush forward to assist. However, he too was like a clay idol crossing a river, unable to save himself. A splintered giant log struck his side, causing him to grunt in pain, and he was hurled backward like a broken kite, crashing against a protruding rock. His vision fading to black as he nearly lost consciousness. The furious wind howled, sending sand and stone spiraling. The valley had transformed into a hellish landscape. What was once an orderly formation had now collapsed into chaos. The few surviving soldiers, mostly injured, huddled behind massive stones or in the depressions of the mountains. Trembling with fear, their faces ashen. Their weapons and armor had long been swept away. Terror gripped every heart like the most profound nightmare. At the core of the tornado, the flying nightmarish creature let out shrill, exhilarating cries. It reveled in the devastation and panic it had wrought. With its wings flapping, the tornado obeyed its command, rampaging through the valley and tearing apart anything that dared to obstruct its path. Within the stone cavern, the vision of the flying nightmarish creature conveyed the grim scene of the valley to Li Yin with striking clarity. "It's almost time," Li Yin thought, observing the valley, now a disarrayed ruin, and the few important spectators on the brink of death. He felt the moment had arrived. With a thought, he commanded, "Brother Nightmarish, it's time to conclude." The flying nightmarish creature, hovering above the tornado, hesitated momentarily. The terrifying tornado, a bridge between heaven and earth, began to wane after wreaking havoc for a time. The sinister aura within the eye of the storm gradually dissipated. Ultimately, the black furious dragon, which obliterated all in its path, let out a low, reluctant roar before transforming into a tempest that slowly calmed. The valley lay in utter ruin, resembling a landscape ravaged by a colossal beast, marred and scarred. The ground was pockmarked, littered with splintered trees and shattered rocks. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood mingled with the earthy aroma of disturbed soil. The surviving soldiers, grimy and disheveled, bore tattered garments and various wounds. In that moment, they resembled startled birds, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes vacant, filled with the bewilderment of survival and an ingrained terror. Zhao Laosan and a few other hunters, paralyzed by fear, cowered beneath a relatively intact rock face, trembling uncontrollably. Ling Shu Jinren leaned against a shattered tree stump, his disheveled hair and tattered robe betraying his state, blood still staining the corners of his mouth, his breath feeble to the utmost. He gazed upon the apocalyptic scene, his aged eyes reflecting a desolate gray. Defeated, utterly and tragically vanquished. The Taoist arts he once took pride in, the vital energy he had cultivated for decades, appeared fragile and ineffectual in the face of this calamity summoned by the monstrous entity. Ling Yun Darn was dragged out from the rubble, unconscious and unresponsive. The flying night demon descended slowly to the center of the valley, alighting upon a relatively flat boulder. It shook its wings, shedding a few tainted leaves. Its crimson gaze swept over the remaining survivors, akin to a sovereign surveying its domain. Anyone caught in its gaze felt an icy dread, bowing their heads. Too fearful to meet its eyes, it let out a deep, reverberating roar, imbued with an overwhelming authority, seemingly proclaiming its victory. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it soared into the sky, breaking through the thin clouds above the valley, vanishing into the dim horizon. All that remained was the ravaged valley and a group of utterly demoralized mortals. For a long time, a few muffled sobs echoed through the valley. It was all over. How could we possibly return to explain ourselves to the county lord? Lingshu Jinren struggled to raise his head, gazing toward the heavens. The direction in which the monster had departed remained shrouded in dark clouds. A chilling sensation gripped his heart. Shinga County is in peril. Nanshu is in peril. Chapter 43. Shrouded in mist, the winds in the valley gradually subsided. The swirling dust slowly settled, revealing the devastation. The surviving soldiers, in scattered groups, poked their heads from behind rocks and from the earth, their faces and bodies smeared with mud and blood, their gazes hollow, resembling lost souls. Zhao Laosan trembled like autumn leaves, supporting several equally dazed hunters as he unsteadily rose. Daoist, he croaked, his voice hoarse, looking toward the pale-faced Lingshu Jinren, who leaned against a broken log. Lingshu Jinren slowly opened his eyes, surveying the wreckage, taking in the sight of the wounded and deceased soldiers, before finally resting his gaze upon the unconscious Lingyun Daoran. A searing pain pierced his chest, and once again, a mouthful of fresh blood surged forth, staining his tattered robe crimson. "Help me up," murmured the venerable Lingshu, his voice barely audible. A few relatively unscathed soldiers hurried forward, cautiously assisting him to his feet, while another man bore the unconscious Daoist Lingyun upon his back. Back to the village, Lingshu's lips moved, each word seemingly extracting the last vestiges of his strength. The disheveled remnants of the troop stumbled forward, supporting one another as they trudged toward the direction of Shashi village. At the entrance of Shashi village, Zhang Wu paced anxiously, his agitation palpable. The scouts he dispatched had long returned, reporting of thunderous roars and earth-shaking tremors emanating from the valley, the cause of which remained shrouded in mystery. The villagers had gathered at the village's edge, craning their necks, their eyes fixated on the distant Qingfeng mountain. "They've returned," a voice cried out, though the identity of the speaker was lost amidst the crowd. A surge of energy coursed through the villagers as they turned their gaze. At the end of the mountain path, a scattered procession emerged, their figures ragged and unsteady. Many were bloodied, their attire tattered, a stark contrast to the disciplined formation they had exhibited upon their departure. A chill gripped Zhang Wu's heart as a foreboding sense of dread washed over him. He hastened toward them, and upon witnessing the grim state of the group, especially the pallid countenance of Lingshu and the unconscious Lingyun, he felt as if struck by lightning, scarcely able to believe his eyes. "Daoist? What has transpired?" His voice quivered with trepidation. The villagers, too, grasped the dire situation, their flickering hope extinguished in an instant. Cries of anguish and disbelief filled the air. "Heavens! Is that beast truly so formidable?" Lingshu raised a hand, urging silence. He surveyed the despair etched upon the villagers' faces, and his heart ached with sorrow. "My dear villagers," he rasped, his voice heavy with an unsettling gravity, "that creature is beyond the capabilities of mortal resistance." These words fell upon the crowd like a death knell, plunging the village into an oppressive silence. Even the wind seemed to still. Beyond mortal resistance? Those 6 words landed like a leaden weight in their hearts. If even the ethereal Daoist spoke thus, what hope could mere mortals possess? Despair surged like a tidal wave, engulfing Shashi village in its depths. "Zhang, the inspector." Lingshu turned to Zhang Wu, his eyes tinged with a crimson hue. "You must return to the county seat at once. Inform the magistrate. A great calamity approaches. This monster is not to be trifled with. Urgently seek decisive action." Each word seemed to sap the last of his strength. Listening to Lingshu's near-final admonition and witnessing the ashen despair in his eyes, Zhang Wu's heart shattered. He bowed deeply, "Rest assured, Daoist. I shall stake my life to deliver your message." Rising, he wiped the tears from his face and turned to the soldiers, "Take care of the Daoist. I will fetch the horses." Within Shashi village, the sturdy steeds previously used by the officers to transport supplies now represented their sole glimmer of hope. Zhang Wu selected the most gallant among them and mounted swiftly. Casting one last glance at Lingshu and the despondent villagers, he clenched his jaw resolutely. Onward. The hooves thundered and dust soared, carrying the weighty news as they raced towards the town of Qinghe County. In the back hall of the Qinghe County office, Zhao Jun paced restlessly in his study. The sun was gradually setting, yet there was still no word from the team sent to eradicate the demon on Qifeng Mountain. His ominous premonition grew ever stronger within him. Sir, sir. A constable burst into the study, rolling and stumbling, his face a mask of panic. What is the matter? Zhao Jun's heart leapt, his voice sharp with urgency. Zhang, the inspector, has returned. The constable gasped for breath. He came back alone. Alone. Zhao Jun's mind buzzed, nearly losing his footing. He steadied himself against the desk, his voice quivering. Quickly, bring him in. Moments later, Zhang Wu, covered in dust and weariness etched on his face, strode into the study. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Sir. Zhang Wu's voice was hoarse and trembling with emotion. I am incompetent. I have failed your trust. Secretary Feng hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Seeing Zhang Wu in such a state, Zhao Jun's heart sank, and he demanded with a stern voice, Zhang, speak. What has transpired? Zhang Wu raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and his voice twisted with sheer terror. The demon, it can control storms. A tornado, sir. It is a tornado. What? Zhao Jun staggered back as if struck by lightning, nearly losing his balance. A tornado? Summoned by the demon? How could this be possible? My brothers, many have perished. Master Ling Yun is gravely injured and unconscious. Master Ling Shu says that this demon cannot be resisted by human strength. Qinghe County is in grave peril, sir. Cannot be resisted by human strength? Zhao Jun murmured to himself, feeling the world spin around him. His legs buckled, and he could no longer support himself, collapsing into a chair. His complexion was pale as parchment under the flickering candlelight. It is over. Everything is over. Even the masters of the true Qi realm are powerless, and the Daoist techniques they pride themselves on have been effortlessly countered by this demon. This demon can summon natural disasters. This is no ordinary creature. It is a cataclysmic deity from myth and legend. How can Qinghe County defend itself? How can I, a mere county magistrate, stand against it? Secretary Feng, upon hearing Zhang Wu's account, felt a chill wash over him, his hands and feet grown cold. And he could utter not a single word. Silence enveloped the study. Almost simultaneously, as Zhang Wu reported the tragic defeat on Qifeng Mountain to Zhao Jun. Several hundred miles away in Jiangzhou City, the inspector's office was ablaze with light. Inspector Lu Sun frowned as he perused a letter that had just been delivered with utmost urgency from the relay station, its seal bearing the official stamp of Zhao Jun, the magistrate of Qinghe County. Qinghe County? Lu Sun set down his brush, an expression of surprise crossing his face. This remote and barren little county had recently brought him a series of unexpected revelations. First, there was the so-called Xuanqing Yunzijinjuan S divine manifestation, alarming the city with warnings of a dragon's passage. Now, another letter arriving with such haste. He opened the envelope and began to read the letter carefully. The more he read, the tighter his frown became. A ferocious beast, adorned with a green visage and protruding fangs, descended upon the villages, leaving the populace in a state of injury and death. In a letter, Zhao Jun meticulously detailed the harrowing circumstances faced by the villages at the foot of Qifeng Mountain, also mentioning his dispatch of County Lieutenant Chun who to subdue the beast, only for his forces to suffer significant losses, with Chun Hu himself gravely wounded and narrowly escaping death. Upon reading this, Lu Sun's heart sank. He had heard of Chun Hu, a capable practitioner of internal strength, renowned among the county lieutenants under the jurisdiction of Jiangzhou Prefecture. The fact that even he was unable to contend with this beast spoke volumes of its ferocity. A fleeting thought crossed Lu Sun's mind. Was Zhao Jun exaggerating, perhaps attempting to deceive the prefectural government for resources? However, reconsideration led him to a different conclusion. Zhao Jun was known for his prudence. He would not dare to fabricate such alarming reports unless the situation were truly dire. Furthermore, the detailed description of the beast in the letter seemed far too intricate to be mere fabrication. Could it be that an extraordinary creature had indeed emerged? Lu Sun lightly drummed his fingers on the table, lost in contemplation. Qinghe County, being remote and heavily forested, was not unfamiliar with the occasional wild animal attack. Yet, a creature capable of inflicting grave injuries upon an internal strength practitioner and causing extensive casualties among the soldiers was no ordinary beast. What troubled him further was Zhao Jun's subtle mention of the populace's fear, all hoping for the benevolence of the true lord of Xiankong Yunjia. Once again, this enigmatic true lord. The entire situation reeked of the uncanny. In a remote county, first, there emerged a true lord capable of forewarning natural disasters, and now, a fearsome beast had appeared. Could there be a connection between the two? After a prolonged silence, Lu Xun began to formulate a plan. This matter could not be treated lightly. If it were merely a common wild beast, Qinghe County could handle it themselves. However, if Zhao Zhan's claims held truth, and a previously unseen monstrosity was indeed at play, intervention from the prefectural government would be necessary. Moreover, the involvement of that mysterious true lord of Xinjiang Yunjia added another layer of complexity. Should this situation be mishandled? Whether by disturbing the celestial being or allowing the monstrous entity to grow unchecked, Lu Xun, as the governor of Jiazhou, would bear the consequences. Come forth. Lu Xun called out. A staff member promptly entered. Convey my orders. Lu Xun's voice was resolute. Instruct Sima Wangku of the prefectural government to assemble 30 elite troops immediately and select 5 capable practitioners from the Martial Arts Academy, whether at the pinnacle of body refinement or in the realm of internal strength, to accompany them. They must swiftly proceed to Qinghe County. Firstly, to ascertain the true nature of this beast, its origins, and its capabilities. Secondly, to investigate the matter of the true lord of Xinjiang Yunjia, to determine whether a celestial being has indeed manifested or if local officials are merely engaging in theatrics. They are to act according to the circumstances. If the situation escalates, they may summon the patrol units from the surrounding counties to assist in suppression. If it turns out to be a mere false alarm, it will also bring me peace of mind. The staff member bowed, saying, Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. However, should we not inform Governor Yang of this matter? Lu Xun waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. If we were to alert the governor over every minor disturbance in a single county, it would reflect poorly on our competence. We shall wait for Wang Ku to ascertain the situation and report back before making any final decisions. He had his own calculations in mind. If this turned out to be an overreaction, his timely intervention would be seen as an achievement. Conversely, if a grave disaster did indeed loom, his proactive measures would not be deemed neglectful. In the realm of the military governor Yang Lai, it is wise to avoid unnecessary provocation. Go attend to it swiftly. Lu Xun waved his hand. As you command. The aide departed promptly. Lu Xun resumed his seat behind the desk, picking up Zhao Zhan's letter for another perusal. His gaze lingered on the words Shuanqiang Yunzizhenjuan, and he remained silent for a long while. An instinct told him that the situation in Qinghe County was likely far more complex than it appeared. One could only hope that he was overthinking it. Chapter 44. The Divine General Descends. Beyond human strength to contend with. These 6 words shattered Zhao Zhan's last psychological barrier. He envisioned the fearsome, green-faced creature, commanding a cataclysmic whirlwind, sweeping through the entire Qinghe County. Buildings crumbled, lives were extinguished, and a scene of apocalypse unfolded. The esteemed Master Feng stood nearby, his voice trembling, wishing to offer solace but at a loss for words. Zhao Zhan suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, a glint of madness flashing within. Xinjuan. He rasped, Shuanqiang Yunzi Xinjuan. This was his final hope, and the sole hope for Qinghe County. With human efforts rendered futile, one could only beseech divine intervention. Master Phone. Immediately. Dispatch orders at once. Gather all the county treasuries offerings suitable for sacrifices, no matter how many. Procure the finest and most abundant. His voice was hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Master Feng felt a jolt of shock, observing Zhao Zhan's near-manic demeanor, and dared not delay. Yes, I shall attend to it right away. Zhao Zhan then turned to Zhang Wuxian. Inspector Zhang. You must gather all the incense and candles available within and outside the county office immediately. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally ascend Qifeng Mountain to pay homage to the Xinjuan. His eyes sparkled with a desperate determination. Should the Xinjuan not manifest his divine presence, Zhao Zhan would perish alongside Qinghe County. The following dawn, before the light of day broke, a dozen large carts were lined up before the county office, laden with various offerings. Clad in a pristine official robe and donning a black cap, Zhao Zhan stood solemnly at the forefront of the procession. Having spent a sleepless night, his eyes were bloodshot. Yet his countenance bore a near-manic fervor. The county magistrate Lu Mao, chief scribe Sun Ming, and several prominent gentry from the town had all gathered, each wearing a worried expression yet refraining from speaking out. Let us depart. Zhao Zhan's voice was hoarse but resonated with determination. The procession moved forth, making its way toward Qifeng Mountain. Simultaneously, at the foot of Qifeng Mountain, the temple of Shuanqiang Yunzizhenjuan was already a thronging mass. Wangda, following the secret orders Zhao Zhan had dispatched the night before, had organized the villagers from Qifeng and nearby hamlets, who arrived early at the Xinjuan temple. They knelt in a sea of black, stretching from the temple to the mountain path outside. Wisps of incense curled skyward, filling the air with a rich aroma, mingling with the stifled sobs and prayers. We beseech the Jinjuan to reveal your divine presence. Save us, Jinjuan. The demons plague us. We can no longer endure. The cries and prayers intertwined, forming a colossal lament that echoed through the valley, piercing the heart of any who heard it. Upon Zhao Zhan's arrival at the Jinjuan temple, witnessing such a scene, even his resolute spirit was momentarily overcome with emotion, and his eyes turned red. The villagers listened intently. Their leader's voice choked with emotion, yet he forced himself to suppress it. I stand with you all, beseeching the divine Lord for his mercy. Wang Shan, accompanied by Wang De and others, approached. My lord, all preparations have been made, Wang Shan said in a subdued tone. Zhao Zhan nodded, inhaled deeply, and stepped toward the temple of the divine lord. Inside, the offering table was already set, and the incense burner was filled with towering sticks of incense. Zhao Zhan approached, took 3 sticks as thick as his arm, ignited them with reverence, and placed them into the burner. Zhao Zhan, the magistrate of Qinghe County, leads the officials, gentlemen, and thousands of citizens in bowing to the divine lord of the profound sky and cloud. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the temple. Thud. Zhao Zhan knelt first, followed by the officials, gentlemen, and hundreds of villagers outside the temple, all dropping to their knees in unison. One bow, another bow, 3 bows. The multitude worshipped. Dust rising in clouds, the scene majestic, as if the mountains themselves trembled. The ritual lasted a full hour, with Zhao Zhan meticulously attending to every detail, his every gesture imbued with reverence. After the ceremony, he slowly rose, his voice tinged with fatigue yet still commanding. You all pray earnestly here. I must proceed alone to the bamboo grove to present my plea to the divine lord. The crowd, upon hearing this, dared not ask further questions, merely bowing in acquiescence. Zhao Zhan dismissed those around him, leaving only Master Feng outside to await his return, and ventured alone towards the depths of the bamboo grove, toward a great stone. The bamboo forest remained serene. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light. The massive stone lay there quietly, seemingly unchanged by time. Zhao Zhan approached the stone, adjusted his attire once more, his demeanor exceedingly solemn, and lit 3 sticks of incense, placing them in a makeshift incense burner. He took a deep breath, his knees weakened, and he knelt heavily before the stone. O divine lord of the profound sky and cloud. Zhao Zhan's voice trembled. Your disciple, Zhao Zhan, magistrate of Qinghe County, beseeches your mercy. He bowed deeply. Since the last time the divine lord manifested his grace, warning of the flood and saving the villagers of Qingfeng, the people of Qinghe have been deeply grateful for his benevolence. Yet, fate is unpredictable. Recently, a monstrous creature with a green face, sharp fangs, and wings has appeared in Qifeng Mountain. This beast is exceedingly cruel, having ravaged several villages, leaving countless citizens dead or displaced, a scene of utter despair. Zhao Zhan's voice quivered with emotion as he spoke. I am powerless. My attempts to dispatch soldiers for extermination resulted in disastrous losses. County Captain Chun, who barely escaped with his life, and more than half of our 100 soldiers have perished. The esteemed Lingshu Jinren from Jiangzhou and the accomplished Daoist Lingyun from Qingyun Temple joined forces to eliminate the creature, yet they could not withstand its formidable powers. Lingyun Daoist has been grievously injured and lies unconscious, while Lingshu Jinren nearly perished at the creature's jaws. This monster can summon storms and unleash calamities. Such dread power is beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. With each utterance, Zhao Zhan's sorrow and rage intensified, spiraling into despair. Overwhelmed by profound sorrow and helplessness, he cried out, O divine lord! Tears streamed down his face. What sin have the people of Qinghe committed to endure such calamity? I, your disciple, am inept, unworthy of the trust of countless lives. No amount of death could atone for my failures. I earnestly implore the divine lord to show great compassion, to manifest once more, vanquish the demons, and save the people of Qinghe from this dire plight. He wept as he struck his head against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The forehead collided with the cold blue stone, producing a dull sound. Blood oozed from the corner of his brow, trickling down his cheek and mingling with tears. Yet, he remained oblivious to the pain, continually bowing in reverence and fervently praying. His emotions were so profound, his intentions so sincere, that it seemed capable of moving the heavens. Time gradually slipped away. The light within the bamboo grove slowly dimmed, as the sun veered towards the west. Zhao Zhan's strength waned, his voice becoming hoarse and faint. The last flicker of hope in his heart flickered like a candle in the wind. on the verge of extinguishing. Could it be that the true Lord truly wished to remain indifferent to worldly affairs? Was Qinghe County truly doomed? His mind wandered, consciousness blurring, and just as despair loomed, a dreamlike white mist quietly enveloped the depths of the bamboo grove. The mist, dense yet unyielding, carried a refreshing and otherworldly fragrance, instantly shrouding the area for several feet. Within the mist, faintly, colorful celestial lights flickered unpredictably. Zhaozhen looked up in astonishment, through his blurred vision. He beheld a remarkably majestic celestial deer stepping forth from the depths of the white mist. The deer was wholly snow-white, devoid of any blemish. Its antlers, glistening and transparent, appeared as if sculpted from exquisite jade, radiating a soft halo and exuding a refreshing aura that calmed the spirit. It was indeed the snow-trampling, plum-seeking deer that Li Yin rode when he manifested in the bamboo grove. Zhaozhen's eyes widened, nearly disbelieving what he saw. A celestial deer? He murmured. The deer approached the blue stone and gazed at the disheveled Zhaozhen with its clear and lively eyes. Then, to his astonishment, it spoke in human language. Its voice pure and ethereal, resonating deeply within the heart. Zhaozhen. Merely uttering those two syllables sent a tremor through Zhaozhen, as if struck by lightning. The celestial deer had spoken. Thy sincerity has been acknowledged by the true Lord. The deer's tone, devoid of emotional fluctuations, carried an inherent authority. Demons wreak havoc and torment the living, a transgression intolerable by heaven. 3 days hence, the true Lord's guardian generals, led by the formidable General Ishui, shall descend to the mortal realm, traverse Qinghe, and eradicate the malevolent forces. Await in peace and soothe the populace. Upon finishing, the celestial deer cast a deep, knowing glance at Zhaozhen, as if perceiving all. Then, gracefully turning, it trotted back into the depths of the dense white mist. Within mere breaths, the deer's form vanished along with the dreamlike mist. The bamboo grove returned to its previous tranquility, leaving Zhaozhen, like a statue, kneeling before the blue stone. Initially stunned, his mind blank, he soon experienced an indescribable ecstasy, erupting like a volcano, overwhelming all his senses. The true Lord had manifested. The true Lord had truly manifested. Moreover, he would send his generals to descend and vanquish the demons. Qinghe County was saved. The people were saved. The true Lord's compassion. The true Lord's compassion. Zhaozhen trembled with excitement, tears of joy streaming down his face once more. He fervently bowed his head in the direction where the celestial deer had vanished, causing the wound on his forehead to reopen, blood streaming down, yet he remained utterly oblivious to the pain. Disciple Zhaozhen expresses profound gratitude for the great Lord's benevolence. Disciple Zhaozhen humbly welcomes the great General's descent. He proclaimed with a voice that trembled with excitement, filled with boundless joy and gratitude. It was as if he had been plucked from the depths of hell and thrust into the celestial realms. This overwhelming ecstasy of surviving calamity nearly caused him to faint. He immediately struggled to rise from the ground, although his strength was entirely spent and his forehead was swollen from the repeated bowing at that moment. He felt no fatigue whatsoever, invigorated as if imbued with inexhaustible energy. Stumbling yet swift, he dashed towards the edge of the bamboo grove. Salvation was at hand. Qinghe was saved. He fervently shouted within his mind as he ran. Zhaozhen stumbled out of the bamboo grove and returned to the front of the great Lord's temple. Upon seeing his disheveled appearance, the waiting officials, gentry, and common folk were utterly astounded. His clothes were in disarray, blood trickled from his forehead, yet his face bore an almost frenzied joy. Sir, you. Feng Shiya hurried forward to support him. Quick, quick. Zhaozhen grasped Feng Shiya's hand with astonishing strength, returned to the county office. Immediately, he surveyed the crowd, his voice trembling with exhilaration, yet distinctly resonating in every ear. The great Lord has manifested. The great Lord has manifested. The celestial deer of the great Lord has delivered a decree. 3 days hence, the great general of Ishui will descend to vanquish demons and eradicate evil for us. Qinghe is saved. We are all saved. As these words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the foot of Qifeng Mountain. Everyone widened their eyes, as if unable to comprehend Zhaozhen's proclamation. In the next instant, a thunderous cheer erupted, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. The great Lord has manifested. The divine general is descending. We are saved. The heavens have seen our plight. Wang De, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt to the ground, repeatedly bowing in the direction of the bamboo grove. Zhaozhen, with little time for further words, hurried back to the county office, instructing the clerks to announce this news throughout the county. The clerks mounted swift steeds, galloping to every corner, beating drums and ringing gongs. spreading the great Lord's decree to every nook of Qinghe County. What had once been a place of despair and trepidation was now ablaze with excitement. The desperate populace, upon hearing this news, initially hesitated in disbelief, only to erupt into deafening cheers. Cries of joy, laughter, and shouts reverberated through the skies. Every household spontaneously lit incense and prayed, expressing gratitude for the great Lord's compassion. The awe-inspiring title of the great general of Yishui, who had vanquished demons, spread like wildfire throughout every corner of Qinghe County. The fears and despair of the past days transformed into boundless reverence for the great Lord and an infinite anticipation for the divine general's arrival in 3 days. The entirety of Qinghe County seemed to have ascended from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. Chapter 45. Sima's presence. The agile deer leapt back into the stone cave, its faint white aura receding as it gently nudged Li Yan's hand. A satisfied smile graced Li Yan's face. Indeed, the debut was a resounding success. He patted the deer's silky neck, feeling a sense of self-satisfaction swell within him. Through the shared senses of the celestial deer, Zhaozhen, overwhelmed with tears of joy, displayed an ecstatic reverence that was unmistakably clear to witness. The celestial deer articulated human speech, a phenomenon far more astonishing than mere telepathic communication or the manifestation of extraordinary visions. Li Yan distinctly felt that. As the incense offerings at the true monarch temple beneath Qingfeng Mountain flourished, the bond between him and the summoned mounts grew ever stronger. What began as a simple sharing of sensations had now evolved to allow the celestial deer to convey a few rudimentary words. Although the voice, emanating through his own thoughts, was somewhat awkwardly expressed through the deer's mouth, to ordinary mortals, it was nothing short of miraculous. This must be what is referred to as a meeting of minds. Li Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He also observed that the inherent powers of the celestial deer and the ink Qilin, his steadfast companions, seemed to have subtly intensified, albeit imperceptibly yet undeniably present. The game package icon appeared slightly brighter, and the mount dice exuded an inexplicable smoothness, as if certain functionalities had been unlocked. It seemed that the path of faith through incense offerings was indeed the right one, Li Yan mused, his gaze flickering with anticipation. The upcoming grand performance in 3 days, featuring the manifestation of the great general of the Yishui demon-subduing spirit, promised to be a spectacular display. He had painstakingly pieced together a series of esoteric titles from the game to create an impressive facade. He needed to meticulously plan how this divine general would make a resplendent entrance and vanquish the demons with overwhelming might, ensuring the performance reached its zenith. The following morning, outside the gates of Qinghe County, the thunderous sound of hooves and swirling dust heralded the arrival of a troop of approximately 30 elite soldiers, escorting a middle-aged general clad in the attire of a provincial Sima. These soldiers, all adorned in gleaming armor, exuded a formidable presence, starkly contrasting with the local patrol guards of Qinghe County. The leading general, around 40 years of age, bore a resolute countenance and sharp, eagle-like eyes. He was Wang Ke, the provincial Sima dispatched by the inspector Lu Sun to investigate the rumors of demonic disturbances. Zhaozhen received the news almost instantaneously, though somewhat disheveled. He hurriedly gathered with Steward Feng and several county officials to greet the general at the county office entrance. I, Zhaozhen, the magistrate of Qinghe County, humbly welcome you. General Wang. As soon as Zhaozhen saw Wang Ke rein in his horse, he stepped forward, bowing deeply, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Finally, the provincial government had sent someone. Wang Ke dismounted with practiced ease, his eyes sweeping over Zhaozhen's face, noting the bloodshot eyes and the lingering bruises on his forehead. Yet he appeared unusually exhilarated, stirring a flicker of concern within him. There is no need for excessive formalities, County Magistrate, Wang Ke replied in a steady voice, devoid of excessive emotion. I have been sent by the inspector to investigate the case of the demonic disturbances in Qinghe County. General Wang, your arrival is most opportune. Truly timely. Zhaozhen grasped Wang Ke's hand, as if fearing he might depart at any moment. What monumental news this is. What monumental news? Oh. Wang Ke raised an eyebrow, subtly withdrawing his hand. What news does the county magistrate refer to? The true monarch. It is the manifestation of the Xuanqiong Yunzi, true monarch. Zhaozhen's face flushed, spittle flying as his voice, tinged with excitement, took on a somewhat shrill tone. Just yesterday, I, the humble official, prostrated myself before the sacred bamboo grove, praying fervently, and the immortal deer beneath the true Lord's seat graced us with its presence, delivering a divine decree. He inhaled deeply, his tone imbued with boundless reverence and fervor. The immortal deer proclaimed, "Evil spirits wreak havoc, tormenting the living. Such transgressions cannot be tolerated by heaven's justice. 3 days hence, the divine general of the true Lord, the protector of law, shall descend to vanquish the malevolent scourge, patrolling the Qinghe River and purging the demons." Wang Sima, did you hear that? In 3 days, the divine general shall descend. Our Qinghe County is saved. The people shall be rescued. By the end of his speech, Zhao Zhan was practically dancing with joy, the exuberance of surviving a calamity evident in every gesture. He looked eagerly at Wang Ke, hoping to witness a reflection of the same astonishment and relief upon the face of this esteemed provincial official. Wang Ke listened quietly, his expression largely unchanged, though his deep-set eyes narrowed slightly. The soldiers he brought, along with several skilled practitioners from the martial arts academy, exchanged glances. Their expressions varied, yet within the depths of their gazes, most concealed a hint of skepticism and scrutiny. The notion of a divine general descending? Such tales, existing only in rural folklore, were met with disbelief by these hardened warriors accustomed to the clashing of blades. County Magistrate Zhao, Wang Ke finally spoke after a moment of silence, his voice remaining steady. "I am already aware of the true Lord's divine manifestation and the descent of the divine general." His tone was flat, revealing neither belief nor disbelief. Zhao Zhan's smile faltered slightly, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Wang Sima's reaction seemed rather different from what he had anticipated. Wang Ke continued, however, "Regardless of the divine general's assistance, it is our duty as the provincial government to ascertain the nature of the malevolent entities and to reassure the local populace." He turned his gaze towards Qingfeng Mountain, his eyes sharpening with resolve. "I believe it would be prudent to set out immediately rather than wait for 3 days. To personally investigate the source of the disturbances. Firstly, we can discern the reality of the malevolent beings and assess their threat. Secondly, we can prepare for the imminent battle against the demons, at the very least familiarizing ourselves with the battlefield environment." Wang Ke's words were meticulously crafted, neither overtly dismissing Zhao Zhan's divine revelation nor failing to convey his pragmatic stance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhan opened his mouth, eager to respond but unsure of where to begin. He had assumed that upon hearing of the true Lord's decree, Wang Ke would join him in offering incense and prayers, patiently awaiting the divine general's arrival. To his surprise, this Wang Sima was a decisive pragmatist, insisting on heading straight to the most perilous location. "Wang Sima, the malevolent being is no trifling matter." Zhao Zhan hesitated, concerned that Wang Ke and his men might not grasp the gravity of the situation, potentially sacrificing their lives unnecessarily. "Rest assured, County Magistrate Zhao," Wang Ke interrupted, his tone imbued with the resolute determination characteristic of a soldier. "As we have been tasked with this mission, we have already set aside our lives." He paused momentarily, adding, "The inspector has specifically dispatched 5 capable warriors from the Martial Arts Academy to accompany us, precisely to confront any dangers we may encounter." Behind him, those composed practitioners nodded slightly, their faces bearing a hint of pride. They are the elite soldiers of Jiangzhou Prefecture, possessing a certain degree of confidence when facing mere mountain demons. Rather than relying on divine generals, they place their faith in the weapons they wield and the martial skills they have honed over the years. Observing Wang Ke's resolute demeanor, Zhao Zhan understood that further persuasion would be futile, and a complex emotion stirred within him. On one hand, he admired Wang Ke's fearless and dedicated spirit. On the other, a sense of unease crept in, fearing that they might disturb the demons or, should the celestial beings take offense, be reprimanded for meddling in the affairs of the divine and disrupting their plans. With a sigh, Zhao Zhan conceded, "Since Sir Wang has made up his mind, I shall arrange for personnel immediately. Master Feng, please hasten to prepare provisions and fresh water for Sir Wang and the esteemed military officers. And let Zhang serve as our guide." "Yes, my lord," Master Feng replied, departing swiftly. Wang Ke, under the guard of several loyal soldiers, strode into the county hall's main chamber and inquired about the specifics of the demon and the details of the previous unsuccessful attempts by the officials and Daoist priests to eliminate it. Zhao Zhan, unwilling to withhold information, recounted everything he knew, particularly emphasizing the terrifying ability of the demon to manipulate whirlwinds. Wang Ke listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions, his expression growing increasingly grave. To control a storm? Such a feat is beyond the capability of ordinary beasts or spirits. Could it truly be a formidable evil creature emerging? While he harbored significant doubt regarding the so-called celestial general descending to the mortal realm, He no longer dared to underestimate the peril posed by this demon. Chapter 46. Elusive demon tracks outside the Qinghe County office. Wang Ke led 30 elite soldiers from the prefecture, accompanied by 5 formidable martial artists from the Martial Arts Academy, and, guided by Zhang Wu, made their way towards Shi Creek Village. The thundering hooves stirred up clouds of dust along the official road. Wang Ke's countenance was as somber as water, his gaze sharp. Zhao Zhen's near-manic excitement and his disjointed proclamations about celestial deer delivering edicts and divine generals descending were notions he dismissed entirely. Having spent years in military campaigns, he had encountered many strange occurrences and countless charlatans masquerading as mystics. However, the demon in Qinghe County, capable of gravely injuring inner strength warriors and causing the rout of over 100 soldiers, was indeed no trifling matter. Upon their arrival in Shi Creek Village, it was already afternoon. A palpable atmosphere of bloodshed and despair hung heavily over the dilapidated settlement. The villagers cowered in the corners of their homes, their expressions vacant. Upon seeing the officials, only a ripple of reaction stirred before silence reclaimed the scene. Zhang Wu led Wang Ke and his entourage directly to a hastily erected straw hut within the village. Inside, several women from Qinfeng village were tending to the wounded. Daoist Ling Yun leaned against a straw stack, his complexion waxen and lips cracked. As the group entered, he barely managed to open his eyes, attempting to rise, but was seized by a violent cough, collapsing back down. Sitting cross-legged nearby, the presence of Daoist Ling Shu caused Wang Ke's pupils to constrict slightly. This official from the Jiangzhou Daoist Records office, whom Wang Ke had encountered several times before, was typically imbued with an ethereal grace and vitality, yet now, his robe was tattered and stained with dark brown blood, his face pale and devoid of color. Although his eyes were open, they lacked luster, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Sensing someone's presence, the revered Ling Shu gradually lifted his head, his gaze settling upon Wang Ke. His lips moved as if he wished to speak, yet ultimately it merely transformed into a barely audible sigh. Within Wang Ke's heart, tumultuous waves surged. Having spent a considerable time in the provincial capital, he was acutely aware of Ling Shu's significance. How could such a figure find himself in such a dire predicament? To what extent had that malevolent creature's ferocity escalated? The 5 martial experts he had brought along also entered, and upon witnessing Ling Shu's condition, the faint traces of arrogance on their faces swiftly dissipated, replaced by profound trepidation. Rest assured, esteemed Daoist, Wang Ke spoke solemnly to Ling Shu. I shall ascertain the truth of this matter. Ling Shu slowly closed his eyes, remaining silent. Wang Ke chose not to disturb him further and turned to exit the makeshift shelter. His countenance darkened with gravity. He addressed Zhang Wu. Inspector Zhang, lead the way. I shall personally investigate the valley. Sir Sima, Zhang Wu's face reflected concern. That creature is perilous. What if? Execute the order, Wang Ke interjected, his tone calm yet firm, leaving no room for dissent. Zhang Wu, resigned, selected a few daring hunters from the villagers to guide them, while appointing 10 provincial soldiers to remain behind for the 2 Daoists' protection. The remainder followed Wang Ke deeper into Qifeng Mountain. The path was rugged, and as they ventured further, the forest grew denser and more shadowy. The air carried an increasingly palpable chill. Among the group, only Wang Ke and the 5 martial experts maintained their composure. The other soldiers were visibly tense, gripping their weapons tightly and vigilantly surveying their surroundings. At last, they emerged into a clearing, revealing a devastated valley before them. The scene was one of utter desolation. Trees with trunks as thick as a man's embrace had been uprooted, their broken branches appearing as if torn by a tremendous force, scattered unevenly. Massive rocks lay shattered across the ground, some split cleanly in half, the smooth edges indicating a power beyond human capability. The valley floor was riddled with varying depths of pits and claw marks, the largest claw print measuring the size of a grinding stone and plunging several feet deep. An insidious chill lingered in the valley, evoking an unsettling sensation even in the presence of the sun. Even the seasoned soldiers Wang Ke had brought, hardened by battle, felt a chill run down their spines at the sight, tightening their grips on their weapons. The expressions of the 5 martial experts turned even graver. Though they prided themselves on their formidable abilities, the level of devastation before them surpassed their wildest imaginations. Wang Ke remained silent, meticulously examining every trace. He crouched, picking up a pinch of charred earth and bringing it to his nose, his brow furrowing deeper. Approaching a massive rock that had been cleaved, he reached out to touch the smooth cut, feeling a chill emanate from it. Inspector Zhang, he inquired in a low voice. Are you certain that all of this was wrought by that creature in a single day? Zhang Wu swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he replied, "Indeed, my lord. I witnessed the whirlwind with my own eyes." His voice quavered at this admission. Wang Ke's gaze flickered, his mind racing with suspicions. Having spent half his life amidst battles, he had encountered all manner of fierce beasts and predatory birds. Even the ferocious creatures raised within the military could not compare to this level of might. What manner of creature is this? It is undoubtedly a calamity. Yet, if it is indeed a natural disaster, how do we explain the unmistakably clear claw marks? He raised his gaze towards the towering cliffs flanking the valley, where several deep scratches, as if gouged by some formidable weapon, marred the rock face. What on earth is this creature? A master from the Martial Arts Academy could not help but murmur to himself, his voice tinged with shock and disbelief. Wang Ke offered no response, for he too was enveloped in confusion and unease. An instinctive feeling urged him to acknowledge that this situation was far from straightforward. The Celestial General, as mentioned by Zhao Zhan, might not be a mere figment of imagination. Nightfall descended silently. Wang Ke commanded his subordinates to establish camp in a relatively flat area on the outskirts of the valley, dispatching several teams of scouts to explore the surroundings in hopes of uncovering the creature's lair or traces. He himself sat by the campfire, furrowing his brow over a rudimentary map. This map had been hastily drawn from memory, marking the locations where the creature had appeared in the surrounding terrain. However, the clues were scant. The creature's movements were elusive, swift as the wind, leaving no trace behind. As Wang Ke pondered and eerie, bluish-black glow suddenly flickered in the depths of the distant forest. The light vanished as quickly as it appeared, much like a will-o'-the-wisp traversing the night sky. Almost immediately, a dull roar, reminiscent of thunder yet imbued with an indescribable malevolence and fury, echoed faintly from afar. The sound rumbled softly, yet it seemed to strike at the deepest fears nestled within the hearts of men. What was that sound? A wave of agitation swept through the soldiers on guard at the camp. Wang Ke sprang to his feet, directing his gaze toward the source of the noise. His expression grave. The 5 masters from the Martial Arts Academy hastily emerged from their tents, their countenances alert. "It is the creature." A scout came tumbling back, scrambling in terror. "Just a moment ago, I saw an otherworldly light in the woods on the eastern ridge." And there was a thunderous, monstrous cry. "Otherworldly light?" Wang Ke's pupils constricted. Yet another rumble of thunder rolled in from the distance, this time accompanied by the howling of a fierce wind. Though the sounds were faint, the oppressive terror that seemed to emanate from an unknown source was palpably felt. Many of the soldiers in the camp turned pale, their legs trembling slightly. Even the masters from the Martial Arts Academy displayed an unprecedented seriousness on their faces. They could sense that the presence from afar was beyond their capacity to withstand. Wang Ke's heart sank gradually. He had previously harbored a sliver of hope, believing the creature might merely be a particularly powerful beast. Yet now, the strange phenomena emanating from the distance compelled him to concede that the creature haunting Qinghe County was likely far beyond the ordinary realm. Could it be that Zhao Zhan's words were true? Would a celestial general truly descend in 3 days? Once this thought took root, it spread like wild grass. Impossible to contain. Wang Ke looked up, gazing into the ink-black night sky, rendered momentarily speechless. Within the stone cave of Qifeng Mountain, Li Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile. The commotion is just right. He nodded contentedly, utilizing the eyes of the flying heavenly yaksha. This rehearsal of power is precisely the effect we desired, as the lute is partially obscured, revealing only a glimpse of the icy peak. It best cultivates an air of mystery and dread. This serves to stoke the flames of anticipation for the grand spectacle of divine intervention against demons set to unfold in 3 days. He sensed that, with the convergence of the prayers and faith of the people of Qinghe County, the pace of unlocking items within the game package had accelerated. Even the golden random mount die exuded an increasingly gentle radiance. Everything progressed in accordance with his expectations. Chapter 47. The Divine General descends. The 3-day deadline approached swiftly. In Xiaoxi Village, once a tranquil hamlet nestled at the foot of the mountains, throngs of people now filled the area. Not only the villagers but also those from neighboring towns, emboldened by the news, had brought their families to witness the miraculous spectacle of the Divine General subduing demons. An eerie atmosphere of fear, anticipation, and despair permeated the crowd. County Lieutenant Xun Hu, clad in military attire, maintained order with a solemn expression, accompanied by several loyal soldiers. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he frequently cast glances toward Qifeng Mountain. Following closely behind him was Master Feng, clutching a handkerchief tightly in his hand. His lips trembling, whether from anxiety or excitement was uncertain. Together, they represented Zhaozhen, awaiting the miraculous event. A little further back, Daoist Lingyun, supported by a few villagers from Qingfeng, managed to arrive at the scene. His complexion remained pale, yet his eyes burned with a fervent flame. Standing beside him, the withered figure of Master Lingxiu appeared even weaker than 3 days prior, silently gazing at the sky with an inscrutable expression. On the opposite side, Sima Wangku of the provincial government stood on a slightly elevated mound, clad in the regular attire of a military officer, his sword at his side. Behind him, 30 well-armored elite soldiers formed a disciplined line, exuding a fierce presence markedly different from that of the local Qinghe soldiers. 5 adept warriors from the martial arts academy shadowed Wang Ke, their demeanor stern and their eyes like lightning, constantly scanning the surroundings. Wang Ke's expression was grave. His troops had scoured the periphery of Qifeng Mountain for 3 days without catching even a glimpse of the demon. Yet, the terrifying signs of destruction in the valley, along with the fleeting glimpse of demonic light and thunderous roars from afar, lingered ominously in his mind. Although he remained skeptical of the supernatural, the strangeness and power of the demon compelled him to acknowledge that this matter transcended the ordinary. Today, he was eager to ascertain the true nature of this so-called divine general. Among the crowd were also some furtive and elusive figures, their eyes glinting with intrigue. They donned various attire, some resembled wandering merchants, while others pretended to be physicians seeking remedies. Their glances occasionally met, subtly conveying information. These were the spies of the Blood Feather sect, drawn by the unfolding events. "Dear heavens, will the divine general truly come?" murmured an elderly farmer with graying hair, his voice trembling as he clasped his hands in prayer toward the sky. Beside him, a robust man spat vehemently, "He will undoubtedly come. The true Lord has dispatched a celestial deer to deliver the decree. How could it be false?" "But what if? There is no what if," the man retorted through clenched teeth. "If we wait any longer, we shall all be devoured by that ferocious beast." The tumult of the crowd and their hushed whispers served as a low, ominous background, accentuating the gravity of the impending storm. As noon approached, although the sun still hung high in the sky, the light inexplicably dimmed. A breeze began to stir, initially a gentle caress carrying the fresh scents of the mountains and woods. In an instant, the wind intensified, transforming into a roaring gale that whipped up dust and debris, making it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. Heavens, what has become of the sky? What a fierce wind! The villagers gasped in alarm, instinctively curling inwards, their expressions shifting from anticipation to sudden dread. Wang Ke furrowed his brow and gazed upward. What had once been a clear sky was now engulfed by thick, dark clouds, ominous and heavy, as if they might collapse at any moment. The clouds churned with alarming speed, exuding a palpable sense of foreboding. With a deafening rumble, thunder erupted from the heavens, sending shivers through the hearts of those below. Almost immediately, the wild wind howled, scattering dirt and stones, rendering people unsteady on their feet. The clouds in the sky roiled more violently, resembling boiling water, as dazzling flashes of purple lightning snaked through, seemingly intent on tearing the very firmament asunder. "Oh heavens! Is the divine general descending?" The villagers cried out in panic, many collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Chun Hu and Master Feng's expressions shifted drastically, gripping their weapons tightly, their palms slick with cold sweat. The real man Lingxiu suddenly lifted his head, his cracked lips parting slightly, eyes ablaze with an unprecedented brilliance. This celestial might. The soldiers behind Wang Ke stirred restlessly. Even the 5 adept warriors from the martial arts academy wore expressions of utmost gravity, just as the crowd was gripped by trepidation. Believing that a monstrous entity was about to appear, a resplendent rainbow of light burst forth, cascading from a fissure in the clouds, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness and illuminating the entire village of Shi Village as if it were midday. The radiant hues and auspicious energy enveloped the scene. This light was warm and sacred, sweeping away the chill and oppression. All present stood in astonished silence, gazing at the divine light descending from above, as if witnessing a miracle. Within the glow, a magnificent figure slowly descended, clad in resplendent armor of gold and crimson, etched with countless arcane runes. He was a celestial general of imposing stature, his features obscured by a gentle yet unyielding divine radiance. Most astonishing of all was the colossal steed beneath him, a gargantuan turtle, its ancient shell a deep, dark hue. The turtle moved with 3 legs, treading through the air as if walking on nothingness, exuding a sense of stability and majesty. Upon its shell, intricate natural patterns appeared to flow like the currents of a starry river, exuding an air of profound mystery. Behind the divine general, a colossal halo of fiery golden light, composed of countless pulsating flame runes, floated, a radiant sun in its own right, banishing the surrounding shadows and gloom. In his grasp, he wielded a golden spear, ablaze with fierce flames, its tip pointed towards the heavens, exuding an air of majesty and invincibility. Divine radiance enveloped the scene, and an oppressive aura akin to that of a prison loomed over all. Although this pressure was intangible, it weighed heavily on the hearts of the onlookers, instilling a sense of insignificance and reverence. Suddenly, someone knelt, their knees buckling beneath them, and soon after, like wheat falling before the scythe, the villagers of She Creek, along with the audacious souls from neighboring villages who had come to witness the spectacle, all sank to their knees in unison. The divine general has descended. The heavens have opened their eyes. Truly, the benevolence of the true monarch. Cries of despair, sounds of prostration, and sobs of overwhelming joy filled the air. Chun, whose legs weakened, and he too knelt, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mr. Feng, weeping profusely, murmured, "The true monarch's compassion, the true monarch's compassion." Wonka stood rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning. The soldiers behind him fared little better, their mouths agape, nearly dropping their weapons. The 5 self-important masters from the Martial Arts Academy had drained of color, their faces pale and incredulous. Their once proud inner strength seemed as insignificant as that of ants before this resplendent divine might. Wonka's body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a profound shock that resonated deep within his soul. Having traversed a life of battles, he had encountered numerous extraordinary individuals and had heard tales of martial masters capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Yet, compared to the sight of this divine general descending upon a giant tortoise, bearing the blazing sun and radiating divine light, those tales were utterly trivial. This was true celestial prowess. This was genuine heavenly might. His tightly clenched fists turned pale from the exertion. The understanding he had harbored within him crumbled in that moment. From his parched throat, he struggled to utter 2 words. The body of Lingshu Jinren quaked violently, his once still eyes now filled with tumultuous waves of emotion. He fixed his gaze upon the divine general in the sky, feeling the pure, vast, and unmatched sacred power, contrasting starkly with the malevolent aura of the flying night demon. The difference was like that between clouds and mud. The true monarch's compassion. The true monarch's compassion. Daoist Lingyun, with tears streaming down his face, broke free from the villager's support, prostrating himself before the divine general in the sky, repeatedly bowing with a choked voice. Among the crowd, the spies of the Bloodfeather sect were too overwhelmed to think of their beast materials. Their faces were ashen, their eyes filled with terror. At this moment of collective awe and trembling hearts, the divine general standing upon the back of the 3-legged giant tortoise slowly raised his flaming spear. He swept his gaze over the kneeling masses below, ultimately fixing his sight on a certain direction deep within Qifeng Mountain. A voice, commanding and grand, imbued with the profound principles of heaven and earth, resonated like a resounding bell in the ears and hearts of all present. By the decree of the true monarch of the profound abyss, I am the great general, manifested to subdue demons and spirits, here to patrol the Blue River and eradicate the evil. The voice resonated clearly in every ear, imbued with an undeniable majesty and celestial authority. The term demon struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. The villagers, upon hearing this, were overwhelmed with emotion, their tears flowing freely as they prostrated themselves fervently. Great divine general, we implore you to be our champion. Wonka felt an irresistible force descend upon him from the heavens, his knees buckled, and with a resounding thud, he knelt heavily upon the ground. The sharp stones beneath him pressed painfully against his knees, yet at that moment, he was oblivious to the pain, consumed instead by boundless awe and reverence. The divine general had truly descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 48, The Golden Rain of Blessings. As the voice of the divine general faded, its echoes lingered in the air, laden with an unassailable authority. Deep within Qifeng Mountain, from the valley where the demon resided, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very heavens. The sound was filled with resentment, ferocity, and madness, as though an unparalleled beast was daring the divinity itself. Following this, a nauseating stench of blood and demonic energy surged skyward, heralding the arrival of a colossal figure of a dark blue hue. Tearing through the low-hanging clouds with an almost imperceptible speed, racing towards the divine general above the village of She Creek. This figure, adorned with wings and bearing a fearsome visage, was none other than the flying night demon that had wreaked havoc upon Qinghe County in recent days. The demon approaches. How dare it challenge the divine general? The villagers were initially paralyzed with terror, but soon an inexplicable fervor took hold of them. With the divine general present, how could the demon dare to act with such impudence? Wonka's pupils constricted as he fixated on the menacing figure that drew nearer with alarming speed. His heart tumultuous with dread. This creature truly dared to confront the divine majesty head-on. What audacity it possessed. Both Ling Shujinren and Ling Yundaran paled. The fear they had once experienced at the hands of this demon resurfacing within them, standing upon the back of a colossal tortoise. The divine general faced the approaching flying night demon, his countenance obscured by a divine radiance, rendering his expression inscrutable. Yet his eyes, cold as ice, regarded the creature as one would an insignificant ant. How dare you act with such arrogance? He had not even altered his stance. Instead, he casually pointed his golden spear, engulfed in blazing flames, in the direction of the oncoming demon. There was no cataclysmic display, no earth-shattering pressure, just that seemingly nonchalant gesture. From the tip of the spear erupted a slender thread of crimson divine fire. Initially no larger than a grain of rice, it expanded upon departure, swiftly transforming into a fire line as thick as a human arm, slicing through the skies. The speed of this fire line was incomprehensible, although it was a delayed attack. It traversed hundreds of zhang in an instant, striking with unparalleled precision towards the massive form of the flying night demon. Sensing the imminent danger, the demon emitted a piercing shriek and flapped its wings vigorously in an attempt to evade. However, all was futile. The crimson fire line, akin to a maggot burrowing into flesh, disregarded its every evasive maneuver and easily pierced through its reputedly impenetrable chest, one that even masters of true chi found challenging to breach. With a soft sound, it struck true. A faint sound, barely audible, broke the silence. The colossal figure of the flying night demon suddenly froze mid-air. Its piercing shriek abruptly silenced as if a rooster had its throat constricted. It lowered its head, incredulously gazing at the inconspicuous crimson puncture on its chest. No blood gushed forth, nor was there a violent explosion. In the next moment, concentric crimson ripples radiated from that small red hole, visible to the naked eye. The once indomitable body of the flying night demon began to dissolve at an astonishing speed, akin to a wax figure tossed into a blazing fire, vaporizing completely. From its chest to its limbs, from its head to its wings, it disintegrated inch by inch, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, that formidable entity, which had instilled terror throughout Qinghe County, vanished without a trace beneath the silent crimson divine fire, as if it had never existed. Standing atop the 3-legged giant tortoise, Li Yin silently dismissed the summoning of the flying night demon, inwardly reflecting, mission accomplished, the effect is flawless. The fruits of this victory were owed to the strength provided by the villagers, unlocking numerous new features and items, seamlessly integrated with the exquisite display of costume effects in the recovery mechanism of mounts. The world fell into a profound silence. The fierce winds ceased, and the dark clouds had silently dissipated to a significant extent. Sunlight poured down anew. Yet it could not dispel the profound shock that lingered in the hearts of the people. After a brief stillness, a tumultuous celebration erupted akin to a roaring tsunami. The divine general is mighty. The vile creature has been vanquished. The benevolence of the true sovereign is upon us. The divine general manifests. The villagers below, as if driven mad, erupted in thunderous cheers, fervently prostrating themselves, their foreheads colliding with the ground, producing a dull sound, yet oblivious to the pain. Their faces contorted with a mix of tears and ecstatic joy. A surge of faith, purer and more formidable than the incense offerings of the temple, rushed forth like a breaching dam, crashing towards the towering divine general in the sky, ultimately merging into Li Yan's perception. He felt a warmth enveloping him. The brightness of the game package icon surged once more, and even the random mount dice seemed to possess an inexplicable vitality. Is this how it ends? Wonka's companion from the Martial Arts Academy, a middle-aged man known for his composure, spoke with a dry voice, thick with disbelief. They had envisioned countless scenarios of epic clashes between divine generals and vile creatures, yet never anticipated such a swift and overwhelming annihilation. This was a fiend that even the spirit-void real person could not contend with. Wonka remained kneeling on the ground, his body rigid. His mind was a blank slate. All previous doubts and scrutiny, even a hint of arrogance, were crushed to dust, leaving only the most primal, unadulterated sense of awe and fear. This was no ordinary power. This was beyond the realm of human comprehension. The soldiers he had brought were pale as death, many too frightened to stand, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Jinhu and Master Feng were already in tears, unable to articulate their emotions. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. Feng Shiye shouted incoherently, oblivious to the fan that had slipped from his grasp and fallen to the ground. Xinhu pounded his chest forcefully, as if to expel all the excitement and trepidation swelling within him. Qinghe County has been saved. The people are saved. Ling Suzhenren trembled violently, and within his withered eyes, a complex and unfathomable light flickered. There was shock, reverence, confusion, but above all, a profound sense of relief washed over him. He could no longer maintain his enigmatic demeanor. With a thud, he knelt upon the ground, bowing deeply to the divine general in the sky. Under the seat of the true monarch, the divine general possesses boundless powers. I, the humble Daoist, am utterly convinced. His voice, though hoarse, carried an unprecedented sincerity. All prior doubts regarding the true monarch's identity and the nature of the celestial path dissipated in that moment. This was the true essence of celestial mastery. This was the genuine might of the divine. What he had practiced was indeed but the way of an ordinary martial artist. Among the crowd, the spies of the Bloodfeather sect, disguised as various individuals, were now rendered mute, their faces ashen. They exchanged terrified glances. Having already classified this manifested general as a being of extreme danger, one to be avoided at all costs, such divine might was far beyond what these mere spies could covet. It was imperative to report this intelligence immediately. Qinghe County was no longer a safe haven. After vanquishing the malevolent beings, the divine general in the sky did not depart immediately. He slowly retracted the long spear ablaze with divine flames, the fire at its tip gradually subsiding to reveal its ancient golden hue. The general raised his head to gaze at the heavens, his countenance shrouded in divine light, seemingly reflecting a moment of enlightenment. After a brief pause, he extended a hand clad in golden armor and pointed skyward. In an instant, the sky, which had begun to clear, transformed once more. The remaining dark clouds swiftly gathered, but instead of the previous oppressive gloom, they radiated with brilliant golden light, exuding auspicious energy. Soon after, strands of delicate golden light rained down like willow fluff from the golden clouds. This golden rain enveloped the entirety of Lower Creek Village and the surrounding area for miles. The golden light carried a warm and sacred aura, settling upon the people and permeating their skin. "Ah, my legs, my chronic pain has vanished," exclaimed an elderly woman kneeling on the ground, her astonishment palpable as she attempted to move her long ailing leg, finding it miraculously free of discomfort. "My eyes, I can see clearly," cried a middle-aged man afflicted with an eye ailment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, overcome with emotion. Those who had previously been injured, or were barely clinging to life, soldiers, hunters, villagers, felt a wave of warmth coursing through their wounds, healing visibly before their eyes, severed limbs astonishingly regenerating. Even the lifeless bodies, prepared for burial, suddenly opened their eyes, inhaled deeply, and sat up. Shun, who felt the oppressive weight that had settled in his chest from the nightmarish encounter dissipate rapidly under the soothing embrace of the golden rain, his breath becoming significantly easier. The once pallid visage of Daoist Lingyun gradually regained a hint of color, as the internal energy he had lost seemed to be replenished. Even the severely wounded Ling Suzhenren felt a gentle yet formidable vitality coursing through him, nurturing his damaged meridians and vital essence, alleviating the sense of impending exhaustion. All those bathed in the golden rain of light, regardless of age or affliction, experienced a revitalizing surge, as if years had been shed from their bodies. This was divine grace, an unparalleled blessing bestowed by the true monarch and the divine generals. At that moment, the villagers' faith in the Xuanqiong Yunzi Zhenjuan and the formidable general Yishui Fumo reached an unprecedented zenith. Li Yin reveled in the palpable surge of faith that almost seemed tangible. This restorative elixir was a disposable item distributed during official events, utilized in group quests to rapidly restore health and revive comrades. Initially considered precious, it later became so common that the authorities had to impose usage limits. Thus, Li Yin felt no remorse in its use, especially since he had stockpiled a considerable amount. With this display, his divine position was assured. As the golden light began to fade, the gaze of the divine general swept over the grateful throng below, who were prostrating in reverence. His majestic voice rang out once more, resonating clearly in every ear. "A great calamity approaches. You must remain vigilant. I, the general, have descended in accordance with the decree of the Xuanqiong Yunzi Zhenjuan, traversing the Qinghe River, and have vanquished the principal malefactor. Should any malevolent spirits seek to wreak havoc upon the world again, rest assured, there shall be consequences under the true monarch's command. You must take heed." With that, the divine general radiated a brilliant golden light, ascending amidst a cascade of resplendent rays. The three-legged giant tortoise beneath him emitted a profound and elongated rumble, and together they transformed into a magnificent golden streak, tearing through the heavens, soaring toward the celestial expanse. In the blink of an eye, this luminescent trail vanished into the clouds. As the extraordinary colors in the sky gradually dissipated, sunlight bathed the earth once more, restoring a semblance of tranquility. Yet, the villagers of Shioshi remained kneeling, their heads bowed in persistent reverence, and the lingering fragrant air testified that the recent events were no fleeting dream. Wonka slowly rose from the ground, sharp pangs radiating from his knees, yet he paid them no heed. He gazed toward the horizon where the divine general had vanished, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Awe, shock, and confusion intertwined within him. The impending calamity echoed in his mind as he murmured the general's final words, his brow furrowing deeply. Those words weighed heavily upon his heart, as if they were a boulder pressing down upon him. Was the calamity of Qinghe merely the beginning? Chapter 49. Rebirth. After the calamity, Li Yin plopped back onto the flowing white jade couch within the cave, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The resplendent and imposing armor of the Nine Heavens demon-subduing general swiftly dimmed, transforming back into the understated yet robust Xian Tai Chin Shan attire he typically wore. The once mighty flame divine spear, which had vanquished the celestial yaksha with a single strike, now lay discarded, restored to its original form as a mere wooden stick. Exhausted, Li Yin reclined on the jade couch, feeling as though his very bones were about to crumble. As the chief director and sole protagonist of this divine drama against demons, he was tasked with orchestrating special effects, directing the celestial yaksha's performance, and maintaining his own image to uphold the dignity and mystery of a divine general. The endeavor proved to be utterly draining. However, the fruits of his labor were indeed bountiful, bringing a smile to his face. With a mere thought, he delved into his game inventory. The previously dull area now radiated with vibrant light. All low-level white-quality items, be they skill books, elixirs, materials, or miscellaneous trinkets, had been fully unlocked, shimmering with a gentle white glow, signifying their immediate availability. Even a few low-level green items had begun to twinkle. Wealth and fortune were within his grasp. Li Yan's heart swelled with elation. Despite their seemingly modest white-quality status, in the realm of Nine Heavens inquiry, these items could represent shop merchandise or novice quest rewards. Yet in this world of diminished martial prowess, they were indeed rare treasures. Eagerly, he selected a set of low-level equipment named Breezy White Feather Garb and adorned himself with it. The attire, ethereal in appearance, showcased a moon-white hue adorned with delicate azure feather patterns, imparting an air of otherworldliness. More importantly, the attributes granted were balanced, enhancing various facets of his abilities, albeit modestly. A warm current surged from his dantian, swiftly coursing through his limbs, and Li Yin felt an unprecedented surge of strength and lightness. He flexed his limbs, the joints emitting a series of crisp cracks. Excellent. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. This newfound vigor far surpassed the mere defensive capabilities of the Xian Iron Mountain armor he had relied upon previously. Now, he believed he could contend directly with those self-proclaimed internal energy warriors. Reflecting on the breathtaking performance he had orchestrated, a sense of pride filled him. The awe-inspiring atmospheric phenomena had not simply manifested by chance. To create the overwhelming presence of a divine general, he had orchestrated the celestial yaksha's prelude 3 days in advance, discreetly manipulating the air currents within the depths of Qingfeng Mountain to summon wind, rain, and thunder, resulting in the apocalyptic spectacle of dark clouds looming over the city, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. Simultaneously summoning both the three-legged giant tortoise and the celestial yaksha as mounts had been an unexpected stroke of fortune during these days of thriving faith. Although summoning 2 mounts at once diluted their individual durations from a full 24 hours to merely 12 each, their presence at critical moments proved more than sufficient. Li Yin was confident that, as the scope of his faith expanded and the number of followers grew, both the quantity and duration of mounts he could summon would continue to rise, bringing his strength ever closer to the game's intended design. The so-called divine spear he wielded was, in truth, nothing more than a simple stick he had casually picked up. Merely adorned with the skin of a long-discontinued weapon cosmetic from the game, the Scarlet Flame Dragon Pattern Spear. Observing the imposing grandeur, one might think a confrontation is imminent. Yet a mere touch would suffice to shatter it. Thus, he orchestrated the spectacle of the Flying Night Demon, easily vanquished by divine fire. Essentially a mere illusion crafted from the fashion of attack effects. As for the ominous warning left behind, the great calamity of this realm approaches. You must remain vigilant. It serves as a precautionary measure for the denizens of this world. It also offers a rationalization for the myriad of demons and monsters he may yet summon, as well as the various divine personas he is destined to embody. Even the misdeeds committed by the spirits and ferocious beasts native to this world may conveniently be attributed to these demons. And Li Yin is unperturbed by the abundance of scapegoats. As long as they perceive the culprits as demons, they will naturally seek out the deities. At that juncture, he could easily dispatch a steed to eliminate them, effortlessly manipulating the unsuspecting populace. After their demise, he could then disguise himself as one of those demons using his own monstrous mount, feigning conflict before the people who would ever suspect a connection. As news of today's event spreads, that phrase will undoubtedly traverse the entirety of southern Chu, perhaps even reaching northern Yin. We shall observe the grand tapestry of destiny that unfolds beneath the fluttering wings of my humble butterfly. Li Yin chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the unknown. At this moment, Xiaxi village has descended into a cacophony of jubilant revelry. The divine general has eradicated the monstrous entities and bestowed upon them the golden rain of resurrection. Those villagers who had previously succumbed to the ferocity of the beasts, even some who had been trampled to death in the chaos, miraculously opened their eyes and rose from the ground, bathed in the golden light. Am I still alive? An elderly man, presumed lifeless, bewilderedly touched his chest. His wife, initially paralyzed with terror, soon realized the truth and rushed to embrace him, weeping uncontrollably. You're alive. The divine general has saved you. It is the manifestation of the true deity. Similar scenes unfolded in succession among the crowd. The soldiers who had been felled by the flying night demon, now devoid of life, astonishingly revived beneath the golden rain descending from the heavens. Though still somewhat weakened, they were undeniably alive. Those who had returned from death, along with their kin, transitioned from initial panic to an indescribable ecstasy and an unwavering devotion to the divine. To snatch souls from the grasp of the king of hell is an act of transcendent prowess. The true Lord of the celestial abyss indeed possesses boundless power and immeasurable compassion. Such divine methods. This is the true essence of divine intervention. To resurrect the deceased. This is akin to reclaiming souls from Yama himself, the true Lord of the celestial abyss, the grand general of the suppression of evil spirits. Truly a savior for the myriad souls of Qinghe County. Witnessing this miraculous resurrection, the villagers' reverence and faith in the true Lord of the celestial abyss soared to unprecedented heights. This was no mere admiration, it was an almost fervent devotion. They became even more convinced that the true Lord of the celestial abyss, along with the grand general of the suppression of evil spirits who manifested today, are indeed supreme beings with the omnipotent ability to traverse the heavens and the earth. On the outskirts of the crowd, Daoist Lingyun, supported by several villagers from Qifeng village, gazed in awe at the extraordinary scene before him, trembling with excitement. Oh, the benevolence of the true monarch! The benevolence of the true monarch! Tears streamed down his face as his voice choked with emotion. Such miraculous powers of resurrection surely surpass our wildest imaginations. The injuries he bore had nearly healed under the radiant golden rain, and much of his depleted inner strength had been restored. Standing beside him, the venerable Lingxiu, despite his still gaunt appearance, exhibited a newfound clarity in his gaze. Observing the jubilant villagers who rejoiced and bowed in gratitude, he glanced down at his own limbs, now moving freely. The internal injuries inflicted by the flying night demon had diminished significantly, causing him little discomfort. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Nay, this is the might of the divine generals under the true monarch, a manifestation of his vast divine power. The fierce beast lies subdued. And this golden rain is indeed a testament to the true monarch's great compassion and extraordinary abilities. His tone, once tinged with skepticism and restraint, now resonated with profound reverence and a hint of humility. Previously, he harbored doubts about the true monarch's identity and the so-called celestial pathways. But all such thoughts had dissipated. This was the true art of the immortals. This was the genuine might that could instill dread. County Lieutenant Chen, who stood nearby, discreetly wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. His chest wound had healed under the golden rain. Yet the lingering fear and the relief of survival weighed heavily in his heart. He beheld the jubilant villagers, restored to life, and the similarly fortunate soldiers, their expressions brimming with exhilaration, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude and respect for the unseen true monarch Shinkong Yunzi and the manifest general of the divine water, who had revealed his divine powers today. To witness such a divine miracle in my lifetime, I, Chen Hu, die without regrets, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. At that moment, Master Feng's face glowed brightly, the fan in his hand fluttering vigorously. Indeed, moreover, the divine general has stated that this is the true monarch's decree. This is akin to the true monarch himself intervening. The people of Qinghe County are saved. Lord Zhao, your foresight is remarkable. His words served as both flattery for Zhao Zhun and a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Now that the divine general had descended, effortlessly vanquishing the malevolent creatures and bestowing healing grace, the gratitude owed to the true monarch would remain unrepayable for the people of Qinghe County throughout their lives. At this moment, Sima Wangku of the provincial government also rose to his feet. The armor he wore seemed to shimmer with a faint halo under the golden rain. Approaching the venerable Lingxiu, he clasped his hands with a complex expression. Daoist, today's events have truly opened my eyes. I apologize for any previous disrespect, and I hope for your forgiveness. Pausing for a moment, his voice grew somber. The divine general mentioned that a great calamity approaches this realm. Might you have any insights on this matter? Upon hearing this, Lingxiu's expression grew grave, and he pondered deeply. The words of the divine general must hold profound significance. I am but a foolish monk, unworthy to speculate recklessly. However, the disturbances caused by the malevolent beings in Qinghe County may merely be the beginning. We mere mortals can only sincerely venerate the true monarch and beseech his protection to safely endure what lies ahead. Wangke nodded silently. Yet his heart surged with tumultuous waves. The elite troops he had brought from the provincial capital now gazed towards Qingfeng Mountain, their eyes filled with reverence. What they had witnessed today had utterly shattered their previous understanding. In a corner of the crowd, several spies from the Blood Feather sect were pale and drenched in cold sweat. One of them lowered his voice and said to his companions, "Hurry. This matter is of utmost importance. Those dead from the golden rain have returned to life." Another trembled as he replied, "This is no ordinary sorcery. What fierce beasts or malevolent creatures could possibly compare to this true lord?" The leader gritted his teeth, a flicker of dread passing through his eyes. "We must report this to the sect leader immediately. A true immortal has emerged in Qinghe County. This situation is far too perilous for us to meddle in. Our lives could be at stake." The group exchanged glances and silently slipped away from the revelry. Hastening towards the county town, they needed to relay this shocking news to the sect leader of the Jiangzhou branch with utmost urgency. Their mission had now transformed from investigating the reality of the fierce beasts to a rapid report of the astonishing appearance of a true immortal in Qinghe County. If this news were to reach the sect, it would undoubtedly stir unprecedented waves of turmoil. Chapter 50. The dust settles. Wangke's gaze swept over the countless citizens below, still immersed in the afterglow of their survival and divine grace, before he glanced at the various expressions of Lingxiu Zhenren, Daoist Lingyun, Chunhu, and Master Feng beside him. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his fist and spoke solemnly. "Esteemed guests, now that the malevolent creatures have been vanquished by divine power, my responsibilities here are," for the moment, concluded. His tone carried an almost imperceptible weariness, coupled with a profound sense of shock. With the malevolent beings eliminated and divine grace bestowed, the crisis in Qinghe County was temporarily alleviated. Wang Ku, bearing the mandate of the provincial government, needed to return to Jiangzhou immediately to report the details to the prefect, and thus would not accompany them back to the county town. Lingxiu Zhenren nodded slightly. As Sima Wang is occupied with official duties, it is only fitting. The divine general mentioned before his departure that a great calamity approaches. I hope you will deliver this warning to the heavens. Wang Ku's expression turned serious. Rest assured, Daoist, I shall not neglect a single word of the divine general's decree. Such matters concerning the safety of the realm will be conveyed in their entirety to the prefect and even to the governor. He understood that the manifestation of the Xiankong, Yunze, true lord, and the Yishui, demon-subduing general, had transcended the realm of mere malevolent creatures. What lay behind was likely the true power of the immortals, along with the foreboding prophecy of an impending great calamity. Master Feng's eyes twinkled as he smiled. Sima Wang has endured a long journey. We shall not keep you further. Upon your return to the provincial government, please advocate for merit on behalf of Qinghe County. Wang Ke remained non-committal, bowing once more to the group. Esteemed guests, I bid you farewell, until we meet again. With that, he hastily departed from Xiaoxi village, accompanied by several martial arts experts and government soldiers still in a state of shock, racing towards the official road. As they watched the retreating figures of Wang Ke and his entourage, Master Feng's smile deepened. Master, let us also take our leave, Chenhu urged. Yes, indeed. Let us return to the county office and bring tidings of joy to the prefect. Master Feng replied cheerfully. In the court of Qinghe County, Zhao Zhun was restless, akin to an ant on a hot pan. He periodically approached the doorway, craning his neck towards the direction of Qingfeng Mountain, his heart brimming with anxiety and anticipation. What has transpired? Has the divine general shown his power? He murmured to himself, his palms already drenched in sweat. Just as he was about to lose hope, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the front courtyard. My lord, my lord, Steward Feng, County Lieutenant Shun, and the two Daoist priests have returned. A constable rushed in. Panting with exertion, Zhao Zhun's spirits lifted, and he sprang from his chair, hastening to welcome them. Quick, quick, let them in. Upon seeing Steward Feng and the others safe and sound, each bearing expressions of joy, particularly the two Daoist priests who, though slightly fatigued, displayed a sense of relief and profound reverence, Zhao Zhun's heart felt reassured. Steward Feng, County Lieutenant Shun, esteemed Daoists, what news do you bring? Zhao Zhun's voice trembled slightly. Steward Feng stepped forward eagerly, his face aglow as he clasped his hands in a salute. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations. Thanks to your auspiciousness, the divine general under the true monarch has indeed descended, vanquishing the malevolent creature in one fell swoop. Peace has returned to Qinghe County. Chunhu excitedly interjected, my lord. You cannot imagine. The divine general, clad in golden armor, commanding a divine beast and wielding a sacred spear, exuded an awe-inspiring presence. The malevolent creature was no match for the divine general. It was reduced to ashes with but a mere gesture. He animatedly gestured, attempting to depict the breathtaking spectacle. Daoist Ling Yun stepped forward, bowing deeply to Zhao Zhen. Zhao Darren, today witnessing the divine might of the general. We realize we are but frogs at the bottom of a well. The true monarch's powers are boundless, and the divine general's abilities are vast. They are indeed a blessing for the multitude of Qinghe County. Daoist Lingshu nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, not only did the divine general eradicate the evil, but he also bestowed divine rain, resurrecting the lifeless bones of the villagers and soldiers from Sisi village who had previously perished. Such miraculous deeds are beyond my experience. Zhao Zhen felt a surge of emotion, his blood racing, as though he had personally witnessed the divine spectacle. He paced back and forth, thumping his thigh. Alas, I have missed this heavenly opportunity. To have not witnessed the divine general's grandeur is a regret I shall carry for life. Zhao Zhen lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. Steward Feng hurried forward, gently waving his fan. My lord, do not say such things. The divine general descended precisely because of your unwavering sincerity towards the true monarch, moving the heavens. It is your devotion that has invoked this divine favor. Though you may not have been present, this merit and divine attention are indeed rooted in you. Upon hearing Steward Feng's words, Zhao Zhen's remorse dissipated significantly, replaced by an indescribable sense of pride and hope. The steward spoke wisely. He stroked his beard, a smile gracing his face. To have sought the true monarch's protection for the people of Qinghe is indeed fulfilling my duty as a public servant. After pacing a few more times, a spark of insight flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly inquired, by the way, what of Wang Sima from the state government? Did he return with you? Qinhu bowed and replied, reporting to you, my lord, after the malevolent creature was vanquished, Wang Sima immediately led the government troops back to Jiangzhou to report. He mentioned he would inform the governor of these divine occurrences as soon as possible. Oh, he has returned to the state government? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhen's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile of satisfaction. He mused to himself, excellent, with the Sima of the prefecture as a witness. Who in the court would dare to claim that I am merely chasing shadows and exaggerating my accomplishments? The previous warning from the immortal regarding the transformation of the dragon, though it stirred quite a commotion, was ultimately based on the accounts of only a few villagers like Wang De, rendering the evidence somewhat flimsy. This time, however, it is the Sima of the prefecture, accompanied by 30 elite soldiers and 5 martial arts masters, who have witnessed the event firsthand. The significance of this is entirely different. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, feeling that his career path was illuminated with promise. After a moment of reflection, he instructed Master Feng, Master, draft an official document at once, to be sent urgently over 800 miles to the office of the Jiangzhou governor. Inform them that the demon affliction in Qinghe has been eradicated by divine grace, with Wang Sima as a witness. Emphasize the miraculous recovery of the people and the return of peace to the region. Furthermore, in light of the rampant demon activity and the continuing divine benevolence, request the prefecture to allocate funds and provisions for relief and repairs in Xiaxi village and the surrounding disaster-stricken areas. Master Feng's eyes sparkled with understanding. He grasped the crux of the matter. The request for funds was secondary. The primary concern was to formally document the miraculous event. subtly reminding the prefecture of the undeniable authenticity of the immortals' manifestations, and that even formidable demons had been dealt with by divine generals. The prefecture would undoubtedly comprehend the deeper implications. Your wisdom is commendable, County Lord. Master Feng bowed deeply. I shall attend to this matter promptly, ensuring that the gravity of the situation and the significance of this heavenly blessing are conveyed clearly. Zhao Zhen nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lieutenant Qin Hu. Lieutenant Qin. The people of Shashi village have suffered greatly. They are still in a state of shock. Immediately allocate a sum of provisions from the county office to soothe the disaster victims. Additionally, organize personnel to assist them in repairing their homes, ensuring that the citizens can swiftly return to their normal lives. As you command. Lieutenant Qin clasped his fist in acknowledgement. Zhao Zhen's gaze swept over the real man Lingshu and Daoist Lingyun, his tone softening considerably. Esteemed Daoists, although your efforts in eradicating the demons did not achieve complete success, your contributions have been significant. I express my gratitude here. Real man Lingshu bowed in response. Your Excellency is too kind. The demons are ferocious, beyond the capabilities of mere mortals to combat. To witness the divine might of the generals under the true Lord is indeed a stroke of fortune for us. Daoist Lingyun concurred. Indeed, the divine general possesses immense powers, far beyond our reach. To serve the true Lord is a blessing for us. Zhao Zhen smiled faintly, feeling a greater sense of appreciation for the two Daoists. He pondered, in gratitude for the salvation bestowed upon us by the true Lord and the divine general. I have decided to select a prime location in Shashi village, where the divine general descended, to construct a temple dedicated to the illustrious general of demon suppression, complete with a golden statue for offerings, so that the people of Qinghe may express their gratitude to the divine day and night. Upon hearing this, real man Lingshu and Daoist Lingyun exchanged glances, stepping forward in unison to bow. Your Excellency's noble intention is commendable. We, being unworthy, would be honored to assist in the selection of the temple site, its design, rituals, and even oversee its construction. As a small token of our gratitude for the protection bestowed by the true Lord and the divine general, their faith in the Xuanqiangyun's true Lord was now unwavering. To build a temple for the divine general not only expressed their devotion but also served as a means of drawing closer to the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhen could not help but laugh heartily. With two Daoists personally taking charge, it is indeed a matter of great fortune for me. I shall entrust this matter entirely to the two Daoists, and the officials of the county shall certainly provide their utmost cooperation. The venerable Lingshu and Daoist Lingyun exchanged glances, both recognizing the joy reflected in each other's eyes, and they bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for your trust, my lord. We shall not fail in our mission. In an instant, the atmosphere within the county office became fervent. Meanwhile, beyond the city of Qinghe, tales of the miraculous descent of the divine general from Qinfeng Mountain, who vanquished demons in an instant and brought forth a golden rain of healings, had spread with astonishing swiftness, as if they had grown wings. Merchants and travelers who had fortuitously witnessed the divine spectacle eagerly shared the accounts as they hurriedly departed. Have you heard? A celestial being has emerged in Qinghe County. Not merely a celestial being. This is a divine general under the true monarch. The demon was blown away in one breath. Moreover, golden rain fell, and those who lost limbs were healed right on the spot. Even the dead who had been gone for several days were revived. Is that truly the case? Such extraordinary claims. Absolutely true. My uncle's cousin's neighbor was present in Shi village and witnessed it firsthand. The divine general's title is Ishue Fumo Wiling Manifest General, and the true monarch is Xuanqiangyun's true monarch. In tea houses, taverns, inns, and fields, countless individuals animatedly discussed this unprecedented marvel. As the story circulated, embellishments inevitably crept in, enhancing its fantastical nature. The height of the divine general grew from 12 feet to 30. And his divine spear was said to summon thunder from the heavens, while the demon was depicted as 100-foot tall, unparalleled beast capable of swallowing clouds and exhaling mist. Yet, regardless of how the details shifted, the names of Xiankong Yunza, true monarch, and Ishue Fumo Wiling Manifest General were indelibly etched in the hearts of innumerable commoners. In a short time, the once obscure Qinghe County gained immense notoriety due to this miracle, attracting countless curious and reverent gazes. Chapter 51. Traces of the celestial and shadows of the demonic within the governor's office of Jiangzhou. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip water. Seated firmly like a mountain was Governor Yang Lai, his dark silk robe bestowed by the current sovereign accentuating his stern countenance and deep gaze, emanating authority without the need for anger. At the lower end, the Jiangzhou prefect Lu Sun was already sweating at his temples, sitting upright, yet unable to conceal his unease. Below, the provincial Sima Wang stood with his head bowed in solemnity, recounting the events that transpired in Shi village at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain in their entirety. Beside him, 5 martial arts experts who had accompanied him to Qinghe County appeared pale, nodding occasionally to affirm Wang's statements were indeed truthful. Upon hearing of the golden rain that revived the lifeless, as well as the fact that even the Lingshu Daoist from the Daoist Bureau had bowed in reverence, Yang Lai raised an eyebrow, his piercing gaze sweeping over the 5 martial artists. Sensing his scrutiny, one of them, trembling, mustered the courage to speak. I report to you, Commander Yang, that every word spoken by Sima Wang is entirely accurate. We witnessed the golden rain fall, and indeed, many who had lost their lives were revived. Such a miracle is beyond ordinary comprehension, not to be attributed to mundane means. Another quickly added, moreover, Daoist Lingyun from Qingyun Temple and Lingshu Daoist from the Jiangzhou Daoist Bureau were also present, and Lingshu Daoist even bowed to the divine general, expressing his heartfelt admiration. Yang Lai's fingers gently tapped against the tabletop, producing a dull sound. The presence of Lingshu Jinren, who had also personally experienced this event and suffered injuries, lent further credence to the matter at hand. Lu Sun discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, turmoil brewing within him. This situation was monumental. Before the divine general departed, did he leave behind any words? Yang Lai inquired in a grave tone. Wang Ke felt a shiver run down his spine and bowed slightly, reporting to the commander. The divine general stated before his departure that a great calamity is approaching this realm, and you all must remain vigilant. Upon hearing this ominous proclamation, both Yang Lai and Lu Sun's expressions shifted dramatically. Yang Lai's gaze deepened, reminiscent of an unfathomable icy abyss, while Lu Sun's legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter. Internally exclaiming, "Heavens, such words are perilous." The atmosphere in the hall instantly turned heavy with tension. After a moment of silence, Yang Lai turned his attention to Lu Sun. "Lu Sishi, what is your perspective on this matter?" Called upon directly, Lu Sun felt a surge of anxiety under the immense pressure. Bowing, he replied, reporting to the commander. The sighting by Wang Sima and the esteemed martial experts from the academy, along with the presence of Lingshu Jinren, confirms that the divine being manifested, and the divine general vanquished demons to protect the people. This is undoubtedly true. However, the descent of the true immortal and the subjugation of demons occurred in the small Qinghe County, which suggests there may be deeper mysteries involved. As for the words regarding the impending calamity, I fear they may carry significant meaning, and if conveyed to His Majesty, it might not please him. Lu Sun's implication was clear. The current sovereign relished grand achievements and favorable omens of peace across the realm, and while the manifestation of divine beings could be heralded, the announcement of an impending calamity, if reported verbatim, would likely incite the emperor's wrath, suggesting a failure in governance. Yang Lai, a man of discernment, could easily grasp Lu Sun's insinuations. He ceased his tapping, lapsing into contemplation, the silence in the hall palpable. After a considerable time, Yang Lai finally spoke. His tone inscrutable. "Issue a command to summon Zhaoxin, the magistrate of Qinghe County, to the state capital. I wish to hear his account personally." Understood. A personal guard promptly received the order and departed. Yang Lai continued, "Lu Sishi, prepare an edict detailing the manifestation of the Xuanqiang Yunzhizhenjuan, the divine general's vanquishing of demons to rescue the populace, and the auspicious signs descending upon Jiangzhou, to be sent with utmost urgency to the court." As for the foreboding words regarding the approaching calamity, Yang Lai paused, a flicker of inscrutable light crossing his eyes. He concluded, this should be alluded to in passing, without elaborate detail. "I comply." Lu Sun exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve. He understood that Yang Lai intended to claim the credit while deftly downplaying the potentially incendiary words about the calamity. It was a delicate balance of presenting merit to the court while avoiding the emperor's ire. Yang Lai's gaze drifted once more to the window. Fixating on the direction of Qinghe County, his expression profound. The phrase "the great calamity approaches" echoed in his mind, a heavy weight settling upon his heart. In a seemingly inconspicuous courtyard in the southern part of Jiangzhou City, within a tranquil chamber, an incense burner emitted a peculiar fragrance, wisps of smoke curling gracefully. At the subtemple, the esteemed master Yuchitsi Wei he sat upright on a mat, clad in a moon-white feather robe and adorned with a jade crown. Before him, a black-clad scout knelt, suppressing his fear and excitement as he recounted the miraculous events that transpired in the village of Xiaxi, Qinghe County. He spoke of a golden rain that fell, witnessing with his own eyes how several villagers, once devoid of life, suddenly opened their eyes and sat up as if they were alive. As he recounted this, his voice trembled with trepidation. Wei He, who had originally kept his eyes half closed, suddenly opened them wide, a fleeting brilliance flashing within. Are you certain those individuals were truly dead? His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. The scout bowed and replied, reporting to the master, I discreetly examined one of the corpses. Its limbs were cold and stiff, devoid of heartbeat or breath, and its pupils had dilated, leaving no possibility of survival. After the golden rain, the individual acted as a normal person, able to speak and move, with all wounds vanished. This is not the method of corpse refinement practiced within the sect. It is a genuine resurrection. They laughed and ran about. Wei He waved his hand, signaling the scout to withdraw. Once alone in the quiet chamber, he could no longer maintain his usual composure, pacing anxiously as the hem of his sheer feather robe brushed the ground with a soft rustling sound. Each detail described by the scouts replayed incessantly in his mind. The golden rain and its ability to truly revive the dead. The Blood Feather sect was renowned for its mastery of corpse refinement and control, and he, Wei He, was particularly skilled in this art. The secret teachings of the sect, combined with the Qingfu sleeping heart goo, could manipulate the dead and create walking corpses. Those martial artists endowed with inner strength, once deceased, became exceptional raw material, which could be progressively enhanced from the initial walking corpse to the immensely powerful bronze corpse, and ultimately to the invulnerable iron corpse. With fortuitous circumstances, it was even possible to create a corpse that retained some martial skills from its former life. Moving as if alive, the sect also possessed the formidable corpse dissolution celestial array, which could deploy 49 powerful corpse puppets to form the Big Dipper eclipse moon formation, ensnaring even innate masters with little hope of escape. These had once been the proud assets of the Blood Feather sect, the very foundation upon which they dared to covet the world and fancied themselves as a celestial sect. Yet now, compared to the divine power that could resurrect the dead with a mere wave of a hand, seamlessly reattaching severed limbs, it was as if there was a chasm between heaven and earth. To resurrect the dead directly was not mere corpse refinement. It was a genuine defiance of the natural order, the reversal of life and death. Wei He murmured to himself, his eyes interwoven with profound fear and a flicker of uncontrollable greed. This was true immortality, authentic celestial prowess. However, the awe of the unknown terrifying presence and the strict regulations of the sect quickly quelled any impractical desire for power. The names of the exalted one Xuanqiang, the demon-subduing General Yishui, and others were unfamiliar to him, yet the power they displayed far exceeded his comprehension. This matter was of monumental significance, far beyond what our Jiangzhou sub-temple could handle. Wei He abruptly halted his pacing, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Come in. His voice was slightly hoarse. A trusted subordinate quietly pushed the door open and bowed, awaiting his command. Immediately compile all intelligence from this location into a manuscript and transmit it to the highest echelons of the sect as an urgent missive for the Grand Master's perusal. For his decisive judgment. Yes. Furthermore, Wei He added, issue a decree to halt immediately all production and trade of the longevity pills and beauty powders within the Jiangzhou region. The subordinates were momentarily taken aback. These two items were significant revenue streams for the branch, eagerly sought after by the affluent and powerful, yielding substantial profits. The branch leader, Wei He, let out a cold snort. Given the recent upheavals in Qinghe County, it is indeed a time of heightened vigilance. We must exercise utmost caution in our actions, lest we inadvertently draw attention to ourselves and fall into the clutches of those so-called righteous sections. The longevity pills, derived from the essence of young boys, and the beauty powders, crafted from the blood and marrow of maidens, are heinously concocted, yet they are the favored indulgences of the vanity-fueled nobility. In ordinary times, their clandestine operations would pose no issue. However, with the recent miraculous occurrences in Jiangzhou, should someone trace back to the Blood Feather sect, it would spell trouble. I understand. The scout dared not speak further, bowed deeply, and swiftly retreated. The quiet room returned to stillness. Wei He sat alone on the mat, gently caressing the jade alchemical furnace pendant at his waist, his gaze contemplative and profound. Since the mystic cloud sovereign could manifest in Qinghe County, his divine generals could surely wield the power to animate the dead. Such entities are beyond the comprehension of a mere branch leader like him. Until the Grand Master provides explicit directives, caution is paramount. If the matters of essence extraction provoke that sovereign, he would be unable to bear the consequences. It seems the waters of Jiangzhou run deeper than one might have imagined. Wei sighed softly, his eyes growing even more profound. Chapter 52. The beginning of cultivation outside Jiangzhou City. A vast apricot orchard conceals a grand temple, with its red walls and yellow tiles, intricately carved beams. It is none other than Yunlin Temple. This temple is not a mere site of incense offerings, but rather a strategic stronghold of the Northern Yin Buddhist sect. Cultivated over many years within southern Chu, its significance is unmistakable. Within the great hero hall of the temple, the light of Buddha radiates, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and majesty. The abbot, Elder Yunshin, draped in a time-worn yet immaculate robe, possessed a serene countenance and a gentle voice. As he imparted Buddha's teachings to the dozens of monks seated before him, all worldly laws are but illusions. Only by penetrating the surface and realizing one's true nature can one attain ultimate freedom and witness the fruition of enlightenment. Elder Yunshin's voice, though not loud, seemed to carry an enchanting power that captivated the assembly, instilling tranquility within their hearts and minds. Upon concluding his discourse, the monks rose in unison, hands clasped together in reverence, bowing to Elder Yunshin before departing, their faces reflecting satisfaction and enlightenment. Once the assembly dispersed, a guest monk hastened to Elder Yunshin's side and whispered in his ear. Elder Yunshin lowered his gaze, the movement of the prayer beads in his hand halting for a brief moment. The gentle demeanor he wore, unaltered through the years, rippled like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating subtle yet distinct waves. After the guest monk retreated, Elder Yunshin slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the towering, resplendent golden Buddha statue within the hall, whose lowered brow expressed compassion for all sentient beings. The gaze of Elder Yunshin bore an unprecedented gravity, and the speed at which he manipulated the prayer beads had quickened noticeably. He softly recited the two titles, the Venerable Xuanqiong Yunjia and the General of Demon Suppression, Yishui. In the secluded caves of Qingfeng Mountain, Li Yin reclined leisurely on a white jade couch, cradling an ancient tome in his hands, immersed in its contents. This tome was among the batch of green quality items he had unlocked, a skill book titled Tai Yuan Dao Jing. In the game Jiu Winda, the professional design is remarkably flexible. Players do not start with a fixed profession but can transition between different professional systems and skill trees through various core passive skill books. The Tai Yuan Dao Jing that Li Yin held was the core passive skill for the foundational profession of Qi practitioners within the game. Li Yin had a particular fondness for this profession when he first played. It was the one he had invested the most time in and became most familiar with. After all, the path of the mage was the true way. Moreover, this profession perfectly aligned with the celestial theories he had previously discussed with the old Taoist Lingyun, encompassing the principles of refining essence into Qi, transforming Qi into spirit, returning spirit to the void, and merging the void with the Tao. When the game developers designed the Qi practitioner profession, the four advancements of its core passive skills were directly inspired by these four realms. Upon reaching the maximum level, Qi practitioners begin their professional awakening, gaining an additional core passive with each awakening. The latest expansion he had played before his transmigration had just introduced the third awakening, but that now felt distant. Although the Tai Yuan Dao Jing had been unlocked, it only revealed the initial passive skill of refining essence into Qi. While the subsequent content remained shrouded in thick fog, obscured from view, it was uncertain whether advancement in level would unveil it or if more faith power was needed for unlocking. Li Yin stroked his chin, lost in thought. He gazed at the tome, adorned with esoteric ancient characters, runes, and diagrams of meridians. While he grasped only fragments of their meanings, he could intriguingly comprehend the operational principles of these runic diagrams and the methods of cultivation. This sensation was profound, akin to playing a game where the skill descriptions might elude understanding, yet one instinctively knew how to utilize the skills and their effects. However, the most pressing question at hand was whether this world possessed spiritual energy. The game's premise dictated that the existence of spiritual energy in the cosmos enabled players to cultivate and wield various Daoist arts and celestial techniques. He recalled his earlier conversations with Wang De, the Hunter King, and Daoist Lingyun, where their discussions of martial arts, internal force, and true Qi seemed to diverge starkly from the spiritual energy system in the Xinxia game. If this world lacked the kind of spiritual energy depicted in the game, then even if he mastered the Tai Yuan Dao Jing completely, it would be of no use. Regardless, he was not one to dwell on uncertainties. Li Yin set the tome aside, took a deep breath, and, emulating the postures illustrated within, sat cross-legged with his heart and mind directed towards the heavens. Striving to achieve tranquility, the cave was bathed in soft light, enveloped in serene silence. Li Yin closed his eyes, casting aside distracting thoughts, and endeavored to comprehend the profound insights presented in the tome, attempting to circulate his energy. Time trickled away, and beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. He felt no deviation, both within and outside his body. Silence reigned, indistinguishable from any other day. Could it truly be impossible? A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. Just as he was on the brink of surrender, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably distinct sensation suddenly registered within his perception. Was it a flow of energy? No. It was purer and more subtle than mere currents. It was as though an elusive energy permeated the surrounding air. This energy, as diminutive as dust, carried an indescribable coolness and clarity. Gradually, as if drawn by an unseen force, it began to converge toward his body. Though scarce and pitifully thin, its existence was undeniable. Li Yan's heart surged with shock, and he abruptly opened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. Is it truly real? He exclaimed in astonishment. He closed his eyes once more, focusing intently. Indeed, that cool and pure energy, though sparse, flowed gently through his mouth and nose, even seeping through his pores into his being. Moreover, as he silently activated the mental techniques of the Tai Hunyuan Dao Sutra, the energy infiltrating him seemed to follow a specific trajectory, coursing slowly through his meridians. As the absorbed spiritual energy completed its circulation within him, it combined synergistically with his physical essence, transforming into innate energy, akin to the blue bar in a game. Although this process was excruciatingly slow, reminiscent of a snail's pace, the undeniable sensation made every hair on Li Yan's body stand on end. This world truly harbored spiritual energy. Despite its meager presence, it undeniably existed. Li Yan felt as though his entire worldview was on the verge of upheaval. He had always presumed that he had traversed into a realm resembling an ancient setting, at best a low-level martial world. The so-called cultivation, as articulated by Wang De, was merely the path of martial arts and internal strength, primarily focused on enhancing the body and honing internal energy. Yet now, he had actually sensed spiritual energy. Moreover, the Tai Hunyuan Dao Sutra, originally from a fantasy game, could genuinely be cultivated in this world. What did this signify? It implied that this world might not be as simplistic as he had imagined. It could possess an extraordinary power system transcending mundane martial arts. Perhaps the existence of deities was indeed plausible. No, wait. Li Yin quickly regained his composure. If this world truly boasted a complete cultivation system, with practitioners abounding, then why did figures like the Lingyun Daoist revere the foundational theory of refining essence into energy as an arcane secret? Why were they seemingly helpless against a mere flying night demon, requiring the assistance of a counterfeit divine general? Could it be that the scarcity of spiritual energy had led to the severance of cultivation lineages or diverted them onto erroneous paths? A spark of insight illuminated Li Yan's mind. Perhaps the practitioners in this world, hindered by the thinness of spiritual energy, were unable to sense or utilize it effectively, thus resorting to the path of refining the body and cultivating internal strength. An idea suddenly struck him. The esteemed Daoist Lingyun spoke of a Master S realm capable of harnessing a fragment of the celestial forces. Could it be that this refers to the scant spiritual energy? Once this thought emerged, it became an unstoppable tide. Perhaps the Master S realm signifies the nascent stage wherein the indigenous practitioners of this world, devoid of systematic methodologies, begin to explore and utilize spiritual energy through their own endeavors. A sharp intake of breath escaped Li Yan. This world was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. If those so-called masters, and even beings beyond that realm, could manipulate spiritual energy, then there would necessitate a complete reassessment. Li Yan cast a grave glance at the Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture in his grasp. This text might very well be the key to his genuine foothold in this realm. Regardless of the circumstances, the ability to cultivate was undoubtedly a monumental boon. He quelled his turbulent thoughts and immersed himself once more in his training. As the technique unfolded, Li Yan gradually entered a wondrous state of oblivion to both self and surroundings. He felt as though he had transformed into a vortex, voraciously absorbing the meager spiritual energy that enveloped him. Outside the stone cave, Qifeng Mountain remained tranquil. The mountain breeze whispered through the bamboo grove, creating a sound akin to timeless murmurs. Little did anyone know that within this seemingly ordinary mountain, An otherworldly visitor was quietly embarking on an uncharted path of cultivation. Chapter 53. A new path on the Daoist mountain soared into the clouds, its principal peak perpetually shrouded in ethereal mists. Li Yin sat cross-legged upon a vast, smooth slab of azure stone at the summit, with a soft mat beneath him. As the sun rose, a purplish haze enveloped the landscape, and golden rays pierced through the clouds, warming him gently. He closed his eyes slightly, his mind enveloped in the practice of the Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture. Here, particularly during the transition of dawn and dusk, the energy in the air was indeed somewhat more potent than that found below, albeit marginally. He focused his spirit and energy, cautiously drawing in these faint energies, attempting to assimilate them into his being. The process was slow and arduous, and each minuscule strand of spiritual energy successfully absorbed into his meridians brought him a fleeting sense of progress. As the sun ascended above the horizon, casting myriad hues across the sky, the sparse spiritual energy became even more diluted. Li Yin slowly opened his eyes, beads of sweat forming at his brow. Alas, the efficiency was akin to filling a swimming pool with a syringe, he mused ironically, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. While progress was made, it was exasperatingly sluggish. His thoughts drifted into the gaming package, where a familiar icon flickered in his mind. He recalled the plethora of elixirs from Journey to the Nine Heavens. Among them, the unassuming, beginner-level item known as the recovery pill, which restored a small amount of mana. Li Yin distinctly remembered its item description. A thought ignited like a flash of lightning in his mind. Mana, innate energy, he murmured softly. In the game, was this not equivalent to directly replenishing the mana bar? What I am currently engaging in, refining essence to transform into chi, is essentially the accumulation of initial mana, is it not? This logic was simple, direct, and resonated with the mindset of a gamer. If the Tai Hunyuan Dao Sutra truly aligns with certain rules within the game, then with a mere thought, his consciousness delved into his inventory. A seemingly unremarkable, entirely snow-white pill materialized in his palm, emanating a subtle fragrance of herbs. The recovery pill, the kind often bestowed upon novices as part of their initial quests. So be it. One might as well try the remedy of a dying horse as if it were a living one. Li Yin resolved firmly. At worst, it would be akin to tasting a mint candy. He tossed the pill into his mouth, where it dissolved instantly, releasing a slightly sweet yet bitter medicinal essence upon his tongue. Immediately, a surge of energy, far denser than the ethereal essence he had previously absorbed, began to diffuse within his Dantian's reservoir, though it still lacked the magnitude of overwhelming power. Li Yin, refusing to be negligent, promptly activated the mental techniques of the Tai Hunyuan Dao Sutra. The energy transformed from the recovery pill, under his deliberate guidance, began to meld gradually with the sparse spiritual essence drawn from the surroundings. Two distinct energies, one gentle and pure, derived from the pill, the other cool and thin, sourced from the cosmos. They flowed like two slender streams within his meridians, converging and coursing along a specific trajectory in a never-ending cycle. A strand of innate energy, slightly more robust than before, quietly formed and settled within his Dantian. Li Yin abruptly opened his eyes, elation evident on his face. Incredible, he exclaimed, nearly jumping from his spot. Awesome. Although the energy provided by the recovery pill was scant, insufficient to even fill the gaps for those high-level players with mana exceeding tens of thousands, at this moment, it served as an accelerator for his cultivation. He could distinctly sense that the pill's energy did not directly convert into innate energy. Rather, it significantly replenished the materials necessary for refining the ethereal essence, compensating for the scarcity of spiritual energy in this realm. This was nothing short of cheating. Li Yin's heart swelled with joy. If even the most basic blue potion proved useful, what might the advanced ones offer? He quickly regained his composure. With his current fragile physique, consuming a high-level recovery pill might very well lead to an explosive end. He chuckled and shook his head. Well, novices ought to utilize novice gear. This recovery pill is perfectly adequate for a greenhorn like me. An unprecedented surge of motivation coursed through him. The path of cultivation seemed less distant than before. As the medicinal effects of the recovery pill completely refined, and the morning's spiritual energy dissipated, Li Yin rose to his feet. An indescribable sensation of relief permeated through his entire being. It was not merely the alleviation of fatigue, it was a profound transformation. His body felt lighter, imbued with newfound strength. His senses sharpened, allowing him to discern the distant chirping of birds in the woods and the whisper of winds in the valley with crystal clarity. As far as his eyes could see, the distant mountains seemed to shed a veil. Even his thoughts appeared clearer and swifter. Is this the effect of refining essence into energy? he murmured, stretching his limbs. His physical prowess was genuinely enhancing. No longer just cold, detached numerical attributes from the game, but tangible sensations of vitality. A pleasant, invigorating tension radiated from deep within his bones, not discomforting, but rather brimming with the promise of vigor and strength. He gazed around the summit, this lofty and transcendent place, bathed in the morning light and bidding farewell to the setting sun. Indeed more suited for cultivation than the previous dark cavern. The old cave served well for concealment and observing the villagers, but circumstances had now changed. With the growing renown of the celestial sovereign of the profound canopy, and the astounding battle of the general of the subduing water demon, which reverberated far and wide. His need for absolute secrecy had diminished. Instead, he required a stronghold that exuded an ethereal charm and offered greater security. Although the cave was hidden, it resided halfway up the mountain, and those with intent might still discover it. However, the summit was a different story. It was surrounded by sheer cliffs where even monkeys found it difficult to ascend, unless one could fly or possess the tenacity of a gecko. Reaching this place was akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, the relatively rich spiritual energy present at dawn and dusk was something he could not forsake. It was time to commence some construction. A familiar smile curled at the corners of Li Yan's mouth, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. With a thought, he communicated with the random Mount Dai, locking onto the already unlocked Earth Spirit Bear. A deep roar echoed across the vast summit as a massive bear, cloaked in heavy rock-like scales, materialized beside him. Li Yan patted its robust foreleg. "Brother Bear, let us get to work." He gestured towards the relatively flat expanse behind him, brimming with enthusiasm. The Earth Spirit Bear emitted a hearty grunt, seemingly comprehending his command. Under Li Yan's guidance, the immensely powerful bear began to stride heavily, busily working in the flat area atop the summit. A brand new, ethereal cave abode was beginning to take shape amidst the clouds. Meanwhile, in the county seat of Qinghe beneath Qifeng Mountain, a starkly different scene of bustling activity unfolded within the county office. An urgent document sealed with the vermilion stamp of the General of Jiangzhou, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, stirred ripples throughout the office. In the back hall, Zhao Zhen held the open document, his fingertips lightly brushing over the vigorous script. Standing beside him, Steward Feng craned his neck, his expression a blend of anticipation and subtle tension. "As you predicted, Steward Feng," Zhao Zhen said, placing the document down, his voice calm, yet betraying a hint of emotion. "The general has showered praise upon us." The contents of the document were indeed, as Steward Feng had foreseen, replete with commendations. It lauded Zhao Zhen for adeptly handling the calamity of the demonic entities, noting that his devout heart had moved the heavens, leading to the manifestation of the celestial sovereign of the profound canopy and the miraculous feats of the general of the subduing water demon. The golden divine rain that had resurrected the deceased and the auspicious signs that followed were described in vivid detail. At the conclusion of the document was an order. Zhao Zhen, the county magistrate of Qinghe, was to set forth immediately to Jiangzhou to report in person to the general. Upon hearing this, Steward Feng's face broke into a radiant smile, blooming like a chrysanthemum. "Congratulations, county magistrate. Congratulations." He snapped open his folding fan, bowing repeatedly, proclaiming this as a testament to the virtue of the magistrate's governance, now recognized far and wide. "Even the general has taken a liking to you." He stepped closer, lowering his voice as excitement flickered in his eyes. "My lord, it is a great honor to be summoned personally by the governor. Your return to the capital and reinstatement in court affairs is imminent." Zhao Zhen slowly folded the official document, rising to sit behind the desk, where the seal of Qinghe County appeared somewhat weathered under the sunlight streaming through the window. Returning to the capital? Once, this was a cherished aspiration that haunted his dreams. The ultimate goal of his diligent and painstaking efforts to endure humiliation, to cleanse his name, to restore his family's honor, to realize his ambitions at the foot of the emperor. Yet at this moment, an inexplicable hesitation coiled around his heart like a vine. Qinghe County. This remote and barren little place that had symbolized the nadir of his official career now held a radically different significance in his heart. For here, the divine presence of the celestial Lord Xuanqiong had manifested. The grace of the gods had also descended upon this land. If he were to leave Qinghe, would the patronage of the celestial Lord remain steadfast? In the bustling yet treacherous capital, would he still feel the same divine favor from the heavens? This thought tightened his chest inexplicably. A profound and ineffable connection had formed between him and the enigmatic celestial Lord. To abandon this land of miraculous occurrences felt inherently wrong, even terrifying. "My lord?" Seeing him fall silent, Feng Shuya's expression shifted with concern. Is there something amiss? Zhaozhen returned to reality, forcing a smile. Nothing, Feng Shuya. I was merely contemplating this journey to Jiangzhou. He rubbed his brow. The allure of the capital and the yearning for vindication remained strong. Yet, the fear of losing this divine connection was equally palpable. The governor's summons could not be disregarded. Steeling himself, he spoke. Not so much to reassure Feng Shuya as to bolster his own resolve. He must go. It was his duty as an official. Perhaps this journey would present another opportunity. Feng Shuya, he began, his voice regaining its usual steadiness. Immediately prepare for my departure to Jiazhou. Yes, my lord. I shall comply. Feng Shuya's face brightened. I will ensure that your journey is splendid and befitting of your status and this honor. Zhaozhen nodded slightly. During my absence, all matters in the county will be temporarily overseen by Deputy Liu. You are to hand over all affairs to him clearly. Yes, my lord. I shall attend to it at once. Feng Shuya replied, bowing with a smile that did not fade. With his orders given, Feng Shuya excitedly departed to make arrangements for the journey. Zhaozhen sat alone in the hall, his gaze drifting toward the distant Qifeng mountain, his expression distant. The journey to Jiangzhou was inevitable. Yet at this moment, the path to the bustling imperial capital seemed shrouded in mist. The worldly pursuits of fame and fortune clashed within him with a nascent, reverent faith. He could only hope that the compassion of the celestial Lord Xuanxiang would transcend the boundaries of Qinghe County and continue to bless him. Chapter 54. The undercurrents of the Daoist path atop Qifeng Mountain, Li Yin commanded the rock and earth spirit bear, working fervently. At the foot of the mountain lies the bustling village of Xiaxi, still resonating with the aftershocks of the divine general's miraculous display against malevolent spirits. The villagers' enthusiasm is at an unprecedented peak. A new temple is rising majestically at the very site where the divine general once descended. This temple, dedicated to the divine general, rivals the grandeur of the Xuanxing Yunjia temple on Qifeng Mountain, being only slightly smaller in scale. Zhaozhen, the magistrate of Qinghe County, has allocated a substantial sum from the provincial treasury and summoned the finest craftsmen from the county for this endeavor. The Taoist priest Lingyun and the true man Lingxiu, having volunteered earlier, have taken on the responsibility of overseeing the construction. At this moment, dozens of craftsmen labor intensely, their rhythmic hammering and shouts creating a symphony of industriousness. Shift the beam a fraction to the east. Yes, right there. Dressed in a simple Taoist robe, Lingyun holds a rudimentary blueprint, directing several carpenters as they adjust a massive beam. His expression is one of deep concentration, occasionally glancing up at the sky and then at the progress of the work. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Not far off, Lingxiu, with his hands clasped behind his back, meticulously inspects a wooden statue that is just beginning to take shape. Clad in armor and wielding a long spear, the statuesque features are yet to be finely chiseled, but it already emanates an aura of formidable might, embodying the appearance of the great general who vanquished demons. Behind the statue, a grander and more exquisite incense altar has been constructed. At its center, a plaque made of fine golden silk Nanmu wood is prominently displayed, inscribed with the characters denoting the divine rank of the Xuanxiang Yunjia, true monarch. Below this plaque, a slightly smaller space remains intentionally vacant, evidently reserved for the soon-to-be-completed statue of the divine general. Take a half-hour break. Drink some water and have a bite. The foreman calls out, his voice echoing. The craftsmen and laborers, upon hearing this, promptly set down their tools and gather in small groups, wiping their brows and pulling out hard wheat cakes to nibble on, accompanied by cool water from a clay pot. Lingyun and Lingxiu also retreat to a makeshift grass hut nearby, where villagers from Qingfeng bring them tea and snacks. Master, do you think the layout of the divine general's temple is appropriate? Lingyun inquires after taking a sip of tea and wiping his sweat. Lingxiu sets down his teacup and nods slightly. Indeed, the hierarchy is clear, and the divine positions are well ordered. It is commendable. He pauses, gazing at the elevated plaque of the true monarch, his eyes reflecting a sense of longing and anticipation. Yet, I wonder when we shall once again receive the true monarch's teachings and be granted the true path of immortality. Lingyun sighs softly at this. Indeed, it is a great blessing that the true monarch has illuminated our path in cultivation. However, the teachings on refining essence into qi and qi into spirit, though profoundly enlightening, remain merely guidelines. The intricacies within them are beyond our grasp as mere mortals. Without the true monarch's further guidance, we may spend our entire lives without a glimpse into the gates of immortality. After a moment of contemplation, Lingxiu replies slowly, The fortunes of immortality are elusive, not something we can demand. I have penned a letter regarding the true monarch's insights in the mysteries of the immortal path, instructing my disciple to urgently deliver it to the ancestral home of the Daoist sect, ensuring it is personally presented to the headmaster. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. If what the esteemed gentleman has said holds true, this pertains to the monumental matter of our sect's millennium-long legacy, and surely the master of the sect will regard it with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Daoist Lingyun's spirit was invigorated. Brother, your foresight is commendable. However, this matter is exceedingly shocking. Will the master of the sect readily believe it? The venerable Lingshu stroked his sparse beard, his gaze profound. Trust or distrust lies within the hearts of men. I can only hope that the master of the sect and our esteemed elders will discern right from wrong and seize such celestial opportunities. The two fell into silence, each burdened with heavy thoughts. Can the cultivation system that has evolved over a millennium truly be altered at whim? The intricate tangle of interests and ideologies is far too complex. Moreover, the notion of the celestial path, based solely on the words exchanged between him and Lingyu, along with a few miraculous occurrences in Qinghe County, seems unlikely to be wholly accepted by those venerable figures entrenched in their long-established cultivation practices. What Lingshu can do now is merely to plant this seed. Whether it can take root, blossom, and bear fruit will depend on the will of fate and the destiny of the sect. After a moment of contemplation, their gazes shifted towards the Temple of Divine Generals currently under construction. Regardless, the manifestation of the esteemed Xuanqiong Yunjia and the formidable Ishui Fumo is a genuine blessing for them. This connection to the divine must be steadfastly cherished. Meanwhile, atop Qifeng Mountain, in stark contrast to the bustling temple construction below, only Li Yin remained, accompanied solely by a diligent earth spirit bear. For a full 7 days, Li Yin scarcely ventured beyond the peak. Aside from his daily meditation and the ingestion of a few chi-replenishing pills to fortify his feeble innate energy, he dedicated the remainder of his time to transforming his new cave dwelling. The earth spirit bear, true to its nature as a terrestrial divine beast, under Li Yan's meticulous direction, moved mountains and filled valleys, excavating rock walls with remarkable skill. The once dim and damp grotto, nestled midway up the mountain, had been completely sealed off by Li Yin with massive stones, leaving no trace behind. His new abode, now perched at the summit of Qifeng Mountain, boasts a magnificent view. Shrouded in swirling mists, an impressive palace, shaped under the bear's extraordinary craftsmanship, has been completed. This edifice, hewn directly from the mountainous rock, appears as one with its surroundings, meticulously polished to exude an ancient and grand aura. Li Yin named it the Xuanqiong Dao Palace. The entrance features 2 substantial doors of white jade, intricately carved with elaborate cloud patterns, which silently yield inward with a gentle push. Inside, the space is vast, a far cry from the prior small grotto. The floor is laid with warm, jade stone slabs, offering a refreshing coolness underfoot. Embedded within the walls are several luminous pearls, casting a gentle glow that illuminates the hall as bright as day. These embellishments were all retrieved from Li Yan's game package. In the center of the grand hall lies an enormous flowing cloud-white jade couch, flanked by a set of Zetan wooden tables and chairs, atop which rests a delicate set of Qing porcelain tea utensils. In one corner stand a few treasure racks, casually adorned with various jade artifacts that, while inscrutable to Li Yin, radiate an unmistakable ethereal charm. The entire Xuanqiong Dao Palace was adorned with an ethereal aura, resplendent and magnificent, rivaling even the abodes of the so-called eminent sections. Outside the palace lay an expansive and meticulously leveled plaza, its surface paved with neatly cut bluestone slabs, accentuated by a few potted bonsais, evergreen and vibrant. On one side of the plaza, a section was enclosed by a railing of exquisite white flowing cloud jade, at the center of which sat a set of star-patterned stone tables and stools, accompanied by a dainty jade pavilion, furnished with a chessboard and tea set. On the opposite side was a pond fed by a mountain spring, adorned with several unique rock sculptures and a small artificial hill. The entire peak, embellished with various ornaments from the game's homestead system, emanated a celestial charm, evoking the grandeur of a genuine immortal abode. Indeed, it possessed much more elegance than the modern, ostentatiously decorated mountaintop temples. Very good, this truly embodies the essence of cultivation, Li Yin remarked, patting the rock-solid head of the earth and rock divine bear. The bear let out a hearty low growl, nudging its large head against Li Yan's palm before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing back into the random Mount Dai. Stretching languidly, Li Yin entered the Xianling Hall and sank into the soft, comfortable flowing cloud jade couch. Gold nests and silver nests cannot compare to one's own dog nest, no. Celestial nest, he sighed contentedly. After a week of civil engineering, although the primary labor was performed by the earth and rock divine bear, he, as the commander-in-chief, had not been idle and was quite fatigued. Now that the monumental task was complete, he could finally afford to rest. In stark contrast to the previous stone cave, the Xuanqing Dao Palace felt like paradise. It was not only comfortable but also boasted a panoramic view, and, more importantly, its prestige was unmatched. As a true lord, one could not remain cooped up in a cave forever. This mountaintop palace was fitting for his current status. Moreover, meditating and cultivating here each morning, absorbing the rarefied morning purple qi, was indeed more effective than at the foot of the mountain, albeit only marginally, though still a drop in the bucket. It was better than nothing. Li Yin continued to toss a qi-replenishing pill into his mouth. The elixir transformed into a warm current, merging into his dantian. Closing his eyes, he silently operated the Tai Hunyuan Dao Sutra, refining the medicinal power. A faint trace of innate qi gradually blossomed and strengthened within him. Still too slow. He eventually opened his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless. The spiritual energy in this world was exceedingly sparse. Relying solely on meditation and the most basic of blue pills to reach the game's realm of commanding wind and rain would take an eternity. It appeared that he must devise a method to harness more faith power. Stroking his chin, he pondered the unlocking of items within the package, along with his gradual enhancement of strength and mount abilities, were intricately linked to the ever-growing incense offerings and the increasingly devout faith of the populace below. He increasingly felt that this path of incense offerings was indeed the right one. Yet, he wondered if this faith power could be utilized not only to unlock package items and enhance mount abilities, but also to exert influence in other realms. A bold thought emerged in his mind. If the power of faith could be absorbed and refined like spiritual energy, would not his cultivation speed soar like a rocket? When the next wave of incense offerings flourishes and a multitude of items are unlocked from the package, he must study this thoroughly. Li Yin continued to pick up the Tai Hunyuan Dao Sutra from the table, casually flipping through a few pages. He wondered when he would reach the realm of refining qi into spirit. In the game, leveling up merely involved slaying monsters and completing quests. Yet in this tangible world, each step of cultivation relied solely on one's earnest efforts and the painfully sparse spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Were it not for the qi recovery pill, a sort of cheat, the prospect of refining even a wisp of innate qi would seem as distant as a monkey's ear. Never mind, he thought. One must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a path step by step. Li Yin set down the sutra and walked out to the plaza beyond the hall. The mountain breeze caressed him, causing his garments to flutter. Standing at the cliff's edge, he gazed down at the undulating mountains below and the mist-shrouded city of Qinghe. An unprecedented sense of ambition surged within his chest. Chapter 55, Shadows of Ghosts. In the unremarkable courtyard in the south of Jiangzhou City lay the secret stronghold of the Bloodfeather sect's Jiangzhou branch. Inside the quiet chamber, Yuchen Ziwei, he held a letter from the sect's headquarters, his fingertips trembling slightly. The letter was light as a feather, yet its contents bore the weight of a mountain. The sect leader has actually tasked me with probing the true monarch Xin Xiong Yunzhe, Wei muttered to himself. His complexion pale as though he had just crawled from a grave. He could hardly believe his eyes. Probe? With what? His own life? The divine generals under that true monarch could resurrect the dead with a mere wave of their hand, and vanquishing evil was as effortless as taking candy from a child. Such a being was far beyond the reach of a mere branch leader like himself. The sect leader must be asking me to stroke the tiger's whiskers, no. To touch the divine one's rear. Wei, he lamented inwardly. Am I to confront a deity? What nonsense. This was akin to being sent to poke a hornet's nest. Or rather, to directly leap into a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. The sect's rules were strict. Should he defy the leader's orders, death was the only outcome. Yet if he complied and provoked that true deity, the result would likely be death as well, perhaps even more agonizing. Wei, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, cold sweat soaking through his back. He flipped the letter over and over, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope within its lines. Finally, a small note at the end of the letter eased his tension slightly. The headquarters had dispatched the Blackshot Protector to Jiangzhou to assist in the matter, arriving shortly. Blackshot Protector. A flicker of hope ignited within Wei He. This protector was renowned in the sect for his ruthless nature and cunning methods, his strength unfathomable, far beyond that of a mere branch leader. With the protector present, perhaps there was a sliver of chance? No, not just a chance, but a promise that he might not perish so swiftly. Wei He let out a bitter smile. Carefully tucking the letter into his bosom, he took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure. The leader's command was non-negotiable. With the Black Shop Protector soon to arrive, he needed to prepare himself. At the very least, it is essential for the Guardian to witness his efforts and sincerity. "Come in," he commanded, his voice regaining a semblance of the usual calmness. A loyal aide in black silently pushed the door open and bowed in readiness. "Convey my orders to summon all stewards and above from the various factions. We shall convene in the inner hall in half an hour," Wei stated solemnly. "Yes, master." The aide acknowledged before swiftly departing. The quiet room fell into silence once more. Wei sat alone at the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface, his gaze flickering restlessly. The Blackshot Guardian tested the approach of the impending calamity of the true immortal. It seemed that Jiazhou's waters would soon become thoroughly muddied. Half an hour later, within the inner hall, the atmosphere was oppressive. Wei occupied the main seat, his eyes scanning the few loyal generals standing respectfully below. "The specific matters have been decided by me." His voice, though not raised, carried an undeniable authority. "You need only to act according to the plan. There must be no mistakes." "Yes, master," the others replied in unison, not daring to inquire further. Following a brief arrangement, they dispersed, each taking their orders. Wei remained in the hall, a hint of fatigue visible upon his face. "I hope the Blackshot Guardian arrives soon," he murmured, rubbing his brow with a soft sigh. Days later, chilling rumors began to circulate quietly in Jiangzhou and the nearby regions of Cangzhou and Lijiao. Initially, only a few individuals spoke in hushed tones of strange occurrences they had encountered at night, often over drinks or casual conversations. "Last night at the witching hour, I rose for a moment. You won't believe what I saw," a woodsman whispered to his companion beneath the great tree at the village's edge. "What was it? Did you run into your wife sleepwalking again?" His companion jested. The woodsman scowled. "No, you fool. I saw a procession of shadowy figures carrying eerie green lanterns, herding indistinct forms along the path from outside the village. The sound was so light, it was nothing like the footsteps of the living." Another villager leaned in. "Now that you mention it, a few nights ago, my dog Woon T stopped barking as if it had seen something terrifying. The next morning, I found several ashes resembling burnt paper money outside my courtyard." Such rumors spread like ripples in water, gradually encompassing a wider audience. Some claimed to have seen oddly dressed specters on desolate mountain paths, escorting a line of drooping ghosts in solemn silence. Others recounted witnessing an unattended boat drifting away from the dock in the dead of night, faint shadows aboard accompanied by the barely audible sound of weeping. Most of these accounts remained vague, with witnesses unable to articulate their unease, merely expressing a sense of something amiss, a chilling aura that felt otherworldly. Initially, most treated these tales as mere ghost stories, dismissing them with laughter. However, as the number of witnesses grew and the details became increasingly vivid, a wave of panic began to spread like a contagion. Finally, some bold souls, or those thoroughly frightened, mustered the courage to band together and report to the local magistrate. In the Yongling County of Cangzhou, adjacent to the Jiangzhou territory, several terrified villagers knelt before the magistrate seated in the hall, clamoring to report their grievances. "Sir, we beseech you to take action. In our village, it is truly haunted," an elderly farmer lamented. "Strange noises echo nightly, and some claim to have witnessed spectral soldiers passing by." The county magistrate, a feeble old man past his 50s, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Nonsense. Under the vast sky and bright sun, how could there be ghosts to cause mischief? Surely, you countryside simpletons are merely seeing things and scaring yourselves. A clerk from the execution chamber chimed in. Indeed, just a few days ago, someone from the neighboring Zhang family village reported that a water ghost was dragging people into the river. The constables stood guard all night and saw not even a water rat. "My lord, it is absolutely true," the villagers pleaded, bowing low. "We would never deceive you." The sight was terrifying. The magistrate waved his hand impatiently. "Enough. I shall send a few constables with you to investigate. If no evidence is found, you will be deemed as spreading falsehoods and disturbing the peace, and I shall not let you go lightly." The constables, having received the order, lazily followed the villagers to the so-called haunted site. They yawned as they guarded the path where the spectral soldiers were said to pass. Enduring a night plagued by mosquito bites, yet not a ghostly shadow did they see. The next day, when they reported back to the magistrate, it was naturally concluded that there was no such matter and that it was purely a fabrication of the villagers. Those who reported the incident were each given 10 lashes and scolded mercilessly, being unceremoniously expelled from the county office. A group of troublesome peasants. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, disturbing the tranquility of this county, you shall face severe consequences. The magistrate's anger had not yet subsided. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly across various counties. The government's indifference and disbelief not only failed to quell the panic, but instead intensified the villagers' conviction that these ghostly occurrences were no trivial matter, leaving the authorities seemingly powerless or unwilling to intervene. Anxiety spread like wildfire, and fear took hold of the hearts of the people. At this moment, someone recalled the warning given by the deity during the descent of the god of Qifeng Mountain a month prior, foretelling an impending calamity. This statement acted like a spark igniting a pool of oil, instantly detonating the fears that had been festering within the populace. Within a renowned tea house in Jiangzhou, as the storyteller's wooden block fell, a buzz of conversation erupted among the patrons. Have you heard? Not only Jiangzhou, but even the surrounding areas are in turmoil. A middle-aged merchant whispered. Turmoil is an understatement. An elderly gentleman, dressed as a local gentry, interjected. Rumors abound in every county, claiming that at night, spectral officials are seizing souls and malevolent spirits are haunting the mountains. It has frightened people so much that they dare not venture out after dark. Could this be the omen of the great calamity spoken of by the deity? Someone gasped. I believe it is very likely. The merchant exclaimed, slapping his thigh. The celestial generals under the esteemed lord of the mysterious abyss are true divine beings descended to our realm. Their words are not to be taken lightly. The authorities claim it is mere hearsay, but I believe they are simply afraid to act. Indeed, how could mere mortals stand against such demons and ghosts? We, as ordinary folk, can only beseech the gods and pray for the protection of the true deities, for what other hope do we have? In an instant, the tea house was filled with voices of agreement. Fear gripped the populace like an invisible hand around their throats. Meanwhile, their faith in the Lord of the mysterious abyss and their reverence for the formidable general who subdues demons intensified fervently under the influence of this terror. At the foot of Qifeng Mountain, the newly established Yishui Fumo Weiling General Temple and the historically significant Xuanqiang Yunze Jinjuan Temple on the mountain have seen an unprecedented surge in worship and offerings. From dawn until dusk, a steady stream of people comes to pay their respects and seek blessings. Among them are not only local villagers from Qinghe County, but also many pious individuals who have traveled from various places in Jiangzhou and even farther afield upon hearing the news. They assist the elderly and carry children, bringing incense and offerings, kneeling reverently before the deities and tablets, murmuring prayers for the Jinjuan and the divine general to manifest their powers, dispel malevolent spirits, and bestow peace. The temple, both inside and out, is bustling with people, enveloped in a haze of incense smoke that blankets half the mountainside. The Lingyun Daoist and the temporarily residing Lingshu Jinren, along with the villagers hired to oversee the temple, are busily maintaining order while observing the influx of worshippers, feeling both astonished and contemplative. Master, behold this scene. Lingyun Daoist wiped the sweat from his brow and quietly remarked to Lingshu Jinren beside him. The renown of the Jinjuan and the divine general must have spread throughout Jiangzhou and even neighboring counties. Lingshu Jinren gazed at the devout worshippers. His expression complex. The grace of the divine is vast, and the respect of the people is indeed a positive occurrence. He paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet, this surge of fervor seemed somewhat peculiar. He harbored an instinctive feeling that an unseen force was at play behind the scenes. At the summit of Qingfeng Mountain, in the Xuanqiang Dao Palace, Li Yin sat cross-legged on the flowing cloud-like jade couch, gradually concluding his meditation. A faint stream of innate energy circulated within his dantian, bringing a touch of warmth. As he opened his eyes, he instinctively plunged his consciousness into the game interface. Then, he was taken aback. The light points symbolizing the power of faith no longer flowed gently as usual. Instead, they surged into the interface like a torrential flood. On the interface, the previously dim regions were visibly lighting up at an astonishing speed. By the heavens, Li Yin couldn't help but exclaim, his face a canvas of bewilderment. What is going on? He rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't mistaken. The rate of increase in the power of faith was several times more rapid than after the divine general's vanquishing of demons. Could it be that some new promotional event has emerged in Shi Creek Village? Buy one, get one free? Or perhaps a discount of 20%? He scratched his head, feeling quite perplexed. Logically, the fervor following the divine general's triumph had dissipated for some time. While offerings remained abundant, there shouldn't have been an explosive resurgence. Or could it be that my earlier remark about an impending calamity in this realm has begun to resonate? Li Yin rose and walked to the edge of the Dao Palace, gazing down at the multitude below. Amidst the swirling clouds, he seemed to see denser plumes of incense rising from the direction of the two temples than ever before. He couldn't shake the feeling that something unusual was afoot in the valley below, frightening the common folk into seeking refuge in this last bastion of hope. The more he pondered, the more he felt this latter possibility was likely. Such a dramatic surge in the power of faith could not arise from trivial matters. It appears imperative to descend and investigate the situation. Li Yin stroked his chin, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He was determined not to miss this sudden feast of faith. More importantly, he needed to ascertain what was transpiring behind the scenes. Should there be a conspiracy directed at him, it would be wise to prepare in advance. After all, this world is far more complex than mere games. Chapter 56. The clamor of the mortal realm. Li Yin stood at the edge of the plaza outside the Xuanqiang Dao Palace, gazing downwards. The mountain breeze swept past, causing his garments to flutter. Approaching the water's edge, he beheld the crystal-clear surface reflecting his ethereal demeanor. A thought crossed his mind, and a palm-sized, cool to the touch, jade-like shard appeared in his hand. This item, known as the illusionary jade in the game, was a low-tier facial modification tool sold in the game shop, designed for a single use to reshape features and alter appearances. He pressed the illusionary jade to his face, the icy sensation enveloping him instantly. The reflection in the water began to blur, as if an invisible hand was reshaping his features. His eyebrows lightened, his eyes shrank slightly, his nose flattened a touch, and his lips thickened just a hint. Moments later, an unremarkable face, one that could easily be lost among a crowd, was clearly reflected in the water. Yes, an ordinary visage. Quite perfect. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction at the reflection. With another thought, his ornate Yunmiao immortal robe transformed into a stream of light and vanished. He donned a set of pre-prepared white-quality attire from his inventory. Glancing into the water once more, he now appeared as an ordinary, somewhat weathered wanderer of the martial world. Who would recognize me now? Li Yin flexed his limbs. The fitted attire was far more practical than the billowing robes. Having spent too much time on the mountain, he had nearly become as lifeless as the rocks around him. It was time to descend, to reconnect with the world and discover the source of this surge in faith. He approached the plaza's edge and mentally summoned his mount. In a flash of white light, a magnificent white cloud crane materialized before him, elegantly stretching its wings. "Brother Crane, kindly escort me to a secluded spot on the mountainside," he requested. The crane let out a melodious call, lowering its head in invitation for Li Yin to mount. Riding the crane, Li Yin swiftly departed from the mist-laden peak, heading toward a rarely trodden slope of Qifeng Mountain. The crane landed steadily in a clearing amidst dense. Li Yin dismounted and gently patted the crane's soft neck feathers. "Thank you, Brother Crane. You may return now." The crane chirped once more before vanishing in a flash of light. Standing amidst the trees, Li Yin inhaled deeply, the fresh mountain air invigorating his spirit. He stretched his limbs, sensing the faint yet tangible presence of innate energy within him. Let us see how effective this refinement of essence into energy truly is. Recalling the techniques recorded in the Tai Hanyuan Dao Sutra, he began to slowly mobilize that thread of innate energy from his dantian, circulating it through his limbs and bones. A buoyant sensation welled up within him. He slightly bent his legs and, with a sudden surge of power, leaped forward. Whoosh! With a form akin to an arrow released from its string, he soared forth, lightly tapping the tree trunk with his toes, and with renewed vigor, gracefully leapt several zhangth, landing steadily on the branch of another tree. Astonished, Li Yin steadied himself, his face betraying a sense of incredulous delight. How formidable! This was not merely a testament to his enhanced physical constitution, but also an extraordinary effect derived from the innate energy within him. The sensation was almost more exaggerated than the lightness portrayed in cinematic depictions of martial arts. He had tested this innate energy in the Dao Palace Square, where a mere casual jump could propel him 20 meters into the air. In his previous life, he could have executed a slam dunk from the halfway line with a single leap. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. Those flying basketball players in the NBA were likely of similar caliber. Feeling the gentle flow of energy within him and the buoyancy of his body, a surge of ambition filled Li Yin's heart. He dashed along the rugged mountain path towards the gathering of humanity below. His movements were ethereal, as if treading on level ground. Obstacles that would challenge ordinary individuals seemed non-existent beneath his feet. As he neared the mountain's base, the cacophony of voices grew increasingly boisterous. When Li Yin emerged from a secluded path onto the road leading to the Jinjuan Temple, he was momentarily taken aback by the throngs of people before him. An endless line of humanity was laboriously making its way up the mountain. Men, women, and children, clad in a variety of garments, many bearing the marks of travel, clearly had come from afar. The air was thick with the sense of sweat, dust, and the rich aroma of incense. Goodness! Has the entire population of Jiangzhou converged upon Qifeng Mountain to offer prayers? Li Yin was astounded. In his previous life, he had only witnessed such a spectacle during the spring festival at renowned temples, fighting for the first incense offering. Something felt amiss, profoundly so. His brow furrowed. He noted that a significant portion of the crowd spoke with accents from distant regions, their diverse attire revealing they had gathered from all corners. It seemed that something monumental must have transpired at the mountain's base, Li Yin pondered. He adjusted his clothing, lowering his unremarkable face further into the crowd, seamlessly blending in. Resolute in his decision to observe and listen more than speak, he moved forward with the throng. Relying on his heightened senses, he attentively captured snippets of conversation surrounding him. "Hey there, did you come from Sangzhou as well?" A man with a thick local accent inquired of a weary, traveling merchant beside him. The merchant wiped his brow. "Indeed. We've been walking for 5 or 6 days. I've heard that the Shuanqiang Yunzi Xinjuan at Qifeng Mountain is exceptionally effective, so I've come to seek peace." "Same here. Our village has been plagued by ghosts recently. We don't dare venture out at night. Isn't that the truth? In our area, strange sounds echo at night, and some say they've seen shadowy figures flitting about. It's terrifying." Li Yin listened quietly, his curiosity deepening. As he approached the Xinjuan temple, the number of stalls lining the mountain path increased. The air was a tapestry of incense and the enticing aromas of various foods. Li Yin quickly recognized several vendors as villagers from Shi Creek. As one passes by, do not miss this opportunity. The talismans blessed by the esteemed Shuanqiang Yunzi and the formidable Ishui Fumo General are available here. A robust man from Shashi village bellowed energetically. His stall displayed an array of crudely carved wooden signs, adorned with hastily drawn talismans in vermilion. These were crafted from the sacred wood blessed during the divine rain of gold. Wearing one ensures protection from malevolent forces and wards off spirits. Li Yin approached for a closer look. Those so-called sacred woods were evidently mere twigs, perhaps touched by the golden rain at most. Yet, the surrounding devotees gathered as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. "How much for this talisman?" inquired a middle-aged man, well-dressed and bearing the air of a merchant. "Oh, esteemed guest, you possess a discerning eye." The stall owner grinned widely. "This is a precious item, blessed by both the true monarch and the divine general. Reasonably priced at 5 taels of silver each." The middle-aged merchant gasped in astonishment. 5 taels? That is exorbitant. Exorbitant? The stall owner's eyes widened. "Esteemed guest, this is a matter of life and death. Consider, should you encounter something unclean, what is more valuable, your life or this mere 5 taels of silver?" This shabby wooden plaque likely cost less than 5 copper coins to make, yet he dared to demand 5 taels of silver? The devotees hesitated at the price, but most begrudgingly parted with their coins. "Very well. Life is paramount. 5 taels it shall be." Indeed, as long as one could receive the true monarch's protection, any price was worth paying. Li Yin noted that beside each stall hung a small wooden sign, inscribed with the approval of the Qinghe County government, stamped with a crimson seal. He listened intently and soon discerned some insights from the conversations around him. It turned out that most of those selling at the temple's periphery were villagers from Shashi. Ever since the divine general manifested, they had discovered that the trees and stones touched by the golden divine rain seemed to possess a hint of divinity. Thus, some had the notion to craft these into talismans and trinkets for sale. Initially, the county office sought to regulate this, fearing it might offend the true monarch. However, Daoist Lingyun and Daoist Lingshu intervened, stating that as long as the items genuinely bore traces of the divine and no false claims were made, they could be sold, providing a glimmer of hope to the afflicted populace. The county office found this reasonable, and it presented an opportunity for taxation. Hence, it mandated that all vendors of such divine items must have their goods inspected by the 2 Daoists, who, upon verification, would grant an official permit. Consequently, these talismans blessed by the true monarch became recognized as authentic wares. By my word, such commercial acumen is wasted if not directed towards multi-level marketing. Li Yin finally grasped why the power of faith within the package had surged so dramatically. It was these government-sanctioned middlemen who were orchestrating the incense offerings on his behalf. He continued to flow with the crowd, hearing tales of strange occurrences from various locales, as people flocked to seek blessings for safety. "Have you heard? The situation in Lijiao is even graver. Several villages reported seeing ghostly soldiers at night, beating drums and gongs, terrifying the residents to the point of sleeplessness." Not just Lijiao. In Woyang County, a few days ago, there were reports made to the authorities about sightings of hundreds of ghostly lights drifting about in the burial grounds outside the city, which rendered the night watchmen utterly faint with fear. What was the response from the officials? What could they possibly say? They dispatched a handful of constables to investigate, but found nothing at all and proceeded to beat the informant, labeling their claims as mere fabrications meant to incite panic. Alas, in these times, one cannot rely on the government. We must seek the protection of the divine. Indeed, did not the revered deity forewarn us a month ago when descending to our realm? He proclaimed that a great calamity is imminent, urging us to remain vigilant. I believe these strange occurrences are but omens of the impending disaster. As this statement resonated, the air was filled with gasps of agreement and affirmation. Yes, yes, the words of the revered deity must be true. O heavens, is the calamity truly upon us? What shall we do? What can we do? We must hastily burn incense for the true Lord and the divine general, beseeching them for mercy to save us mortals. Li Yin, mingling among the crowd, absorbed these discussions with clarity. He finally comprehended the source of this sudden surge in fervent belief. It stemmed from their own interpretations of the proclamation of impending calamity, which had subsequently fermented. Coupled with genuine, inexplicable occurrences in various locales, the panic spread like wildfire. He stroked his chin, his thoughts racing. This situation, surprisingly, did not bode ill for him. Fear often serves as the most potent catalyst for faith. Yet, were these so-called bizarre incidents truly authentic? If they were, what malevolent forces could be at play? Li Yin wandered extensively. From the archway at the foot of the mountain to the temples of the true Lord and the divine general, absorbing the citizens' discourse in its entirety. He discerned that the rumors concerning spectral soldiers and ghostly apparitions were not without foundation. Many individuals from various counties recounted similar harrowing encounters with remarkable detail. Although times, locations, and specifics varied, the core narratives were astonishingly consistent. This left Li Yin pondering. Could it be that some unclean entity was emerging, emboldened by the commotion he had previously stirred? He found it hard to believe that a mere prophecy of impending calamity could simultaneously incite such vivid haunting occurrences across numerous regions in a short span of time. If not for some unseen force driving these events, then surely this world harbored enigmatic aspects yet unknown to him. As dusk approached, the flow of people along the mountain path showed no signs of diminishing. Li Yin assessed that he had gathered sufficient intelligence and discreetly withdrew from the throng, seeking a secluded spot to prepare for his return to the summit. This descent had been fruitful. Not only had he elucidated the reasons behind the surge of faith, but he also had a clearer understanding of the uncanny situation in Jiangzhou and its surrounding areas. The so-called calamity seemed to be quietly descending in a manner he had never anticipated. Chapter 57. The incipient underworld. Li Yin quietly returned to the Xiankong Dao Palace atop the peak, removing the illusionary jade. He plopped down onto the soft, comfortable cloud-white jade couch and exhaled deeply. The bustling scene of people at the foot of the mountain, along with the increasingly outlandish ghost stories circulating among the populace, lingered in his mind. Soldiers passing by, ghost messengers collecting souls. He muttered to himself. Surely, these individuals possessed an overly vivid imagination. He did not dismiss the notion of spirits entirely. After all, he himself had encountered the extraordinary, such as traversing realms with a golden finger. Yet, he was acutely aware of the spiritual energy in this world, which was as scarce as a few drops of water in a barren desert. In such an environment, could a systematic emergence of soldiers and ghost messengers truly occur? Could they roam from state to state, instilling fear in the hearts of the people? Ridiculous. If there were indeed so many soldiers, the mortal realm would have long been in perfect order, with no theft at night and doors left unlocked. Rather than being rife with corrupt officials and tyrants, the more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss, unless someone was orchestrating this charade. Once this thought crossed his mind, it could no longer be suppressed. Li Yin mused, is it to intimidate the common folk, fostering their devout faith in me, urging them to offer incense? It sounded as if they were aiding him. He shook his head. It was not so simple. If this was indeed directed at him, it was likely an attempt to assess the capabilities of this newfound deity. Testing me with ghostly tricks? A smirk crept across Li Yin's lips. It was rather naïve. Rising from his jade couch, excitement sparkled in his eyes. Since they were so enamored with the ambience of the underworld, he would indulge them in an exhilarating experience. After all, it was merely the realm of the dead. During his time in the Nine Heavens, he had become intimately familiar with the maps of the ghostly domain. A bold and thrilling plan swiftly took shape in his mind. He would construct a genuine, well, at least a convincingly authentic, underworld to broaden the horizons of these locals, demonstrating what true professionalism entailed. The concepts of life, death, aging, illness, reincarnation, and the judgment of good and evil struck at the very depths of the soul, embodying both fear and hope. compared to the ethereal nature of deities and celestial courts. A clearly defined, orderly underworld would likely wield greater allure and influence over the common masses. The belief system could become more stable and resonate more closely with the lives of the people. The more he contemplated this strategy, the more he found it feasible. And the thrill-seeker within him resurfaced. He immediately focused his thoughts, gazing at the icon of the game package in his mind. As the surging power of faith from the crowd below flowed into him, the icon's brilliance surpassed any previous moment. Within the icon, vast areas that had once been shrouded in darkness were illuminated, revealing the items contained within. Li Yan's consciousness swiftly traversed the package space. The new items he could extract were largely of white and green quality, low-tier trinkets. However, several of them caught his eye. Soul Guiding Banner, white quality, a decorative piece for the home. It fluttered in the breeze, carrying a hint of eerie wind, said to guide lost souls. Soul Ensnaring Lantern, white quality, a decorative piece for the home. Its greenish light flickered unpredictably, capable of inducing a slight sense of dizziness in those who gazed upon it. Soul Bell, green quality, a trinket that, when gently shaken, emits an enchanting sound capable of stunning lower-level monsters. Sinluo Hall Plaque, green quality, a decorative item for one's abode, featuring golden characters on a black backdrop inscribed with the words Sinluo Hall, exuding an air of solemnity. Netherstone Bridge, green quality, a decorative piece representing a petite stone arch bridge with a slick surface, intricately engraved with ghostly figures that evoke a chilling sensation upon stepping onto it. Ghostly Soldier Statue, white quality, a decorative item, comprising several menacing statues of ghostly soldiers, each wielding a trident, appearing vividly lifelike. Additionally, there are fragments such as the Judge's Pen, replica, Book of Life and Death, replica, Morning Staff, item, and papier-mâché figures of Oxhead and Horseface, decorative pieces. Ah, what a splendid collection! Li Yan beamed with delight. Though these items were commonly acquired in beginner villages or low-level dungeons, and many were merely festive decorations, they seemed tailor-made for him at this moment. The Soul Banner, Bewitching Lantern, Soul Bell, Sinluo Hall Plaque, Netherstone Bridge, and Ghostly Soldier Statue. Wasn't this the ultimate starter pack for the Underworld? Rubbing his hands together, Li Yan envisioned a haunting yet majestic scene of the Netherworld. With these items, he could easily construct a makeshift stage to elevate the essence of the Underworld. His first task was to locate those who dabbled in the supernatural. Understanding both himself and his adversaries would ensure victory in every battle. He needed to dispatch a scout to ascertain their secrets. His mind immediately turned to flying mounts. Aerial reconnaissance would provide a broad vantage point while minimizing the risk of detection. He needed to discern the patterns and strongholds of those ghostly enforcers. Next, he contemplated the site selection. To establish a bastion for the Underworld, one could not simply choose any cave at random. It must be a place steeped in malevolence. Desolate and forsaken, ideally a locale so inhospitable that even wild dogs would avoid it. Furthermore, it would be advantageous to find natural caves or deep valleys, allowing him to leverage the terrain to his advantage. Li Yan stroked his chin, his eyes shimmering with the brilliance of a designer. With these newly unlocked home decor pieces, he was confident in his ability to craft a convincingly eerie entrance to the Netherworld. His aim was authenticity, striving for an imposing presence. Ideally, he could instill such fear in those who dared to probe that they would soil themselves, showcasing what a professional team truly embodies. As for the performers, Li Yan chuckled. He would naturally assume the role of the supreme leader of the Underworld, perhaps as the Lord of the Netherworld. His minions would consist of the summoned mounts, serving as a ready ensemble, or, like the previous divine generals, masquerading as ghost generals or judges. He pondered whether the forthcoming random mount rolls could yield something fitting, perhaps a mount associated with the Underworld. He found himself genuinely hopeful. The game featured an array of fantastical mounts, such as ghostly carriages, yellow spring flood dragons, and 9 netherbone dragons, all perfectly aligned with the theme of the Underworld. Acquiring such a mount would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Even if he failed to roll one, he still had a backup plan. Wasn't the Inkchilan a most suitable choice? Draped in a cloak of darkness, exuding an air of majesty, one could easily proclaim it to be a divine beast guarding the Underworld, and who would dare to contest such a claim? Alternatively, one might envision the blazing infernal lion, its fiery mane embodying the very essence of hellfire, a notion equally compelling. The more he pondered, the more he felt the meticulousness of his plan, his smile growing ever brighter. Indeed, this shall be our course of action. With a decisive slap on his thigh, Li Yan rose from the jade platform. He resolved to send forth a celestial crane or azure phoenix to scout the surroundings for intelligence. Meanwhile, it was time for him to prepare. to seek out a prime location for the establishment of his Underworld-themed amusement park. Approaching the entrance of the Dao Palace, he gazed upon the swirling sea of clouds in the distance. A grand undertaking, orchestrated by him, to construct the realm of the Netherworld in an alternate dimension, was about to commence. Chapter 58. The formation of the Hall of Samsara. Li Yin piloted the celestial crane, soaring amidst the lofty mountains surrounding Jiangzhou. He sought a site of auspicious geomancy, or rather, a place steeped in ominous energy, a desolate expanse devoid of life. Brother Crane, let us venture further in that direction, Li Yin directed, pointing to a dense, verdant forest. The terrain of that woodland appeared treacherous, its trees darker and more profound than elsewhere, emanating a palpable chill and dampness from afar. The celestial crane let out a clarion call and flapped its wings toward that region. As they drew near, Li Yan's satisfaction grew. This place, with its steep slopes and sparse human presence, was seldom traversed even by hunters. The crane gently descended at the entrance of a narrow valley. Li Yan dismounted and surveyed his surroundings. The valley's mouth was strewn with jagged rocks and withered vines, a chilling breeze emanating from within, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and earth. Excellent, this has the right atmosphere. Li Yin rubbed his hands together, exhilarated. He instructed the crane to wait outside, while he cautiously ventured deeper into the valley. The light grew dim within, flanked by steep stone walls, overrun with dark green moss. After a while, Li Yin found himself in a vast, dark opening at the base of the cliff, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Surrounding the entrance, not a blade of grass could be seen, only oddly shaped black rocks. A chilling wind howled from the depths of the cave, accompanied by an eerie, wailing sound. By the heavens, a natural cavern. Li Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed the perfect gateway to his netherworld. Cautiously, he approached the entrance, peering inside. The interior was pitch black and bottomless. The only sound echoing within the cavern was that of dripping water, creating an unsettling ambience. Perfect, Li Yan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This is it. He eagerly exited the valley, summoned the crane, and returned to the summit of Qifeng Mountain at the Xuanqing Dao Palace. In the following days, Li Yin embarked on an ambitious construction project for the Underworld-themed amusement park. By day, he returned to the concealed valley, summoning the Earth Spirit Bear. Brother Bear, let us commence, Li Yin declared, pointing at the grand cavern entrance, brimming with enthusiasm. The immense form of the Earth Spirit Bear materialized before him. From his gaming pack, Li Yin began to retrieve the newly unlocked Underworld-themed decorations, stacking shimmering, ethereal stones beside him. A staff inscribed with mysterious runes of the Underworld was firmly planted into the ground, exuding a faint, dark aura. Scattered on the ground were the components of an ancient and grand ghost gate archway, alongside remnants of the foundational stones of the Hall of All Souls and fragments of the Bridge of Helplessness. Brother Bear, commanded Li Yin, please commence by expanding this cavern entrance and subsequently erect the ghost gate archway. With a low growl, the Earth Spirit Bear lumbered forward, following Li Yan's directives, and began to transform the cavern with great vigor. The enormous bear swung its paws, effortlessly shattering the hard rock as if it were mere tofu. Stones tumbled and dust billowed. Under the bear's terrifying might, the entrance of the cavern was swiftly widened and elevated, becoming more magnificent and menacing. Li Yin then directed the bear to meticulously assemble the components of the Ghost Gate archway. As the towering structure, exceeding 10 meters in height and entirely shrouded in darkness, adorned with countless grotesque carvings of demon heads, stood at the entrance of the cavern. An indescribable aura of majesty and enigma enveloped the entire gorge. Prominently displayed in the archway's center were 3 blood-red characters, Ghost Gate, radiating a chilling, spectral glow. Beautiful. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction at the masterpiece before him. However, the archway alone was insufficient. The atmosphere needed enhancement. He laid down a winding path of spectral stones along both sides of the archway, extending deep into the cavern, creating a serpentine road to the underworld. Along this path, he placed the soul-guiding banners and the mesmerizing soul lamps. The guiding banners fluttered in the eerie wind, while the soul lamps flickered, casting an enchanting green light. Furthermore, lifelike statues of ghostly soldiers were arranged by the roadside, brandishing tridents and glaring fiercely. In an instant, the entrance to the cavern transformed into a chilling, sinister spectacle, thick with the presence of the supernatural. In a moment of dark whimsy, Li Yin retrieved several ghostly wind chimes that emitted mournful wails from his pack and hung them beneath the eaves of the Ghost Gate archway. Not far into the cavern lay a naturally formed underground river. Li Yin commanded the Earth Spirit Bear to construct a spectral stone bridge over the dark waters. The bridge's surface was slick and adorned with engravings of ghostly soldiers, and walking upon it sent a chill racing from one's feet to the crown of their head. On either side of the bridge, he placed a few statues of ghostly soldiers, holding steel forks and chains, their expressions vividly alive. Crossing the stone bridge, the cavern opened up into a vast, natural dome. Li Yin then took out the soul-guiding banners and soul lamps, carefully arranging them around the dome. The banners fluttered without wind, emitting a haunting sound, while the soul lamps cast an eerie green glow, illuminating the entire dome with a spectral ambience. At the very center of the dome, he instructed the Earth Spirit Bear to construct a Hall of All Souls. From his pack, he retrieved the plaque for the hall, hanging it prominently above the door. The plaque, with its black background and golden lettering, exuded an indescribable air of solemnity in the dim light. At night, Li Yin would summon the Spirit Eye Eagle to patrol from the skies, particularly focusing on areas rumored to be haunted. The eagle's vision was exceptionally sharp, capable of discerning the minutiae even in the darkness. The vague information it returned indicated that indeed there were peculiar shadows lurking in the remote villages and forests during the late hours. The shadows moved with remarkable swiftness and organization, unlike ordinary restless spirits. He observed that the activities of these ghostly enforcers were primarily concentrated in the remote areas at the confluence of Jiangzhou, Songzhou, and Laizhou. It seemed they were intentionally instigating panic while cautiously avoiding large towns and the reach of government forces. Clearly, these individuals were not foolishly reckless. Yet, it remained a mystery as to who was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. In a concealed courtyard of the Blood Feather Sect's branch in the southern part of Jiazhou, the atmosphere within the quiet room was stiflingly oppressive. Wei He knelt on the ground, his body trembling slightly, too fearful to even draw a breath. Seated at the head of the room was a figure cloaked in black, their face obscured by shadows. This was the Black Fiend Guardian, who had come from the main temple. His form was gaunt, with long, pallid fingers resembling the talons of an eagle. An unsettling chill radiated from him, as if he had just emerged from the depths of the Netherworld. The events had unfolded as follows. Wei He reported, in a dry voice, the series of occurrences that had transpired in Qinghe County. The Black Fiend Guardian listened in silence, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest, producing a monotonous sound. With each tap, Wei He's heart would constrict in response. After a prolonged silence, the Black Fiend Guardian let out a low, cold laugh, his voice raspy and grating, akin to the sound of sandpaper scraping. Xuanxiong Yunzi, the true monarch? Ishui, the demon-subduing general? Ha! How amusing, truly amusing, he remarked, fixing his sharp gaze upon Wei He. Do you genuinely believe that any celestial beings or divine generals would descend upon a remote place like Qinghe County for no reason? A tremor coursed through Wei He's heart, and he hastily bowed, saying, Your subordinate is dull-witted. But the golden reign of the undead and the divine general's extermination of evil have been witnessed by thousands, leaving no room for deception. Even the spirit void true man of Jiangzhou's Dao Record Bureau bowed in submission. Witnessed with their own eyes? The Black Fiend Guardian interrupted him, a hint of disdain in his tone. Do mere mortals truly perceive what is real? A few illusions and some special techniques are sufficient to blind them. As for the undead flesh and bones, he paused, a note of arrogance creeping into his voice, the corpse refinement techniques of our Blood Feather sect, when cultivated to a profound level, can manipulate life and death with ease. It is merely that our methods differ from theirs. In his heart, Wei He mused, corpse refinement is one thing, but the undead is quite another. How can they be compared? Their aura is radiant and full of life. Ours is shrouded in gloom and suffused with death. However, he dared not voice his objections and merely repeated, Guardian, your insight sees through the miles. Your subordinate was indeed short-sighted. The Black Fiend Guardian snorted coldly. A mere Qinghe County, with successive reports of so-called celestial phenomena. If you believe there is no underlying intrigue, I am the first to disbelieve it. In my view, someone is certainly engaging in deception, employing some unknown means to scheme malignantly. He shifted his tone. I see resolve evident. Your previous attempts at probing were overly cautious, merely scratching the surface. Those so-called ghostly tales, while they may have some momentum, have not struck at the root. How can they compel the true identity of the mastermind behind it all? Wei He silently lamented, thinking, but that is a being that resembles a true celestial. The subordinate, with his fragile limbs, dared not confront the tiger's whiskers directly. Yet, he maintained a facade of utmost respect, lowering his head even further, and implored, Please, esteemed protector, guide us on how to proceed. Immediately, he instructed the division to escalate their actions. The so-called spectral soldiers and ghostly enforcers were not yet convincingly terrifying. They must evoke genuine fear and despair in those they encountered. Amidst the impending calamity foretold by prophecy, they should seize the opportunity to gather more materials. The concoction of longevity elixirs and beauty powders must not cease. The demand from the main sect is substantial. Upon hearing this, Wei He's complexion drained of color. Intensify the efforts? Kidnap innocents? Reforge those potions? This was tantamount to courting disaster. He had heard of the formidable might of the celestial master of the profound void and the demon-subduing general of Ishui. Should they truly provoke such entities, the entire Jiangzhou division could be obliterated. Esteemed protector, please reconsider, Wei stammered, summoning his courage. The miracles of Qinghe County are not to be trifled with. If we act too brazenly, we risk drawing calamity upon ourselves. Draw calamity upon ourselves? The voice of the Black Shop Protector resonated with a chilling laugh. Waymaster, your courage has indeed waned. Are you truly so intimidated by a mere lurking figure? He leaned forward, his tone laced with temptation. Should we succeed in this endeavor and please the main sect, the rewards for you and me will be plentiful. A wave of icy dread washed over Wei He. He understood that the Black Shop Protector's mind was resolute. Further persuasion was futile. The Blood Feather sect adhered to strict codes. Defiance of orders led to certain death. Disobedience now would result in immediate demise, while compliance might afford him a few additional days of life. Yet, provoking that celestial master would likely yield a fate far worse than death. A profound sense of despair engulfed him. He felt akin to a rabbit ensnared between two ferocious tigers, with no escape route available. What? Waymaster, do you have objections to my command? The tone of the Black Shop Protector turned frigid, a powerful pressure enveloping the room, making it difficult for Wei He to breathe. Trembling, he fell to his knees, exclaiming, I dare not. I shall heed your orders, esteemed protector. Despair filled his heart. It was over. Everything was lost. The Jiangzhou division seemed destined to be driven headlong into the abyss of annihilation by this Black Shop Protector. And he was merely a wretched soul bound to a war chariot, unable to break free. Excellent, the Black Shop Protector replied with a satisfied nod. Remember, act swiftly and discreetly, yet ensure that your actions strike terror into the hearts of the ignorant masses. Let them tremble in fear. The greater their terror, the more advantageous it will be for our endeavors. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he spoke of the so-called Celestial Master. If he dares to show himself, I would be more than willing to personally escort him to the depths of the Underworld. Go forth, execute this task with finesse. And do not disappoint me. Wei stumbled out of the secluded chamber, feeling his legs weaken, barely able to maintain his balance. He gazed up at the overcast sky, his mind a haze of confusion. The modest sub-forum master is destined to become a casualty in the tempest sweeping through Jiazhou. Stumbling back to his chamber, he summoned several trusted aides. With a hoarse voice, he struggled to convey the orders of the Black Shaman Guardian. Observing the same expressions of fear and confusion on the faces of his loyal subordinates, his heart brimmed with bitterness. So be it, if death is to come. Let it come. Having a few companions to accompany him on the road to the Netherworld would render the journey less solitary. Meanwhile, in a concealed valley cavern, Li Yin gazed upon the initial phase of the Underworld-themed amusement park before him, his face illuminated by a satisfied smile. After several days of meticulous arrangement, the place had undergone a remarkable transformation. The plaque of the Hall of Souls hung high. A bridge of ethereal stone spanned across. Statues of ghostly soldiers stood sentinel. Soul-drawing banners fluttered, and mesmerizing lanterns cast a dim glow. The cavern was filled with chilling winds and a pervasive aura of death, further enhanced by the deliberately crafted details, creating an atmosphere almost indistinguishable from reality. Yes, it is nearly perfect. Li Yin clapped his hands. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the expressions of those who dabble in the supernatural upon encountering his authentic underworld. Chapter 59. The Ghost General emerges deep within the valley, beneath the newly erected archway of the Ghost Gate. Li Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The cold wind swept out from the cavern, causing his robes to billow dramatically. The faade of the Underworld had been established. Now, it was time to engage in more serious matters, he murmured to himself. Hopefully, today's roll of the dice would yield favorable results. Taking a deep breath, Li Yin concentrated, his mind sinking into the sea of consciousness, where a golden, random mount die hovered silently. For days, he had fervently prayed each day, hoping to roll a mount related to the Underworld to align with his grand plans. Regrettably, fate had other designs, yielding only ferocious beasts and celestial creatures with no connection to the Netherrealm. The success of his endeavors hinged on this moment. With bated breath, Li Yin focused intently on the die. It began to spin rapidly, the six faces shimmering with changing lights as countless images of rare birds and mythical beasts flashed by. The brilliance gradually subsided, and the die slowed its rotation. Amidst a low, resonating hum, it came to a halt. An image unlike any Li Yin had ever seen materialized above the die. The design was intricate and fearsome, exuding a chilling aura of dominance, a ghostly general. Astride a skeletal steed, wielding a massive blade, engulfed in ghostly green flames. Ah, splendid. I've struck gold. Li Yin nearly leaped in excitement. He was all too familiar with this image. Within the Nine Heavens inquiry, deep in the realm of the Underworld. It was one of the gatekeepers that had caused him no small amount of trouble during his early explorations, the Yamaghost General. What a boon. What a treasure. It was a rare find, one that he had labored countless times in dungeons to obtain a mount token from. Impatiently, he summoned it forth with a thought. A wave of indescribable chill and malevolence erupted before the ghost gate. The ground seemed to tremble, the surrounding lanterns flickered wildly, and the soul-drawing banners rustled fiercely. Suddenly, a grotesque behemoth, half-human and half-horse, wreathed in ghostly green flames, descended with a thunderous crash. The upper body is that of a formidable warrior adorned with a bronze ghostly helmet. Atop the helmet, several tattered, blood-stained feathers sway gently in the chilling wind. Beneath the ghostly visage, 2 points of eerie green fire burned fiercely in the hollow eye sockets, as if capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Clad in heavy armor forged from dark iron resembling fish scales, wisps of ghostly green flames seep through the crevices of the armor. At the chest, an ancient tiger talisman is embedded, faintly inscribed with the characters for Fengdu, exuding a subtle yet formidable aura. His powerful arms are encircled by several coils of soul-binding chains that glimmer with a cold light. Firmly grasped in his hand is a gleaming crescent blade, the edge of which appears to be stained with dark, congealed blood. Below, his form merges with that of a majestic warhorse. The skeletal structure of the horse intertwines with ethereal energy, its exposed ribs revealing a pulsating, azure heart that radiates an eerie glow. The hooves, crafted from pure dark iron, do not strike the ground with flesh, but instead, with each step, conjure ethereal blood-red flowers that bloom silently before withering away. Its mane, composed entirely of blue flames, dances as if alive in the wind, emanating a chilling aura. Upon the saddle, blue flames likewise burn, exuding an unsettling coldness. A cloak, seemingly woven from blood, flutters at his waist, rustling in the breeze. The moment this infernal general appears, an indescribable and terrifying pressure envelopes the entire valley. The carefully arranged soul-drawing banners and mesmerizing lanterns of Li Yin appear dim in comparison to this overwhelming force. Even the towering gate of the ghostly realm seems diminished in stature before the imposing presence of this ghostly general. The oppressive atmosphere is nearly unbearable. Li Yin swallows hard. Utterly astonished. Viewing this from behind a screen in the game had evoked a sense of awe, but witnessing it firsthand reveals the true horror of its aura. Should this being be unleashed, capturing mere false ghostly officers would be trivial. Even assaulting a county seat would seem feasible. Just as Li Yin is engulfed in shock, the ghostly general atop the steed suddenly stirs. He slowly raises his head, the hollow eye sockets ablaze with ghostly fire, fixing his gaze upon Li Yin. Then, a deep, gravelly voice, resonant like stone, emanates from beneath the ghostly helmet. This humble general, Yujiao, pays his respects to the esteemed lord. As he speaks, his lower half merges with that of the horse, bending one foreleg in a gesture of kneeling. Li Yin, taken aback, watches in astonishment as the ghostly general Yujiao kneels before him. A tempest of thought swirls within him. This steed possesses intelligence? It can articulate speech? While the previous crimson flame lion and the white cloud crane exhibited some sentience, they could only communicate in rudimentary terms. Yet, Yujiao can articulate human speech. Declaring himself a humble general and offering his respects to the Lord. Could it be that the power of faith has infused these data from the game with true life? His thoughts racing, Li Yin cleared his throat, striving to compose himself, and emulating the tone of grand figures from dramatic performances, he spoke in a deep voice. General Yu, please rise. Yama, the ghostly general, straightened his posture, retaining his imposing demeanor as he awaited Li Yan's commands. Li Yan's eyes darted, swiftly analyzing the situation. It appeared that Yu possessed a significantly higher level of intelligence than his previous steed. Could it be attributed to the power of faith? He recalled the items unlocked through faith, as well as the gradual enhancement of his own strength and that of his mount. Was it possible that the power of faith not only unlocked items, but also infused summoned steeds, augmenting their intellect and abilities? This conjecture ignited a fervor within him. Yujiao? Li Yin spoke again, his tone imbued with the authority of a superior, or so he felt. I am at your service, Yuuji responded succinctly and respectfully. Do you comprehend my intent? Li Yin continued to probe. I can sense the thoughts of my lord, and I will comply with everything you say, Yuuji replied. His voice still deep and resonant. Li Yin understood. It seemed that the ghostly general's intellect had indeed increased substantially, yet there remained a certain rigidity, as if bound by some predefined parameters. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous. A being capable of flawlessly executing commands, radiating a formidable presence, was precisely what he required at this moment. Excellent, Li Yin nodded, assuming the role of the lord. Yuujiao, demonstrate your prowess. At your command, the ghostly general affirmed, his crescent blade vibrating in his grasp. In an instant, a blazing green ghostly fire ignited along the blade, emanating a chilling aura of destruction. He swung the crescent blade forward. A crescent-shaped wave of ghostly fire surged forth, cleaving toward a distant boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered with a resounding crash, splintering into countless charred fragments that scattered in all directions. The cut surface gleamed like a mirror, with thin wisps of green ghostly fire lingering, crackling ominously. Remarkable! Li Yin gasped, his eyelids fluttering in astonishment. Instantly, Yu Wujiao's crescent blade quivered, and dark energy surged around him. He thrust the crescent blade into the ground. Domain, activate. In that moment, the ground within a radius of several dozen feet transformed into scorched earth. Countless pale skeletal hands erupted from the ground. As the air thickened with the acrid scents of sulfur and blood, the sky seemed to darken. Howling winds carrying the cries of the damned echoed incessantly. Li Yin felt a bone-chilling aura wash over him, as though he were truly ensnared in the depths of the 9 nether hells. By heavens! A domain skill. Li Yin marveled internally. This spectacle was strikingly reminiscent of unleashing skills in a game. Yuujiu raised his arm, the chains of souls clinking ominously, shooting forth to ensnare a distant withered tree. Solok, he uttered sharply, a pitch-black chain projection suddenly erupting from his palm. The spectral chain, as if imbued with life, swiftly coiled around the withered tree and yanked forcefully. A faint, almost transparent apparition was wrenched from the tree, emitting a silent wail as it was dragged into the palm of the ghostly general, vanishing without a trace. Li Yan's heart tightened at the sight. The art of soul binding specifically targets the spirit. Remarkable. Remarkable. He clapped his hands in admiration. General Yu, can you still summon the Yin soldiers? This was what Li Yin was most concerned about. The ghostly General Yin Luo felt a faint glow emanate from the Fengdu talisman on his chest. In a deep voice, he replied, to answer the esteemed lord, I can summon Yin soldiers using the talisman. However, summoning requires the expenditure of souls. Having just awakened from slumber, my spiritual essence is insufficient for large-scale summoning. He paused, then continued, if enough souls can be gathered, I will be able to summon the Yin soldiers. Li Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Collecting souls to summon the Yin envoys? This premise was all too familiar to him. In the game, the ghostly general would continuously absorb the souls of fallen players during battle, subsequently summoning various minor monsters to aid him in combat. Thus, if I have an ample supply of souls, I can indeed raise a battalion of Yin soldiers? Li Yin contemplated, rubbing his hands together. A brilliant plan began to take shape in his mind. General Yu, please retract your divine powers for now, Li Yin instructed. Yes, esteemed lord, Yuuji responded. As the dark energy surrounding him receded, the terrifying spectral domain dissipated, and the surroundings returned to normalcy. Li Yin gazed at Yuujiao, growing increasingly pleased. This fellow seemed tailor-made for him. He possessed strength, a commanding presence, and, crucially, could assist him in addressing the issues of the Underworld's lower-tier staff. Even more splendidly. Based on his past experiences, once the summoning duration elapsed, any skills or creations manifested would not vanish immediately. For instance, the flames left by the Crimson Flame Demon Lion, or the caverns excavated by the Earth Spirit Bear. This meant that even after Yuujiao's summoning time concluded, as long as I did not actively cancel, the summoned Yin envoys would continue to exist, awaiting my commands. The more Li Yin pondered, the more exhilarated he became. This was akin to a generous offer with lasting benefits. Yuujiao, Li Yin mused for a moment before speaking. I am currently tasked with reorganizing the realms of the Underworld, cleansing the universe of evil spirits, and I am in need of capable individuals. Are you willing to lend me your strength? Yuujiu knelt again, his voice resonant as a bell. I am willing to serve the esteemed lord with my life. I shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I entrust you with your first mission. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Follow me to a certain location, where we shall capture a few impostors masquerading as Yin invoice, disturbing the balance of Yin and Yang. I intend to show the world what true underworld enforcement looks like. He had already selected his first target for establishing authority, the village of Haifengku, notorious for its sinister reputation and public outcry. It was said that there, Yin soldiers paraded with ghostly palanquins night after night, and several households had inexplicably lost their able-bodied members, causing widespread fear and resentment. Perfect for making an example, to strike fear into others while also retrieving some Yin invoice. Chapter 60. Underworld Enforcement Haifengku. The moon was obscured, and the wind howled. In the forest, Li Yin crouched atop a sprawling ancient tree, his figure nearly blending into the night. He had been lying in wait for nearly 2 hours, his patience akin to that of the most seasoned hunter. At this moment, the village known as Black Wind Pass lies enveloped in eerie silence. Occasionally, the faint sound of barking dogs punctuates the stillness, imbued with a sense of suppressed terror, quickly swallowed by the profound darkness. Ah, these fellows do make quite an entrance, Li Yin mused as he peered through the gaps in the foliage, observing the gradually clarifying dim green lights along the distant mountain path. A chilling wind swept through, rustling the dry leaves on the ground with a whispering sound. This wind carried an air of deliberate artifice, distinctly unnatural. From afar, a faint scraping noise of chains dragging upon the earth mingled with muffled cries that seemed to rise from the depths of despair. The village, already sealed tight, remained shrouded in silence, not daring to light a single lamp. Only the trembling fear pervaded the atmosphere. A procession of figures finally emerged slowly from around the bend of the mountain path. The foremost among them brandished lanterns, emitting a ghastly green glow. The lanterns flickered in the night breeze, casting shadows of the surrounding trees that appeared as if they were clawing demons. How inferior the phosphorescence is! Li Yin thought with a grimace, easily discerning the source of the green light. As the group drew near, illuminated by the sickly lantern light, Li Yin scrutinized their appearances. There were about a dozen spectral soldiers clad in tattered armor, rusted and worn, their faces smeared with thick white powder, eyes darkened, and lips a ghastly red, rendering them particularly grotesque under the ghastly illumination. They wielded equally rusted weapons, a hodgepodge of spears, crude blades, and iron rods. Behind them, several figures bound with coarse ropes and gagged with cloth stumbled along, clearly alive, yet treated as if they were specters. Such poor acting and rudimentary props. Li Yin shook his head in disapproval. These so-called spectral soldiers moved with a lack of substance, their breaths chaotic, devoid of the ominous stillness and dread that should accompany the emissaries of the underworld, particularly the burly ghost general at the forefront, whose presence was laden not only with a strong stench of blood, but also an acrid smell of inferior medicinal concoctions. No wonder, he thought, this scent is overwhelmingly pungent. Which underworld envoy carries such a repugnant odor of spoiled herbs? As the procession of spectral soldiers was about to escort the supposed ghosts onto a narrow path leading deeper into the mountains, Li Yin realized he could wait no longer. He glanced at his attire, a set of garments designated for the role of a netherworld patrol officer. The armor was a deep, shadowy black, adorned at the shoulders and heart guard with menacingly carved demonic faces. A faint, almost imperceptible dark luminescence swirled around him like rippling water, inconspicuous, yet exuding an undeniable air of authority. It was perfectly suited for the role he was about to assume. Taking a deep breath, Li Yin stepped forth from the shadowy canopy of the trees. He made no effort to conceal his presence, abruptly appearing atop a massive stone beside the mountain path, gazing down upon the astonished spectral soldiers from his elevated position. The ghost general at the forefront was the first to react, abruptly lifting his head. Under the ghastly green light, his face, painted in a grotesque blend of blue and white, appeared unnaturally twisted. "Who goes there?" he bellowed, though his voice trembled slightly. Li Yin disregarded the inquiry, merely fixing his cold gaze upon them, as if observing a troop of foolish jesters. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he issued a command to the ghostly General Yen Luo within his consciousness. "General Yu, let them open their eyes." "As you command, my lord." The deep, resonant voice of Yu Wujiao echoed within Li Yin's mind. In the next instant, an indescribable aura of terror erupted violently from behind Li Yin. The ground beneath Li Yin and Yu Wujiao trembled violently within a radius of several dozen feet. The ghost realm, arise? The lower half of Yu Wujiao, fused with that of a steed, struck the ground heavily, producing a thunderous roar. In an instant, the world spun chaotically. The surroundings twisted and changed color rapidly, as though ink were thrown into water. The original mountains and paths vanished without a trace. Before him lay a charred expanse of cracked earth. Countless pale hands and bones abruptly emerged from the ground, clawing futilely at the air. The atmosphere became saturated with a pungent blend of sulfur and the metallic scent of blood, inducing nausea. The sky turned a dark crimson, as if endless blood clouds were swirling above. A fierce wind howled, and the anguished cries of spirits reverberated from all directions, piercing through the soul. The ghostly soldiers carrying the eerie green lanterns had never encountered such a spectacle. The leading ghost general's face lost its color as the powdery makeup crumbled away. His legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his lantern rolling aside, flickering green light before extinguishing. His mouth gaped wide in terror. Unable to articulate a single coherent word, his eyes reflecting sheer dread. The remaining ghostly soldiers fared even worse. They were mere puppets, crudely manipulated corpses. And under the onslaught of the sudden, terrifying ghost realm, they could hardly move. Their weapons clattered to the ground as their bodies stiffened and fell backward, resembling limp, boneless husks. Only the pitiful villagers, bound as ghosts, were also paralyzed with fear. They stared wide-eyed at the horrifying scene before them, akin to a deity of the underworld descending upon them, with the figure standing atop a massive stone, exuding an aura of dark luminescence. "What audacity you possess!" Li Yin finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it bore an uncanny power that resonated clearly in the ears of every soul amidst the cacophony of wails. "Dare you impersonate a grim reaper, abducting souls and disrupting the balance of yin and yang? Do you comprehend the penalty you face?" The ghost general, sprawled on the ground, trembled violently, a dark stain rapidly spreading from his trousers, emitting a foul stench. He wished to plead for mercy, but found his tongue had turned stiff, rendering him utterly voiceless. Li Yan's gaze swept over the fallen corpses before resting upon the bound villagers. He raised his hand, and an invisible force brushed over them, causing the cloth gags in their mouths to fall away. "I am the enforcer of the underworld. Today, I patrol this area to apprehend all malevolent spirits, to restore order to yin and yang. You are deeply guilty, and today marks your demise." Upon hearing the title of the Underworld Enforcer, the leading ghost general turned pale, his eyes brimming with despair. It was over. This time, he was truly doomed. At that moment, in the distant village of Haifengku, a few intrepid villagers, stirred by the tremendous commotion, cautiously peeked out with their hoes and machetes, emboldened by the apparent turmoil of the fearsome spectral soldiers. Upon witnessing the eerie scorched earth of the ghost domain and the imposing figure of Li Yin, exuding an aura of dread akin to that of a deity, they were seized by terror, their legs trembling, nearly collapsing to their knees. Li Yin cast a sweeping gaze over the onlookers and the recently rescued victims, who were still shaken by the ordeal. He cleared his throat, elevating his voice so that all could hear. "This is the enforcement of the Netherworld, escorting the guilty souls to justice. These malevolent beings, masquerading as underworld officials, have brought chaos to our land and must be punished. Villagers, disperse swiftly, lest you disturb the order of the Netherworld." Without further ado, he gestured towards the impostors, and Yu Wujiao understood, bringing his crescent blade down forcefully upon the ground. "Reclaim." In an instant, the vast ghostly domain began to contract, drawing in the terrifying sights of scorched earth, skeletal remains, blood clouds, and sinister winds as if pulled by an unseen hand towards Yu Wujiao and the bound criminals. The captured fiends and their undead minions, along with the very land beneath them, succumbed to a powerful force, twisting and ultimately transforming into radiant streams of light, vanishing into Yu Wujiao's colossal form, as though they had been dragged into another realm. This was, of course, the effect of the ghost domain's power. Those ensnared within it, unable to escape in time, would be momentarily devoured and suffer continual harm. The striking scene of their vanishing was precisely what Li Yin desired. Having completed this task, Li Yin retrieved a prepared instant vanishing talisman from his robes, a mere low-tier escape device that, when activated, would emit a brilliant light and smoke, leaving behind an afterimage while the true self would randomly flee a short distance away. As the brilliance faded and the smoke dissipated, the impostors and the underworld enforcers had long since vanished, as if they had never existed. Only the faint scent of sulfur lingered in the air, alongside the scorched earth, a reminder of the chaos that had just unfolded. On the mountain path, an eerie silence reigned. The rescued villagers and those arriving from afar found themselves ensnared in the awe-inspiring spectacle, unable to regain their composure. "Oh, divine beings!" One rescued villager was the first to snap back to reality, collapsing to his knees in the direction where Li Yin had disappeared, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, esteemed enforcer, for saving my life. Thank you." His act of kneeling triggered a cascade, as the other villagers awakened to their senses, hurriedly following suit. Bowing fervently towards the now empty boulder, desperately expressing their gratitude. The divine has manifested. Those wretched impostors have finally been taken away. A grieving mother, having lost her son, wept inconsolably, her cries echoing with heart-wrenching sorrow. Oh, my child, if only you knew in the afterlife, you could finally rest. Fear, shock, relief, and gratitude intertwined within the hearts of the villagers. They had only heard tales of the illustrious Xuanqiang Yunzijinjuan manifesting divine presence and the formidable Ishui Fumo general subduing demons. Little did they expect the emergence of such a formidable and terrifying enforcer of the underworld. The events that transpired tonight at Haifengyu were destined to spread like wildfire. Swiftly reaching distant lands. Deep within the forest, Li Yin and Yu Wujio had already stealthily retreated. How was my performance? Li Yin wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead and queried Yu Wujio beside him. Yu Wujio's eyes, ablaze with infernal fire, shifted toward him. And a deep voice resonated. My lord, your divine might is unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Li Yin smirked. All right, enough flattery. This act tonight was quite successful. Not only did it intimidate the nefarious, save lives, but it also conveniently boosted our reputation. More importantly, the ghostly domain skill of Yin Luo General Yu Wujio indeed proved advantageous. After some time, when I release them, they will likely suffer immensely, which will serve well for interrogation to uncover who is truly orchestrating these schemes. His primary concern remained. What became of those individuals we captured? Reporting to my lord, Yu Wujiao replied, the leader still clings to life, while the others are too weak in spirit and can only be conscripted as low-tiering soldiers. Oh, Li Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. They can still be of use? His spirit soared. This night not only established his authority and intimidated the wicked, but it also allowed him to recruit the first batch of free labor for the underworld. More significantly, the reactions of the rescued villagers and witnesses ignited a flicker of hope for a resurgence of faith. Let us return to our underworld, General Yu, and thoroughly interrogate the survivors to see if we can extract any valuable information. With a buoyant heart, Li Yin led his ghostly general towards the hidden valley. Chapter 61. The recruitment of souls. As Li Yin stepped into the sorrowful hall he had personally overseen, a chilling, damp atmosphere enveloped him. He had meticulously renovated it to mirror the depiction of the underworld from memories of his past life as dramas. Ethereal green lanterns, transformed from mesmerizing lights, hung from the cave ceiling, casting dim, flickering illumination. On either side of the stone walls, obscure murals depicting patrolling ghost soldiers and tormented demons were painted with a mysterious mineral powder, rough yet imbued with an eerie aura. Directly ahead stood a high platform constructed from massive stones. Atop this platform rested a broad stone chair, its back intricately carved with a fearsome beast visage. A throne Li Yin had prepared for himself as the king of hell. He sat regally upon the stone chair, his fingers gently tapping the armrest, though somewhat rudimentary. The ambience is quite fitting. General Yu, Li Yin spoke softly. A surge of dark energy enveloped him as the imposing figure of Yin Luo General Yu Wujia materialized silently. Kneeling on one knee, my lord. Release those materials, Li Yin commanded. As you wish, Yu Wuji responded, rising and striking the ground with his crescent blade. The tiger talisman emblazoned with the characters for Fengdu on his chest glimmered faintly. Then, he extended his hollow left hand, where swirling black energy surged forth, resembling a vortex in perpetual motion. Thud, thud. A multitude of figures, as if expelled from the depths of despair, tumbled onto the frigid ground of the Sanluo Hall from the inky vortex. These were the corpse puppets of the Bloodfeather sect, previously devoured by Yu Wujio within the realm of the ghostly. They lay sprawled haphazardly, their tattered armors accentuating their disheveled state, while the white powder smeared upon their faces mingled with dirt, creating a scene of utter disarray. The eyes of these corpse puppets were tightly shut, their breath non-existent, resembling lifeless entities. Li Yin observed with keen interest, eager to discern how Yu Wujiao transformed these puppets into genuine spectral soldiers. Yu Wujiao approached the lifeless forms, the infernal flames flickering beneath his ghostly helmet. He extended his right hand, clad in dark iron gauntlets, fingers splayed towards one of the corpse puppets. Command, he intoned in a low voice. A concentrated, ethereal green flame shot forth from his palm, searing itself into the puppet's brow like a branding iron. The corpse puppets writhed violently in the grip of the ghostly flames, their surfaces releasing tendrils of dark mist that were consumed by the fire, emitting a faint hissing sound. Gradually, their forms began to transform amidst the flames. The once ragged garments were incinerated, replaced by sets of standardized, obsidian-hued spectral armor. each emblazoned with a blurred ghostly insignia upon the chest. The rusted weapons they held turned to ash, coalescing instead into gleaming ghost iron polearms and blades. This metamorphosis was fraught with indescribable agony. Yet, as the ghostly flames seared them, the vacant stares of the corpse puppets slowly shifted from a state of stupor to reveal two flickering, faintly glowing azure flames. After a prolonged moment, the ghostly fire gradually receded and ultimately extinguished. A dozen spectral soldiers, clad in dark armor and wielding ghostly iron weapons, stood silently in the hall. Though they emanated a chilling aura, the repugnant malevolence of the previous corpse puppets had vanished, replaced instead by a sense of order and solemnity. Could these be the low-tier spectral soldiers? Li Yin mused, stroking his chin as he scrutinized them. These newly formed spectral soldiers, when compared to Yu Wujiao, were lacking in presence. Their armor, though intact, did not possess the exquisite intricacy of Yu Wujiao's. The weapons they wielded were mere standard issue. Yet, Li Yin sensed within them a peculiar energy, akin to the ghostly flames that enveloped Yu Wujiao, albeit far more tenuous. Moreover, these spectral soldiers appeared capable of shifting their forms. At times, their figures solidified, indistinguishable from ordinary beings, their armor and weapons exuding a metallic texture. At other moments, their bodies became somewhat ethereal, as if composed of a delicate mist, their weapons shrouded in a subtle halo of light. General Yu, what is the nature of their state? Li Yin inquired. To answer you, my lord, Yu Wuji replied solemnly, this is the inherent state of spectral soldiers. The solid form can inflict harm upon the material world, while the ethereal form can engage with the souls of the deceased, exerting additional restraint upon them. Li Yin nodded, finding this arrangement quite practical. What of their intelligence? He pressed further. Yu Wuji responded, due to insufficient spectral essence, their intelligence is rudimentary, retaining only fragments of their former obsessions from life, predominantly the horrors they endured at the time of their demise. Upon hearing this, Li Yin cast his gaze over the newly arisen spectral soldiers. The newly awakened spectral warriors no longer exhibited the vacant gaze of mere puppets, but rather displayed a multitude of complex emotions. There lingered an endless resentment towards the injustices they suffered in life, a profound bewilderment at their current circumstances, and an instinctual reverence towards Li Yin, who sat regally upon his throne, alongside the fearsome and imposing figure of Yu Wujiao. It seemed they retained fragments of crucial memories. Within their minds, vivid recollections of their brutal demise at the hands of malevolent beings, their souls ensnared and transformed into soulless husks, flashed back like haunting nightmares. One spectral warrior, in a daze, raised his hand to observe his palm, encased in dark iron armor, filled with confusion. He recalled being a simple farmer in his village, only to be brutally slain for uncovering the secrets of those wicked beings, after which he had lost all awareness. Another spectral warrior trembled as memories surged of being captured by those malevolent entities, imprisoned in a dark dungeon, forced to consume foul concoctions daily, feeling his body gradually stiffen and lose sensation. Some vaguely remembered being manipulated by an eerie chime, compelled against their will to commit heinous acts against their own kin. These fragmented memories pierced their lingering consciousness like sharp blades. As they looked around in confusion, upon seeing Li Yin, who sat with an air of solemn authority, radiating a dim yet powerful aura, in the menacing presence of the ghostly General Yu Wuji beside him, an instinct rooted deep within their souls compelled them to act. With a collective thud, several newly awakened spectral warriors knelt in unison, their foreheads pressed against the cold ground, their bodies trembling slightly. Li Yin felt a stirring within. These spectral warriors had likely been innocent victims in life, wrongfully slain by vile beings, transformed into puppets, unable to find peace in death. Now, although they had become spectral warriors under Yu Wujiao's command, in a sense, they had also escaped the grip of that malevolent binding. Very well. Since they have become subjects under my command, I must provide them with an explanation, Li Yin mused. Clearing his throat, he rose slowly from the throne, an intangible authority emanating from him. He regarded them with a steady and commanding voice. Do you know where you are? And how you came to be here? A profound silence enveloped the spectral warriors. No one answered. Their eyes were filled only with confusion. You were all virtuous in life, yet fell victim to treacherous beings, transformed into puppets, your souls unable to find rest. Li Yin spoke gently, his voice imbued with a hint of compassion. He believed this to be true. I am the law enforcement envoy of the Underworld, dispatched by the Lord of the Netherworld to patrol this realm and apprehend evil spirits. He paused, casting his gaze over the assembled spectral warriors. Regrettably, your souls have suffered irreparable damage and can no longer enter the cycle of reincarnation. I see that you harbor resentment and unfulfilled desires. Therefore, I extend my grace to you, transforming your lingering attachments into spectral warriors, now under my command. In the days to come, you shall accompany me in capturing the forces of evil, punishing the wicked, avenging the wrongfully slain, and accumulating merit. When the day of merit is complete, perhaps your grievances will be alleviated, allowing you to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation and live anew. Li Yan's words, half-truths but delivered with unwavering resolve, resonated with undeniable authority. Upon hearing these words, the newly awakened specters gradually ignited a faint glimmer of light in their hollow eyes. Though their intellect was limited and their memories fragmented, the haunting phrases of being wronged, of having restless souls, of pursuing malevolent spirits, and of re-entering the cycle of reincarnation profoundly stirred their lingering obsessions. An inexplicable emotion surged within their chests, a blend of resentment, unwillingness, and a flicker of relief mixed with hope. One of the specters lifted his head, gazing at Li Yan with eyes ablaze in ethereal blue flames. His voice rasping as it escaped his throat. "Thank you for your grace, my lord." This utterance seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The other specters echoed with indistinct words of gratitude. "Your kindness is overwhelming. We pledge our service to you." Although their speech was fragmented and lacked coherence, the genuine reverence and appreciation emanating from their very souls were unmistakably real. They may not grasp the complexities of existence, yet they understood that it was this adjudicator before them who had bestowed upon them a new identity and a renewed purpose. It instilled within these wronged spirits a glimmer of vengeful hope, a possibility of liberation. Li Yan regarded the kneeling specters below with a silent nod of approval. The effect was commendable. Evidently, this moment of persuasion, nay, this moment of enlightenment, had borne fruit. Excellent. He raised a hand to signal them to rise. "From this day forth, you shall serve as my specters, dutifully fulfilling your responsibilities and not disappointing my expectations." "Yes, my lord," they responded in unison. Their voices still hoarse yet markedly clearer than before, infused with a newfound vigor, or perhaps, one could say, a ghostly essence. Li Yan nodded in satisfaction. The timing was right. He turned his gaze to Yu Wujiao. "General Yu, your humble servant is here. Lead them to familiarize themselves with their new environment, allowing them to comprehend what the true gates of the Underworld entail and what the authentic path to the Yellow Springs represents. Furthermore, it is time for the culprits behind their plight to make an appearance." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Yan's eyes. Those corpses were mere tools. The true culprits were the malevolent beings manipulating them. "Understood," Yu Wujiao affirmed, then turned to the newly awakened specters, commanding, "Follow me." The specters, upon receiving the order, silently rose and trailed behind the imposing figure of Yu Wujiao, marching in unison with heavy, deliberate steps toward the outer realms of the Sun Luo Hall. Their silhouettes soon vanished into the passage leading to the ethereal stone bridge. Inside the Sun Luo Hall, silence reclaimed its dominion. Li Yan remained seated upon the cold stone chair, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. The grand performance was just beginning. He could already envision the expressions of those self-important malevolent beings when they were released from Yu Wujiao's domain, witnessing firsthand the genuine gates of the Underworld, the path to the Yellow Springs, and the fearsome presence of the King of Hell alongside a legion of obedient specters awaiting commands. "I hope your mental fortitude proves resilient," Li Yan mused to himself. Before long, Yu Wujiao returned. "My lord, the specters have assembled outside the gates of the Underworld." Li Yan nodded slightly. "Very well. Bring those few survivors to the Gate of Ghosts and let them have a good look. I want them to understand what true professionalism entails." Chapter 62. The Soul's End at Niha. The night was as dark as ink. The Gate of Ghosts, meticulously constructed by Li Yan, appeared even more grotesque and terrifying under the dim moonlight, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast eager to devour. Yu Wuji received Li Yan's decree, and the ancient Fengdu talisman hanging from his chest emitted a faint glow. Immediately, his hollow left palm surged with dark energy, resembling a swirling black vortex. Several disheveled figures were violently expelled from this obsidian whirlpool, crashing onto the cold ground before the archway of the Gate of Ghosts. They were the blood-feather demons of the Blood-Feather sect, previously captured by the ghost general Yu Wujiao in the Blackwind Pass. In this moment, their earlier bravado had vanished entirely. Each was clad in tattered garments, drenched in blood, their faces smeared with paint now rendered a disheveled mess by sweat and grime, akin to those who had narrowly escaped the clutches of a vengeful spirit. Their breaths were shallow, their eyes filled with utter terror and weakness, clearly being eroded by the malevolent energies within Yu Wujiao's ghostly realm, as if countless invisible needles were repeatedly piercing their souls and bodies. Despite their usual ruthlessness, They had been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, barely clinging to life. The leader of the demons struggled to lift his head, letting out a faint groan. Upon setting his gaze upon the towering archway, over 10 meters high, entirely black and adorned with countless grotesque carvings of ghostly heads, his pupils constricted in horror. At the center of the archway, 3 blood-red characters, Gate of Ghosts, emanated a chilling light, as if countless vengeful spirits were howling within. An indescribable sense of majesty and terror crashed down upon his heart like a mountain. Gate of Ghosts! He screamed, his voice hoarse and ragged. The remaining demons, still partially lucid, struggled to raise their heads. The archway radiating an overwhelming authority and a deathly silence, along with the dozens of ghostly soldiers clad in dark armor. Wielding hellish weapons and shrouded in ghostly mist, stood silently in formation, invading their minds like the most terrifying nightmare. No, this can't be. Where is this place? The ghost soldiers are real. Fear surged through them like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly washing away their last vestiges of sanity. These demons, who had masqueraded as ghostly enforcers, believing themselves masters of the Underworld, found the scene before them far beyond their comprehension. The chilling Gate of Ghosts. The imposing array of ghostly soldiers, the bone-deep cold and pressure, all indicated that they had truly arrived at the fabled Underworld. Gulp. Someone, trembling, swallowed hard, the sound echoing eerily in the still air. Then, an unpleasant stench began to waft through the atmosphere. Several demons, utterly terrified, soiled themselves on the spot, their pants quickly darkening in a pitiful display. In the midst of their horrified gazes, the fearsome figure of Yin Luo Gui loomed before the gates of the Underworld, resembling a mountain in stature. In his grasp, the gleaming crescent blade glinted ominously under the pallid moonlight, casting a chilling radiance. Take them across, his voice, heavy as the grinding of stone, devoid of any emotion, swept through the hearts of the demons like a chilling breeze from the depths of the abyss. No, no, I do not wish to enter. Spare me. Please, my lord, spare me. The demon leader emitted a wretched cry, desperately attempting to crawl backward, yet his limbs betrayed him. Rendered limp and powerless, 2 spectral soldiers advanced, their movements stiff yet imbued with formidable strength, each seizing a demon, now as feeble as clay, dragging him toward the unfathomable depths of the gates of the Underworld. Passing through the towering and ominous archway, they found themselves on a winding stone path, paved with an unknown black stone that exuded a subtle chill. Alongside the path stood numerous soul-guiding banners, their surfaces fluttering silently in the ghostly wind, the runes upon them flickering with an eerie red glow. Every few paces, a soul-luring lantern was lit, its ghostly green light flickering uncertainly, casting the surroundings into an even more terrifying visage. The air was thick with the scent of decay and despair. This is the road to the Yellow Springs. A demon, aware of the whispers surrounding the realm of the dead, trembled, his voice quaking like a leaf in the wind. Are we truly dead? No one answered him. Only the clanking of armor as the spectral soldiers dragged them forward, along with their own ragged and despairing breaths, filled the silence. Those statues of ghostly soldiers, meticulously arranged by Li Yan, now appeared all the more vivid and real, accentuated by the terrifying aura emanating from Yan Wu Jiao and the newly recruited spectral soldiers, who radiated genuine malevolence. They seemed poised to spring to life, ready to tear any wandering soul to shreds. The demon leader was dragged at the forefront by 2 spectral soldiers, struggling to suppress his fear. Yet his eyes darted about uncontrollably. He noticed a soul-guiding banner stained with dark red blood, and a soul-luring lantern that bore a faint, weeping visage upon its cover. Such details tightened the already fraying nerves of his mind. Spare me, spare me. He could no longer endure the weight of his dread. His voice hoarse as he cried out, Great Immortal, spare me. Divine Lord, spare me. I, a mere mortal, failed to recognize your magnificence and have offended a true deity. I shall never dare again. I beg of you, grant me mercy. His cries echoed along the desolate road to the Yellow Springs, resounding with a heart-rending wail. Yet, the only response he received was the silent, frigid dragging of the spectral soldiers. After a time, a petite stone arch bridge appeared ahead. The bridge was shrouded in darkness, its surface slick with moss. Beneath it flowed not clear waters, but a roiling mass of thick black mist. Within that blackness, vague white figures struggled and surfaced, accompanied by faint, haunting cries and wails that emanated from the depths, sending shivers down the spine. Is this the bridge of helplessness? Beneath it lies the river of forgetfulness? The demonic beings stood before the chilling sight, their fear peaking. As the first of them was dragged by the spectral soldiers onto the frigid netherstone bridge, he stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Looking down, he saw the bridge surface etched with countless grotesque depictions of malevolent spirits, their cold gazes seemingly alive, fixated upon him. Beneath the bridge, the dark river churned with a billowing black mist, as if countless invisible hands sought to pull him into an endless abyss. I do not wish to die. I refuse to descend into hell. Release me. Overwhelmed by terror, this demon's mind shattered. With a heart-rending scream, he broke free from the spectral soldier's grasp and turned to flee. Attempting to escape, a chilling voice echoed from behind. Yinluo, the Ghost King, had appeared at the bridge's threshold, his soul-binding chain darting forth like a venomous serpent, striking him viciously across the back. Crack! The sound reverberated. The demon howled in agony as the lash tore through flesh, revealing bone beneath. Tendrils of green flame ignited, gnawing at his very essence. Like a kite severed from its string, he lunged forward, blood gushing from his mouth, his body convulsing violently, eyes filled with despair. The remaining demons, witnessing this horrific scene, were paralyzed with fear, no longer daring to make a single move. They could only shuffle forward, like mere husks, dragged along by the spectral soldiers across the bridge that seemed to lead directly to hell. With every step, an icy chill surged from their feet, penetrating to the crown of their heads, as if their very souls were being frozen. Amidst the swirling black mist below, indistinct ghostly figures flickered by, letting out bone-chilling howls, seeming poised to drag them into the abyss at any moment. Though the stone bridge was not long for them, it felt infinitely more protracted than a lifetime. Upon finally being dragged across the bridge and arriving at the open space before the Hall of Yama, they collapsed, utterly spent, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, as if they had just emerged from the depths of a river. Fear had firmly taken root in their hearts. Having personally traversed the gates of hell, the road to the underworld, and the bridge of helplessness, they held no doubts about the existence of the underworld. Here, indeed, lay the true realm of the afterlife. Chapter 63. Souls in terror inside the Hall of Yama. A chilling wind howled. The spectral soldiers roughly dragged several members of the Bloodfeather sect, stumbling into the hall. The dim light within was illuminated only by a few suspended green lanterns, casting an eerie, flickering glow. The cold stone walls bore indistinct murals that twisted in the light, as if the tormented souls were on the verge of breaking free from their confines. The air was thick with a rancid chill and the stench of decay, inducing nausea. On either side of the grand hall stood the armored spectral soldiers who had escorted them, now standing in rigid formation, their infernal weapons shimmering with an ominous light, resembling silent statues that exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Upon the elevated dais above the grand hall, a figure sat regally upon a broad stone chair intricately carved with the visages of fearsome beasts. This silhouette was enveloped in a dim, ethereal glow, rendering its features indistinct, yet emanating an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. Its gaze pierced the hearts of onlookers like twin blades. This was none other than Li Yin, masquerading as the enforcer of the underworld. Beside him stood Yinluo, the formidable ghost general, his imposing and menacing form shrouded in swirling, eerie green flames and dense malevolence, which seemed almost tangible, suffocating those nearby. Before Li Yin could utter a word, the leader of the rogues collapsed to the ground, disregarding his own injuries as he fervently bowed before Li Yin in the hall. His forehead struck the cold stone floor with a resounding thud. "Spare me, O esteemed enforcer. I am but a fool who failed to recognize the great mountain and have offended the true deity. I beseech you, show mercy." As he prostrated himself, tears flowed freely, his voice imbued with boundless remorse and terror. "I will confess. I will reveal everything. I only ask for a chance to atone for my sins." He had resigned himself to his fate. The gates of hell, the road to the Yellow Springs, the Hall of Yama, and this menacing ghost general. Along with the unfathomable enforcer before him, none of these were within the realm of his understanding. He had no doubt that should he utter even a single word of defiance or conceal any truth, his fate would be far worse than death. In a desperate attempt to avoid suffering, clinging to the faint hope of reincarnation, he resolved to divulge everything he knew. The other rogues shared the same sentiment, fearing that any delay would result in even more dreadful punishments, and they hastily began to speak in turn. "My lord, we hail from the Bloodfeather sect's Jiangzhou branch. We are under the command of the Ukinzi, the leader of the branch, sent by the Black Shop Protector. The Protector instructed us to create chaos here, to abduct living souls, claiming it was to test the true nature of the recently famed Xuanxun Yunzi Jinjiwen of Qinghe County. The longevity elixirs and beauty powders require a vast quantity of living souls and essence to concoct." They spoke in a cacophony, eager to outpace one another. Seeing his subordinates clamoring to speak, the rogue leader, fearing he might miss his chance to shine, interjected swiftly. "O esteemed enforcer, you must see. The Black Shop Protector also said that if the Xuanqiong Yunzi Jinjuan possesses any true abilities, he will draw him out. For the Protector has his means to deal with him. As for the abducted living souls, part will be used to concoct longevity elixirs and beauty powders, while the rest will be offered to the main sect as a sacrifice to forge even more powerful malevolent artifacts. Upon hearing these words, Li Yan's gaze sharpened. The names Bloodfeather Sect, Jiangzhou Branch, Black Shop Protector, the testing of Xuanqiong Yunzi Jinjuan, the abduction of living souls for alchemy, and the sacrificial offerings to the main sect flooded his mind. He lightly tapped his fingers against the armrest, his eyes, like daggers, bore into the rogue leader. You of the Bloodfeather Sect possess tremendous audacity. The Xuanqiong Yunzi Jinjuan is a celestial being from the upper realm. Not a mere cultist such as yourselves can hope to probe. The abduction of living souls and the concoction of malevolent elixirs are utterly intolerable and deserving of severe punishment. An icy fury laced his voice. The leader of the demonic beings felt the murderous intent in Li Yan's tone and trembled in fear, hastily bowing his head like a drum. Great Enforcer, please quell your anger. I am but a humble servant, merely following orders, without any autonomy. The regulations of the Bloodfeather Sect are exceedingly strict. To defy them would result in a fate worse than death. In a desperate bid for survival, he hurriedly divulged the inner workings of the Bloodfeather Sect. What you may not know, Great Enforcer, is that our Jiangzhou branch is merely one of the many divisions of the Bloodfeather Sect in the southern Chu Kingdom. The branch leader, Yuchenzi Wei He, appears virtuous and claims to be a disciple of the Daoist sect, yet he is ruthless and specializes in concocting various wicked elixirs using living beings. He commands 4 chief stewards, each responsible for gathering herbs, refining pills, imparting teachings, and safeguarding the sect. The black-clad guardian sent here is a formidable expert dispatched by the main sect to urge the Jiangzhou branch to expedite the collection of medicinal materials and investigate the matter concerning the true monarch of the Xuanqiong Cloud Marsh. Another slightly more astute demon quickly added, My lord, I also possess knowledge of some secret strongholds of the Bloodfeather Sect. Aside from the publicly visible Daoist sect temple in the southern part of Jiangzhou City, there lies an abandoned charity house near the western outskirts of the city, which serves as a site for crafting corpse puppets and storing materials. In the territories of Cangzhou and Liizhou, we also have our branches, which typically disguise themselves as merchants or physicians, secretly abducting people and collecting living souls. These demons, in their desperation to survive, revealed all that they knew without reservation. They eagerly recounted how the Bloodfeather Sect deceived the ignorant populace into consuming the Qingfu sleeping heartworm, allowing them to be controlled by the melodies of the mingling score after death, transforming into mindless corpse puppets. They further detailed how they abducted boys and girls, referring to them as Yangyin and Yingtai, using them to concoct the so-called longevity pills and beauty powders. Li Yan listened quietly to their confessions, his expression growing increasingly grim. These miscreants acted with such moral depravity, surpassing even the true malevolence of genuine evil. Abducting living souls, crafting wicked elixirs, controlling corpse puppets, every single act was enough to warrant their demise 1,000 times over. He had initially thought that he was merely dealing with insignificant thieves engaging in trickery, but he had not anticipated the involvement of such a nefarious organization as the Bloodfeather Sect. This was no ordinary conflict among the populace. It was the true malevolence of a cult wreaking havoc. Li Yan's voice turned icy, devoid of any emotion. The crimes you have committed are beyond enumeration. Today, I shall enact divine punishment on behalf of heaven, ensuring your souls are scattered and you never attain rebirth. As soon as he finished speaking, he slightly nodded at Yuwuju. Understanding the signal, Yuwuju's eyes ignited with a ghostly fire. He extended his massive hand, clad in dark iron gauntlets, with swirling black energy in his palm, aimed at the several demons crumpled on the ground. Ah, no. Great Enforcer, spare us. The piercing screams abruptly ceased. Yuwuju forcibly extracted several twisted souls from the bodies of the demons, each filled with boundless terror, howling as he absorbed them into his palm, transforming them into sustenance for his own power. The bodies, now devoid of souls, collapsed onto the ground like deflated balloons. With a flick of his wrist, a ball of ghostly green fire materialized out of thin air, descending upon the lifeless forms. The infernal flames blazed fiercely, swiftly consuming the wicked corporeal forms until not a trace of ash remained, leaving no potential for future repercussions. Having completed this grim task, Yuwuju silently retreated to Li Yan's side, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial errand. Inside the hall of Sinluo, an oppressive silence descended once more. Li Yan surveyed the empty chamber, yet his heart bore no semblance of joy. The actions of the Blood Feather sect sent a chill coursing through him. He had only just come to the realization that he had previously underestimated the complexity of this world. Here, there existed not only martial masters but also profoundly malevolent practitioners. And now, he found himself inadvertently ensnared in this vortex. It appeared that the affairs of the underworld could no longer be postponed. He murmured to himself. He cast a glance at Yuwuju, and a singular thought crystallized in his mind. This formidable ghost general was his most effective ally at present and the linchpin of his underworld ambitions. However, this summoned ghost general was bound by a time limit. After a day, Yuwuju would vanish. This posed a significant disadvantage to his long-term plans. He must devise a means to secure Yuwuju, or rather, to anchor this ghost general. Only in doing so could his makeshift underworld truly commence its operations, instilling fear in the nefarious and amassing sufficient faith to bolster his defenses. Li Yan's gaze deepened, resolute in his determination. He understood that many tasks lay ahead. Chapter 64. A nation's attention: the deeds of the underworld's law enforcement official, who revealed himself to vanquish the impostors posing as spectral agents and to rescue innocent villagers, spread like wildfire, reaching Black Wind Pass and the surrounding towns overnight. The liberated villagers, along with those who witnessed the terrifying ghostly domain and the imposing law enforcer, embellished their accounts with fervor, painting a picture of the extraordinary. In no time, tales regarding the underworld, spectral agents, and the retribution of good and evil proliferated. The populace held the enigmatic law enforcement official in profound reverence. Finally grasping a crucial truth. The recent disturbances that had incited widespread anxiety were not genuine specters demanding souls, but rather wicked beings masquerading under the guise of the underworld, engaging in malevolent deeds. The thought that they had nearly fallen victim to these heartless fiends, or that their loved ones might have already met with misfortune, ignited a torrent of rage and dread within the hearts of the people. As fear receded, anger surged forth. Citizens from various locales flocked to their local magistrates, beating drums and crying out for justice, recounting the transgressions of the malevolent beings, and fervently demanding that the authorities take action, investigate the matter thoroughly, and apprehend the true culprits to avenge the innocent lives lost. In no time, the magistracies at the borders of Jiangzhou, Sangzhou, and Lijiao were nearly overwhelmed by the indignant throngs. In Jiangzhou City, within the governor's residence, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Lu Sun, the governor of Jiangzhou, sat across from the military commander Yang Lai, both furrowing their brows in contemplation. At the lower end of the table sat a cautious middle-aged official, Zhao Zhen, the county magistrate who had hurried from Qinghe County to Jiangzhou for his duties, only to find himself entangled in this unfolding crisis. Magistrate Zhao, what is your perspective on this matter? Yang Lai inquired, his deep-set eyes fixed upon Zhao Zhen, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Zhao Zhen felt a profound sense of despair and quickly rose to bow, saying, I humbly report to the esteemed governor and the illustrious magistrate. I am overwhelmed and dare not speak recklessly. He had anticipated that with the recent celestial manifestation of the true monarch in Qinghe County and the divine general subduing demons, his timely arrival in Jiangzhou would be fortuitous. Little did he expect that this remote region would erupt in such a tumultuous affair involving the underworld's enforcers. Moreover, this upheaval seemed intricately linked to those so-called ghostly matters. Do not be overly anxious, Lu Sun, the magistrate, spoke in a gentler tone, aiming to alleviate Zhao Zhen's tension. We merely wish to glean your perspective as one who has witnessed the divine phenomena in Qinghe. Zhao Zhen silently chuckled to himself, contemplating that these two officials regarded him as someone capable of communicating with the celestial beings. After careful consideration of his words, he cautiously replied, Esteemed governor and illustrious magistrate, I believe that the manifestation of the true monarch in Qinghe County is a heavenly omen, a blessing to safeguard the region. As for the recent tales of ghostly occurrences circulating widely, as well as the so-called underworld enforcer from last night, he paused, glancing at the expressions of his superiors before continuing. I have heard whispers among the populace suggesting that these ghostly events may be fabrications by nefarious individuals masquerading as spirits, harboring ulterior motives. It seems that such claims may not be entirely baseless. He dared not directly associate the underworld enforcer with the true monarch of Shinkong Yunza. For the two bore starkly contrasting natures. The former exuded a malevolent aura, while the latter radiated ethereal grace. Yang Lai and Lu Sun exchanged a glance, each seeing the weight of concern reflected in the other's eyes. As high-ranking officials, they were naturally skeptical of supernatural claims. Yet, the authenticity of the divine manifestations in Qinghe County demanded their utmost attention. The emergence of the Underworld Enforcer only added layers of complexity to the situation. This matter is of great significance, Yang Lai pondered for a moment, lightly drumming his fingers on the table. Issue a decree to summon the esteemed practitioners of the Martial Arts Academy, the adept scholars of the Dao Records Department, and the deputy generals within the residence. They are to assemble in the council chamber immediately. I shall ascertain which malevolent entity dares to stir up chaos within my Jiangzhou. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Jiangzhou, within a clandestine stronghold of the Bloodfeather sect, the Black Fiend Guardian sat in a dim room, his countenance as still as water, gripping a recently received intelligence report. His bony fingers turned pale from the pressure. The report detailed everything that transpired at Black Wind Pass last night, from the encounter of the spectral soldiers with a mysterious figure to the horrifying ghostly realm that descended, concluding with the Enforcer's proclamation that the demonic forces had vanished without a trace. Each word struck him like a needle, piercing his heart. The Underworld Enforcer? The Black Fiend Guardian murmured, his expression shifting beneath the cloak, filled with disbelief and suspicion. He had initially thought the earlier rumors of divine manifestations in Qinghe County were mere fabrications by certain high beings, perhaps an obscure sect seeking to assert their presence. Thus, he had dared to send Wei He to probe the situation, even preparing to act personally to stir the waters. However, it now appeared that the reality far exceeded his expectations. The scenes described in the report, especially the terrifying ghostly realm and the ability to abduct living beings at will, were capabilities beyond those of ordinary martial arts masters. Even he himself might find it difficult to comprehend such enigmatic mysteries. Could it be that this place truly harbors something unclean? Or perhaps, do celestial beings and the underworld truly intertwine? An absurd yet unsettling thought burgeoned within his mind. Although he was the enforcer of the Bloodfeather sect, ruthless in his methods and capricious in temperament, he was not entirely dismissive of the ethereal notions of deities and specters. After all, the Bloodfeather sect itself traversed the thin line between righteousness and malevolence, delving into numerous forbidden arcane arts. The emergence of the esteemed Lord of the Celestial Cloud and the formidable demon-suppressing general, alongside the sudden appearance of the Underworld Law Enforcer, left him increasingly apprehensive. The waters of Jiangzhou were far deeper and murkier than he had imagined. He initially planned to bide his time until the commotion subsided, then personally confront the so-called Lord of the Celestial Cloud to unveil his true identity. However, he now found himself wavering. What if, by chance, the individual was an entity he could not hope to contend with? Would that not spell his own doom? After prolonged contemplation, a flicker of resolution ignited in the eyes of the enforcer. "Convey my orders," he rasped. A loyal aide in dark attire materialized before him. Bowing in readiness. "Suspend all external operations, especially those concerning the abduction of souls. Immediately halt all activities. All dispatched personnel must retract and remain concealed. No reckless movement shall be permitted. Maintain vigilant surveillance of all developments in Jiangzhou and Qinghe County. Report any disturbances without delay." The loyal aide, momentarily taken aback, nonetheless responded with utmost respect. "Yes, esteemed protector." Once the aide departed, the enforcer sat alone in his chamber, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. It seemed prudent to observe the unfolding situation and discern just how murky the waters of Jiangzhou truly were. As for the Lord of the Celestial Cloud from Qinghe County and the suddenly surfaced Underworld Law Enforcer, he was eager to uncover their true identities. He resolved to temporarily retreat, concealing his claws, and ascertain the circumstances before proceeding. After all, caution begets longevity. In this capricious Jiangzhou, any hint of negligence could plunge him into irrevocable peril. Chapter 65. The solidification of the Ghost General days passed quietly, shrouded in an eerie calm. In the border town where Jiangzhou, Songzhou, and Laizhou converged, the populace distinctly felt that the once disquieting supernatural occurrences had seemingly vanished overnight. The days of trepidation appeared to be truly behind them. Occasionally, the daring would cautiously peek out during the dead of night, apart from the rustling of leaves and the common sounds of the wind. The chilling clinks of dragging chains and the eerie figures bearing ghastly green lanterns were nowhere to be heard or seen. Could it be that those tricksters, who once reveled in their spectral antics, had been so frightened by the Underworld Law Enforcer that they dared not reemerge? Such whispers began to circulate during mealtime and in the fields, gradually spreading among the people. Their reverence for the mysterious and powerful Underworld Law Enforcer deepened with each passing day. More significantly, as the events surrounding the Black Wind Mouth incident continued to unfold and propagate, a novel ideology began to seep into the hearts of the populace, akin to spring rain nourishing the earth in silence. Indeed, the existence of the underworld is a reality. The notion that good and evil eventually receive their due recompense is not merely a tale told by the elders. It is true that there are deities observing from above. Initially, this belief was but a flicker of light, yet over time, as more individuals embraced and spoke of it, it transformed into a blazing fire. The reverence for the underworld and the acknowledgement of karmic retribution gradually took root in the hearts of the populace. A surge of a purer, more refined power of faith, previously unfelt by Li Yin, began to converge from all directions, flowing towards Qingfeng Mountain and the ethereal Xiankong Dao Palace. Within the Dao Palace, Li Yin sat in solemnity, acutely aware of the shifts in this power of faith. It no longer bore the chaotic nature laden with diverse prayers and desires. Instead, it was imbued with genuine reverence and recognition. This was precisely what he sought. By harnessing fear as a catalyst and establishing order as its core, he aspired to create a deeply ingrained concept of the underworld, one that would engender a more stable and profound power of faith than mere belief in celestial beings. In recent days, aside from quietly absorbing and refining this pure power of faith to enhance his own cultivation, Li Yin devoted nearly all his thoughts to a matter of utmost importance: securing the formidable ghost general, Yu Wujiao. The strength and utility of Yu Wujiao needed no further elaboration. Whether it was his terrifying ghostly domain, the soul-binding chains he wielded, or his own formidable prowess as a sentinel, he was the most reliable force at Li Yan's disposal. Yet, the unpredictability of summoning him randomly each day loomed over Li Yin like a sword of Damocles. He required a powerful ally who could be summoned at will and maintain a lasting presence. Undoubtedly, Yu Wujiao was the ideal candidate. Li Yin sat cross-legged within the Dao Palace. These days, his routine consisted of daily practicing the Tai Haiyuan Dao Sutra, refining elixirs, and immersing himself wholly in the golden random mount dice, seeking to recall and summon memories. The formidable nature of the ghost general, Yu Wujiao, and his pivotal role in the Underworld plan fueled Li Yan's urgency to secure this powerful ally permanently. Taking a deep breath, he focused his gaze, and once more, his thoughts surged forth. The golden dice whirled energetically, its 6 faces flashing with various mount images. The fiery blaze of the red flame lion, the ethereal grace of the white cloud crane, the majestic presence of the ink qilin, the resplendence of the azure phoenix, and then, the fearsome visage representing the ghost general, Yu Wujiao. Li Yan's concentration was razor-sharp as he fixated on the dice, silently praying. In that moment, time seemed to stretch interminably. The dice's rotation gradually slowed, with image after image passing before Li Yan's eyes, only to be dismissed. His heart raced, climbing into his throat. Finally, the dice jolted and came to a halt. The face that was upturned revealed a figure cloaked in darkness, with eyes ablaze with eerie green hellfire, donned in a ghostly helmet, clad in heavy armor, and wielding a crescent blade. It was none other than the ghost general, Yu Wujiao. He had appeared for the 3rd time. Li Yan's heart soared with uncontainable joy, almost compelling him to release a triumphant roar to the heavens. After several days of relentless effort, he finally reaped the rewards in this moment. The golden dice radiated with a brilliant light, and the ghostly visage representing Yu Wujiao became strikingly clear and substantial, as if it might leap forth from the dice itself. Simultaneously, the icon of his game inventory flickered with a soft glow. Delving into his thoughts, he discovered that in the mount section, the portrait of the King of Hell, Yu Wujiao, had transformed from its original gray hue to a vibrant state, ready for summoning at any moment. Moreover, beneath Yu Wujiao's portrait, an annotation appeared. Yu Wujiao, King of Hell, Fixed Fengdu Ghost General, Master of Hellfire, Controller of the Realm of Ghosts, capable of consuming soul power to enhance himself and his spectral soldiers. Excellent! 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 Li Yin exclaimed thrice, his excitement beyond expression. This signified that henceforth he could summon this formidable ghost general at will, no longer constrained by the limitation of a daily random summoning. This was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for his forthcoming plans. He slowly exhaled a breath of pent-up emotions, suppressing his exhilaration, while his gaze grew increasingly radiant. With Yu Wujiao now solidified, his makeshift underworld finally possessed a true expert to maintain order. Given that the Bloodfeather sect had temporarily retreated, he, as the lord of this domain, should take the initiative to deliver a grand gesture. A bold and audacious plan swiftly took shape in his mind. He intended to embark on a significant venture. No longer would he passively await the approach of those malevolent beings. Instead, he would proactively root out the Bloodfeather sect's hidden strongholds lurking in the shadows. He had no patience to wait for them to reveal themselves one by one. With a cold chuckle, he turned to Yu Wujiao. General Yu, issue orders to gather all spectral soldiers. Tonight, I shall instill a profound lesson in the nefarious scoundrels of Jianzhou. Li Yin paused, his voice imbued with a chilling gravity. Impersonating the Underworld's emissaries and disrupting the balance of yin and yang, no matter where they hide, the Underworld shall relentlessly pursue them, showing no mercy. Not a single stronghold revealed by those malevolent beings shall be spared. With a clear objective to capture living witnesses for intimidation and to supplement the souls required by Yu Wujiu and the spectral soldiers. He also aimed to ensure that the authority of the Underworld was engraved in the hearts of all, accompanied by a thunderous display of power. This was a plan that would yield multiple benefits. No longer would he remain passive, he chose to strike first. The nightfall served as his perfect cover, while the flying mounts soaring through the skies became his instruments for overseeing the situation and commanding with certainty. At your command, my lord. Yu Wujiu responded solemnly, his eyes flickering with hellfire, revealing a hint of excitement. Chapter 66. The sudden arrival of spectral soldiers. The night enveloped the land of Jiangzhou like dark ink. To the west of Jiangzhou City, in a secluded, abandoned charity hall, lay one of the secret strongholds mentioned by the malevolent beings, where the Blood Feather sect concocted corpse puppets and stored materials. At this moment, deep within the charity hall, a brightly lit room bustled with activity. Several men clad in gray attire sat around a greasy wooden table, exchanging drinks and engaging in loud banter. Curse it, these past few days have been utterly stifling. The Lord of the Black Guardian has commanded us to cease all activities, leaving us without even a morsel to consume. Our mouths have grown as parched as the desert. A burly man with a face full of flesh downed a swig of cheap liquor, cursing vehemently. Who could argue with that? In the past, when we roamed the outside world, those peasants were terrified, trembling in fear. Now, we are treated like vermin. Another man, sharp-featured and weaselly, chimed in. Let us refrain from excessive chatter. A middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, his countenance dark and brooding, interjected with a cold grunt. Who dares to defy the Lord's orders? That enforcement officer from the Underworld, with an unclear background. It is wise to lay low for now. This man was the steward of their stronghold, possessing formidable skills in the late stage of body tempering, making him a notable figure within the faction. Although he spoke with authority, a flicker of discontent danced in his eyes. Suddenly, an icy wind swept into the room without warning, causing the flame of the oil lamp on the table to flicker wildly, nearly extinguishing it. What is happening? Were not the doors and windows secured? The burly man shivered, bewildered. Before he could finish his thought, his eyes widened in horror, his expression freezing instantly. From the once empty corner of the room, figures clad in dark, ominous armor materialized silently. These specters moved like phantoms, wielding weapons forged from hellish iron that glimmered with an eerie light, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Who goes there? The brooding steward shot to his feet, his voice sharp as he reached for the blade at his waist. Yet, the only response was a profound silence. The armored figures began to advance. Their movements were slow, almost awkward, yet each step they took bore an oppressive weight that sent shivers down the spine. Fooling around. You seek death. The burly man bellowed, seizing a nearby stool to hurl it at them. In the next moment, his anger morphed into sheer terror. The foremost specter, an armored wraith, did not flinch as the stool struck. It passed through its form as if it were merely a shadow. Meanwhile, the hellish spear in the specter's hand surged forward with a chilling gust, piercing directly toward the burly man's chest. With a soft thud, the spear effortlessly penetrated the man's protective leather armor, as if it were but a block of tofu. A wave of frigid dread coursed through his veins, draining all strength from his limbs, and the scene before his eyes began to blur. He did not even have the chance to scream before collapsing, his eyes wide with disbelief and fear. By the heavens! The sharp-featured man was paralyzed with terror, letting out a shriek as he turned to flee. Two specters pursued him like shadows, their soul-binding chains flying forth silently to ensnare his ankles, pulling him back with a violent tug. Ah! The sharp-featured man cried out in anguish as he fell to the ground, dragged along like a lifeless dog by the specters. Outrageous! The brooding steward, both astonished and furious, finally discerned the true identities of these unwelcome guests. The dark, standard armor, the chilling weapons, and their phantasmal forms. These were unmistakably the legendary wraiths of the Underworld. Are you beings from the Underworld? His voice trembled, a mixture of fear and disbelief. The Underworld had truly come seeking him. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain momentarily snapping him back to reality. A surge of vital energy coursed through him, an overwhelming force erupting forth. Since you have come, you shall all remain. He bellowed, his figure resembling a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, his blade transforming into a streak of crimson light as he slashed fiercely at the foremost of the spectral soldiers. This strike, imbued with tremendous power, could cleave stone and shatter rock. Yet, the spectral soldier remained unyielding, not flinching nor avoiding the attack. The blood-red gleam struck the soldier's form, dissipating like a stone cast into the sea, leaving no trace of resistance. Instead, the seemingly unremarkable ghostly iron blade wielded by the soldier advanced silently, exuding a chilling aura that stirred the very depths of his soul. Clang! A dull thud resonated through the air. The somber enforcer felt a frigid force rebound along the blade, sending a wave of numbness through his arm, nearly splitting his palm. To his terror, that icy essence disregarded his protective energy, penetrating his meridians and plunging him into a frozen abyss. These spectral soldiers were capable of directly assaulting the soul. How could he possibly fight back? A sense of helplessness washed over him, no matter how high his martial prowess. Against such entities that were impervious to physical attacks and could directly harm the soul, he found himself at a loss. In that moment of mental disarray, more spectral soldiers converged from all directions, their soul-binding chains resembling a web of death, descending upon him like a storm. Outside the ancestral hall, under the starry night sky, Li Yin sat gracefully atop a summoned celestial crane, surveying the tumultuous battle below. In the western district of Jiangzhou, at the ancestral hall of Cangzhou's Haishuiden, and at the tumultuous stone hills of Lizhou, various hidden strongholds of the Bloodfeather cult were simultaneously enacting similar scenes. Those who usually wielded power, believing themselves to be formidable, found themselves utterly powerless against the spectral soldiers, who were elusive and specialized in soul attacks. Whether they were body-refining henchmen or enforcers with inner strength, they fell like lambs to the slaughter, subdued with ease. Occasionally, a few of the stronger ones, resisting valiantly, had to contend with Yin Luo's general, Yu Wujiao, who personally intervened. With each swing of his massive crescent blade, he unleashed a terrifying might that crushed all in its path, rendering any resistance utterly futile. Many villagers were awakened by the sounds of slaughter and cries of despair. Trembling, they lit oil lamps and cracked open their doors to peer outside. Under the moonlight, they witnessed groups of spectral soldiers clad in dark armor, wielding ghostly weapons, escorting the defeated and disheveled cult members through the village's main thoroughfare. It is the Underworld's officials. They are capturing the evildoers. Someone recognized and whispered in awe. At that very moment, a commanding and frigid voice resonated from the heavens, piercing through the air and reaching every ear. Underworld law enforcement, apprehending evil spirits. You have repeatedly committed heinous acts, impersonated spectral officers, abducted souls, and disrupted the order of Yin and Yang, a crime deserving of death. Today, by the decree of the Underworld, I am here to escort you all back for justice and punishment. It was the voice of Yu Wujiao. He acted under the orders of Li Yin, revealing his presence after clearing each stronghold, determined to instill the formidable reputation of the Underworld's enforcers deep within the hearts of witnesses. As his voice echoed, the towering and fearsome figure of Yu Wujiao vanished into the night sky, akin to the arrival of a true specter. The villagers, upon hearing this proclamation, became increasingly convinced of the existence of the Underworld, their eyes brimming with tears of excitement as they hurried to share the news. The wicked beings have been apprehended. It was the Lord General of the Underworld himself who took action, capturing those nefarious fiends. The heavens have truly seen justice. I always said, goodness begets goodness, and evil begets evil. It is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has yet to arrive. From now on, we must accumulate virtue and perform good deeds to avoid suffering the torments of the 18 layers of hell after death. The notion that wrongdoing inevitably leads to the Underworld rapidly spread like wildfire among the common folk, taking root in their hearts. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction, the results exceeding his expectations. Yu Wujiao discarded the last batch of blood-feather sect demons, bound tightly by soul chains, into the swirling black vortex created by the Fengdu tiger talisman at his chest as if they were mere refuse. In an instant, his imposing figure flashed to kneel beneath the celestial crane. I report to the Lord of the Manor, all target strongholds have been cleared. With 57 blood-feather sect demons captured, none escaped. Li Yin nodded slightly. Excellent. Take them to the Ghost Gate. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. This night, they would truly experience what despair meant. Chapter 67. Reflections of the past. A chilling wind howled, and the atmosphere was thick with malevolence. The Fengdu tiger talisman on Yu Wujiao's chest emitted a ghostly glow, and the dark energy surged once more from the hollow of his left palm, forming a continuously swirling vortex. Dozens of blood-feather sect demons, securely bound by black chains, were unceremoniously cast onto the icy ground before the Ghost Gate. These demons, all previously captured from various strongholds, included several notorious figures who often committed heinous acts, as well as a few grim inner strength practitioners. At this moment, they had lost their former arrogance, their clothes tattered, and their bodies drenched in blood, their vitality utterly depleted. Under the suffocating influence of Yu Wujiao's terrifying domain, their flesh and souls had suffered tremendous trauma, their eyes filled with sheer terror and weakness. When their gazes fell upon the towering, pitch-black archway, adorned with countless grotesque carvings of ghastly visages and the blood-red characters spelling Ghost Gate, their pupils dilated in horror. A chilling sensation, rooted deep within their souls, swept over them entirely. Ghost Gate. A hoarse voice from one of the demons broke the silence, as if witnessing a ghost, and he screamed in terror. The other demons beside him exhibited expressions of disbelief and horror. Though they often masqueraded and played tricks, pretending to be specters, such deceptions were ultimately trivial. Yet the scene before them, the bone-chilling atmosphere and oppressive aura, along with the Truine soldiers flanking the archway, made it abundantly clear this place was indeed the legendary Underworld. No, it cannot be. How could there truly be a netherworld in this world? A pale-faced enforcer of the Blood Feather sect, despite his efforts to maintain composure, could not conceal the tremor in his voice. Responding to him was the cold, emotionless voice of Yu Wujiao, as dull and unyielding as stone. Take them through. 2 rows of armored ghost soldiers, wielding weapons forged from nether iron, marched with a heavy and synchronized tread, encircling the practitioners of the Blood Feather sect. No, I refuse to enter. Release me. Spare me, my lord. The air was filled with piercing screams, wails of despair, and curses, echoing in front of the Ghost Gate. A robust man attempted to resist, but the soul-binding chain in the hands of a ghost soldier struck him like a venomous serpent, leaving a charred whip mark across his face. With tendrils of green, ghostly fire searing his flesh and soul. In excruciating pain, he let out a harrowing cry and fell heavily to the ground, his body convulsing violently, no longer daring to resist even slightly. The remaining practitioners, witnessing this, were rendered speechless with fear, resigned to the brutal dragging by the ghost soldiers. Treated like livestock as they were led toward the unfathomable depths of the Ghost Gate, passing through the imposing and eerie archway of the Ghost Gate, they found themselves on the winding, treacherous path of the Yellow Springs, paved with an unknown black stone. Alongside the path, soul-guiding banners fluttered silently, and ethereal lanterns flickered with dim light. The once menacing statues of ox-headed and horse-faced beings, along with the soul-collecting emissaries that had previously terrorized another group of practitioners, now appeared even more lifelike, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence in the presence of the true ghost soldiers. The air was thick with a stench of decay and despair, more potent than before. This is the genuine path of the Yellow Springs, a practitioner with a slight understanding of the tales of the Underworld stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Occasionally, a few practitioners attempted to struggle, only to receive the merciless lashings and forceful drag of the ghost soldiers. The ghostly flames adhering to the soul-binding chains exerted a formidable restraint on their spirits, each strike tore through them with excruciating agony, as if their very souls were being rent asunder. These new arrivals experienced the same treatment as their predecessors. With every step, an icy chill enveloped them, and they could almost hear the wails of countless wronged souls echoing in their ears. Those with weaker constitutions were swiftly paralyzed by fear, losing control of their bodily functions and succumbing to madness. Before long, a small stone arch bridge appeared ahead. Beneath the bridge, dark mists churned, and faintly visible were countless indistinct white figures struggling within, accompanied by chilling cries that sent shivers down their spines. Alas, the Bridge of Forgetfulness, the legendary crossing, now lay before them, shattering their last vestiges of hope. They were forcibly dragged by the ghost soldiers across the eerie stone bridge, which seemed to lead straight to hell. With each step, a bone-chilling cold surged from their feet, piercing through to the crown of their heads as if attempting to freeze their very souls. Amidst the swirling black mist below the bridge, blurred ghostly figures occasionally flashed by, emitting bone-chilling howls, as if ready to leap forth and drag them into the abyss of despair. When they were finally dragged across the bridge of helplessness and arrived at the vacant space before the Hall of Judgment, they were utterly drained, their bodies soaked in cold sweat, their eyes filled solely with boundless fear and despair. Unlike the last occasion, as they traversed the Bridge of Helplessness and approached the open ground leading to the Hall of Judgment, Li Yin had added a new attraction. On one side of the clearing stood a towering rock, several zhang high. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, but bore a peculiar texture, faintly emanating a soft glow under the dim light. This was the replica of the Three Lives Stone, a green-quality decorative item that Li Yin had extracted from his game inventory. On the opposite side of the clearing lay a circular pool, approximately 3 zhang in diameter. The water was as dark as ink, unfathomably deep, its surface tranquil yet capable of reflecting the surrounding scenery and the deepest sins of the human heart. This pool was crafted from a massive raw obsidian stone, meticulously polished and excavated by the earth god Bear, enhanced by the carefully arranged soul-stirring lighting that created the effect of a mirror of sins. When the first batch of blood feather cult demons was escorted to this location and beheld the softly glowing monolith, they felt a chill run through them. What was that? Before they could ponder further, they heard the cold voice of Yu Wujiao resonate. This is the 3 lives stone, which reveals your past lives and present, the consequences of your good and evil deeds. Step forward and verify your true selves. A few spectral soldiers stepped forward, roughly shoving several demons toward the 3 lives stone. Compelled, the demons were forced to gaze upon the stone's surface. An extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Ripples suddenly danced across the smooth stone, revealing vivid scenes from their lives. There were images of their childhood, learning to speak and take their first steps. There were moments when they joined the blood feather cult, naively learning dark arts. Most hauntingly, there were images of them committing heinous acts, harming the innocent, seizing souls, and perpetrating unspeakable crimes in their relentless pursuit of power. This was the peculiar effect of the green-quality replica of the 3 lives stone, infused with a trace of its power, allowing a retrospective of their malevolence. Though the details may not have been entirely accurate, the overarching narrative vividly showcased the principal sins they had committed throughout their lives. No, this cannot be real. This is an illusion. Sorcery. One demon shrieked, his face ashen as he beheld the scene of himself mercilessly slaughtering an innocent girl. He wished to shut his eyes, yet found himself bound by an invisible force, compelled to confront the atrocities he had committed. The other demons also witnessed their past lives on the 3 lives stone. The sins they had deliberately forgotten or believed to have concealed now pierced their souls like the sharpest daggers. Their psychological defenses began to crumble in the face of these irrefutable images. Before they could recover from the shock of the 3 lives stone, Yu Wujiao's voice rang out once more. Take them to the mirror of sins to reveal their own transgressions. The spectral beings advanced once more, dragging the disoriented demons before the immense black mirror of sin. The demons were compelled to gaze into the unfathomable dark waters. Initially, the surface merely reflected their pale and terrified visages. Yet, soon the waters began to transform. Within the reflection, countless indistinct and distorted black silhouettes gradually emerged behind them. Each shadow bore a ghastly countenance, eyes glowing with a sanguine light, reaching out with numerous pallid hands, clawing at their bodies as if to drag them into an endless abyss. Ah, the vengeful spirits, the souls of those whom we have wronged. Do not approach. Do not cling to me. Begone. As the demons beheld the horrifying scene in the mirror, they were seized with terror, their spirits shattered and their hearts torn asunder. In the mirror, they were ensnared by countless vengeful souls, their sins manifesting as tangible shackles, binding them tightly and rendering them breathless. This terrifying vision of the mirror of sin was likewise crafted by Li Yin. He utilized the reflective properties of the water, combined with meticulously arranged lighting angles, and incorporated home decor that created dynamic shadows, thus conjuring this haunting effect of being haunted by vengeful spirits. A less experienced disciple of the Blood Feather sect could no longer withstand this dual psychological assault. His eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth, and he fainted on the spot from sheer fright. The remaining demons, though not unconscious, turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably, their last vestiges of hope and defiance utterly extinguished. Having confronted their past transgressions at the 3 lives stone and witnessed the embodiment of their sins in the mirror of sin, their mental defenses had been utterly shattered. The sole thought that occupied their minds was, the Underworld is real. Retribution has truly arrived. Chapter 68, The Judgment Hall of the Underworld. Inside the Judgment Hall, the air was thick with a chilling, oppressive atmosphere. The cold stone walls were illuminated by flickering ghostly flames, casting eerie shadows that added to the ominous ambience. Dozens of Blood Feather sect demons lay collapsed on the ground, trembling violently, scarcely daring to breathe. The experiences they had undergone at the gates of hell, the Yellow Springs, the Bridge of Helplessness, and before the 3 lives stone and the Mirror of Sin had thoroughly crushed their spirits. At this moment, they harbored no doubt regarding their presence in the Netherworld. Fear gnawed at them like maggots, consuming every fiber of their being. Upon the elevated platform sat a towering figure shrouded in dark shadows, clad in a black robe edged with gold, reminiscent of the King of Hell, and adorned with a 12-crest crown. His features were obscured, save for a pair of deep, penetrating eyes that seemed capable of perceiving the three realms and judging the six paths, radiating an aura of unsettling authority. It was Li Yin who, in this moment, displayed the majesty of the King of Hell to its fullest extent through his attire and the surrounding atmosphere. He remained silent, and this very silence weighed even heavier upon the demons below. The hall was enveloped in an eerie stillness, broken only by the faint crackling of the ghostly flames and the demons' strained, oppressive breaths. Suddenly, a dull sound echoed, breaking the suffocating silence of the hall. On one side of the high platform, the grim figure of Yin Luo, who previously led the spectral soldiers, stood beside Yu Wuji, accompanied by an enigmatic presence clad in a dark crimson official robe, adorned with a Liang crown. This figure bore a visage of ashen blue, with protruding fangs and blood-red eyes, cradling a thick tome that revealed itself to be Li Yin, donning the attire of a ghostly judge. The judge's voice emerged, hoarse and piercing, akin to two rusted iron plates rasping against one another. You, denizens of the Blood Feather sect, have deceived and betrayed, masquerading as spectral envoys, abducting souls, forging malevolent elixirs, and inflicting harm upon the innocent. The litany of your transgressions is too extensive to enumerate. With each word uttered, the bodies of the wicked trembled, their faces paling in dread. Today, under the edict of the Underworld, I shall deliver judgment. Do you have any words to utter? The vile beings, stripped of their bravado, quaked in fear, unable to offer a defense. A middle-aged demon, seemingly their leader, bowed repeatedly, stammering, I am guilty. I beseech Lord Yen for mercy, and implore Lord Judge for clemency. We are merely following orders. The true instigators are the master of the Jade Dust sect and that black fiend protector. Yes, yes. We were coerced. I beg you to see the truth. The other demons echoed his pleas, crying for mercy, desperately attempting to shift blame. Li Yin, seated imperiously upon the platform, harbored a cold mockery within. These wretches, cornered by their impending doom, still sought to play tricks. The judge, expressionless, unfurled the pages of the tome, his voice as sharp and terrifying as before. In the realm of the Underworld, justice shall prevail. Your honeyed words shall not sway the scales. Wang Irma of the Blood Feather sect, in life, abducted 32 souls, aided in tyranny, and forged malevolent elixirs. Your crimes are heinous. And thus, I decree, you shall be engulfed by the flames of oblivion, your soul scattered, never to transcend. As the decree fell, a flicker of infernal fire ignited in Yu Wuji's eyes. Wang Irma let out a harrowing scream as ethereal green flames erupted around him. The flames, intangible yet searing, seemed to consume his very essence. Wang Irma writhed in agony, his form withering until he dissolved into a cloud of ash. A ghostly silhouette ascended from the ashes, only to be ensnared by a soul-binding chain launched from Yu Wuji's hand. The spirit thrashed violently, yet could not escape the iron grip of its confinement. With his other palm, a silent inferno of ghostly green fire ignited. Emotionless, Yu Wuji pressed Lu Meng's soul into the flames. The sound reminiscent of sizzling oil upon a hot iron, accompanied by Lu Meng's soul's anguished wails. His essence swiftly dissolved in the ghostly fire, transforming into pure soul energy, which Yu Wuji drew into himself. The surrounding demons of the Blood Feather sect, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, were paralyzed with terror. Truly, their souls were annihilated. They were denied even the chance of reincarnation. This fate was more terrifying than death itself. The judge continued his pronouncement. Li Sitagu of the Blood Feather sect, in life, participated in the abduction of 15 souls, concocted poisons and curses, devastating the region. Your sins are unforgivable. Therefore, I decree, you shall be cast into the 18th layer of hell, never to be reborn. As these words resonated, a deep chasm suddenly split open in the ground of the great hall. From the abyss emerged two formidable figures, the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians, clad in the skins of spectral soldiers. They advanced and seized the malevolent figure known as Li Sigua, disregarding his heart-wrenching cries and struggles, and dragged him directly into the abyssal chasm. The chasm promptly sealed shut, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the anguished screams of that wretched soul continued to echo in the ears of the onlookers. The so-called 18 layers of hell were, without doubt, the handiwork of Li Yin. Beneath the cavern, the earth spirit bear excavated deeper caverns, setting up rudimentary traps and obstacles that would render those cast into this abyss desperate for survival yet unable to escape death. The subsequent judgments followed a similar procedure. Those deemed utterly heinous were consumed by ghostly flames on the spot, their souls absorbed by Yu Wuji to strengthen the spectral soldiers, or stored for future summons. Those with grave transgressions but still possessing some value to their souls were cast into the 18 layers of hell to suffer. By the end of the judgments, the number of malevolent beings in front of the Hall of Yama had diminished significantly. The remaining few, mostly lesser offenders with lower cultivation or comparatively minor crimes, were left pale and trembling, reduced to mere shadows of themselves, barely able to breathe. The judge closed the dossier, his gaze sweeping over the survivors, and coldly declared, "Though your crimes do not warrant death, you shall not escape retribution. You are to be temporarily confined in the abyss of torment, awaiting further disposition. Should you earn redemption through meritorious acts, there may be a chance for reprieve. Otherwise, humph. Yes, yes, we are willing to atone for our sins. We beseech your grace for an opportunity. We thank Lord Yin-jun for sparing our lives. We thank the honorable judge." These wretches clutched at their last hope, bowing repeatedly. Li Yin nodded slightly, signaling Yu Wujiao to take these individuals to the shallower regions of the 18 layers of hell, separating them from the most egregious offenders. He had other uses for them. Once all the malevolent beings had been dealt with, silence once again enveloped the Hall of Yama. Li Yin slowly rose from the high platform, his Yama King robe billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. He gazed at the spectral soldiers behind Yu Wujiao, their auras evidently enhanced, deep in thought. This campaign against the Blood Feather sect not only yielded a substantial amount of faith power but also garnered numerous souls, sufficient to elevate both Yu Wujiao's strength and the combat effectiveness of his spectral soldiers. More significantly, through this series of infernal law enforcement actions, the concept of the Underworld had firmly taken root in the minds of the common people in Jiangzhou and the surrounding counties. Fear serves as a catalyst for faith, while order is the bedrock for its enduring stability. The influence of the Blood Feather sect in Jiangzhou had been grievously wounded by the strike, dissuading them from re-emerging hastily for some time, Li Yin mused. However, relying solely on the meager forces of this makeshift underworld, it would be insufficient to completely eradicate this nefarious cult, which spread throughout southern Chu and potentially entangled northern Yin. He understood well that the Blood Feather sect's foundation was unfathomable. His current manpower could only create localized disturbances at best. To truly uproot its essence, he would need to enlist more formidable powers, the mundane forces of the government, along with those in the Daoist sects who were fervently seeking immortality and enlightenment. A thought began to crystallize in Li Yan's mind. The government possesses both military might and legal statutes, serving as the guardians of order in the mortal realm. The Daoist sect, with its rich heritage and skilled practitioners, exerts considerable influence among the populace. To firmly establish the concept of the underworld, it is essential to forge connections with the worldly powers, particularly the government and the Daoist sect, which hold significant sway. Harnessing strength through collaboration is indeed the wisest strategy. Since the Blood Feather sect is deemed a malevolent force, it must cloak its actions in righteousness. Moreover, the esteemed presence of the Shuanqing Yunjia must be upheld. It would not do for him to personally intervene in every matter. A subtle smile curved upon Li Yan's lips as he contemplated his next move. Retrieving the long-unused illusory jade, it was time to craft a suitable guise, one that would allow him to traverse the sunlight openly. Serving as a messenger to convey divine edicts and guide the secular forces, he envisioned a youthful Daoist apprentice clad in simple robes, his features tender yet infused with an unsettling serenity beyond his years. The identity of a celestial youth, bestowed with the authority to transmit teachings, seemed most fitting. Li Yin resolved firmly to adopt this persona. Chapter 69. The Enfeoffment of the Underworld Deity in Qinghe County at the Qingyun Temple. Within the tranquil chamber of the rear courtyard, wisps of fragrant smoke curled from the incense burner, filling the air with a soothing sandalwood aroma. Daoist Lingyun and Daoist Lingshu sat facing each other, 2 cups of long cold tea resting upon the stone table between them. Brother, the Jiangzhou region has grown increasingly turbulent of late, Lingyun Daoist sighed, a note of concern threading through his voice. First, the manifestation of the true monarch, followed by divine generals vanquishing demons, and now the emergence of an underworld law enforcer. Lingshu Daoist lifted his teacup and took a sip, his gaze profound. Dear brother, your assessment is misguided, he replied slowly. In my view, this is not unrest, but rather a sign of restoring order. Whether it be the true monarch or the underworld enforcer, their actions serve to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness, thereby maintaining the harmony of our world and the balance of yin and yang. Lingyun Daoist nodded thoughtfully. Your words ring true. Yet, the methods employed by the underworld law enforcer starkly contrast those of the true monarch's divine generals. The intensity of their malevolence and the severity of their tactics are indeed alarming. Setting down his teacup, Lingshu Daoist's eyes sparkled with insight. The vastness of heaven and earth harbors countless wonders. Deities, Buddhas, and demons each walk their own paths. The true monarch embodies compassion. Guiding all beings, this is the manifestation of the light. Conversely, the underworld, with its strictures, punishes the wicked, representing the order of the shadows. It is the harmony of yin and yang that constitutes the great Tao. He paused before continuing, as practitioners of the Tao. Our pursuit is merely to pierce through the veils of illusion and glimpse the path to transcendence. The true monarch's teachings on refining essence into qi and qi into spirit were tremendous opportunities. The emergence of the underworld may well serve as an additional warning and guidance. Lingyun Daoist wholeheartedly agreed. What you say is indeed wise. Alas, the true monarch remains elusive. And the trail of the celestial is difficult to discern. Although we yearn for enlightenment, we find ourselves without a path, just as they engaged in discourse. A sudden stir echoed from beyond the tranquil chamber. A young Daoist apprentice rushed in, visibly flustered. "Master, something is amiss. A visitor has arrived at the temple." His excitement rendered him momentarily speechless. In a state of fluster and disarray, the Daoist Lingyun furrowed his brow and reprimanded. "What has caused you to lose your composure so?" The young acolyte gasped for breath before stammering, "It is a celestial youth, one who claims to be the attendant of the true monarch Xuanqiong Yunza, arriving on the back of a divine crane." "What?" Both Lingyun and the true man Lingshu sprang to their feet, their faces alight with disbelief and elation. A celestial youth in attendance of the true monarch? Arriving on a crane? Could it be that the true monarch has a new decree? They exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's excitement and anticipation. Without further ado, the two promptly adjusted their garments and hastened towards the quiet chamber. Upon reaching the courtyard in front of the main hall of Qingyan Temple, they beheld a magnificent crane, remarkable in its grace and beauty, its feathers pristine white. Beside the crane stood a youthful acolyte clad in a simple blue Daoist robe. The boy appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age. With lips as red as coral and teeth as white as pearls, his features akin to a finely carved jade, skin fairer than frost and snow. In his hand, he held a whisk, his demeanor tranquil, yet his gaze was clear and profound, imbued with a composure that belied his tender years. An ethereal aura emanated from him, evoking feelings of warmth and reverence upon first sight. This young acolyte was, in fact, Li Yin, who had transformed his appearance with the illusory jade and donned the attire of Qingyun's Daoist seekers. "Esteemed celestial youth, I, Lingyun, along with my fellow true man, pay our respects." Both Lingyun and Lingshu approached without hesitation, bowing deeply in deference. The celestial youth, portrayed by Li Yin, inclined his head slightly, his voice melodious yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "There is no need for excessive reverence. I, as the small attendant of the true monarch Xuanqiong Yunza, have come to convey his decree." The decree of the true monarch? Lingyun and Lingshu felt a shiver run through them, their expressions growing ever more respectful. "The true monarch is aware of your earnest dedication to the Tao, your efforts in promoting its teachings, constructing temples, and previously assisting the government in eradicating malevolent forces." The celestial youth spoke slowly. Hearing this, the two Daoists felt a surge of joy within. It appeared that all their endeavors had not gone unnoticed by the true monarch. Recently, in the vicinity of Jiangzhou, malevolent spirits have been causing disturbances, and even the underworld has manifested to enforce justice against wickedness. This is a reflection of the cycles of yin and yang, a testament to the divine order. The celestial youth shifted the conversation towards matters of the underworld. Lingyun and Lingshu exchanged significant glances, realizing that indeed, the true monarch was aware of these occurrences. The underworld operates under its own principles, rewarding the virtuous and punishing the wicked, impervious to earthly interference. However, in the realm of the living, there are also laws to uphold. Those cultish evildoers, who act against the natural order and harm living beings, are indeed deserving of the sternest retribution. The true monarch embodies both the compassion for life and the might to vanquish evil. With his gaze sweeping over the two, the celestial youth raised his voice slightly. "Today, the true monarch has decreed that you, the practitioners of the Tao, must align with the heavenly will and assist the government in thoroughly investigating the crimes of these malevolent sects, eradicating them to restore peace to this realm. This is a righteous endeavor that will accrue immense merit and is a duty that you, as disciples of the Tao, must fulfill." Upon hearing these words, both Lingyun and Lingshu felt their spirits soar. This is precisely what they harbored in their hearts. With the decree from the true monarch, their actions became increasingly justifiable. Their confidence bolstered. We shall faithfully adhere to the true monarch's decree. We are determined to exhaust our efforts in eradicating the wicked cults and their malevolent forces. The two replied in unison, their voices resounding with conviction. The young celestial boy nodded, seemingly pleased with their resolve. He then shifted his tone, infusing it with an air of profound mystery. The true monarch has also spoken. In this realm, the path to enlightenment is severed, and the road to immortality appears tenuous. Though you toil diligently in your cultivation, without a great opportunity or immense merit, you may ultimately find it challenging to escape the suffering of reincarnation, reduced to mere dust. These words struck like thunder, reverberating painfully in the hearts of Lingyun and Lingxiu. This encapsulated the greatest sorrow and apprehension of their kind, the hopelessness of eternal life and the elusive nature of the immortal path. The joy that had briefly graced their faces was swiftly replaced by a shadow of melancholy and bitterness. The young celestial boy observed their expressions keenly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he continued. However, the cycle of heavenly law is not devoid of opportunities. While the netherworld governs reincarnation, it too has vacancies for divine positions that require virtuous and capable individuals to fill. The true monarch, acknowledging your arduous path, has delivered this message. Should you achieve remarkable merit in the endeavor of vanquishing the wicked cults and upholding righteousness, amassing boundless virtue to protect the lives of the populace. His voice seemed to carry an enchanting power, each word indelibly etched into the hearts of the two Daoists. When your mortal lives come to a serene conclusion and your souls return to the netherworld, there may lie an opportunity, through this amassed merit, to be recommended by the netherworld and conferred as a city god, land deity, mountain spirit, or river lord, entities of the nether realm. Enjoying the incense of the masses and ascending the divine hierarchy. Though not the path of immortality, it is akin to divinity, far surpassing that of ordinary wandering souls. Is it not a splendid prospect? With these words, Lingyun Daoist and Lingxiu Junren felt their minds go blank, as if a myriad of fireworks had simultaneously erupted. Divine spirits. Conferred as divine spirits. Enjoying the worship of countless people, ascending the divine hierarchy. This was an unparalleled opportunity they had scarcely dared to dream of. Though it did not align with their traditional understanding of ascension to immortality, in this desperate age of decline, it undoubtedly presented a tangible and accessible path to transcendence. What constitutes a ghostly immortal or divine spirit? Beyond the netherworld, one is a god, compared to being reduced to mere dust. The prospect of ascending to such heights was nothing short of miraculous. Their breaths grew heavy, their eyes wide with fervent desire, fixated on the young celestial boy before them. Brimming with intense passion and yearning, they harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of his words. After all, these were the very utterances of the celestial boy under the true monarch of Xiankong Yunza. Furthermore, the existence of the netherworld itself lent credence to the notion of divine positions being conferred. What impossibility could there be? Is what you say true, O celestial boy? Lingxiu Jinren's voice trembled with excitement, completely shedding the composure of a seasoned practitioner. The young celestial boy smiled serenely. The true monarch's words are as solid as gold. How could they be false? The opportunity has been unveiled. The path lies before you. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. With that, he produced a jade tablet adorned with cloud carvings from his sleeve and presented it to Lingyun Daoist. This is the token bestowed by the true sovereign, containing a trace of his essence. Should you encounter difficulties or require communication with the netherworld, this object may be employed. With this said, I take my leave. And I implore both esteemed Daoists to proceed with caution, lest you disappoint the great expectations of the true sovereign. As his words faded, the young celestial boy turned towards the celestial crane, leaping gracefully to land steadily upon its back. The crane emitted a melodious cry, spreading its wings wide, and soared into the heavens, vanishing in the depths of the clouds as if it had never existed. All that remained was the softly fragrant azure jade tablet. Alongside the two Daoists, Lingyun and Lingxiu, who were still immersed in profound shock and elation. After a long pause, Lingxiu was the first to regain his composure. He seized Lingyun's arm, his voice hoarse with excitement. Junior brother, celestial fortune, an extraordinary celestial opportunity. This is an unparalleled chance that our sect has not seen in millennia. Lingyun tightly grasped the jade tablet in his hand, feeling the pure and vast energy emanating from it, tears streaming down his face. Indeed, brother, the true sovereign's compassion. The true sovereign's compassion. Our sect has finally found a genuine path to transcendence. The two exchanged glances, witnessing unprecedented resolve and determination reflected in each other's eyes. Eradicate the evil cult. Accumulate great merit. Bestow divine titles upon the spirits after death. This goal stood like a lighthouse in the night, illuminating their entire cultivation journey. Brother, time is of the essence. We must act immediately. Ling Yun spoke with urgency. Contact all Daoists in Jiangzhou to consolidate our strength. Simultaneously, we shall proceed to the governor's office to inform Lord Yang Lai and Lord Lu Sun, requesting the government to dispatch troops to eradicate those vile cultists. Very well. Ling Shu nodded emphatically, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This time, we shall ensure those wicked cultists understand the true meaning of divine justice, wide and unyielding. Atop Qingfeng Mountain. Within the Xuanxun Dao Palace, Li Yin retracted the celestial boy's attire, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The fish has taken the bait. Chapter 70. The reignition of the Dao heart in Jiangzhou. At the Dao recording office, the once tranquil and solemn hall now bore an unusual gravity. Dozens of figures clad in various Daoist robes gathered from temples across Jiangzhou, comprising the heads and senior elders of each sect. Such an assembly was a rarity, and their diverse expressions indicated that significant matters were afoot. Ling Shu and Ling Yun sat at the head of the assembly, their faces calm, yet the depths of their eyes betrayed tumultuous waves. Esteemed fellow Daoists, the purpose of gathering you all today is to discuss a matter of immense consequence, pertaining to the rise and fall of our sect, and even our very lives. This declaration sent ripples of astonishment through the assembly. Ling Yun continued, recounting how the celestial boy had descended from the Xuanxiong Jinjuan to deliver a decree, exposing the malevolent cultists' misdeeds, and instructing the disciples to align with the heavens, assist the government, eradicate evil, and accumulate merit, detailing every aspect meticulously. The hall fell into a brief silence, followed by a cacophony of buzzing discussions. The true sovereign has manifested? A celestial boy has delivered a decree? Eradicate the evil cult? This is akin to grappling with a tiger by the skin. Those wicked beings employ insidious methods, making them perilous to confront. As the esteemed Ling Shu Jinren allowed the crowd to regain their composure, he spoke again, his voice lowered considerably, imbued with a hint of mystery and excitement. Esteemed guests, within the decree of the true monarch, there lies a celestial destiny concerning the revered Master Mo that we scarcely dared to imagine. He slowly unveiled the notion of the consecration of the Yin spirit. In that instant, the great hall fell into a silence so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the practitioners, regardless of age or level of cultivation, widened their eyes and gaped in astonishment, as if struck by an invisible hammer. The Yin spirit. The consecration of the Yin spirit. To partake in the offerings of the populace and to be inscribed within the divine hierarchy. What a remarkable fortune this is. After a lifetime of arduous cultivation, what have they sought? Is it not to transcend life and death, to escape the cycle of reincarnation? Yet the path to immortality has always seemed elusive, throughout millennia. Those who have truly ascended have been as rare as phoenix feathers, becoming mere legends. Now, a clear and visibly broad pathway has suddenly manifested before them. The Yin spirit. That is indeed divine. Ling Shu Shixiang. Ling Yun Guanju. Is this truly the case? In that moment, even the most composed of the masters trembled with disbelief. Daoist Ling Yun solemnly presented a jade tablet of azure hue, cradled within his palm. This was a token bestowed by the true monarch, imbued with an aura that was pure and vast, far beyond the mundane. How could we mere mortals dare to question the words of the true monarch? The faint, ethereal energy emanating from the jade tablet cleared the minds of the assembled practitioners, dispelling any lingering doubts regarding his proclamation. After a brief period of stunned silence, the hall erupted with exuberance. The Yin spirit. The very possibility of consecrating the Yin spirit. Heaven above. Our Daoist sect is destined for great prosperity. Ha. After a lifetime of toil, I had thought my fate was but a handful of dust, yet I never anticipated such an extraordinary opportunity. An elderly Daoist, overwhelmed with emotion, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing towards the direction of Qifeng Mountain. The other Daoists, roused from their reverie, flushed with excitement, their hearts ablaze with an insatiable yearning. A longing, an intense yearning, like flames igniting in the eyes of every practitioner. The despair of hopeless immortality was instantly washed away by this sudden glimmer of hope. To have the Yin spirit enjoy offerings in a divine position is far superior to being a wandering soul, or even to many mundane emperors lacking in merit. Silence. Ling Shu Jinren's voice rang out, silencing the tumult. Though the prospect of celestial fortune is enticing, it does not descend from the heavens without merit. The true monarch has stated clearly that we must achieve remarkable deeds in the endeavor to eradicate evil sects and uphold the righteous path, thereby accumulating immeasurable virtue to earn this opportunity. Esteemed guests, this is both a divine chance and a grave challenge. The blood-feathered cultists are vicious and cunning, not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, the fervor on their faces diminished slightly, replaced by a sense of solemnity. Indeed, Lingshu Shixiang speaks wisely. We must unite our efforts and collaborate in this grand endeavor, a middle-aged Daoist proclaimed passionately. Precisely, for the Daoist sect and for our own sake. We must ensure that those wicked beings are reduced to ashes. The crowd was invigorated with zeal. Lingshu Jinren and Daoist Ling Yun exchanged a glance, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, the two selected several highly respected and judicious Daoists from the Jiangzhou sect and promptly set forth, heading to the residence of the Jiangzhou military governor. A tempest, brewing over Jiangzhou and its neighboring states, looms ominously. The Jiangzhou military governor's office stands on high alert. Yang Lai sits at the head of the table, troubled by the mountain of military reports that clutter his desk. At his side, Lu Xin, the Jiangzhou magistrate, bears a look of concern. The Northern Yin has recently been making frequent, enigmatic movements, with scouts reporting a significant troop buildup along the border, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Yang Lai's fingers tap steadily against the tabletop, resonating with a calm demeanor. Lu Sun sighs. It is indeed a tumultuous season. The officials at court are embroiled in endless debates regarding the succession, and the emperor's health is precarious. Should the Northern Yin choose this moment to strike? Before he can finish his thought, a personal guard enters to announce, Your Excellency, the magistrate, the Daoist priest Lingshu from Daoist, Daoist Ling Yun from Qingyunguan, along with several other Daoists, seek an audience, claiming they have urgent matters to discuss. Yang Lai and Lu Sun exchange glances, both taken aback. Daoists? Yang Lai raises an eyebrow, pondering their purpose. Lu Sun muses. Could it be related to the recent actions of the Underworld's enforcers? Proceed, Yang Lai replies succinctly. Soon after, Lingshu and his fellow Daoists enter in a solemn procession. We humbly pay our respects to Your Excellency and the magistrate, they intone in unison, bowing deeply. Gentlemen, no need for formalities. Please, take a seat. Yang Lai gestures with a raised hand. What brings you here today? Stepping forward, Lingshu declares gravely, We have come to address a malevolent cult that is sowing chaos in Jiangzhou and tormenting the populace. He elaborates on the transgressions of the Bloodfeather sect, disguised underworld agents abducting the living to concoct sinister elixirs, correlating it with the revelations previously unveiled by the Underworld's enforcers at Haifengku. Alongside insights gathered by the Daoist community, these fiends operate with cunning secrecy and ruthless methods. We suspect they are remnants of the Bloodfeather sect, which has been strictly prohibited by imperial decree. Lingshu's voice resonates with authority. The true monarch of Xuanqiang has taken note of this situation, issuing a decree for our disciples to assist the authorities in eradicating these malevolent forces, restoring peace and clarity to the region. Naturally, they discreetly omit mention of the significant advantage tied to the conferred Yin spirits, deeming such revelations too sensational for premature announcement, lest they invite further complications. Yang Lai listens intently, his expression gradually growing grave. The mention of the Underworld, true monarchs, and malevolent beings. These recent extraordinary occurrences in Jiangzhou have left even this seasoned commander feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Initially, he held a degree of skepticism regarding the manifestations of the true monarch and the divine general subduing demons, despite first-hand accounts from figures such as Wang Ku. After all, tales of celestial beings are often hard to fathom. The enigma surrounding the Underworld's enforcers only adds to the confusion. Yet, upon hearing Lingshu's words, it appears that the disturbances are predominantly instigated by the Bloodfeather sect, with the true monarch and the Underworld emerging as forces of rectification. This notion brings him a measure of reassurance. As long as the chaos is not the result of incomprehensible supernatural forces meddling indiscriminately, but rather the machinations of a discernible cult, the situation becomes considerably more manageable. Bloodfeather sect, Yang Lai repeats the name, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. The Northern Yin are stirring restlessly along the borders, causing him considerable distress. Now, with the emergence of such a malignancy within Jiangzhou, if not eradicated promptly, the consequences of being besieged from within and without are unimaginable. He is acutely aware of the dangers posed by cults, which are more ferocious than tigers and wolves. Should they be allowed to gain power in Jiangzhou, the foundations of the imperial rule would undoubtedly be shaken. Moreover, with the banner of the true monarch's divine decree now raised, it would lend further legitimacy to the campaign for extermination. However, he glanced at Lu Xun, who was also deep in troubled thought. Master Yang, Lu Xun spoke. The situation with Northern Yin remains unclear. To act with such fervor in Jiangzhou at this moment. Yang Lai raised a hand, interrupting him, to repel external threats. One must first secure internal stability. If chaos erupts within Jiangzhou, Northern Yin will seize the opportunity, leading to even graver consequences. He struck the table forcefully. His voice low and commanding. Relay my orders. Mobilize 3,000 provincial soldiers and appoint Deputy General Wang He to lead them. Effective immediately. Seal off all major routes in Jiangzhou. And cooperate with the esteemed practitioners of the Dao to conduct a thorough purge of all suspected blood feather cult strongholds in Jiangzhou and its adjacent counties. All captured cultists must be rigorously interrogated to unearth their masterminds. I intend to discover just how formidable this blood feather cult truly is within the confines of Jiangzhou. A fierce glint of murderous intent gleamed in Yang Lai's eyes, an aura of ironclad resolve permeating the air. As commanded, the martial generals below responded in unison. The likes of Lingshu Jinren and others rejoiced at the words. The governor's wisdom is unparalleled. Chapter 71. A visit to the temple in the southern part of Jiangzhou. At a clandestine stronghold of the blood feather cult, within a quiet chamber, the black-clad protector of the cult suddenly shattered a teacup upon the floor. The sound of its breaking piercingly sharp. Useless. A congregation of imbeciles. His voice was hoarse, laced with barely contained fury. Several loyal subordinates in black knelt trembling on the ground, too fearful to raise their heads. Just moments ago, he had received a series of urgent reports. First, several long-established outposts were unexpectedly attacked in the dead of night by unidentified shadow soldiers, capturing all cult members within, regardless of their skill level, leaving their fates unknown. Following that, news came from inside the state government. Governor Yang Lai had ordered the mobilization of provincial troops to collaborate with Daoist forces to launch a large-scale purge across Jiangzhou, targeting the blood feather cult directly. The law enforcement officer from the Underworld, alongside the black-clad protector, felt a fierce glint in his eyes as his bony fingers cracked ominously. He had believed that by retracting his forces and avoiding confrontation, he could simply observe the unfolding events. Little did he expect the opponent to act so unpredictably. Turning the tables entirely, who is that damned law enforcement officer from the Underworld, capable of pinpointing our strongholds with such precision? And why has the Jiangzhou government suddenly become so resolute in their actions? The black-clad protector was utterly perplexed. He had no inkling that despite the rudimentary nature of Li Yan's underworld forces, the cooperation with Yu Wuzhou's ghost domain and the shadow soldiers, specifically targeting the souls of those tainted cult members, constituted a devastatingly effective blow. Moreover, the false shadow emissaries he had previously dispatched had been thoroughly interrogated by Li Yan, revealing their stronghold locations without reservation. Master Protector, the atmosphere outside is rife with tension. The officials and those wretched Daoists are scouring everywhere. What shall we do? One of his trusted aides inquired, his voice trembling. The black-clad protector inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury and shock surging within him. He understood that this was not the time for a head-on confrontation. Relay my orders. His voice was icy. All personnel at the branches. Disperse immediately and enter the deepest state of concealment. Abandon all strongholds at once. Cut off all communication with the outside world temporarily. No one is permitted to act independently. Those who disobey will be mercilessly eliminated. All communications with the headquarters must be transferred to the most secret channels. Furthermore, immediately report everything that has transpired in Jiangzhou, especially the detailed intelligence regarding the mysterious underworld, to the headquarters via the highest level of confidential correspondence. Let the leader make the decision. He paused, a hint of despair and bitterness lacing his voice. Inform the leader that it appears the underworld has truly descended upon Jiangzhou. This is akin to the apocalypse for us. He felt a profound premonition that the Blood Feather sect's long-established foundation in Jiangzhou was on the brink of destruction. The enigmatic underworld would hang over the heads of all Blood Feather disciples like a sword, rendering them uneasy and restless. As Jiangzhou's crackdown on the Blood Feather sect intensified, creating an atmosphere of panic and trepidation, a group of weary monks, numbering about 10, quietly arrived at the borders of Qinghe County, dressed in simple gray robes. Their serene faces and the prayer beads or staffs they held stood in stark contrast to the tense and oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. Leading the group was an elderly monk, Master Yunqing, a disciple of Elder Yunshin, the abbot of Yunlin Temple. As he traveled, he had heard countless tales of the transcendent Xuanqiang Yunzhishinjuan, the formidable Ishui Fumo Wiling general, and the enigmatic enforcers of the Underworld. His heart was a tumult of emotions. Amitba, Master Yunxing intoned, his prayer beads spinning faster in his hands. Upon reaching the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, they beheld the newly constructed temple dedicated to Xuanxiong Yunzhe Jinjuan, bustling with worshippers and enveloped in fragrant smoke, as devotees queued in long lines to pay their respects. Even amidst the stringent government crackdown on supernatural beings, the area remained teeming with people, a testament to the deep-rooted faith in the Jinjuan. Gazing at the temple for a considerable time, Master Yunxing took a deep breath and began to walk towards the entrance. A young monk, around 15 or 16 years of age, accompanying him, could not contain his curiosity and whispered, "Master Uncle, we are disciples of the Buddha. This is a Taoist temple. Are we truly going to enter and pay homage?" The young monk's face bore traces of confusion and disbelief. If this were to spread, wouldn't it bring disgrace to our Yunlin temple, making it seem as though we bow to the Taoist sect? Master Yunxing paused slightly at the boy's words. He turned to face the young monk, his gaze calm, yet imbued with an undeniable sharpness. "Foolish child," he chided gently, "what are mere names and the words of others to me? Do you comprehend the purpose of my journey?" The young monk lowered his head. "I am dull-witted. Please enlighten me, Master Uncle." Master Yunxing replied slowly. "It is to seek the true principles of this realm, to dispel the confusion of sentient beings, and to verify the great Tao with those who possess true power. If this Jinjuan indeed holds the capability to govern the heavens and earth, with a heart to save all beings, is he not a true immortal of the Tao? What is there to prevent us from paying our respects?" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every monk present. "You focus solely on your narrow perspectives, forgetting that the teachings of Buddhism are boundless, and the Great Way comprises myriad paths leading to the same destination. If one's heart lacks sincerity, worshipping countless deities amounts to naught. Yet, if one harbors grand aspirations, even bowing before a stubborn rock in the mountains can lead to profound understanding of the universe. Should you miss this opportunity due to concerns over fleeting fame, that would truly be a reversal of priorities, leading you astray and rendering the teachings of the Buddha futile." His words caused the monks to bow their heads in shame. The young novice, too, was overcome with embarrassment, confessing, "Disciple has erred." Master Yunxing refrained from further words, adjusted his slightly wrinkled monk's robe, and with solemnity, stepped into the Jinjuan temple. The group of monks, all bald and clad in robes, stood out remarkably among the throngs of Taoist devotees and common folk, drawing countless astonished, curious, and even somewhat hostile gazes. Ignoring the scrutiny around him, Master Yunxing approached the deity's tablet with unwavering resolve. He took 3 incense sticks from the altar, ignited them in the candle's flame, and with hands clasped in reverence, held the incense above his head, bowing 3 times before the tablet of Jinjuan Xuanqiang Yunzi. Subsequently, he placed the 3 incense sticks into the censer. The entire process was solemn and meticulous. However, the sutras he softly chanted were from the Buddhist Heart Sutra, not Taoist prayers. This scene left the temple steward, tasked with managing the Jinjuan temple, utterly astounded. An elder from Qingfeng village, appointed by the village chief Wang Shan. He had encountered many unusual occurrences in his time, yet witnessing a Buddhist monk paying homage to a Taoist deity while reciting Buddhist scriptures was a spectacle beyond his experience. Not daring to be negligent, he subtly signaled a young attendant to swiftly inform village chief Wang Shan and the Taoist priest of Qingyan Temple about this event. It seemed Qingfeng Mountain was about to become lively once more. Chapter 72. The initial encounter of Buddhism and Taoism after paying his respects to the deity. Master Yunxing did not hasten to leave. Instead, he led the monks to a relatively secluded area outside the temple and promptly sat down in a lotus position. "Disciples, focus and recite the sutras," he instructed in a calm voice, lowering his gaze. Over a dozen monks echoed their assent and similarly seated themselves, chanting softly. In that moment, the sacred sounds intertwined with the bustling voices outside the Jinjuan temple, creating a striking contrast against the fragrant incense of Taoism. This action naturally drew the attention of the surrounding worshippers. What are those monks doing? Why are they chanting scriptures at the entrance of the Jinjuan temple? Are they here to disrupt the proceedings? Whispers floated through the air, reaching the ears of the temple steward, who, not daring to neglect his duties, kept a watchful eye on the monks while anxiously awaiting the arrival of the village elder and the Taoist priests from Qingyan Temple. Before long, village elder Wang Shan arrived in haste, accompanied by several robust villagers and Qi Feng, the Taoist priest currently in charge of Qingyan Temple. Qi Feng was the eldest disciple of Ling Yun, who at that moment was assisting Governor Yang Lai in suppressing the remnants of the Blood Feather sect in Jiangzhou, leaving temple affairs in Qingfeng's capable hands. The village elder and the Taoist priest had finally arrived. The temple keeper pointed at the group of monks and lowered his voice. Upon seeing the bald-headed monks, Wang Shan felt a pang of uncertainty. The Jinjuan temple had only recently been established. How could it attract monks already? Daoist Qingfeng scanned the group. And when he recognized the elder monk at the forefront, he paused momentarily, his expression shifting as he hurried forward. May I inquire if you are Master Yunqing from Yunlin Temple? Daoist Qingfeng bowed respectfully, his tone tinged with uncertainty. The seated elder monk slowly opened his eyes, the recitation of scripture coming to a halt. He looked at Qingfeng, smiled slightly, and pressed his palms together, saying, Ba, I am Yunqing, a humble monk. And I greet you, young Daoist. Indeed, it was Master Yunqing. A jolt of realization struck Qingfeng. Yunlin Temple held great renown in Jiangzhou and throughout the entire southern Shu kingdom. And Master Yunqing was a distinguished monk known for frequently visiting the residences of high officials to impart teachings, earning immense respect. What could have compelled such a figure to come to Qifeng Mountain and meditate before the Jinjuan Temple? Wang Shan, listening from the side, was equally astonished. Although he was unfamiliar with prominent masters, he discerned from Qingfeng's tone that the visitor was not to be trifled with. Indeed, he was of considerable stature. I apologize for not welcoming Master Yunqing properly, Daoist Qingyu said politely. However, may I ask what brings you here? His inquiry was couched in courtesy. Yet its implication was evident. What business did a revered Buddhist monk have on the grounds of a Daoist Jinjuan, meditating and reciting scriptures? Master Yunqing maintained a tranquil demeanor as he rose, the monks behind him standing in unison. Young Daoist, please do not misunderstand, he spoke gently. I come with no ulterior motives. As I journeyed here, I heard of the miraculous manifestations of Jinjuan Shinkong Yunzi, and the divine generals descending to vanquish demons and rescue the populace from peril. Such divine power indeed inspires admiration. Although the paths of Buddhism and Taoism differ, our shared aspiration to protect all sentient beings and guide them to enlightenment is universal. I, a humble monk, seek to understand the profound truth of the Tao. Having heard of Jinjuan's divine deeds, I have come to pay my respects and gain insight, with no intention of causing disturbance. Upon hearing this, Wang Shan and Daoist Qingfeng exchanged bewildered glances. A Buddhist monk had come to the Daoist Jinjuan Temple, claiming to seek enlightenment and pay homage. It all seemed rather extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Qingfeng's thoughts raced. Master Yunqing held considerable esteem in Jiangzhou. If they were to reject him or speak disrespectfully, it could paint the Daoist sect as petty and unwelcoming. Moreover, the fact that even a Buddhist master sought to pay respects to the Jinjuan and inquire about the Tao only underscored the Jinjuan's immense power and influence. This was, in fact, a matter of pride for the Jinjuan and a boon for the Daoist community. With this realization, Daoist Qingfeng formulated a plan. A smile crept onto his face as he bowed to Master Yunqing once more. I see now, it was I who was remiss earlier. I admire Master Yunqing's compassion for all beings and your sincere pursuit of the Tao. However, this is, after all, the temple of the Jinjuan, frequented by many worshippers. Your meditation here may draw attention and disrupt the Jinjuan's tranquility. Master Yunqing smiled faintly and said, what the Taoist priest has stated is indeed true. We have been rather intrusive here. I shall certainly restrain my disciples so as not to disturb the tranquility of the temple. Nor would I dare to disturb the presence of the true monarch. Thank you for your understanding. Taoist Qingfeng sighed in relief and, after giving Wang Shan a few instructions to ensure proper care, departed with a touch of complexity in his heart. This matter was of great significance. He needed to swiftly convey this information via carrier pigeon to his master and Uncle Lingxiu. Once Taoist Qifeng had left, Master Yunqing turned to Wang Shan and joined his hands in a gesture of reverence. Ba, you must be the esteemed Wang, the elder of Qifeng village, am I correct? Wang Shan quickly returned the gesture, saying, I am unworthy of such praise. I am Wang Shan, the village elder. How may I assist you, master? Master Yunqing replied with a smile, as I journeyed here, I have heard many intriguing tales about Qifeng village, knowing it to be a place where celestial fates converge. And your village is particularly blessed by the true monarch. My disciples and I have traveled a great distance and wish to remain here for a few days, to draw closer to the traces of the true monarch and comprehend the profound mysteries of the Tao. Might it be possible for you, esteemed elder, to facilitate our search for suitable lodgings in the village? I assure you, I shall not be stingy regarding the rental fee. Upon hearing this, Wang Shan's expression faltered. Qifeng village had become quite the coveted destination. Ever since the true monarch manifested, the village had been rebuilt after its destruction, and countless individuals sought to bask in the celestial aura. The available houses in the village were few, primarily reserved for devout and wealthy pilgrims seeking to earn some incense money. Master Yunqing, being a person of discernment, noticed Wang Shan's hesitation. He smiled gently and calmly retrieved an item from within his robes, presenting it to Wang Shan. It was a silver ingot weighing 10 taels, shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. Esteemed elder, this is but a token of my gratitude, considered as a deposit. Should you find a suitable abode, I shall provide further compensation for the rental. Wang Shan's eyes immediately fixated on the silver ingot. 10 taels of silver. This was no insignificant sum. The troubled expression on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile. Oh, master, you flatter me. How generous you are, Wang Shan exclaimed, taking the silver and weighing it in his hands, his face lighting up with joy. Certainly, it shall be no trouble at all. Our Qingfeng village is indeed where the true monarch first manifested. Who among us has not benefited from his grace? If you wish to stay in our village, it is a blessing for us. It signifies your discernment and your connection to the true monarch. Rest assured, I will find you a place that is both serene and spacious, conveniently located near the temple for your daily visits. He patted his chest, his demeanor transformed completely. Master Yunqing observed this and simply smiled, reciting a Buddhist chant. In that case, I thank you, esteemed Elder Wang. Absolutely. Follow me, master, Wang Shan responded, his face beaming with delight as he led Master Yunqing and his entourage of monks towards the nearby Qifeng village. The surrounding villagers and pilgrims watched this scene unfold, murmuring in astonishment. Were these monks truly going to reside in Qifeng village? Behold the cheerful demeanor of Elder Wang. He must have struck a remarkable fortune. Ah, who cares? The eminent monks from Yunlin Temple have taken residence here, indicating that Qifeng Mountain truly is a land of auspicious spirits. In the following days, the Shuaqiang Yunzhizhenjuan Temple at the foot of Qifeng Mountain became adorned with a unique spectacle. Each morning, Master Yunqing would lead his disciples to the temple at the appointed hour. They would first enter with the reverence of ordinary worshippers, offering incense and prayers, their lips moving in the recitation of Buddhist scriptures. Subsequently, they would settle in a secluded area outside the temple, sitting cross-legged in meditation, their eyes closed in contemplation. As the sun ascended to its zenith, villagers from Qingfeng would bring simple vegetarian offerings. After partaking in the meal and resting briefly, they would resume their meditation and recitations until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point they would return to their lodgings in the village. Initially, many worshippers observed this unusual gathering with curiosity and whispered among themselves. However, as they witnessed the monks' solemn demeanor, unperturbed by the surrounding chatter and wholly absorbed in their scriptures, their intrigue gradually waned. Moreover, some well-informed devotees, including affluent gentry who had traveled from Jiangzhou, recognized Master Yunqing's esteemed identity. Isn't that Master Yunqing from Yunlin Temple? My heavens, it truly is him. I have heard that he is a venerable monk who commands respect even from the local governor in Jiangzhou. The very fact that a monk of such high stature would travel a great distance to pay homage at the Shuaqiang Yunzhizhenjuan Temple spoke volumes of the Zhenjuan's formidable powers and profound influence. In no time, this sentiment spread like wildfire. The Zhenjuan's renown, already resplendent in the Jiangzhou region, gained an even more enigmatic and profound aura following these events. With high monks seeking enlightenment, one might wonder if the Zhenjuan had transcended the ordinary realm of deities. Consequently, the temple's incense offerings flourished even more. All of this, of course, did not escape the keen eyes of a certain individual at the summit of Qifeng Mountain, within the Xuanqiang Dao Palace. Each day, as part of his routine, he summoned his flying steed to survey the realm from the skies, inspecting the temple's incense offerings and any unusual occurrences. Today, when he beheld the sight of the monks seated in meditation outside the temple through the shared vision of a spiritual eagle, he could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Goodness, these monks are truly persistent in their stay. He recalled having noticed their presence a few days prior, but had not paid it much mind, as his own affairs in the underworld were at a critical juncture, leaving little room for trivial matters. However, it now seemed that these monks were not mere passers-by, but had firmly resolved to reside in Qifeng Mountain. As he observed the scene of Master Yunqing and his young disciples earnestly meditating before the temple, he felt a sense of confusion. This maneuver was quite perplexing. Could it be that the allure of my identity as the Shuaqiang Yunzhizhenjuan had grown so compelling that even esteemed Buddhist monks sought to come forth and embrace my path? Li Yin stroked his chin, pondering this development. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it did not seem entirely disadvantageous. The influence of Buddhism in the southern Chu kingdom, particularly among the common folk, was indeed considerable. Yunlin Temple stands as a paragon among its peers. Master Yunqing, being a venerable monk, undoubtedly possesses an influential charisma among the devout. If he could be seamlessly integrated into his own belief system, Li Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. The southern Chu Daoist sect and the northern Yin Buddhist realm, he recalled that Wang De had once mentioned the prevailing religious landscape of this world, wherein the southern Chu venerates Taoism while the northern Yin reveres Buddhism. Currently situated in Jiangzhou of southern Chu, he has ostensibly established a foothold, bolstered by the guise of the celestial Lord Xuanxiong and the Underworld's law enforcer, amassing a substantial reservoir of faith. Should he manage to extend his influence into the northern Yan's Buddhist community, it would signify the inception of a second battleground for belief, allowing him to reap double the joy. This Master Yunqing, then, presents a fortuitous opportunity. If he could enlighten him and have him serve as his representative within the Buddhist domain, would it not facilitate his aspirations for northern Yan's faith, yielding greater results with lesser effort? The more Li Yin contemplated, the more feasible this strategy appeared, his eyes glinting with excitement. However, a sudden thought struck him, causing his smile to falter slightly. In his previous attempts to win over Daoist Lingyun and firmly establish his identity as a true immortal of the Tao, he had candidly expressed his disdain for Buddhism, even disparaging it in his rhetoric. His words had been resolute and impactful, leaving Daoist Lingyun momentarily speechless, devoid of any doubt regarding his celestial status. Yet now, it felt as though a boomerang had returned to strike him. If he, as the celestial lord, were to initiate contact with Buddhism and exhibit a sentiment of harmonious coexistence between Taoism and Buddhism, what would Daoist Lingyun and the newly devoted adherents in Jiangzhou think? Would they perceive him as inconsistent, his stance wavering? Would they question the authenticity of his celestial identity? A sharp intake of breath escaped Li Yin. He had inadvertently dug a pit for himself. In his quest to maximize his bravado, he had spoken too definitively, and now, attempting to backtrack presented considerable difficulty. What to do? Li Yin furrowed his brow, ensnared in contemplation. The prospect of courting Buddhism and establishing a faith market in northern Yin was undeniably tempting. Yet he was reluctant to jeopardize the foundational support from the Daoist sect. After all, the Daoist community was his primary source of faith and influence. He needed to devise a solution that would satisfy both ends. His fingers lightly tapped the jade table, his gaze drifting towards the billowing sea of clouds outside. This matter could not be rushed. It required careful deliberation. Chapter 73. The Bodhi guides the way within the Xuanxiong Dao Palace. The clouds churned tumultuously. Li Yan's fingers lightly tapped the smooth jade surface, his brow knitted in a complex knot. Expelling them? No, that would portray him as a narrow-minded celestial lord, intolerant of dissent. Allowing them to remain? Even less so, having previously belittled Buddhism before Daoist Lingyun. How could he permit esteemed Buddhist monks to stage contests in front of his temple? What would his recently devoted followers think? Should his position become ambiguous, the very foundation of faith would undoubtedly waver. The self-imposed facade, even when accompanied by tears, must be rectified. Li Yin sighed, feeling a twinge of headache. Habitually, he delved into the confines of his game inventory, his gaze sweeping across the dazzling array of item icons in search of inspiration. Costumes, elixirs, materials, miscellaneous items. His eyes flitted over resplendent celestial robes and imposing armor, ultimately pausing in an unremarkable corner. There lay a tattered, patched gray monk's robe, an equally ragged monk's hat, a worn-out fan tucked at the waist, and a dark red wine gourd. The attire of the living Buddha Jigong. Costume description: worn shoes, tattered hat, a threadbare kasaya. You laugh at me, he laughs at me, a broken fan in hand. In an instant, Li Yan's eyes sparkled with realization. He recalled that this was a limited edition costume released during a collaboration between the game and a television series about Jigong. Due to this collaboration, he had taken the initiative to research the legendary figure of Jigong. This inquiry unveiled a staggering truth. This seemingly eccentric and carefree arhat had long transcended the mere confines of Buddhism within the folk belief system. He was both a revered Zen master of Buddhism and the reincarnation of the dragon-subduing arhat, while also being venerated in Taoism as the supreme master of universal salvation, ranking among the celestial beings. The identity tags of this remarkable figure, encompassing Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and chivalry, were astonishingly numerous. A thought, akin to a lightning bolt, struck through Li Yan's mind, illuminating all his dilemmas in an instant. Eureka! He slapped his thigh in exhilaration, the clouds of worry dissipating from his face, replaced by an almost feverish excitement. Who says a true lord cannot have friends from the Buddhist realm? Who says a true lord despises the entirety of Buddhism? He could certainly harbor disdain for the institutional rigidity of Buddhism, loathing those dogmatic and insular Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, yet simultaneously empathizing with his old friend, who was equally marginalized by the system. A brand new narrative rapidly took shape in Li Yan's mind. The true lord of Xuanxiong Yunzi had an old acquaintance named Ji Dian. This individual was once a formidable figure in Buddhism, attaining the status of the dragon subduing Arhat. But due to a conflict with the Buddha regarding Buddhist doctrine, believing the latter's cultivation to be insufficient, he was cast down to the mortal realm to undergo trials and tribulations. This incident was precisely why the true lord held a disdainful view of the exalted Buddhist realm in the West. It not only elucidated the true lord's aversion to Buddhism, but also facilitated his use of Ji Gong's persona to create opportunities among the followers of Buddhism. Perfect. This was simply a divinely bestowed solution to his predicament. The more Li Yan contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. And the small swell of pride within him was nearly bursting forth. These grand monks chant scriptures daily at my temple. It is high time for my old friend to reminisce with them. He promptly took action, retrieving the living Buddha Ji Gong outfit and the illusionary jade from his inventory. A flash of brilliance enveloped him, and the ethereal master of the Xuanqing Dao Palace vanished. In his place stood a ragged, disheveled monk, whose eyes bore a glimmer of mischief and insight. The following day, as dawn broke, Chi Feng village was shrouded in a delicate veil of morning mist. The distant sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking resonated, bringing with them a sense of rural tranquility. Master Yunqing had meticulously arranged his monk's robe, preparing to lead his disciples to the Zhenjuan temple at the foot of the mountain for a day of meditation and scripture recitation, just as he had done in the preceding days. However, as soon as the doors swung open, he halted in his tracks. Not far from the entrance, beneath the old locust tree, leaned an individual, clad in a tattered gray monk's robe, adorned with patches upon patches, its original color nearly indiscernible. He wore a similarly ragged monk's hat askew on his head. A frayed fan hung from his waist, and in his hand, he grasped a dark red gourd of wine, presenting the image of a disheveled and destitute wandering monk. Yet, Master Yunqing's pupils constricted slightly. A soft, ethereal radiance of Buddha light enveloped the monk, pure and sacred, creating a stark contrast with his ragged attire. Even more peculiar was the subtle, ethereal Daoist essence that seemed to linger beneath that Buddha light. Two entirely distinct energies, the Buddhist and the Daoist, coexisted within this man, not in conflict but rather harmoniously intertwined. Having practiced for decades, Master Yunqing had developed a profound awareness, his senses far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. He could distinctly perceive the immense power contained within this seemingly deranged monk, vast and unfathomable, akin to an abyss. This was no ordinary man. A sudden jolt surged through his heart as a bold conjecture surfaced in his mind, but he quickly suppressed it, daring not to dwell further. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within, he stepped forward, palms pressed together, bowing respectfully. Amit Ba, may I inquire your esteemed Dharma name and your place of origin? The disheveled monk appeared to have just awakened, lazily stifling a yawn and digging at his ear with a finger, raising his eyelids. His murky gaze revealed a clarity that seemed to pierce the veil of worldly affairs, assessing Master Yunqing from head to toe. You are the head monk of that group, incessantly clamoring at my old friend's doorstep, reciting that nonsensical scripture? His voice was hoarse, imbued with the languor of a hangover. Master Yunqing's heart sank at the words. Old friend? Doorstep? He dared not act with any levity, lowering his posture even further. I am Yunqing from Yunlin Temple. Honored to make your acquaintance. May I ask your Dharma name? The disheveled monk chuckled as if he had just heard a jest, scratching his oil-stained neck. Mad and wild. I am Ji Dian. You may call me Ji Dian, the mad monk. Ji Dian. Master Yunqing's mind raced. Yet he had never encountered a revered monk in the Buddhist order bearing such a name. Master Ji Dian, he began cautiously. You mentioned that we have disturbed your friend's serene cultivation? Indeed. My old friend is one who cherishes tranquility above all else. Yet here you are. A band of grand monks, daily gathering at his doorstep, buzzing like a swarm of flies, driving him to distraction. Upon hearing this, Master Yunqing's heart sank further. He was about to offer an explanation when he abruptly realized the gravity of the situation. To refer to the immensely powerful Xuanqing Yunzhijinjuan as an old friend in such a casual manner suggested that Master Ji Dian's identity was far more astonishing than he had previously imagined. He swallowed the retort that was on the verge of escaping his lips and quickly bowed, saying, "We bear no intention of disturbing the esteemed presence of the true monarch. It is merely out of reverence that we have come to behold the divine traces and to comprehend the great way." Understanding dawned on Ji Dian, who nodded in apparent acceptance of this explanation. "However," he added, "my old friend possesses an eccentric temperament. He is particularly irked by the intricate formalities of the Buddhist teachings. Your constant adherence to these rituals may only serve to vex him." Master Yunqing felt a weight in his heart, his anxiety deepening as he urgently inquired, "Then, according to your wisdom, how should we proceed to avoid disturbing the true monarch while still seeking the opportunity for enlightenment?" Ji Dian did not respond directly to his question. Instead, he chuckled and uncorked a dark red gourd of wine, tilting it back to take a hearty swig. A rich and robust aroma of wine instantly filled the air. Master Yunqing stood stupefied. One of the 5 precepts of Buddhism prohibits alcohol, yet this enigmatic monk was drinking unabashedly? Ji Dian let out a resounding belch, wiping his mouth with satisfaction before offering the gourd to Yunqing. "Monk, care for a sip?" Master Yunqing took a step back, palms pressed together in reverence. "Amitba, a monk should not indulge in meat or wine, master. This contravenes our precepts." Unperturbed, Ji Dian laughed heartily, reclaiming the gourd for himself and indulging in another swig. His expression shifted to one of piercing intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Yunqing. "You monks, clutching those tattered scriptures and reciting them ad infinitum, what purpose does it serve? Can you conjure a true Buddha or vanquish a demon through mere recitation? The temple of the true monarch is a sanctuary, not a marketplace for your chanting." His words struck like a heavy hammer against Yunqing's heart, leaving him flushed with embarrassment and devoid of a rebuttal. Ji Dian then shifted his tone, shaking his head with a sigh. "Well, seeing that you possess a modicum of sincerity, I shall impart a piece of wisdom." He gestured with his tattered fan towards the temple of the true monarch, then pointed into the distance. "Your opportunity does not lie here." "Not here?" A flicker of intrigue sparked within Master Yunqing, and he was about to press for more when Ji Dian suddenly waved his fan with force. In an instant, the surroundings transformed without warning. The morning light, the old locust tree, and everything in Qifeng village vanished. In their place arose an endless expanse of darkness and desolation. Beneath his feet lay cold, hard black rock, while in the distance loomed a terrifying, towering edifice, its contours ominous against a backdrop of swirling black mist. An endless stone bridge spanned the churning shadows, and a chilling wind howled, laden with a spectral aura. This was the realm of the Underworld. Master Yunqing was utterly taken aback by this supernatural display, his body stiffening as he forgot to breathe. He sensed that this was not merely an illusion. The oppressive, eerie atmosphere was so tangible that it sent shivers through his very soul. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Dian had appeared beside him, still in his disheveled guise, yet somehow harmonizing with the sinister backdrop of the Underworld. He pointed to the empty expanse of the Hall of Yama. "Monk, what do you think is lacking in this Underworld?" The voice of Ji Dian reverberated in the vast, desolate expanse, resonating with an unsettling clarity. Master Yunqing suppressed the fear swelling within him and surveyed his surroundings. The legendary Underworld was supposed to be a realm where Oxhead and Horseface escorted wandering souls, where the 10 Yama kings judged the virtuous and the wicked, and where countless ghostly messengers scurried about. The wheel of reincarnation should have been thronged with souls, their wails echoing through the air. Yet, the Underworld before him was devoid of life. Apart from the frigid structures and the swirling black mist beneath his feet, there was nothing. No ghostly messengers, no judges, and not a single wandering soul. Only an endless, suffocating silence and void. This was a stark contrast to the tales of the Netherworld. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. The monk Ji Dian seemed to have no expectation of a reply. He merely shook his head and sighed. "It is indeed empty," he remarked. With another flick of his tattered fan, the eerie Underworld receded like a tide, and warm sunlight bathed him once more. The old locust tree remained steadfast, and the smoke from Qingfeng village's kitchens curled upwards. Were it not for the lingering chill in his bones, Master Yunqing might have believed that everything he had just experienced was merely a nightmare. Observing the astonished expression on Master Yunqing's face, Ji Dian removed a string of Bodhi prayer beads from his hand, comprising 18 beads. Each one translucent and glimmering softly in the morning light. He casually tossed the beads to Master Yunqing. Instinctively, Master Yunqing reached out to catch them. Feeling a weight in his palm as a wave of warm, pure energy surged into his body, restoring a semblance of warmth to his fear-frozen form. Jidian raised his voice, singing out loudly, "The hell is empty, and malevolent spirits roam the earth. Rather than reciting useless scriptures in my old friend's temple, you should capture those malevolent beings disguised in human skin and bring them to this underworld. Filling these vacant spaces is the true merit and great fortune." Having spoken, he cast no further glance at Master Yunxing and turned to leave, swaying as he walked, his voice ringing with a madcap, yet indescribably carefree and melancholic tone. "My shoes are tattered, my hat is tattered, my robe is tattered. The world laughs at my madness, but I laugh at the world's inability to see through it." His song gradually faded into the distance. Master Yunxing suddenly snapped back to reality, instinctively wanting to rush after him, to seek further clarification. Yet, in that very moment he stepped forward, a dense, impenetrable white mist surged up from the ground, swiftly engulfing Jidian's figure completely. When the thick fog finally began to dissipate, the path ahead was utterly devoid of presence. The man, who had claimed to be Jidian, vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed at all. Left standing alone, Master Yunxing remained in a daze. The cool morning breeze swept past, yet he felt no chill. He glanced down at the Bodhi prayer beads in his hand. The warm texture and residual warmth of the beads clearly indicated that everything he had just witnessed was no mere illusion. He could sense the immense and pure Buddhist power contained within these beads, even detecting a faint resonance akin to the essence of the true sage. Hell is desolate, and malevolent spirits roam the earth. The words of the mad monk, Jidian, along with the empty realm of the underworld, reverberated ceaselessly in his mind, stirring tumultuous waves within him. A cacophony of emotions, shock, confusion, and trepidation, intertwined, leading this enlightened monk to experience, for the first time, a profound sense of bewilderment and unease. Chapter 74. Breaking delusions to see the truth. As the morning mist lingered, Master Yunxing staggered into the dwelling of the assembled monks. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, he stumbled, nearly falling. "Master!" A few early rising disciples rushed forward to offer support, their faces etched with concern. "What has happened? Are you unwell?" Master Yunxing waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, yet his complexion was alarmingly pale, and his gaze vacant, reminiscent of a soul lost. He remained silent, entering the room and slumping into his seat, gripping a rosary of Bodhi beads tightly in his hand. The atmosphere within the room grew tense. The disciples gathered around, exchanging anxious glances. After a long pause, Master Yunxing finally exhaled a deep, troubled breath. He raised his head, surveying his disciples, his voice hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. "I have just encountered an extraordinary individual." He recounted his unexpected meeting with the mad monk Jidian beneath an old locust tree, detailing how this enigmatic figure, through mere words, had transported him into the illusory realm of the underworld. Each word he spoke deepened the incredulity etched on the faces of his disciples. "Master, are you saying you met a ragged, unruly mad monk?" A young monk could not contain himself, his brow furrowed in skepticism. "This sounds like the tricks of a charlatan. Could you have been deceived?" "Indeed, Master," another chimed in. "This person behaves erratically, disregarding the precepts. How could he be an enlightened monk? To dare speak of the underworld. He must surely be a deceptive entity aiming to mislead others." Silence. Master Yunxing's eyes flew open, and he uttered a low reprimand, his voice not loud, yet imbued with an unprecedented severity. The disciples were taken aback, falling silent. Observing their expressions of disbelief and doubt, Master Yunxing offered no further explanation. He slowly opened his palm and placed the rosary on the table before them. "See for yourselves." The young monk, still skeptical, cautiously extended his hand, his fingertips barely brushing against a bead. A faint hum resonated within his mind. A warm, serene, yet boundless power of the Buddha coursed through his fingertips, instantly spreading throughout his entire being. This divine energy washed away the weariness in his meridians, soothing the tumult in his heart. The fatigue from days of travel and the anxiety of the uncertain road ahead vanished in an instant. He stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His previous disdain and skepticism swiftly consumed by astonishment and reverence. This Buddha power," he stammered, struggling to form coherent words. Witnessing this, the other disciples approached to touch the beads as well. Without exception, every face mirrored the astonishment of the young monk. The Buddha power contained within this rosary surpassed any artifact they had ever encountered, even more magnificent than the ancient relics worshipped day and night by the temple's abbot. This was no ordinary object, nor could it be possessed by mere rogue spirits. In an instant, Silence enveloped the room. The disciples' previous doubts regarding Master Yunxing had vanished, replaced by profound fear and bewilderment. Who exactly was the esteemed Master Jidian? Master Yunxing slowly shook his head, his gaze fixated on the prayer beads in his hand. Murmuring to himself, he claimed to be an old friend of the true monarch and spoke of an empty hell where malevolent spirits roamed the earth. While the earlier revelations had merely astonished them, this discourse instilled a chilling depth of contemplation within their very bones. Was Master Jidian truly capable of traversing the underworld at will? A quivering voice from one disciple questioned. His familiarity with the true monarch was evident. Yet he remained oblivious to the strictures of the Buddhist precepts. What could this possibly signify? The true monarch, known for his critical views of the Buddhist teachings. How could he be an old acquaintance of such a high Buddhist figure? Questions arose, yet none could provide answers. These inquiries tangled within their minds like a disordered skein. A contemplative disciple ventured, "Master, if I may presume, perhaps this is a test from the true monarch regarding our Buddhist practices. Our presence here to pay homage may be overstepping boundaries. The true monarch, displeased, has sent Master Jidian, ostensibly to enlighten us, but truly to warn us to retreat." As this suggestion emerged, many found it agreeable, their earlier unease now resonating with this interpretation. However, an elder monk shook his head in disagreement. Nay, if it were merely a warning, why bestow such a treasured Buddhist relic? The power of these prayer beads is pure and vast, clearly intended to aid our cultivation, an act of benevolence. Perhaps this is a herald of the flourishing of our Buddhist teachings. An impassioned young monk interjected, "Master Jidian, unrestrained by trivialities, embodies the essence of great freedom and liberation. His guidance illuminates the true path of our practice." Nonsense. The precepts are the foundation of Buddhism. How can they be so lightly disregarded? Yet, could Master Jidian's vast abilities truly be inferior to ours? An uproar ensued within the chamber. Some viewing it as a warning, others as an opportunity, and some even denouncing Master Jidian as a false Buddha sowing discord. The atmosphere grew tense and delicate. Silence. Master Yunxing's deep voice quelled all discord. He rose slowly, his gaze sweeping over each disciple, his expression unusually grave. "This matter transcends our comprehension. Prepare your belongings. We shall return to Yunlin Temple at once. Until we discern the true intentions of Master Jidian, we must refrain from disturbing the true monarch's celestial abode." In the depths of Yunlin Temple, within a secluded chamber not open to the public, a solemn and turbulent atmosphere prevailed. The venerable Abbot Yunsen, along with the most esteemed elders and leaders of the temple, gathered in this space. Master Yunxing recounted the encounters and observations from Qingfeng Mountain, particularly his meeting with Master Jidian and the extraordinary prayer beads. Silence lingered in the chamber. Amitabha, a long-bearded elder, wielding a staff of precepts, finally broke the silence. His voice resonating like a mighty bell. "Brother Yunxing, this matter is exceedingly bizarre. Master Jidian's words and actions are unrestrained, indulging in excess. He is clearly a transgressor of the precepts. Can his words be trusted? He may be a demon in disguise, seeking to lead our Buddhist path astray." The words of the abbot of the discipline hall were indeed profound. Another emaciated elder concurred, stating, "Our Buddhist teachings possess their own principles. How can we allow the utterances of a mad monk to disrupt our composure? Moreover, the true Lord of Xiankong Yunja belongs to the Daoist domain. It is inappropriate for us, as disciples of the Buddha, to entangle ourselves too deeply with him." However, an elder with a gentle visage, who presided over the sutra repository, held a differing perspective. "What you say is erroneous," he spoke slowly. "The purity of the Bodhi prayer beads is something we have all witnessed. It is beyond the fabrication of demonic entities. I posit that this may very well herald a great flourishing of our Buddhist order. The abyss is desolate, and malevolent spirits walk among us. How shall we interpret this? It signifies that the sins of the mortal realm are profound. If we, the disciples of the Buddha, can align ourselves with the celestial tides, vanquish demons, and save sentient beings, would that not yield immeasurable merit? Perhaps Master Jidian is indeed an incarnation of the Buddha sent to enlighten us." "Nonsense." The abbot of the discipline hall scoffed coldly. "If he were truly an incarnation of the Arhat, why would he act under the name of the Daoist true Lord? Clearly, this is a trap set by the Daoists, seeking to manipulate our Buddhist order into confronting those savage cultists." In that moment, the secret chamber was rife with heated debate. Master Yunxing listened quietly, refraining from uttering a word. He observed his fellow disciples. Some appeared invigorated by the prospect of merit, while others hesitated in fear. And still others clung stubbornly to their narrow views, unwilling to yield. Holding the string of Bodhi prayer beads, he gradually closed his eyes. isolating himself from the cacophony of the external world. His return here was not to seek an answer, but to convey this earth-shattering news. The true answer, perhaps, required his own quest for understanding. He resolved to enter seclusion, to deeply contemplate the prophecy left by Master Jidian, along with the secrets embedded within the prayer beads. In the tranquil chamber, the scent of sandalwood wafted gently. Master Yunxing sat cross-legged, delicately manipulating the 18 Bodhi seeds. With each turn of a bead, a refreshing wave cascaded through his body, gradually calming his tumultuous thoughts. Yet, the words of Jidian reverberated in his ears, echoing relentlessly in his mind. The abyss is desolate. Malevolent spirits walk among us. He began to reflect on Yunlin Temple, reflect on the current state of the Buddhist order. They constructed grand temples, fashioned imposing golden statues, recited scriptures daily, and engaged in meditation nightly. But what purpose did this serve? The common folk below continued to suffer. The demons of Jiangzhou still lurked in the shadows, abducting lives and wreaking havoc. They enshrined the Buddha in their halls, offering incense and reverence, confining the Dharma to a corner. They spoke of compassion while harboring narrow-mindedness, plotting how to suppress the Daoists. They professed the salvation of all beings, yet turned a blind eye or felt powerless against the suffering and sins beyond their temple walls. Is this truly what the Buddha envisioned? Master Yunxing's heart was thrown into turmoil. He felt the faith built over decades of arduous cultivation begin to crumble inch by inch. Pain and confusion gnawed at him like a swarm of ants devouring his heart. If the Buddha exists solely within the temple, then beyond its walls lies a realm of demons. If goodness remains only in words, then outside those words lies a domain of malevolence. A voice, as if emerging from the depths of his soul, resounded, "The abyss is desolate. Malevolent spirits walk among us, not due to the absence of souls in the underworld, but because the human heart is an insatiable prison, and the demons of this world are relentless." A beam of radiant light suddenly pierced through the dense fog in his mind. Clarity dawned upon him. He understood. He finally comprehended. The enlightenment bestowed by Master Jidian was not an exhortation to venerate the true Lord, nor was it a directive to discern the superiority of Buddhism over Taoism. Rather, it was a guiding light, illuminating a genuine path of merit for those disciples ensnared within the confines of the temple. Why did the true Lord disdain the Buddhist path? Perhaps it was because he had perceived the hypocrisy of contemporary Buddhism, which merely sweeps the snow before its own door while ignoring the frost on others' roofs. Why is the underworld so desolate? Because the malevolent spirits that ought to descend into hell continue to wreak havoc upon the world. Master Jidian urged these Buddhist disciples to venture beyond the temple and meditation chambers, to save those malevolent spirits that trouble the world. They must fill the void in the underworld, restoring order between yin and yang. This, indeed, is the task most imperative for the disciples of Buddhism at present. This is the essence of true cultivation, the embodiment of genuine compassion, the attainment of boundless merit. Upon realizing this, Master Yunxing felt as though a colossal stone had plummeted from his heart, leaving him utterly unburdened. The confusion in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and fervor. He gradually rose and pushed open the door to the quiet chamber. Outside, the sunlight was just right. He knew that a transformation would commence from Yunlin Temple, sweeping through the entire Buddhist community, and he would be the harbinger of this change. Chapter 75. Buddhism enters the world. Yunlin Temple, Abbot's meditation room. The fragrance of sandalwood lingered between the beams, serene and solemn. Elder Yunxin sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes gently closed, methodically manipulating a string of dark prayer beads. The door was softly pushed open, and a figure entered. Elder Yunxin did not lift his eyelids. He merely paused momentarily in the movement of the beads. "Disciple, you have returned," he said in a calm voice, devoid of discernible emotion. Yunxin approached him, performed a respectful gesture, and remained silent. Only then did Elder Yunxin slowly open his eyes, his gaze falling upon his younger disciple. With a single glance, a ripple stirred in his otherwise tranquil expression. Yunxin, clad in his simple monk's robe, still bore a lean visage. Yet, his entire demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. The previous confusion, uncertainty, and unease had all vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and determination. In his eyes, it was as if flames were igniting. "Elder brother, I have attained understanding." Master Yunxing's voice was soft, yet each word resonated powerfully. He articulated his reflections after retreat, his new interpretations of the desolation of the underworld and the malevolent spirits on earth. Addressing the narrow-mindedness of the Buddhist disciples confined within the temple's halls, articulating each thought with eloquence. "We sit here day after day, reciting countless scriptures. Yet has the suffering in the world below diminished, even slightly? We elevate the Buddha upon a pedestal, isolating him with a golden form and offering incense, while forgetting that the Dharma is meant to liberate all beings, not to be confined within a single temple. Elder brother, what Master Jidren illuminated was not just for this humble monk, but for the entirety of Yunlin Temple, for all Buddhist disciples who are building castles in the air. The emptiness of the underworld must be filled by the malevolent spirits of this world. This is true merit. This is genuine cultivation. The Master Yunxing spoke with increasing fervor, his eyes ablaze, as if two flames were igniting within him. Inside the meditation hall, a profound silence enveloped the room. The only sound was the rapid movement of the prayer beads in Elder Yunxin's hands, producing a subtle yet urgent clicking noise. Time passed, and at last, the incessant motion of the beads came to an abrupt halt. Elder Yunxin exhaled a long, heavy sigh, as if expelling decades of dust and obsession from his very being. Amenba, he uttered, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a sense of profound relief. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Disciple Yunxing, you are correct. Convey my decree and summon all the senior elders for a council. In the square before the Mahavihara of Yunlin Temple, the atmosphere was tense. All the prominent figures of the temple had gathered there. When Elder Yunxin publicly announced that Yunlin Temple would set aside its sectarian biases, and that all monks would descend from the mountain to engage with the world, practicing Dharma to vanquish demons and fulfill their spiritual merit, the crowd erupted in chaos. The abbot must reconsider. The head of the Vinaya Institute was the first to speak, his face pale with concern. Our Buddhist teachings have their own rules and precepts. How can we align ourselves with the Daoist path and partake in such violent endeavors? Indeed, abbot, another elder exclaimed, worry etched across his features. The dangers that lurk beyond the mountain are perilous. We monks, having dwelled long in the temple, how could we possibly contend with them? This course of action is akin to striking a stone with an egg. This matter requires further deliberation. Amenba, the elder from the Sutra repository, interjected, his hands clasped in prayer, a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. I believe this is a sign of great prosperity for our Buddhist community. With hell left barren and malevolent spirits roaming the earth, is this not the opportune moment for us to accumulate merit and save sentient beings? Voices of dissent and debate surged and receded. Elder Yunxin remained silent, listening intently. Once the clamor subsided, he lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of the assembly, some filled with excitement, others with concern, and still others with confusion. I comprehend all that has been expressed, he began, his voice resonating with authority. Yet I pose but one question. He paused, his tone rising dramatically. What is the essence of our Buddhist compassion? Is it merely to witness malevolent spirits wreaking havoc among the living while we remain ensconced in our halls, reciting incomprehensible scriptures? Is it to hear the cries of suffering beings while we merely strike the cold wooden fish in our meditation rooms? If the Buddha does not engage with the world, how can we hope to save sentient beings? His voice boomed like a thunderclap,